Chapter 1 I'm pregnant, the child is yours. Suzhou and Hangzhou University, at the school gate. The autumn sun shines through the gaps in the camphor trees, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. There are crowds of people and the breath of youth flows freely in the air. Hey, look! That one in front, isn't it the school beauty Su Ling? Jiang Su's voice was a little excited, and he nudged Lin Zhe lightly with his elbow. Lin Zhe followed his gaze. In the corner a few steps away, a graceful figure was standing quietly, like a carefully painted oil painting. She was wearing a simple white shirt, a sky blue pleated skirt, and a pair of spotless white canvas shoes. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and a few strands of hair were blown by the breeze, gently brushing across her pretty oval face. She just stood there, creating a scene in herself, isolating herself from all the noise around her. Su Ling, the well-deserved campus beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou University, is the unattainable goddess in the hearts of countless boys. It is said that the people pursuing her can line up from the school gate all the way to France. Why? Jiang Su nudged Lin Zhe again with his elbow, winked and lowered his voice. Brother Lin, you said? Could it be that the campus beauty of Suzhou University is waiting for me here? As he spoke, he subconsciously smoothed the bangs on his forehead. Brother Daxu, stop daydreaming. Wang Yang on the side mercilessly sabotaged him and glanced at him with disdain. Do you think school beauty Su is attracted by your 200 gene tonnage, or by your secure position as the last place winner? My name is Jiang Su. Su. Not Su. Can you speak? Jiang Su's face instantly turned purple. The roommates around him suddenly burst into suppressed laughter. After Wang Yang finished laughing, his gaze returned to the pretty figure, then turned to Lin Zhe, his tone filled with sincere envy. If we're talking about Su Ling and others, they must be waiting for you, Brother Lin. Our brother Lin is handsome, has good grades, and is also the recognized school idol. The two of you standing together are a perfect match, made in heaven. Okay, stop making trouble. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at them, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Speak softly, be careful not to be heard, or you'll be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Of course they knew Su Ling's background. She was not only a school beauty, but also came from the most prestigious family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Su family. A behemoth with hundreds of years of heritage, deep roots, and influence penetrating the political, business, and military circles. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, no one dares to provoke the Su family easily. Lin Zhe naturally knew Su Ling as well. He often goes to the library, and Su Ling is also a frequent visitor there. The two had looked at each other from a distance many times, but they had never had any intersection, not even as acquaintances. Just as Lin Zhe and others were about to walk past her, the figure who had been silent suddenly moved. Su Ling took a deep breath, as if mustering up great courage, and said in a clear voice. Lin Zhe, wait a moment. Lin Zhe's steps suddenly stopped, and he turned around uncertainly. Are you calling me? Su Ling nodded gently, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Well, I want to talk to you about something. Are you free now? The eyes of the roommates behind Lin Zhe almost popped out of their sockets, with shock written all over their faces. Holy crap! Did I hear it right? Did Su Ling really come to see Lin Zhe? Jiang Su leaned close to Lin Zhe's ear and whispered. Brother Lin, you are so mean. When did you start having an affair with school beauty Su? You don't even bring your brothers to share, how rude. Wang Yang also nodded vigorously, with an expression of I understand. That's right. Brother Lin, you're going too far. You were acting like nothing happened just now. What's going on? Lin Zhe frowned, confused. He was completely confused. How could Su Ling know him and wait for him at the school gate? Logically speaking, the two had only met a few times in the library. Seeing Lin Zhe hesitate, Su Ling spoke again in a soft voice. It won't take up too much of your time, just a moment. Despite the doubts in his heart, Lin Zhe nodded. Let's go to the coffee shop across the street and talk. Su Ling pointed to a small, elegantly decorated shop across the street. Soon, the two sat down by the window. The aroma of coffee filled the air, but it couldn't dispel the silence. After the waiter left and Su Ling made sure that no one was around, she clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, with two red clouds on her cheeks. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he uttered three words with difficulty. I am pregnant. Lin Zhe subconsciously said oh while his brain was still processing the information. The next second, he suddenly came back to his senses, and the calmness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a turbulent wave. This news is like a bombshell. In everyone's eyes, Su Ling is a beautiful lady, a pure and flawless goddess, but now she suddenly tells him that she is pregnant? If this gets out, the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou University will be shocked. Lin Zhe was a little overwhelmed. In order to hide his embarrassment, he took a sip of the coffee in front of him and squeezed out a few words dryly. Congratulations. Hearing this, Su Ling's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, raised her head, looked directly into Lin Zhe's eyes, and added word by word. I may not have made myself clear. I'm pregnant, and the child is yours. Puff. All the coffee that Lin Zhe had just drunk sprayed out, splashing onto the white tablecloth, leaving a few stains. What did you say? He suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice rising in shock, attracting the attention of guests at several tables around him. He and Su Ling have nothing to do with each other, and she suddenly said that she was pregnant with his child. This is simply a fantasy. Although Su Ling is breathtakingly beautiful, he can't just be the savior for no reason, right? How? Su Ling bit her lower lip and asked, do you want to deny it? The moment she confirmed her pregnancy, Su Ling's heart sank to the bottom. She thought of countless possibilities, hated Lin Zhe, and even thought about aborting the child and ending it all. But in the end, reason overcame impulse, and she chose to find the child's father. But I didn't expect that the other party's first reaction would be so resistant. No, classmate Su, it's not that I don't admit it, it's that I simply can't admit it. Lin Zhe spread his hands, unable to argue. I haven't even touched your hand, how can you say the child is mine? You. A hint of anger flashed in Su Ling's eyes, and her voice became a little colder. You really don't remember anything about that night? That night? Lin Zhe was even more confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing this, Su Ling could only patiently explain with difficulty. More than a month ago, one night you got drunk and lay unconscious on the side of the road. Have you forgotten? More than a month ago. Lin Zhe slapped the back of his head hard, trying to awaken his dormant memories. Suddenly, his whole body was shocked. Really? A month ago, he got drunk at a high school reunion. After the show, he was walking home alone. He was drunk and felt dizzy. Finally, he collapsed on the side of the road in a daze. He had no recollection of what happened afterwards. At that time, I happened to pass by and saw you fainted on the side of the road. Su Ling's voice became smaller and smaller, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. I didn't know where your home was, so I helped you to the nearest hotel. I wanted you to rest, but... Having said this, she was too embarrassed to speak and stopped, but her unfinished words were obvious. In Lin Zhe's mind, a dusty fragment of memory was suddenly pried open. He vaguely remembered that he felt hot all over, as if there was a fire burning inside him. Then, he seemed to see a vague figure and smell a faint fragrance. Later, he lost control and, like a wild beast, did something irreparable to that figure. When he woke up the next day, he did see a glaring red stain on the bedsheet. But he had an ankle injury at the time, so he naturally thought that it was his own blood. I just regarded everything that happened the night before as an absurd dream. I didn't expect that it was actually true. After figuring out all the connections, Lin Zhe seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped back into his chair dejectedly. After a long silence, he stood up again, his eyes becoming extremely solemn and guilty. I'm sorry, Su Ling. He bowed deeply. I drank too much that day and completely lost control. I'm really sorry for causing you so much harm. Looking at Lin Zhe's sincere and regretful attitude, Su Ling's tense nerves relaxed a little, and the coldness in her eyes melted a little. Lin Zhe raised his head, his face full of shame and determination. Su Ling, this matter is my fault. It's up to you how you want to deal with it. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you. Su Ling did not answer immediately, but asked in return, then what do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes burning, and spoke slowly. I have two options. First, I will do my best to compensate you. Whether it's mental damages or nutrition expenses, no matter how much you need, I won't give you a penny less. I just hope to make up for the harm I've caused you. Second, he took a deep breath, his tone extremely serious. I'm responsible for you. When the child is born, I swear to you that I will spend my whole life taking care of you and your child and give you a complete family. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze. Su Ling listened quietly, watching the man in front of her go from being panicked at first to being brave and responsible at this moment. The corners of her mouth had been tense for a long time, but she finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 2: Full-time System. Compensation? Su Ling's lips curled up slightly, and her voice was cold. Do you think I'm short of money? Lin Zhe's body stiffened instantly. Yeah, how could he forget? Su Ling is the eldest daughter of the Su family and a true pride of heaven. Money is probably just a number to her. So what do you mean? He asked somewhat bewilderedly. Su Ling lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her fair face, as if she was weighing something. After a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind and let out a breath softly. Do you think you are capable of taking responsibility for me? This question was like a huge rock, weighing heavily on Lin Zhe's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he straightened his back and looked at her intently. It's better to do more than to talk. Su Ling, give me a chance, and I will prove myself with my actions. He paused, then added in a firm tone, let the facts speak for themselves. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Ling's eyes. She thought the other party would hesitate again or make more empty promises. I know I can't make you believe it completely now. Lin Zhe's voice was steady and powerful, but I know exactly what I should do. Although I have nothing now, I firmly believe that with my own hands, I can bring happiness to you and your child. Hearing Lin Zhe's almost declaration-like assurance, Su Ling's heartbeat skipped a beat uncontrollably. A few minutes later, the two walked out of the cafe one after the other and parted ways at the door. Lin Zhe was walking on the way back to the dormitory, his mind still in a mess. The campus belle of Suzhou and Hangzhou University, the eldest daughter of the Su family, not only had a relationship with him, but she even became pregnant with his child. If this gets out, I'm afraid all the boys in the school will treat him as a public enemy and eat him alive, right? Fortunately, Su Ling finally nodded and gave him a chance. But this opportunity is limited. He needs to prove to Su Ling in a short period of time that he is a man worthy of entrusting his life to. Lin Zhe sighed deeply. The road ahead was long and the pressure was like a mountain. Just then, there was a rustling in the bushes beside the road, and several familiar heads popped up. They were none other than his group of gossipy roommates. They rushed forward and surrounded Lin Zhe. Brother Lin. Tell me quickly, what happened just now? Yeah. Did you do something to the school beauty? She came to settle the score with you? Nonsense. I think it's obviously school beauty Su who's attracted to our brother Lin. It's like a domineering female CEO chasing love. You're talking nonsense. Fairy tales are all lies. Hey! Brother Lin, please say something. Stop keeping us in suspense. Facing the barrage of questions, Lin Zhe sighed again, his expression complicated. It's a long story. Then let me make it short. Lin Zhe took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his strength, and uttered a few earth-shattering words. Su Ling and I are together. The scene fell into dead silence in an instant. A few seconds later, as if a switch had been pressed, several people's eyes suddenly widened, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. What did you say? You and Su Ling are together. Really? Brother Lin, you didn't drink today, right? Are you lying to us? Oh my god. When did this happen? You hid it too well. In the eyes of his roommates, Lin Zhe is indeed impeccable. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He had outstanding academic performance and outstanding appearance. He had been the object of admiration of countless girls since he entered school. But he is devoted to study and never falls in love. But Su Ling is different. She is the alpine snow lotus that can only be admired from afar, cold, noble, and detached from the mundane world. There has never been any intersection between the two, one in heaven and the other on earth. This sudden news is really hard to believe. Come on, come on. We have to have a drink. If I don't explain clearly how you won over school beauty Su, you can't leave. Wang Yang excitedly hugged Lin Zhe's neck. Lin Zhe waved his hands and broke free. Next time. After what happened, how could he still be in the mood to drink? He just wanted to sort out his thoughts and think about how to take each step next. After all, the promise has been made, and if he fails to fulfill it, Lin Zhe cannot afford to lose face. A dilapidated old community with vines of time climbing up the walls. Mom, I'm back. Lin Zhe knocked on the mottled wooden door. Soon, there was a gentle and slow sound of footsteps in the house, accompanied by a low and kind voice. It's Xiaoze who's back. Wait, let me open the door for you. Eeyore. The door was slowly pushed open. A middle-aged woman in her 50s appeared at the door. Her name is Bai Huifeng. She has a kind smile on her face and a few strands of silver hair sway in the wind on her forehead. Looking at his mother groping, Lin Zhe felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. His family conditions are very poor. His father was imprisoned due to a construction site accident, and his mother lost her sight in an accident many years ago. It was his mother who raised him bit by bit with great effort, doing some simple manual work. Knowing the difficulties his family faces, Lin Zhe devotes all his energy to his studies. He hopes to use his own abilities to help his mother live a good life as soon as possible. Bai Huifeng reached out and tentatively touched Lin Zhe's cheek, feeling the familiar outline of her son. Xiaoze, how have you been doing at school recently? It's fine, Mom. I'll help you get in and sit down. Lin Zhe carefully supported his mother and walked into the house. His eyes swept over the pile of unfinished handicrafts on the table, and his heart was gripped again. Mom, didn't I tell you not to do these things? I work part-time after school and the money is enough for me. As he spoke, he took out a few brand new banknotes from his pocket and stuffed them into his mother's calloused hands. Bai Huifeng smiled and pushed the money back. Silly child, you will have plenty of money to spend in the future. If I do more, you will have less hard work. She seemed to have remembered something, and her tone became lighter. Oh right. Mom made some dumplings today. Wait, I'll heat them up for you. After saying that, she groped her way towards the kitchen. Mom, just sit down. I'll do it. Lin Zhe quickly stopped his mother and walked quickly into the kitchen. Soon, a bowl of steaming dumplings was served. During the meal, Lin Zhe wanted to say something several times but stopped himself. His lips moved, but he was unable to utter the earth-shattering news of today. After dinner, Lin Zhe cleaned up and returned to his small room. He lay on the bed, took out his mobile phone as usual and opened the Yangshizi novel app. He has been following a novel recently. The protagonist of the book is a time traveler who awakens a powerful full-time system, shines in various fields, and finally reaches the top of the world. When he turned to the latest chapter, Lin Zhe was stunned. At the bottom of the page, the author left a line of handwriting: due to poor performance, this book will be discontinued. A heavy feeling of tiredness came over Lin Zhe, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness gradually sank into dreams. It has been detected that the host is the only reader of this book, with a loyalty of 100%. Special rewards are being drawn. Congratulations on obtaining the full-time system. Binding in progress. Binding successful. When Lin Zhe woke up, it was already early morning the next day. The sunlight shines through the gap in the curtains, casting a warm light on my face. He patted his swollen head, the mechanical voice in his dream was still clear. It seems I'd become obsessed with reading novels. Even my dreams seem so real. He laughed self-deprecatingly, but if I really had that full-time system, wouldn't it be a huge success? Alas, it's a pity that dreams are just dreams after all. Lin Zhe sighed and shook his head. Ding! Full-time system activated, host body scan in progress. The next second, a dark blue virtual light screen unfolded before his eyes, and countless data streams flashed by like waterfalls. In the center of the light curtain is his three-dimensional human body model, and next to it is densely packed scanning information, covering almost all known career fields. Host's current professional skill information. Cleaning, beginner 010. Medical skills, primary 010. Cooking, beginner 010. Martial arts, elementary 010. Lin Zhe's pupils suddenly contracted and he sat up abruptly from the bed. This incredibly clear prompt sound, this light curtain that's within reach. It can't be an illusion. Could it be that everything that happened in my dream yesterday was actually real? Did he really obtain the full-time system that only the protagonist of that novel has? Chapter 3, Career Level Upgrade. This ability is simply amazing. Lin Zhe's heart was beating wildly. He had read that novel. It is with this golden finger that the protagonist has cultivated all kinds of professions in the world to the pinnacle of perfection. He was an expert in medical skills and martial arts, and he stood at the pinnacle of the world. He forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and tentatively said in his mind, "System? Ding. What are the host's instructions?" A cold mechanical sound rang out in my mind, and then the dark blue light curtain appeared again. Please give me a detailed introduction to the full-time system. The text on the screen refreshed rapidly, and clear lines of instructions emerged. Full-time system is committed to making the host a multi-talented person across various fields. Professional mastery level, primary, intermediate, advanced, special, top. Level up. Each level up requires 10 mastery points of the corresponding profession. Mastery points acquisition methods. 1. It increases slightly over time. 2. Actively engaging in career-related practice or learning can significantly accelerate the acquisition of mastery points. Seeing this, Lin Zhe was ecstatic. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as described in the novel. With this plug-in, he seemed to see a smooth road to the top. The haze that had been lingering in my heart was swept away. He was still worried about the opposition from Su Ling's family, and how an ordinary student like him could be worthy of the daughter of a prestigious family like the Su family. After all, there is a saying that goes, others have been in business for 3 generations, why should they lose to you who have studied hard for 10 years? But now, everything is different. With the support of the system, he is full of unprecedented confidence in the future. After breakfast, Lin Zhe did not hesitate. He knew that promises needed to be fulfilled with action. He took out his cell phone, found Su Ling's WeChat whom he added yesterday, edited a message and sent it to her, asking her to meet at noon to discuss his plans. Soon, Su Ling agreed and sent an address. A Western restaurant called The Grand Table. At noon, Lin Zhe found the place according to the address. Just standing at the door, a low-key and luxurious atmosphere hits you. Several luxury cars with sleek lines were parked in front of the door. 2 doormen in neat suits and white gloves were bowing to greet guests with impeccable smiles on their faces. Lin Zhe straightened his collar and walked in. He soon saw Su Ling sitting by the window. The sunlight shone on her through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, giving her a soft golden edge. She held her cheek with her hand and looked out the window leisurely. Her profile was as exquisite as a classical oil painting. Lin Zhe walked over. Su Ling turned around when she heard the sound and saw that he had arrived on time. A faint smile appeared on her face. You are very punctual. Lin Zhe looked at his watch and replied with a calm smile. I'm never late for an agreed time. Good afternoon, sir, madam. May I order now? A well-trained waiter came over and handed over the menu respectfully. Today's signature dish is Australian ribeye steak, served with our chef's special black pepper sauce. In addition, the French red wine stew chicken and Wellington beef are also highly recommended. I recommend you too to try our classic couples set menu, which includes a medium rare ribeye steak and a bottle of 1982 Lafite, as well as seasonal vegetable salads and appetizers. The waiter spoke professionally and fluently, but when his eyes swept over Lin Zhe, a hint of imperceptible contempt flashed across his eyes. Su Ling is dressed in famous brands and has an outstanding temperament. Lin Zhe, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, looked like a student who had strayed into this place. After saying that, he naturally handed the exquisite leather-covered menu to Su Ling. Su Ling didn't take it, but pushed the menu to Lin Zhe with a gentle look. Come on, let's see what you want to eat. Lin Zhe didn't hesitate and nodded generously. Then let's do as you said and have a classic set meal. Okay, please wait. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. After ordering, Lin Zhe decided to get straight to the point. He leaned forward slightly, his tone sincere and serious. Su Ling, I thought about it for a long time last night. Regarding the future, I think the best way is for us to live together. Your situation is special now, and I can only feel at ease if someone takes care of you. Su Ling was shocked when she heard this. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she didn't answer for a moment. From childhood to adulthood, she has never lived with the opposite sex, let alone had a formal relationship. Although the two had developed the closest relationship, the accident was not voluntary. Now asking her to live with Lin Zhe day and night is too big a leap. She thought about it for a long time and was very conflicted. Lin Zhe saw her hesitation and quickly added. Don't get me wrong, I do this purely out of responsibility and concern. During our cohabitation, I promise I will never do anything to make you uncomfortable. If you think it's not suitable, I can rent a house next to your place. This way, if anything happens, I can arrive immediately. Su Ling pondered for a moment, as if thinking of something else, and said softly. Your idea makes sense. However, if we want to live together, we may have to find a new place. Lin Zhe nodded. As long as you agree, leave the house hunting to me and we'll start tomorrow. This was also within his expectations. The eldest daughter of the Su family would never take him back to her home, right? Okay, find a place and send it to me. As for the rent, we'll split it up. Su Ling's tone was very light. Lindsay said in a deep voice, we'll talk about the money later. The most important thing now is your health. You too, your meals. At this time, the waiter pushed the dining cart over and placed the exquisite dishes on the table one by one. The steak on the iron plate was still sizzling, emitting an enticing aroma. Let's eat first. Su Ling said softly. Good. Lindsay was indeed hungry. He cut off a small piece of steak and put it in his mouth. The tender meat and the rich black pepper sauce instantly bloom on the taste buds. Ding! Taste the ribeye steak, gourmet mastery point +1. Lindsay's heart moved. Is it starting now? He continued to eat calmly, and with every bite, the reminder sound in his mind sounded. Ding! Taste 1982 Lafite, gourmet mastery point +1. Ding! Taste the arugula salad, gourmet mastery point +1. Ding! Taste butter toast, gourmet mastery point +1. After a series of beeps, a louder voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The gourmet class has been upgraded to intermediate. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge flooded into Lindsay's mind. From the origin, year, and processing methods of the ingredients, to the control of the heat, the mixing of sauces, and the art of plating. He knew countless exquisite theories about food, as if he already knew them by heart. In contrast, Su Ling opposite her ate elegantly and slowly. She cut the steak in small bites with perfect posture. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, put down her knife and fork, and said softly. Lindsay, do you think the taste of this steak? Something's wrong? There seems to be a slight burning smell? Lindsay heard this. Before the system upgrade, he had no feeling at all. But at this moment, his taste buds had become extremely sensitive. He nodded. In fact, the problem with this dish was not just the cooking temperature. He waved to the waiter not far away. Excuse me, please. The waiter came over when he heard the sound, with a professional smile on his face, but there was still a hint of scrutiny in his eyes as he looked at Lindsay. How can I help you, sir? There's something wrong with the cooking of your steak. Lindsay pointed out calmly. The waiter was slightly stunned, then a hint of disdain appeared on his face. He looked up and down at Lindsay's cheap outfit. He still remained polite. Sir, our steak is cooked by Michelin-starred chef Mr. Jack himself. This is also the signature of our store, so the problem you mentioned should not exist. If you don't mind, could you please specify what the problem is? Chapter 4 Professional Comments. Okay, I have no problem giving you my review, but you have to call your chef over, otherwise you probably won't understand what I'm saying. Lindsay nodded and said without hesitation. The waiter showed a scornful smile. Sir, you're joking. Although I'm not a professional chef, I have worked in our restaurant for many years. There is still some research on the cooking methods and taste of some dishes. In the waiter's opinion, the student in front of him was probably saying this just to show off in front of the elegant beauty opposite him. After all, a top-quality ribeye steak costs thousands of dollars. How could this poor student possibly afford it? If you are not a professional, even if you have eaten it once or twice, it is impossible for you to understand its advantages and disadvantages. Just because of his words, you go find the chef? Are you kidding? Okay, in that case, I'll tell you. Lindsay glanced at him and spoke slowly. First of all, ribeye steak is taken from the ribs of the cow and is highly praised for its rich fat and strong meaty aroma. It is best to take the spinal muscles between the 6th to 12th ribs of the cow, as the meat here is the most tender. The production process uses a cast iron pot or a thick-bottomed frying pan, and frying quickly at high temperature can maximize the flavor of the beef. I tried it, and although the steak process in your restaurant is fine, you probably made too much at one time. This caused the beef to take a few minutes longer to fry, and the beef was not only a little tough but also had a burnt smell. After saying that, Lindsay picked at the remaining steak with his fork. Tell me, since we spent so much money to eat steak here, isn't it a bit disappointing that we can't experience the perfect taste? As soon as the words fell, the waiter's pupils suddenly contracted. Lindsay only said a few short sentences, but the comments he expressed were definitely not something that an ordinary person could say. Not only did he talk about the ingredients and preparation methods, he even pointed out the shortcomings of the steak. Could it be that he met a top food blogger who came to visit the store? Thinking of this, the waiter broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Although he has some research on some dishes, he only knows the basics after all. In this situation, the only option is to call the chef out. He nodded hurriedly to Lindsay. "I'm sorry, sir, I'll go call the chef now." After saying that, the waiter hurried towards the kitchen. Su Ling, who was sitting opposite, was also stunned. Did Lindsay really say that professional comment just now? Although she knew where the problem lay, she only gradually understood it after having eaten it so many times. She had investigated Lindsay's background before and found out that his family was very poor. Normally, I shouldn't be so familiar with this dish. She couldn't help but ask, "Lindsay, you seem to be very knowledgeable about Western food?" Lindsay smiled and said, "It's okay, just some superficial stuff. The knowledge I just learned was thanks to the level increase of gourmet." Moment. The waiter came over with a chef wearing a white chef's hat. "Excuse me, sir." The other party came to Lindsay and nodded friendly. Then he slowly spoke in broken Chinese. "I'm Jack, the restaurant's head chef. I just heard from our waiter that you seem to have some opinions about the dishes I cook." Just now, the chef was cooking in the kitchen. When the waiter told him about the problem with the dishes, he was shocked. You know, in such a high-standard Western restaurant, if the customers have a bad dining experience, his bonus will be greatly reduced. When he was cooking the ribeye steak just now, he did overcook it for a few minutes due to negligence. "I didn't expect that someone would actually taste it." "Yes, I told the waiter about the problem just now." "He should have told you, right?" Lindsay nodded. Chef Jack apologized again. "Yes, he told me. I'm so sorry for disturbing your meal. How about I give you another one?" It's fine to exchange it, but there's more to this dish than just one problem. As soon as Lindsay finished speaking, Jack trembled slightly. "Any other questions about this recipe?" "Sir, are you sure?" "Of course." Lindsay nodded solemnly. Jack's face was filled with astonishment. He had made this dish countless times. Logically, it should only be a problem with the heat. What else could go wrong? Not only Jack, Su Ling also had some doubts in her heart. Apart from feeling that the food was a little burnt, she didn't find any other problems. Jack's attitude instantly became respectful. The young man in front of me is definitely not simple. Maybe he is even an apprentice of a top international chef. Otherwise, it would be impossible to say such words. He has done private research on his dishes and has always wanted to improve the taste of his dishes. But after studying for a long time, I still haven't found a way to improve it. "Sir, could you please give me some comments?" After saying that, Jack seemed to have thought of something and quickly spoke to the two of them. "Of course, I absolutely can't let you help me for free. I'll cover your meal expenses this time. What do you think?" Seeing that the other party had a good attitude, Lindsay spoke calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, you use gas, right?" Jack nodded. "That's right." Lindsay continued to analyze. "Although gas is faster, there is still a residual smell. It is best to use fruit wood. Although it is a bit more troublesome, it will greatly enhance the flavor of the steak. Secondly, it's best to add a little minced garlic and rosemary for flavor. Also, if it's rare, the center is almost raw and full of blood. Medium rare, red in the center, juicy. Medium rare, pink in the center, well-balanced taste. Medium rare, light gray in the center, firm in texture." Did I read it right? It should say medium rare on the set meal? But in fact, the most suitable degree of doneness for ribeye steak is actually 3 or 5, and this can be modified. Lindsay talked about steak like a top food critic. As they talked, they became more and more shocked. The first one to react was Jack. He stretched out his hands and held Lindsay's hands tightly. "Sir, thank you for your professional comments, the problems with the set meal, and the preparation method. I will make improvements according to your suggestions. I wonder if you could add a contact number, sir?" Jack could clearly see that Lindsay was definitely not an ordinary person. Such comments can never be made by anyone other than a top gourmet who has tasted countless Western dishes. In just a few words, he pointed out the improvement points of steak. Such people must be made friends with. Lindsay was stunned for a moment, then thought that there was no harm in it, and then gave Jack his contact information. Jack was very excited. "Please wait a moment, I will go and remake it for you." After saying that, Jack and the waiter retreated respectfully. "Lindsay, how come you are so familiar with Western food? Could it be that you can cook too? Su Ling's eyes widened as she looked at Lindsay in disbelief. I know a little bit. Lindsay nodded. Hearing this, Su Ling's face turned slightly red. If Lindsay can cook, then we won't have to eat out if we live together in the future? Judging from Lindsay's description, he shouldn't be a bad cook, right? She is actually quite picky about food and she herself can't cook. But now that I have a child, it's not appropriate to eat out every day. It seems that Lindsay knows a lot of things. Chapter 5: Making Money. A trace of shyness quietly passed through her mind, and Su Ling unconsciously lowered her eyes slightly. Fortunately, Lindsay on the opposite side did not focus his eyes on him. He looked nonchalant, as if the review that had impressed even the Michelin chef was just a casual chat. How embarrassed would he be if he knew the beautiful thoughts churning in my heart at this moment? The thought of sharing a room and living under the same roof with this man. Su Ling's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Lindsay on the opposite side had the same calm expression as always. However, only he himself knew that he was marveling at the power of the mysterious system in his body. Gourmet. After the level is upgraded, you will learn about the origin and characteristics of the ingredients, cooking temperature and techniques. Even the tiniest flaws in a dish, all the knowledge was engraved in his mind like a brand, and he could easily recall it. To those who don't know him, he looks like a star chef who has been immersed in this field for many years. It can make a proud chef so shocked that he even excitedly shook his hand and asked for his contact information. It can be seen how magical this plugin is. Lindsay, Su Ling's gentle voice came again, interrupting Lindsay's thoughts. She raised her head, a gentle smile naturally curled up at the corner of her lips. I've seen you in the library before. I've seen you too. Lindsay's answer was brisk and affirmative. Su Ling's heart skipped a beat, and her little face instantly flushed again. It turned out that when she was secretly paying attention to him, he had already turned his gaze to her. However, both of them tacitly agreed not to break the window paper. Could it be? Is this what people often call fate? She lowered her head again, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the edge of the napkin. Thinking of the little life quietly growing in her belly, her mood became as complicated as a pot of overturned 5 flavors, indescribable. Different from other people's plans, others always fall in love first and then get married when the relationship is mature. But they completely reversed the order. Sir, madam, this is the steak that Mr. Jack has recooked for you too. Please enjoy it. The waiter's voice was respectful and humble as he carefully placed 2 steaming steaks in front of them. He listened to every word of the conversation between Chef Jack and Lindsay. Anyone who can be so highly praised by the chef must be of extraordinary status. Therefore, his service attitude was also raised to the highest level, and his eyes were full of awe. Lindsay looked at the tempting steak on the plate, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The one in front of me already has the unique burnt aroma and smoky flavor of burning fruitwood, and the previous flaws in the heat have disappeared. He picked up his knife and fork and cut off a small piece gracefully. The cross-section was a perfect pink and cooked to a perfect medium rare. When you put it in your mouth, the meat is tender and juicy, with a balanced taste and rich flavor layers. Su Ling, this steak is well prepared, try it. Lindsay's voice was low. Su Ling nodded slightly, cut off a small piece and put it in her mouth. As she chewed carefully, the gentle look between her eyebrows became more and more obvious. Well, it's really good, even better than what I've had before. She subconsciously looked at Lindsay, secretly exclaiming in her heart. This means that the chef adopted Lindsay's suggestion. I didn't expect Lindsay knew so many things. Not far away, the melodious sound of violin flowed slowly, adding a romantic atmosphere to the lunch. Seeing Su Ling eating with gusto, Lindsay also focused on the delicious food in front of him. Soon, Su Ling put down her knife and fork. Although there were some minor incidents during lunch today, it was very enjoyable. She looked at Lindsay with a smile in her eyes. Lindsay wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his eyes fell on her slightly thin face, and he said softly, almost instinctively, "You should eat more, you're too thin." These words of concern caused ripples in Su Ling's heart again. She explained a little embarrassedly. I've never had a big appetite, but today I've already eaten a lot. Their eyes met, and although they did not mention the child, the tacit understanding and care in each other's eyes said it all. I want to go out for a walk, Su Ling suggested. Good. Lindsay agreed without hesitation. Just as the two stood up and prepared to leave, an urgent voice came from behind them. Mr. Lin, please stay. Lindsay looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chef Jack walking towards him quickly, followed by a middle-aged man in a suit with a calm temperament. "Mr. Lin, this is Manager Joe from our restaurant. He heard about what just happened and is very curious about you," Jack introduced. Manager Joe immediately stepped forward with a humble smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm the manager of this store, my last name is Zhou." However, when he saw Su Ling beside Lin Zhe, he felt as if struck by lightning, and his outstretched hand froze in mid-air. "Isn't that the Su family's daughter, Su Ling?" The Su family is a wealthy and powerful family in the local area, and it is impossible for people of their level to get to know them. He had only seen her once from a distance at a high-end party. Looking at the two of them standing side by side, Manager Zhou instantly understood this Mr. Lin was most likely the boyfriend of the Su family's daughter. Thinking of Lin Zhe's professional and terrifying comments just now, Manager Zhou's awe of Lin Zhe rose several levels. He quickly recovered his composure and shook Lin Zhe's hand enthusiastically. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your valuable suggestions for our restaurant. This is crucial to our future development." As he spoke, he took out an exquisite black membership card from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Zhe's hand without any explanation. "Mr. Lin, you must accept the Supreme Membership Card. From now on, when you and Miss Su visit us, all your purchases will be 50% off. This is our small token of appreciation for you." Lin Zhe was stunned and instinctively wanted to refuse. "Manager Zhou, this is too expensive, there is no need to do this." Yes. Manager Zhou said firmly, "Our restaurant needs professional diners like you to spur us on to improve. It's just a small token of my appreciation, not a token of respect, but just give us a chance." Unable to refuse, Lin Zhe had to accept the membership card. Su Ling on the side watched all this quietly, with a faint smile on her lips. Walking out of the restaurant, the afternoon sun was warm and gentle. Not long after they walked away, Su Ling's cell phone rang. After she answered the phone, she looked at Lin Zhe with a hint of apology. "Lin Zhe, I have something to do at home, so I need to go back first." "Okay, I'll take you there." "No need," Su Ling gently refused. "Go and do your thing, we'll contact each other later." Lin Zhe looked at the time and nodded. "Okay, then I'll go look at the house first and let you know if I have any news." Su Ling responded, turned around and left gracefully. After parting with Su Ling, Lin Zhe walked aimlessly along the street, thinking about finding a house in his mind. However, after walking a few steps, his pace gradually slowed down and finally stopped by the side of the road. An extremely realistic question, like a basin of cold water, instantly woke him up. No money. If I want to live with Su Ling, the house must not be too bad, otherwise it would be unfair to her. But if you want to rent a decent apartment in the city center, the down payment and rent are both considerable expenses. Lin Zhe stood at the intersection, looking at the busy traffic, his eyes gradually becoming firm. "So, before you look at a house, you have to make your first pot of gold. Once this idea takes root, it can no longer be shaken." He took a deep breath and glanced at the shops on the street. When his sight fell on a crowded shop not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. Win the jackpot in Chapter 6. North of the intersection, beneath a flashing neon sign, is a betting shop. The bizarre light, like an invisible hand, attracts every soul that desires to get rich overnight. Lin Zhe touched the few dozen dollars in change in his pocket, but his eyes were extremely determined. He started walking, his pace even faster than usual. "I have a full-time system. These few dozen dollars may be the first lever to pry open the future." When I pushed open the glass door, a mixture of the smell of cigarettes, sweat, and ink hit me in the face. The shop is not big, but it is filled with various lottery posters. The most eye-catching one is. It's the poster in the corner that says scratch-off lottery tickets, getting rich overnight is not a dream. Several young people were gathered around the scratch-off lottery shelf, chattering excitedly. Lin Zhe walked closer and saw that the 5 yuan scratch-off tickets on the shelf were sold out, leaving only the 10 yuan ones. He counted the money in his pocket and found it was neither too much nor too little, just enough for a few games. Having never been involved in this before, Lin Zhe just watched quietly from the side. "Hurry up and scratch. You've been calculating all afternoon, counting on this one to turn things around. Maybe you'll actually win the jackpot, and then we can have some fun tonight." A yellow-haired young man was instigating a companion wearing glasses in the middle. The man with glasses took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision, and carefully scraped off the covering layer with his fingernails. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and several pairs of eyes stared at the silver film, even holding their breath. As the silver plaque fell off, The expression on the man's face was like a roller coaster, from anticipation to ecstasy, and finally to dejection. Fuck. I didn't win again. My luck is so fucking bad today. He crumpled up the lottery ticket in frustration. No, another one. Things will change, the next one will definitely work. That's right, I'll take one too, just to share your bad luck. Don't grab this one, I like it. Instead of dispersing, the crowd became even more excited. A young man in a flowered shirt was even more generous and directly slapped a $100 bill on the counter. Boss, give me 10. If I don't make back my money today, I won't leave. For the next few minutes, the only sounds around the shelves were sighs. The man in the flowered shirt finished shaving the last piece, and the corners of his mouth were so curled up that you could hang an oil bottle. Brother Chang, didn't you win the lottery? Why are you still like this? Someone asked. Brother Chang shook the trophy in his hand and said with a wry smile. What the hell? I put in $100 and only scratched out 5. That's my biggest income today. Seeing this group of people lose hundreds of dollars in just a few minutes, Lindsay understood. This thing is more of a probability trap than a matter of luck. But for him, there is a treasure hidden in this trap. He understood the rules, walked up to the counter and handed over $10. Boss, give me one. After getting it, he scratched it open and found it was blank. It's a loss, young man, this is nothing. Someone nearby kindly reminded me. Before Lindsay could respond, the familiar and pleasant prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Purchase a scratch-off ticket and gain +1 gambling skill mastery point. Lindsay raised the corner of his mouth slightly and handed over another 10 yuan. Another blank. Ding! Purchase a scratch-off ticket and gain +1 gambling skill mastery point. The third one, the fourth one. Lindsay's movements became faster and faster, as if he was not spending money but picking up money. The system prompt sounds connected into a string in his mind. Isn't this kid a fool? You can tell at a glance that you're a student, fresh out of the workforce, and you're being exploited like a leak without even realizing it. Even if you have money, you can't do this. It's so brainless. The crowd's discussions grew louder and louder, filled with undisguised ridicule. The boss behind the cashier counter also walked over slowly, with a professional smile on his face, but he was already very happy in his heart. This kind of young man is a walking ATM. Even the old man who couldn't help but persuade him. Young man, listen to my advice and stop. This thing is just for fun, don't take it seriously. The group of young people laughed so hard that they fell over. Uncle, please stop trying to persuade him. Let him experience the harsh punishment of society. Lindsay turned a deaf ear to it, all his attention was on the skill points in his mind. From beginner to intermediate, there are only 3 points left. He no longer hesitated and took out the only $100 bill in his pocket and slapped it on the table. Boss, 10. The boss's smile instantly became as bright as a flower, and he deftly handed him 10 scratch-off tickets. Amid the crowd's exclamations of crazy and completely addicted, Lindsay scratched off one ticket after another. When the last lottery ticket turned into silver flakes, a loud and solemn reminder sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gambling profession level has been upgraded to intermediate. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into Lindsay's mind. From dice probability, to card counting in poker, to the strategies of baccarat. Countless gambling rules, techniques, and even human weaknesses are as clear as a brand. He glanced at the shelf, his eyes sharp as a torch, and instantly locked onto the 100 yuan scratch-off ticket with the highest denomination at the bottom. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again at the right time. Friendly reminder, the third-to-last ticket on the bottom layer of the scratch-off lottery pile is a sure win. Lindsay's heart moved, and without any hesitation, he leaned over and stretched out his hand, accurately pulling out the scratch-off ticket. Holy crap! Are you serious? You dared to buy one for 100? Are you desperate to make up for your losses with a single all-in bet? It's over, it's over. This student is going to have nothing to eat this month. Faced with the increasingly exaggerated discussions of the crowd and the greed that almost overflowed from the boss's eyes, Lindsay remained calm. He walked to the counter, slowly scraped off the thick covering, and then gently pushed the lottery ticket in front of the boss. Boss, please help me take a look. The boss was still immersed in the joy of being a big customer and took the lottery ticket with a smile. Hey young man, this is the first prize. Winning it would be incredible. Let me help you. His words stopped abruptly, and the smile on his face seemed to be frozen, solidifying instantly. Instead, there was extreme shock and disbelief. Seeing this, a few young people who were watching the fun nearby also came over curiously. When they saw the eye-catching row of numbers and symbols on the lottery ticket, everyone's mouth opened into an O shape and the whole store fell into silence. That was not a consolation prize, nor a small prize, but the grand prize printed in the largest font on the poster. Chapter 7, Bargaining Skills Reach Intermediate Level. 100,000. A cry of surprise cut through the hustle and bustle of the lottery station. The boss's eyes instantly widened to the size of copper bells, and he opened his mouth, but only made two ho-ho sounds. In the end, he swallowed the rest of the words back, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. Several customers who came over to watch the excitement rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Some people's brows were twisted into a knot, and their faces were full of disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of divine luck does he have? 100,000 yuan all at once. I can't earn that much even if I work myself to death in a year. I'm so envious. Oh my god, when will this good thing happen to me? Amidst the uproar and envious gazes of the crowd, Lindsay calmly turned to his boss, who was still in a daze. Boss, how do I claim this prize? The boss woke up as if from a dream, took the scratch-off ticket carefully, and repeatedly checked the numbers and anti-counterfeiting marks on it. Only after confirming everything was correct did he breathe a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with excitement. Do you have a bank card number? I'll transfer the money to you right away. Have. Lindsay reported a string of numbers on the spot. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket dinged, and a text message alert sound came. He looked down and saw the screen clearly showing. Your savings card account ending in XXXX was deposited with 100,000 renminbi at 1528 on XX, and the current balance is 100,356 renminbi and 50 cents. Looking at the reassuring numbers and the account balance, Lindsay's mouth finally curled up in a satisfied arc. In full view of everyone, he turned around and walked towards the row of scratch-off tickets again. However, this time, the familiar system prompt sound in his mind did not sound. What's going on? A hint of doubt flashed through Lindsay's mind. He quickly guessed the reason. Perhaps after the gambling skill reaches an intermediate level, the benefits obtained through the skill will be limited within a certain period of time. This 100,000 yuan is most likely the quota at the current stage. If you want to trigger the system prompt again, you may need to wait for the professional score to increase again or for the time to cool down. However, Lindsay was already satisfied with the extra 100,000 yuan in startup capital. Come on, see which one he chooses. Let's buy one too, maybe we can get some of the good luck. There were excited whispers in my ears again. Lindsay turned around and glanced at everyone indifferently. Before anyone could react, he had already turned around and walked out of the station calmly. With this 100,000 yuan as a cushion, I finally felt more confident when I went to the agency to look at houses. He and Su Ling were both still students, so naturally they had to choose a house in a location that was relatively convenient to both schools. Moreover, Su Ling is pregnant now, and she definitely cannot stay in the noisy city center, as it will affect her rest. But living facilities must be complete and shopping must be convenient so that he can take better care of her. With a clear plan in mind, Lindsay walked straight into an agency called Liujia Real Estate. Hello sir, how can I help you? Are you looking to rent or buy a house? As soon as he entered the door, a young staff member in a suit came up to greet him warmly. As he spoke, he politely extended his hand and motioned for him to sit down in the negotiation area next to him. Lindsay nodded and sat down. The staff immediately poured him a glass of warm water. Sir, my last name is Lee, and I'm the property consultant here. If you have any needs, please feel free to tell me. Okay, Lindsay said straight to the point, I want to rent a house with a good layout, suitable for 2 people to live in. It should be larger, not necessarily in a busy area, but with convenient living facilities. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately started working on the computer to screen the properties. Sir, take a look at this apartment. It has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Both bedrooms are sunny, and the living room is also spacious. It's fully equipped with water, electricity, and heating, so you can move right in. Most importantly, it's affordable, with an annual rent of only 7,000 yuan. Manager Lee pulled up some real photos. Lindsay glanced at them and shook his head. Anything else? It doesn't matter if the rent is a little higher. Manager Lee was stunned for a moment, then put on a more professional smile. Of course, please wait a moment. I'll recommend you a few better ones. Next, he recommended several more properties, with annual rents ranging from 12,000 to 15,000 yuan, varying in geographical location and decoration level. But after watching it, Lindsay always felt that something was missing. Is there anything better? Lindsay put down his water cup and asked calmly, are there any with monthly rents of tens of thousands of yuan? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Manager Lee's face froze instantly, replaced by an unconcealable surprise. What he just recommended was already the highest rent in the store, but he didn't expect the other party was still not satisfied. He looked again at the young man in front of him who looked like an ordinary student, and his heart was filled with shock. He asked for a house with a monthly rent of tens of thousands of yuan. This young man is really a hidden talent. Seeing Lindsay looking at him calmly, Manager Lee did not dare to neglect him and nodded quickly. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. We happen to have a large flat here. The owner is in a hurry to immigrate, so he is urgently renting it out. As he spoke, he quickly retrieved the information, with a hint of boasting in his tone. It's just that, the rent is really not cheap, it costs 60,000 a month. But you see, this space, this light, and this prime location are absolutely impeccable. Lindsay looked at the spacious floor plan and the simple and modern decoration style on the screen, and his eyes finally relaxed a little. The house was indeed nice and met his expectations. It's just the price, so of course we have to talk about it. I'm quite satisfied with this apartment, Lindsay said slowly, but the rent is indeed a bit expensive. Can it be reduced further? Sir, this is the rent for a top-notch apartment. But if you're really sincere, we can ask the owner for a slightly better deal, Manager Lee said tentatively. Lindsay nodded, but suddenly changed the subject. Although the home appliances and decoration of the house are very new, I don't like the style of the curtains and some soft furnishings, and replacing them is also an expense. If this expense is taken into account, can the rent be cheaper? As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp system prompt came from his mind. Ding! Bargaining skill +1. Lindsay's heart moved, but his face remained calm and he continued. I've just checked with several real estate agencies nearby and have a rough idea of the rental range in this area. 58,000 is beyond my budget. Then what is your ideal price, sir? Manager Lee felt something was wrong. The market price of similar large flats in the surrounding area is generally around 30,000 yuan. Lindsay reported a number that left Manager Lee dumbfounded. Your apartment is indeed well maintained and in a good location, but it's definitely not worth 58,000. This. Manager Lee's face suddenly became embarrassed and his heart sank. At the same time, the prompt sound in Lindsay's mind rang like a machine gun. Ding! Detected that the host is bargaining. Ding! Bargaining skill +1. Ding! Bargaining skill +1. As Lindsay continued to communicate with the other party, skill mastery points continuously increased by +1. Soon, the expected prompt finally arrived. Ding! Bargaining skills have been upgraded to intermediate level. It was as if a thick volume of negotiation psychology and insider handbook of real estate agents was instantly implanted in my brain. Various professional bargaining techniques, cost analysis, market loopholes, and psychological weaknesses of owners were all clearly presented in his mind. The subsequent negotiations almost became Lindsay's personal performance. His words were sharp and to the point, and every argument and data he put forward was. They were so accurate that even Manager Lee, an insider, felt terrified. This young man, how could he know so much? Even their agent's commission rate and the owner's reserve price are clear. This doesn't look like a customer at all, more like a colleague who comes to challenge. Before long, under Lindsay's interlocking psychological offensive, Manager Lee's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Sir, 30,000 is really our bottom line. Any lower and we'll lose money. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. Chapter 8, 30,000 Reserve Price. While speaking, the staff kept their eyes on Lindsay cautiously, fearing that something might happen to this seemingly easygoing young customer. Lindsay understood in his heart. The system prompt had already told him that this price was the bottom price and there was no room for negotiation. Okay, 30,000 is 30,000. When can we see the house? Hearing that Lindsay no longer insisted, the staff breathed a sigh of relief, their faces instantly filled with professional smiles. If Mr. Lin is free now, we can go there right away. Okay, now. Lindsay had nothing to do in the afternoon and wanted to finalize the matter as soon as possible. A moment later, the two arrived at Qinghe Garden. This is a large flat located on the second floor. The entire floor has its own entrance and is extremely private. On the way here, Lindsay had already taken in the surrounding environment. The shopping malls and supermarkets were fully equipped, and the green plant coverage rate was extremely high, estimated to be more than 60%. It is a place where people can completely relax in a quiet yet prosperous environment. He could even imagine that if Su Ling lived here, all her fatigue would be swept away. "Mr. Lin, you've really gotten a great deal by renting this house." The staff led the way and introduced enthusiastically. The residents of Qingyuan are all either wealthy or noble, and the security system is top-notch in the city. "Look at this house, it's brand new inside and out. The landlord just finished renovating it, and it has all the furniture and appliances you need. I never lived there once, and only reluctantly sublet it because of a family emergency." Lindsay looked around and felt very satisfied. The living room is spacious and airy, and the layout of the dining room and bedroom is just right, creating a comfortable and high-end living atmosphere. From the quality of the furniture to the style of the decoration, it all reflects the taste and care of the original owner and is almost impeccable. Especially the huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, which takes in the lush greenery and the light and shadows of the sky outside. Standing here, it seems as if the whole world has become the backdrop of your home. He took out his cell phone, took photos and videos of every corner of the house, and sent them to Su Ling. "Su Ling, what do you think of the house I just saw?" After sending the message, Lindsay walked to the balcony. The balcony is very spacious, enough for him to place a few pots of his favorite green plants and a comfortable rocking chair. He had even begun to imagine sitting here in the evening, watching the sunset melt into gold, and the evening breeze caressing his face. The WeChat notification sound rang at the right time, and Su Ling's reply arrived. "The house looks nice, but the rent for such a large flat should be very expensive, right?" Lindsay raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his fingertips tapped quickly on the screen. "You just need to tell me whether you like it or not. Don't worry about the money." He stared at the screen intently, as if he could see Su Ling's clear eyes through the screen. Soon, the phone vibrated, and the simple word "like" made Lindsay feel warm in his heart. He turned around and met the staff's inquiring gaze. "Mr. Lin, this house." "Okay, let's sign the contract now." Lindsay's answer was firm and decisive. Upon hearing this, the staff was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Okay. Mr. Lin is such a straightforward person. Let me tell you, we offer a 1-year deposit and 2-year rent payment. Sign the contract today and you can get the keys and move in tomorrow." "Can." Lindsay nodded in agreement. The deposit was 1 and the payment was 2, which was 90,000. The 100,000 he had just deposited into his card, plus his previous savings, was more than enough. Seeing Lindsay was so straightforward, the staff did not dare to neglect him and immediately led him to the sofa. He took out the contract from the folder, carefully filled in the amount, and handed it to Lindsay respectfully. Lindsay took the contract and his eyes fell on the densely packed clauses. At this moment, the system prompt sound in my mind rang again. This time, all the professional knowledge about house rental contracts emerged. From rent increase mechanism, deposit deduction and penalty clauses, to division of maintenance responsibility, breach of contract and dispute resolution. From the handover standards when the lease is terminated, countless laws and regulations and industry unwritten rules are clearly listed in his mind. It was as if a senior lawyer was explaining each point to him. It only took him a dozen seconds to scan the entire contract and he had already made up his mind. Here, Lindsay pointed to a clause in the contract, his voice calm but with an unquestionable aura. "The division of responsibilities regarding safety and insurance is too vague. The ownership of fire protection obligations and risk warnings for the use of public areas should be added as supplementary clauses." The staff member was stunned and the smile on his face froze. He has been in the industry for many years and has never seen a client point out the loopholes in the contract so accurately, and the proposed revision suggestions were so professional that they shocked him. He nodded subconsciously, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lindsay had changed from customer to expert. "Mr. Lin, you are absolutely right. After the new regulations are introduced, these details do need to be clarified. With this addition, the contract is perfect." He hurriedly took out a pen and made changes on the spot according to Lindsay's suggestions. The subsequent process went exceptionally smoothly. After signing, Lindsay transferred the rent to the designated account. The heavy keys and access card were in hand, meaning that from tomorrow on, this would be his and Su Ling's new home. The staff's hearts finally settled down, but at the same time, they were filled with shock. For him, today's order is more of a profound teaching than a performance. Mr. Lin's professional terms and deep understanding of the contract terms. It made even him, a self-proclaimed experienced gold medal salesperson, feel ashamed. The two parted ways at the crossroads. The staff member returned to the agency store with the contract. As soon as he entered the door, the store manager came to greet him with a smile on his face. "Xiaoli, how's it going? I heard you got a big order today, a large flat in Qingyuan?" Xiaoli nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and handed over the contract. "Not bad, Xiaoli. You're worthy of being our shop's ace. We saw the house and signed the contract the same day. What an efficient person." The store manager praised it highly, which attracted envious glances from several colleagues nearby. They were all thinking that the commission from this order might be higher than their basic monthly salary. The store manager was delighted and took a step closer, lowering his voice and asking, "Are you overjoyed? Tell me quickly, how much did you finally negotiate for that large flat?" Xiaoli raised his head, his expression somewhat complicated. "Manager, a month. 30,000. What?" The store manager's voice suddenly rose, his eyes filled with disbelief. He blinked hard, as if he had heard wrongly. "You rented out that newly renovated, single-family apartment in Qingyuan for 30,000 yuan a month? The landlord said 30,000 is the lowest price he can afford. Didn't he say the person looking at the house was a young man?" The store manager didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was self-evident. Young people are easy to fool and have huge profit margins. Xiaoli smiled bitterly and understood the store manager's implication. "Manager, don't treat me like a young man. Mr. Lin knows the ins and outs of this business better than we do. From prices to contract terms, nothing is left out. It doesn't give us any room to raise the price." Upon hearing this, the store manager stood there in a daze, looking at the contract without saying a word for a long time. Chapter 9 Medical skills are upgraded to intermediate level. Looking at Xiaoli's face, which was a mixture of shock and fear, the store manager was also stunned. "I didn't expect that young man to be so secretive." Xiaoli nodded vigorously, echoing with lingering fear. "Manager, you didn't see the scene with your own eyes. I was the sales champion, but in front of him, I felt like a newcomer in the industry and was scared. He was spewing so many professional terms that I couldn't even raise the price. I even suspected for a moment that this was someone sent by a colleague to cause trouble. Fortunately, he signed the contract in the end, so I gave up the idea." After listening to Xiaoli's description, the store manager's eyes showed even more shock. The other side. Lin Zhe left Qingyuan. On the way home, a thought became clearer in his mind. Since we can move in tomorrow, why not move in tomorrow? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Ling. "I'm planning to move there tomorrow. Do you think you'll be free?" He came straight to the point. Soon, Su Ling's reply popped up. "Tomorrow? Then I'll find someone to help me. Just send me the address." After receiving the message, Lin Zhe immediately sent the address of Qingyuan and then put the phone back into his pocket. Recalling the scenes at the sales office just now, Lin Zhe still couldn't hide his excitement. After this practice, he truly felt that this full-time system was far more powerful than he had imagined. In a short period of time, even the most difficult housing problems were solved. At this moment, a bolder and more passionate idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Since it's an all-powerful system, can my mother's illness also be cured through the system? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Zhe's steps suddenly stopped. My heart started beating uncontrollably and even my breathing became rapid and erratic. He immediately changed direction and strode towards the city library. The library in the afternoon is so quiet that it seems isolated from the world. Compared with the hustle and bustle of the morning, there are very few readers at this moment. Lin Zhe walked straight to a public computer, the screen lit up, and he skillfully searched for medical-related books. The school's library has a vast collection of academic and popular reading materials, and its equipment is extremely advanced. Lin Zhe locked his eyes and quickly selected 5 thick medical monographs based on the symptoms of his mother's blindness. He found a seat by the window and sat down. The sunlight shone through the glass onto the pages of the book, and he immediately buried himself in it. Several students who were reviewing their lessons nearby were all stunned when they saw the 5 books in front of him that were as heavy as bricks. Although they didn't say anything, the doubt in their eyes almost overflowed. 5 books? They're so thick, can he finish them? Let alone 5 books, it would take 10 days or half a month to finish just one, right? Some people speculated that he was pretending, but a glimpse of his concentrated and seemingly isolated state revealed. That bit of speculation instantly turned into a feeling of inferiority, and they all quietly lowered their heads and continued their studies. Lindsay immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, reading rapidly while building a system in his mind. However, this concentration is often interrupted by the crisp reminder sound in my mind. Ding! Study Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine and comprehend Medical Clearness Medical Skill Mastery Point +1. Ding! Studying Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases, Medical Skill Mastery Point +1. Ding! Learn Acupuncture and Master 1 Needle Therapy Medical Skill Mastery Point +1. Every time the prompt sounded, Lindsay's belief became stronger. Since his medical skills can be continuously improved like this, he must upgrade them to the intermediate level as quickly as possible. Next, he specialized in acupuncture. From the Lingshu Jing to the Acupuncture and Moxibustion Great Compendium, and then to the basic skills of acupuncture and Moxibustion. He flipped through the pages one by one, and finally even included profound classics like Huang Di Neijing in his study scope. The mastery points continued to increase, and Lindsay didn't even have time to look at the specific numbers. He just felt that he was only one step away from the intermediate level. Finally, the prompt tone in his mind became loud and solemn, and Lindsay was refreshed. He knew that this moment had finally come. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to the intermediate level. Lindsay slowly closed the book and closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the system's reward information emerged in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading, and you will be rewarded with a Tai Divine Needle. Immediately, a detailed description of the Tai Divine Needle appeared on the system panel. It is noted that as the level of medical skills improves, the effectiveness of the magic needle will be gradually magnified. The Tai Divine Needle is certainly exciting, but what Lindsay is looking forward to more at this moment is the vast medical knowledge that will flood into his mind after the system upgrade. He seemed to be able to feel that the wisdom of countless predecessors was turning into a trickle and flowing into the sea of his consciousness. A few minutes later, when the flood of information subsided, Lindsay's lips curled up into a confident smile. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to consolidate some of his knowledge of acupuncture. Holding the magic needle in hand, the more theoretical reserves you have, the greater your chances of winning. But he soon discovered that the difficulty of learning seemed to be increasing exponentially. The system prompt sound will still sound, and the mastery points will also increase, but the speed is far from that of the beginner. It seems that there is a small threshold from beginner to intermediate level. It will probably take more time to go from intermediate to advanced. However, Lindsay was not discouraged by this. At this moment, he already had a lot of knowledge about medicine in his mind. According to conservative estimates, his current knowledge reserves are not inferior to those of the top professors in the country. In order to verify his idea, Lindsay immediately found a set of authoritative practicing physician simulation test questions on the internet. Feeling alone is not enough, it must be tested in practice. His eyes fell on the first question: what is the main purpose of organizing a set of quantitative data into a frequency table? Looking at the 5 options, Lindsay almost instinctively chose E, describe the distribution characteristics of the data. After filling in the options, the green word correct immediately flashed on the screen. A trace of astonishment flashed across Lindsay's face, and then was replaced by ecstasy. Even he himself found the speed and accuracy of his problem solving incredible. The following questions are all like this without exception. A few minutes later, the test was complete. The results were just as he expected. His medical skills had firmly reached the professor level. Lindsay took a deep breath, put his phone away, stood up and returned the heavy medical books to their original places. Now that I have fully absorbed all the knowledge, it's time to go home. It's time to give it a try. Since the accident that year, my mother has been blind. For so many years, she never said anything, but Lindsay knew better than anyone else. Mother longs more than anyone else to see the world and the light again. Go home. Chapter 10, Medical Skills. The journey home was not long, but Lindsay's thoughts had already drifted far away. It was not until the familiar door of his home appeared before his eyes that he forced his chaotic thoughts to be brought back. This time, he did not knock on the door as usual, but skillfully took out the key and gently turned it. The door hinge made a slight creaking sound, which was particularly clear in the silent room. Hearing the noise, Bai Huifang, who was fumbling to pack her things, turned around subconsciously. Despite the endless darkness before her eyes, she still turned her head precisely towards the source of the sound. "Who is it?" There was a subtle hint of vigilance in her voice. "Mom, it's me, I'm back." Lin Zhe's voice was gentle but powerful. "Ozawa? Is that you?" Bai Huifang's voice was immediately filled with tension and concern. "Why are you back again? Did something happen?" Before she finished speaking, she stood up in a panic, her hands reaching around in the air helplessly. Lin Zhe walked forward quickly and saw the scattered bottles and jars at his mother's feet. His heart tightened, and an indescribable pity flashed in his eyes. "This has been my mother's life over the years." A man groped in the dark for years. "Mom, why are you cleaning all this again? Didn't I tell you to get more rest?" He walked forward and gently held his mother's arm. Bai Huifang heard the distress in her son's tone, and a slightly apologetic smile appeared on her face, and she comforted him in return. "Silly child, I'm fine. I may not be able to see, but I have a map of everything in this house engraved in my mind. I know exactly where everything is. I'll be careful." As she spoke, her hand slowly moved up Lin Zhe's arm, and finally patted him lightly on the shoulder. Lin Zhe helped his mother sit down on the sofa. "Mom, take a break first." "Okay, let's take a break then." Bai Huifang nodded obediently with a kind smile on her face, as if as long as her son was by her side, even the darkest world would be filled with light. Lin Zhe took a deep breath, as if he had to use up all his strength, before he mustered up the courage to speak. "Mom, I want to check your eyes." "Look at the eyes?" Bai Huifang was stunned at first, then laughed. "Xiao Zhe, why did you suddenly think of this? You're not a doctor, how can you interpret this?" Without waiting for Lin Zhe to answer, she shook her head again, with a hint of resignation in her voice. "My mother's eyes are like this, they can't be healed. The doctor told us clearly at the beginning that if it can't be cured, we shouldn't waste our time on it." Lin Zhe held his mother's rough hand tightly, and said in a more serious tone than ever before. "Mom, I learned a lot of medical knowledge in school and also studied acupuncture. Just let me take a look, and maybe I can figure something out." Bai Huifang smiled and shook her head, full of love, but also full of helplessness. "Mom knows you're worried about me, but the experts at those big hospitals are helpless. What can you, a student, do? You won't know if it works until you try it." There was an unquestionable light in Lin Zhe's eyes. Seeing her son so persistent, Bai Huifang finally softened her heart and couldn't bear to let him down. She was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. With his mother's permission, Lin Zhe immediately stood up. He remembered clearly that since his mother became blind, the location of everything in the house had become fixed coordinates. Every time he used something at home, he would meticulously put it back to its original place so that his mother could easily take it. He opened a drawer and found a small flashlight. He turned on the flashlight and shone a soft beam of light precisely into his mother's pupils. This is the most basic eye examination, used to determine the pupil's light reflex and to rule out lesions of the cornea and optic nerve. At this moment, the vast medical knowledge in his mind surged like a tide, guiding his every subtle observation. Bai Huifang on the sofa was also very cooperative. She sat quietly, motionless, and trusted her son wholeheartedly. Lin Zhe originally thought that this required relying on his own knowledge to make judgments. However, almost at the same time as he checked, a clear prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Medical skill analysis complete. The patient is blind. Cause: congestion at the base of the skull compressing the optic nerve. Lin Zhe was shocked and carefully thought about the conclusion given by the system. It turned out to be blood stasis, which was pressing on the nerves. He immediately understood why the doctor did not recommend surgery. That location is too dangerous, adjacent to countless important nerves and blood vessels. Any carelessness can lead to irreversible consequences. He slowly retrieved the flashlight and put it back where it belonged. Hearing the voice, Bai Huifang's smile returned to her face, still looking as if she was comforting her son. "Xiao Zhe, have you finished reading?" "Mom's eyes are really fine, don't worry. After so many years, Mom has long been accustomed to it. It is better for you to take care of yourself." "Mom," Lin Zhe interrupted her with a deep and powerful voice. "The doctor said surgery is not possible, that's right. But I just checked and found that we can try acupuncture." "Acupuncture?" Bai Huifang's face was full of confusion. Yes, Lindsay's tone was full of hope. Acupuncture, by stimulating specific acupuncture points, slowly dissolves and absorbs the blood stasis that compresses the nerves. As long as the blood clots dissipate, your eyes will be able to see again. The moment the words fell, Bai Huifang was struck by lightning and froze in place, even the smile on her face froze. Surgery is not recommended. There is no possibility of cure. Don't waste your money. The doctor's cold and decisive words back then still pierce her heart like a needle. She once thought that her life was destined to be spent in darkness, and because of this. That's why she worked so hard on those manual work, because she felt it was worth it even if it could only reduce her son's burden a little bit. And now, her son told her that there was hope for her eyes? Bai Huifang's heart trembled violently. The huge excitement and deeper disbelief intertwined together made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Ozawa, what you said, is it true? Her voice was trembling and cautious. Mom, I believe in my judgment. Lindsay answered firmly. Let's try acupuncture first. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we won't give up. As he spoke, his mind moved, and a silver needle quietly appeared in his hand. At the same time, Bai Huifang slowly closed her eyes, prepared herself, and completely gave herself to her son. The moment his fingertips touched the tiny divine needle, the system's prompt sound rang again in Lindsay's mind, clearly guiding the acupuncture points. Lindsay concentrated his mind and calmed down. The names of the acupuncture points flashed through his mind. Yanggu, Tokieoyan, Taiyang, Sanjian. Yanglao, Sejukong, Tianju, Jingming, Shuuli. He muttered to himself, and his hands moved with the wind. At first, his technique was a little awkward, but after a few stitches, it seemed as if there was a resonance between the needles in his hand and the needles. The speed is getting faster and faster, the technique is becoming more and more skillful, flowing smoothly without a trace of hesitation. After completing a set of acupuncture techniques, Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief, put away the silver needles, and looked at his mother nervously. Bai Huifang slowly opened her eyes. Her face was confused at first, and then a look of incredible joy spread across her face like ripples. Xiaozhe, you know what, after acupuncture, my eyes seem to feel much better. It's like there's a warm current flowing through them. Mom, how do you feel exactly? Tell me quickly. Lindsay asked anxiously. Bai Huifang closed her eyes and took it all in, her voice choked with emotion. Before, my eye sockets were always swollen and painful, and my whole head was buzzing. But now, it seems like that thick layer of haze has been lifted a little, my head doesn't hurt as much anymore, and I feel a lot lighter. Chapter 11 by Virtual Currency. Hearing his mother say this, Lindsay felt an indescribable ecstasy in his heart. It works. It really works. The mother's feedback is undoubtedly the most direct affirmation of the systematic treatment plan. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to learn, his medical skills would improve day by day, and it would be possible for his mother to see the light again. Xiaozhe, when did you learn acupuncture? How come Mom never knew about it? Bai Huifang's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Lindsay smiled, having already thought of his words. Mom, I taught myself. I attended a few open classes before and found them quite interesting. Later, I often spent time in the library reading medical materials, and before I knew it, I had learned a little bit about it. Since you feel your eyes feel better after acupuncture, let's stick with it. Mom believes that with time, it will be cured. Lindsay's tone was full of confidence. Hearing her son say this, Bai Huifang felt a surge of warmth in her heart and nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Okay, Mom will listen to you. Our Xiaoza has really grown up and can cure Mom's illness. When she praised her son, the wrinkles on her face smoothed out and she couldn't stop smiling. Lindsay also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He got up and neatly finished the housework that his mother had not finished before returning to his room. Lying on the bed, Lindsay's mind couldn't calm down. This full-time system is simply too amazing. With it, the fate of yourself and your family will be completely rewritten. However, the biggest bottleneck at the moment is still money. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without sufficient startup capital, even if you have extraordinary abilities, it will be in vain. He turned over, his mind racing. Is there any legal way to make money faster? After thinking for a moment, Lindsay sat up again, turned on the computer and started searching on the internet. Soon, after browsing countless web pages, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Stock speculation. Right. If the approach is correct, the stock market is undoubtedly the best way to achieve explosive capital growth in the short term. Among conventional investment channels, it seems that only the stock market has this possibility. With the goal set, Lindsay began to seriously research relevant knowledge about stock trading. He wanted to do some basic homework first, but before the web page was fully opened, the familiar voice in his mind sounded again. Ding! Study the stock trading rules and survival manual and gain +1 investment mastery point. Lindsay was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. I didn't expect that I could gain proficiency points just by browsing related knowledge. This is a learning method tailor-made for him. For a moment, Lindsay's excitement was ignited again. He quickly browsed through the trading rules, but did not rush for success. Instead, he fell into deeper thinking. At present, investing in the domestic share market is the most convenient, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The 10% daily price limit is like an invisible shackle that locks up the explosive power of funds. This limit is too slow. He then turned his attention to the broader overseas market. But he quickly shook his head. Even though some overseas markets have fewer restrictions, a 20% daily increase in stock prices is already the limit. With an investment of 10,000 yuan, he only earns 2,000 yuan a day, which is still a drop in the bucket for his current needs. We must find a more efficient and faster channel. Lindsay muttered to himself, his eyes as sharp as torches, staring intently at the massive amount of information on the screen. After a thorough search, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new world in the darkness. Got it! The words on the screen brought a determined smile to the corners of his mouth. Virtual currency market. Just like Bitcoin. There is no limit on the price fluctuation for this thing. Theoretically, it is possible to increase dozens of times in a day. In order to verify his understanding, Lindsay began to frantically read all the information about Bitcoin. The principle of Bitcoin mining is essentially a global, ultra-difficult computing power competition. The core mission is to process transactions and ensure security. A mining pool, to put it bluntly, is a group buying lottery tickets and sharing the profits. As his eyes quickly swept across the screen, the prompt sounds in his mind became more frequent. Ding! Investment mastery point +1. Ding! Investment mastery point +1. At this moment, Lindsay is not in a hurry to upgrade his skills from elementary to intermediate level. Instead, he uses this precious time to deeply study the operating logic of virtual currency. Transactions require an offshore account. This was not a difficult task for Lindsay. He opened Taobao and after some practiced operations, he bought a verified, ready-made account. After changing his password and completing the relevant authentication, he decisively transferred his only remaining 10,000 yuan into the account. Everything is ready. Lindsay began to browse various well-known virtual currencies on the market. Every time he gained a deeper understanding of a currency, his investment points continued to grow, and the system's prompts continued to sound like mushrooms after rain. Suddenly, the tone of the prompt sound changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your investment skill has been promoted from beginner to intermediate. The moment his skills were upgraded, Lindsay felt a large amount of investment knowledge and methods flooding into his mind. When he once again turned his attention to those complex currencies, his systematic analysis became precise and sharp. Warning: the Ethereum that the host is currently browsing is in a downward channel, please invest with caution. Tip: Ripple is on an upward trend, so pay attention. Lindsay soon discovered that the system's prompts for different states even had completely different tones. He is like a pilot equipped with the most advanced radar, accurately capturing every signal in the unpredictable financial storm. Finally, his eyes locked on an interface. The virtual currency on the interface is called Dogecoin. The moment his gaze lingered, an unprecedentedly clear and urgent prompt sound from the system came into his mind. Highly recommended. Due to significant purchases by Elon Musk, CEO of a renowned international new energy company, and continued media hype, this coin is highly likely to rise tomorrow. Probability of rising, 98%. Expected increase, 300%. Recommendation: buy it. Hearing this almost mythical data, Lindsay's breathing stopped instantly and his heart beat wildly. To confirm that he was not hallucinating, he slowly closed his eyes, and a faint blue virtual light screen clearly appeared in the depths of his consciousness. The text above is exactly the same as the prompt I just heard. 3 times? 3 times in one day? That's too much. Lindsay muttered to himself, but his eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. He immediately picked up a pen and started calculating quickly on the draft paper. The original capital is 10,000, and the increase is 300%. The profit is 10,000 times 3 equals 30,000. In one day, the funds in the account will become 40,000. Looking at the number on the paper that was within reach, Lindsay took a breath and tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, but his eyes became extremely firm. He acted without hesitation and used all the 10,000 yuan in his account to buy a virtual currency called Dog. After completing the operation, Lindsay closed the computer and threw his phone aside. Lying back on the bed, he couldn't calm down for a long time. At this rate of making money, I might really be close to financial freedom. New energy is the current trend, with the support of world-class giants like Musk. Coupled with the media's hype, this wave of popularity will definitely not subside in a short time. Chapter 12: Moving out of the dormitory. With this incredible system, you can quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. The bright moonlight poured into the room like mercury, outlining the hazy contours of the furniture. In this silence, Lindsay's thoughts surged like the tide, completely occupied by the digital world of virtual currency that is full of infinite possibilities. He repeated this systematic analysis in his mind over and over again. Unconsciously, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sky was just getting light. Lindsay woke up almost instantly, without any sign of sleepiness. He didn't even have time to wash up before he grabbed his phone and opened his trading account with trembling fingers. When the eye-catching balance of 41,000.00 on the screen came into view, Lindsay couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It worked! The market really went up like crazy last night. He whispered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This discovery instantly made him energized, and he scanned the jumping K-line charts with his sharp eyes. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sound in my mind rang again. Analysis complete. The most popular currency in the current market is still Dogcoin. Friendly reminder, this currency has attracted a large amount of foreign hot money, and its speculative value is extremely valued. Prediction: starting today, this currency will become the core of market speculation. Comprehensive analysis: tomorrow, its price will increase tenfold. Highly recommended, buy it. 10 times. When Lindsay saw this line of words, his heart skipped a beat. He stood up suddenly from his chair. Marvelous! If the system's prediction comes true, without using the existing capital in the account, you can make a net profit of hundreds of thousands in just one night. With the systematic and precise analysis, the huge rock hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Lindsay took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at the time and it was almost time. It's time to make breakfast. He took a few minutes to calm down, then walked out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. Wash the rice, put it in the pot, and simmer a pot of millet porridge over low heat. While waiting for the porridge to cook, he neatly cut a few refreshing side dishes. Soon, a simple and warm breakfast was ready. Listening to the symphony of pots and pans coming from the kitchen, Bai Huifang always had a satisfied smile on her face. Although she couldn't see, she could hear very clearly. Mom, breakfast is ready, come and eat. Lindsay brought the porridge, steamed buns and side dishes to the table one by one, his voice filled with the vitality of the early morning. Good. Just as Bai Huifang was about to stand up, a familiar sound of footsteps came to her side, and Lindsay held her arm steadily. Once she was settled, a warm, peeled boiled egg was gently placed in her hand. Mom, have an egg. I made your favorite millet porridge and your favorite side dish. Bai Huifang held the egg, feeling the warmth, and felt a surge of emotion in her heart. Xiao Zhe, you've worked so hard. These things should have been done by Mom. Mom, please don't say that, Lindsay interrupted her with a smile. Now that you are a key protected person, leave these tasks to me. When your eyesight heals one day, it won't be too late to take back control of the kitchen. Listening to her son's half-joking words, Bai Huifang's eyes became hot and she nodded heavily, with a choke in her throat. The mother and son enjoyed their breakfast comfortably in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. After dinner, Lindsay prepared to return to school. He carefully instructed. Mom, I'm going back to school. Don't do those unfinished work you did. I'll find a part-time job at school and figure out how to make money. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me. When school is no longer busy, I will come back to see you right away. Listening to her son's thoughtful arrangements, Bai Huifang nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Okay, Mom will listen to you. Now that our Xiaoza has grown up, Mom can finally rest assured. Then Mom, I'm leaving. You must take good care of yourself. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he turned and left. Bai Huifang did not close the door immediately, but stood quietly at the door, listening to her son's footsteps gradually fading away in the corridor. Not until it completely disappeared did that relieved and proud smile appear on her face again. She closed the door gently and leaned against it. "Dad, did you see that? Our Xiaoza has really made it. I can rest assured that you're in prison." While muttering to herself, she sniffed hard and suppressed the moisture in the corners of her eyes. On the other side, the campus dormitory. Lin Zhe pushed open the dormitory door and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The dormitory was empty except for my roommate Zhang Yu, who was wearing headphones and concentrating on playing games on the computer screen. The beds of the other two were made cleanly and no one was seen. "Hey, Brother Lin?" Zhang Yu heard the noise, glanced back hurriedly, and then threw himself into the game again. "They went out to play and haven't come back yet. Why are you back so early? The sun is rising from the west." Usually, Lin Zhe would come back just as the bell rang for evening self-study. It was unusual for him to come back so early in the morning today. Lin Zhe walked to his bed, started to pack his things, and replied calmly. "Come back and pack your things. Zhang Yu, when they come back, tell them that I'm moving out today. The school has already completed the paperwork." "What?" Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, his fingers stiffened, and the phone fell on the bed with a bang. He blinked hard, as if he hadn't heard clearly. "Brother Lin, what did you just say? Moving out? Today? Has the school agreed to it?" His words were filled with disbelief. He jumped off the bed and rushed to Lin Zhe, looking him up and down as if he were a stranger. "No, Brother Lin, are you kidding me? Is this true or not?" Lin Zhe nodded, stuffing the books into the suitcase. "Really, otherwise why would I pack my things?" Wait. Zhang Yu grabbed Lin Zhe's arm to stop him from continuing, and moved closer with an ambiguous expression of "I understand" on his face. "Brother Lin, don't leave so quickly. You have to tell me what happened. Is it related to our school beauty Su Ling?" Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't say anything, he immediately turned on the chatterbox mode. "Last time Jiang Su and Wan Yang came back, they said mysteriously that you were together with Su Ling. At the time, I thought they were talking nonsense. But then I thought again, it seemed possible. Think about it, you're the school hunk, she's the school belle, the two of you standing together, isn't that a match made in heaven?" He talked a lot, and finally widened his eyes and stared at Lin Zhe, as if he wanted to see the answer from his face. Lin Zhe was amused by his appearance and could only nod and admit, "It's true." "Oh my god." When Zhang Yu heard this, he jumped up suddenly, his voice changing tone. "No way? Is this true?" Chapter 13, Cleaning the Room. After the exclamation, Zhang Yu's head shook like a rattle, and his mouth opened exaggeratedly into an O shape. "No, Brother Lin, I'm not saying you two are not a good match. You're suddenly moving out. Could it be that you're moving in with the school beauty?" His eyes rolled around, flashing with gossip and disbelief. Lin Zhe instantly remembered Wang Yang's classic complaint and couldn't help but smile. "If your eye sockets weren't blocking it, your eyeballs would probably pop out." Lin Zhe's smile made Zhang Yu even more anxious, and he felt like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting restlessly. "Brother Lin, please give me a definite answer." "It's true." These three short words, like a depth charge, exploded in Zhang Yu's mind. He froze again, the expression on his face even more exciting than before. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and after a while he muttered to himself, "You said it so lightly." Before he could finish his words, there was a sound of grinding teeth. Lin Zhe turned around and saw Zhang Yu with an expression that said I've suffered 1,000,000,000 points of damage on his face, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. "What's wrong with you? Are you possessed?" Zhang Yu panted heavily and slumped down on the bed. In an instant, all his strength seemed to be drained away and he became completely wilted. "Brother Lin, Su Ling is my goddess, the holy white moonlight in my heart. I never thought that you would take her away first. Oh my god, how could this happen? I feel like my heart has been shattered into a QR code, and all it shows is the word uncomfortable." He exaggeratedly covered his chest, pouted his lips, and looked as if he was in excruciating pain. Lin Zhe was really at a loss for words. "After all this talk, those words you just said were just fake, right? What's against your will?" Zhang Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance, his mouth curled up like a bottle of oil hanging from it. "I did say that, but I didn't know you had already made it a done deal. Since ancient times, the school belle has always been paired with the school hunk. When you two stand together, you are truly a perfect match, a perfect match. Then why are you still sad? How can this be the same? Zhang Yu's eyebrows twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. You two are not together, so I think it's a blessing. But if you two really get together, I'm not allowed to be envious, jealous, and hateful? I'm jealous. Oh, I have so many mixed feelings in my heart, I can't even describe them in words. He grumbled his envy while gritting his teeth in hatred, and finally just held his head and wailed. No, my mind is a mess. I'm almost dying of envy of you, Lindsay. Amidst Zhang Yu's sighs, Lindsay had already packed his bags neatly. There weren't many personal belongings in the four-person dormitory, and soon, one backpack was full of them all. As for the beds and quilts, they were distributed among the adopted sons. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yu, Lindsay went straight to King Yuan. He opened the door with his key, casually placed his backpack in the entrance hall, and began to survey his new home. All appliances and furniture are available, allowing you to move right in. The layout of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, plus a spacious balcony, is impeccable in terms of decoration design and orientation. Thinking of the quiet environment of the community, Lindsay's mouth corners couldn't help but rise again. He took his backpack to a bedroom and started packing it. Just as I took out 2 books from my school bag, a crisp system prompt came from my mind. Ding! Book storage, organizer mastery point +1. Lindsay was slightly startled. Putting away one's own things was just part of his job, but he didn't expect it would earn him mastery points? A thought flashed through his mind. I wonder if when a storage technician is promoted from a beginner to a senior, his mind will be flooded with a huge amount of professional knowledge again? He didn't think about it anymore and continued with his actions. Put the books in order and hang the clothes in the closet. After opening the window for ventilation, he picked up the mop and mopped the floor carefully again. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Floor cleaning completed, cleaner mastery point +1. Lindsay suddenly realized. It seems that the reward mechanism of this omnipotent system is: you don't have to deliberately complete any difficult tasks. As long as you do something meaningful that can improve the quality of your life, you will naturally gain proficiency. This discovery put him in a good mood. Seeing that there was nothing to do at school today, he took advantage of the momentum and cleaned the entire public area. Looking at the spotless, bright and clean home in front of me, a sense of comfort arises from the bottom of my heart. As for the progress bars of the mastery points in the system, he didn't pay much attention to them. Dripping water wears away a stone. It takes time and accumulation to achieve success. Lindsay paced around the room and muttered to himself, it seems that it still needs some layout and embellishment. Although the original owner's layout was very thoughtful, the overall style was simple, lacking some of the everyday and warmth. No major changes are needed, just some minor adjustments will be enough. His eyes first fell on the empty dining table. Although it is clean, it is too empty and seems a bit deserted. He remembered the flower shop he saw when he entered the door, and immediately picked up his phone and went out. Not long after, Lindsay came back with an armful of green plants and flowers. He first trimmed the lily of the valley he had bought, placed it in a simple white porcelain vase, and placed it in the center of the dining table. In an instant, the tone of the entire restaurant softened. When the clerk recommended lily of the valley, he specifically looked it up and found out that this flower not only symbolizes happiness, but is also effective in killing bacteria and is extremely friendly to pregnant women. This discovery made him buy it without hesitation. Just as he placed the vase, the prompt sound in his mind came as expected. Ding! Purchase and arrange suitable flowers for the room designer proficiency point +1. Lindsay was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. This discovery confirmed his conjecture: as long as you create value and improve the quality of life, the system will give recognition and rewards. Then, he went to the balcony, opened the gardening tools he brought, moved green plants such as Schefflera, Bird of Paradise, Monstera, etc. into the flower pots one by one, and carefully designed a staggered shape. He always remembers a sentence: plants are the most gentle language in space. Looking at the vibrant greenery, Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief and felt that even the air had become fresher. In addition to flowers and green plants, he also bought a rectangular white flower box. For a large flat like theirs, a modular flower box can greatly enrich the layering of the space and make the home appear more warm and full. Okay, just put it here. He placed the flower box in the best lighting spot on the balcony and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Under his skillful hands, the new home is gradually transforming from a beautiful empty shell into a harbor full of warmth and love. Chapter 14 He Yuhan. Lindsay put the last flower box back in its place accurately and looked around with satisfaction. In the living room, sunlight shines through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor, casting a warm spot of light. He put away his tools and breathed a sigh of relief. After working for a long time, the house finally turned from a cold, empty shell into a home full of the atmosphere of life. He picked up his phone, found the familiar name, and his fingertips danced lightly on the screen. Su Ling, I've packed up everything here. When are you moving in? After the message was sent successfully, Lindsay sank into the soft sofa, feeling tired but with a hint of anticipation. He believed that when Su Ling stepped into this house, what she would feel would not be the coldness of steel and concrete, but the warmth he had carefully created. Just as he was immersed in his vision of the future, the screen of his mobile phone lit up. I'll be there around 3. Good. After Lindsay replied, he put his phone aside. At this moment, a gurgling sound came from his stomach at an inopportune time, breaking the silence in the room. Only then did he remember that he was so busy cleaning up that he even forgot about lunch. It was already past dinner time, so Lindsay simply opened the food delivery app and ordered some fresh ingredients. As he placed his order, he muttered to himself, "Since I've decided to move here, it's healthier to cook for myself in the future." He stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen design was one of the key factors that impressed him when he chose this large flat. Different from the popular open kitchens on the market, the kitchen here is designed independently. Lindsay was thinking about Su Ling, although her early pregnancy reaction was not obvious. But if you experience morning sickness or can't stand the smell of cooking fumes, the disadvantages of an open kitchen will be exposed. In order to make her live comfortably, he chose to do it in one go. This separate kitchen is spacious and fully equipped. In the cabinet, the brand new pots, pans, and utensils were still neatly stacked and unopened. While waiting for the takeaway, Lindsay started to tidy up. He skillfully unpacked the dishes and washed them one by one. The cold water flowed through his fingertips, but his heart was filled with warmth. At this moment, the system prompt sound that I had long been accustomed to, like the dripping of a clear spring, sounded quietly in my mind. Ding! Wash dishes, life skill proficiency +1. After more than 10 minutes, all the tableware was put back in place and the kitchen looked brand new. Ding dong! The doorbell rang at the right time. After Lindsay confirmed through the peephole that it was the delivery man, he opened the door and signed for it. He counted the cabbage, broccoli, corn and fresh meat that were delivered and thanked them politely. He did not choose ready-made meals, but enjoyed the process of cooking for his beloved. Washing rice and steaming rice are done with smooth movements. After a while, 3 home-cooked dishes were out of the pot: juicy green blanched choy sum, brightly colored broccoli and shrimp, and a bowl of golden and fragrant egg fried rice. Just as he put the food on the table, that familiar voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Make blanched choy sum, cooking skill +1. Ding! Make fried rice, cooking skill +1. Ding! Make broccoli and shrimp, cooking skill +1. A smile appeared on Lindsay's lips. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of broccoli and put it into his mouth. A look of surprise flashed across his face. How can it be so delicious? He muttered to himself in disbelief. Could it be that I'm too hungry and my sense of taste is wrong? To verify, he picked up another piece of cabbage heart. The refreshing taste and perfect seasoning blossomed on the taste buds, more delicious than anything he had ever made before. He finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. A thought flashed through his mind: if the system can really help him improve his cooking skills, then one day, wouldn't he be able to become a top chef? This thought increased his appetite and he ate a little faster. In a luxurious white villa on the other side of the city. In the bedroom on the second floor, Su Ling held the mobile phone, her fingertips hesitating on the call button. She stared at the name on the screen with a complicated expression. After struggling for a long time, she finally pressed the dial button. The call was quickly connected, and a clear and concerned voice came. Susu, what's wrong? Xiaohan, she said softly, could you come to my place? I need your help. Susu, what's wrong with you? Your voice doesn't sound right. Did something happen? He Yuhan's keenness made her immediately aware of the abnormality, and her tone instantly became anxious. Where are you? Tell me the address and I'll be right there. I'm at home, come over. Good. The call was hastily hung up. More than 10 minutes later, Su Ling stood at the door of the villa and saw He Yuhan running towards her in a hurry from afar. He Yuhan is about the same age as her and is already a well-known singer. She wore a loose white shirt, paired with high-waisted jeans and white sneakers. Her casual outfit couldn't hide her youthfulness and sophistication. As she approached, Su Ling's eyes fell on her face, which was not made up but still beautiful and elegant, and she felt mixed emotions. Su, why are you standing here? He Yuhan ran up to her, breathing slightly. Su Ling forced a smile and took her hand. I'm glad you're here. Let's go inside and talk. He Yuhan's heart sank, he nodded, followed her into the villa and went upstairs. Before she even reached the bedroom door, she couldn't help but ask, what's the hurry? Su Ling took a deep breath and locked the bedroom door with a click. This action made He Yuhan's heart sink suddenly. She stared at Su Ling in a daze, feeling that something big was about to happen. The room was silent. Su Ling's eyes dodged. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she raised her head. Looking directly into He Yuhan's eyes, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Xiaohan, there's something I want to tell you. Don't be surprised. I'm pregnant. As soon as these words were spoken, He Yuhan was struck by lightning and froze in place. What did you say? She widened her eyes in disbelief, swallowed hard, and her voice changed. Su, don't scare me. Say it again? Although Su Ling had taken precautions in advance, the impact of the news was still far beyond her imagination. In her opinion, Su Ling had always been rude to the suitors around her, so how could she suddenly? I am pregnant. Su Ling's voice was not loud, but extremely firm, and she repeated what she had just said. He Yuhan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her furrowed brow betrayed the turmoil in her heart. She grabbed Su Ling's shoulders, her tone serious and nervous. Su, tell me honestly, what is going on? Chapter 15 He Yuhan's puzzlement. Xiaohan, this was a complete accident. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Ling tried hard to organize her words and told the whole story of that chaotic night. Lin Zhe and I didn't know each other before. We had no connection at all. He was just drunk that night and he didn't even remember anything afterwards. He Yuhan's eyes widened instantly, as if he had heard a fairy tale. Su, what you mean is, this isn't a mutual affection at all, but... Oh my god. He's bullying you. He Yuhan's anger suddenly surged up, and he turned around in circles in anger, subconsciously covering his mouth. He Yuhan immediately stepped forward and held Su Ling's hand tightly. No. This matter cannot be let go like this. He must be responsible. No, this is no longer a question of whether he is responsible or not. Does he know that his drunkenness could ruin your life? Who is Su Ling? That is the Su family's daughter, the most cherished one in the family. How could ordinary people imagine the power and status of the Su family in Suzhou and Hangzhou? That guy named Lin Zhe is so bold. He Yuhan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, but when she thought about this, her voice still couldn't calm down. Xiaohan, don't get excited, Lin Zhe doesn't want this to happen either. He has solemnly promised me that he will take responsibility. After saying that, Su Ling added in a low voice like a mosquito, and the child in my belly. He Yuhan rubbed his throbbing temples and looked at Su Ling again, his eyes full of regret. Su, you've never been in a relationship, but you've probably watched TV dramas, right? Aren't there a lot of scumbags in those dramas? How can you believe him so easily based on just a few words? Do you know him? Do you know what kind of person he is? Who doesn't know how to say sweet words? When Lin Zhe was mentioned, Su Ling's expression softened a bit, with a hint of certainty. I've met him. When I told him about the pregnancy, he was also shocked, but after knowing the whole story, he behaved very responsibly. He Yuhan turned his head away, obviously sneering at this argument. She knew Su Ling too well. Emotionally, she was like a pure blank sheet of paper and had no idea how treacherous human hearts could be. Okay, Su, stop talking. In my opinion, this is Lin Zhe's problem. I'm going to find him now and ask him clearly. He Yuhan's voice suddenly became sharp, and a layer of frost covered his delicate face. Looking at Su Ling's pale face, she felt heartbroken. As her best friend, she would never allow Su Ling to suffer any injustice. Before she finished speaking, she turned and left. Wait. Xiaohan, don't go. Su Ling hurriedly grabbed her arm and held on tightly. Before He Yuhan could speak, she said, Xiaohan, Lin Zhe really didn't mean it. He was drunk that day. Just because you're drunk you can do whatever you want? Su, that's just an excuse. Don't be fooled by him. Seeing that Su Ling was still defending Lin Zhe, He Yuhan became even angrier. Su Ling shook her head and explained softly. I've met Lin Zhe, and I think he's a nice guy. He's also a good student, and he doesn't seem like a bad person. He was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam that year. After these words were spoken, He Yuhan was stunned again. Number 1 scholar? Is this true or false? He is a gifted child chosen from thousands of people. This is enough to show that Lin Zhe is at least a hard-working and excellent person. However, she glanced at Su Ling, frowned again, and said depressedly. So what if I'm the top scholar? In my opinion, no one is worthy of the Su family's family background, let alone you. Oh, Xiaohan, don't be angry. I know how to handle this matter. Don't worry about it. Su Ling forced a smile, walked up to He Yuhan, and smiled at her. I called you here today because I want you to do me a favor. Help with what? He Yuhan was still in a bad mood, but his tone had softened a lot. Help me move. I don't want my family to know about my pregnancy yet. As Su Ling spoke, she subconsciously lowered her head to protect her lower abdomen. He Yuhan sighed helplessly. I really don't know what to do with you. She knew that Su Ling had always had her own opinions since she was a child, but the way she handled things this time was really incomprehensible to her. But having said this, she could only compromise and replied reluctantly. Okay, I'll do as you say. I can't let you move alone in this situation. I knew Xiaohan was the best to me. All right, stop it. He Yuhan said, and pulled Su Ling to sit on the sofa. Just sit still and tell me what to do. You're a key protected person right now, so don't get tired. The smile on Su Ling's lips became much gentler. I'm not that delicate, I'm just worried that I haven't thought it through properly, so I need your help and advice. As she spoke, she couldn't help but pick up some small items. Seeing this, He Yuhan had no choice but to join in. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony and quickly sorted out a pile of packed luggage. After everything was packed, He Yuhan immediately called the moving company. On the other side, Su Ling had already walked downstairs. Auntie Zhang. She called out to the babysitter who was vacuuming the living room. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang immediately turned off the machine and quickly walked over to Su Ling. Miss, what do you want? It's like this, from today on, I won't live here anymore. Zhang Ma was stunned for a moment, her face full of astonishment. Miss, you want to move out? Why? The location and environment here were personally selected for you by the master and mistress. It's also convenient for you to go to school. Why do you want to move out so suddenly? Her words were full of confusion and worry. Chapter 16, Didn't you say your family is poor? A faint smile appeared on Su Ling's beautiful face. Auntie Zhang, she said softly, her voice gentle, during this period of time, I want to move out and live on my own to relax. She paused, her eyes sweeping across the empty and gorgeous living room, her tone adding a touch of loneliness. Anyway, besides you, I'm always alone here. It doesn't matter where I live. Also, I've already told my parents about this. A hint of surprise flashed across Aunt Zhang's face, which was full of traces of time, but it was quickly replaced by understanding and respect. She nodded, her voice as gentle as ever. Okay, miss. Is there anything I can help you with? No need, we've already sorted it out. Su Ling shook her head, a hint of warmth in her eyes. I just came to tell you. Don't worry, you can still live in this house. Hearing this, Zhang Ma's nose felt sore and her face was full of reluctance. She suppressed her emotions, nodded vigorously, and promised solemnly. Miss, just relax and unwind. Whenever you want to come back, this will always be your home. I'll keep the place spotless every day, inside and out, just like when you still lived here. Seeing Aunt Zhang's serious expression, Su Ling felt warm in her heart, and her smile became more genuine. Okay, Aunt Zhang, thank you. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of brisk footsteps came from the stairs. He Yuhan, dressed in a neat suit, walked down hurriedly. Susu, we've already contacted the moving company. They said they'll be here in 10 minutes. Su Ling turned around, met her friend's concerned gaze, and said gratefully. Yuhan, I really want to thank you for this. I'll have to trouble you to accompany me to visit our new home later. Why are you talking to me so politely? He Yuhan rolled his eyes at her in annoyance, then changed the subject, his eyes showing a trace of scrutiny and inquiry. Even if you don't let me go, I still have to go and take a good look. I want to see what kind of amazing person Lin Zhe is, the one who made you move in with him regardless of everything. She only said half of her words, but her meaning was clear. In the following time, Aunt Zhang continued to clean the carpet with a vacuum cleaner, making a dull buzzing sound. Su Ling and He Yuhan stood side by the window, waiting quietly. Not long after, a truck with a moving company logo printed on it stopped steadily at the entrance of Kingyiwon. Several staff members in uniform got out of the car neatly and began to move items in an orderly manner. He Yuhan's gaze passed over them and fell on the scenery of the community, and he was deeply shocked again. My God, this neighborhood is so nice. She couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, just looking at the green coverage and garden design, you can tell that this place is ridiculously expensive. She turned her head and looked at Su Ling with a frown, wondering. Su, didn't you say before that Lin Zai's family situation is very bad? How can a poor boy afford to live in such a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money? After asking the question in her heart, a more terrifying thought formed in her mind. Her eyes widened instantly and her tone became serious. Su, don't blame me for not warning you. I always feel like there's something fishy about this. Could it be that poor boy is after your money? And is asking you to give him money? Su Ling shook her head subconsciously, but a small wrinkle appeared between her brows unconsciously. I guess not. There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. When he sent me the photos, I asked if it was expensive. He said he had a way. After her brief contact, she chose to believe that Lin Zai was not that kind of person. But the reality is, based on her understanding of Lin Zai's family situation, she really can't imagine how he can afford everything here. Su Ling fell into deep thought, and He Yuhan's expression became increasingly ugly. She didn't say anything else, but her impression of Lin Zai had already slipped from a top scorer in the college entrance examination from a poor family to a gigolo who might have ulterior motives. In her opinion, no matter how much glory a man has, if he has to rely on a woman's money to keep up appearances, he is worthless. Soon, all of Su Ling's luggage was moved to the door of a house on the second floor. Su Ling took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. The door opened almost immediately. Lin Zai stood inside the door, his figure tall and straight, with a gentle smile on his face. His eyes first fell on Su Ling, and then he politely looked at He Yuhan beside her. Lin Zai, this is my best friend, He Yuhan, you can call her Xiaohan. Su Ling introduced. Lin Zai nodded, his tone polite and distant. Hello, Miss He. Hello. He Yuhan replied indifferently, but his eyes were like a searchlight, passing straight past him and scanning the scene in the house. The entrance is simple and elegant, the living room is transparent and bright, and every detail shows excellent taste and investment. A flash of surprise passed through He Yuhan's eyes, and was then replaced by deeper doubts. She was right, this place was more expensive than she had imagined. Su Ling was also attracted by the decoration of the house, but soon she remembered the most realistic problem. She looked at Lin Zai and said straight to the point, Lin Zai, how much is the rent for this house? It's half and half as we agreed before. One deposit in 2 payments, a total of 90,000. Lin Zai answered calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Ling immediately took out her phone and prepared to transfer money. Okay, then I'll transfer 45,000 to you. No. Lin Zai raised his hand to stop her, saying calmly, I've already paid. What? What did you say? Su Ling and He Yuhan lost their voices almost at the same time. He Yuhan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Doesn't it mean that he comes from a poor family? Who from a poor family can come up with 90,000 yuan at once? Su Ling also found it unbelievable. She put down her phone and asked. Lin Zai, where did you get all that money for taking out 90,000 yuan at once? 90,000 was just a drop in the bucket for her, but she knew very well that it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for Lin Zai. Lin Zai had a confident smile on his face and explained slowly. I've been learning about investing lately. I tried it out yesterday and made a lot of money. Earning so much in one day? He Yuhan's voice suddenly rose, full of disbelief. You are not kidding, are you? Lin Zai's gaze swept between Su Ling and He Yuhan, and finally landed on He Yuhan's face full of shock. Seeing that she was so persistent, he no longer concealed it. I invested some virtual currency and with luck, it multiplied several times. His tone remained calm. However, this understated sentence exploded in He Yuhan's mind like a thunderclap. Virtual currency? She gasped. You know this, too? I think I understand a little bit. Lin Zai said, naturally turning sideways to make way for the door. You guys come in first, I'll move the rest. Let's go together, it will be faster this way. Su Ling looked at the suitcases piled at the door and said immediately. He Yuhan also quickly nodded in agreement. Lindsay shook his head decisively, his eyes gently falling on Su Ling's lower abdomen, his tone brooking no refusal. It's not a lot, I can come alone. You're pregnant now, and you're a key protected person. Go inside and rest, don't get tired. Before he finished speaking, he had already bent down, picked up a heavy luggage bag with ease, and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Looking at his calm and considerate back, Su Ling slowly withdrew her gaze, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. In fact, putting aside those material concerns, Lindsay's attentiveness and responsibility are indeed reassuring. She and He Yuhan looked at each other, then walked into the room side by side. The large flat is indeed worthy of its reputation, with a strong sense of space and excellent lighting. The interior decoration style of the house is modern and simple, but the details are exquisite and stylish. Su Ling felt very satisfied after just one look. At this moment, He Yuhan suddenly grabbed her arm, lowered his voice, and said in a complicated tone. Susu, this house is truly impeccable. The design is cutting edge, simple yet elegant, and very tasteful. Chapter 17 The Surprise 2. There are lilies of the valley here. So beautiful. When He Yuhan's eyes fell on the vase on the dining table, she couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and her eyes lit up instantly. Su Ling followed her gaze, and the small, white, bell-shaped flower made her eyes move slightly, with a soft light flashing across them. This Lindsay is really thoughtful. He Yuhan lowered his voice and leaned close to Su Ling's ear, with a hint of mystery in his eyes. By the way, Susu, do you know the meaning of lily of the valley? Su Ling shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. The flower language of lily of the valley is protection and blessing, thought. He Yuhan's voice became softer, as if he was sharing a secret. Tell me, is he really sincere, or is it just a coincidence? Before coming, He Yuhan's impression of Lindsay had been greatly reduced. But after just a few words of conversation and the scene before her, she was a little confused about this man. He seemed to know a lot, but she couldn't tell how much of this understanding was truly for Su Ling. He Yuhan was still thinking, but Su Ling's gentle voice broke the silence. Putting lily of the valley here makes my whole mood different. He Yuhan re-examined the vase of flowers, imagining the beauty of roses. Or the fragrance of lilies, but in the end I found that no other flower seemed to be more suitable for the atmosphere at the moment than lily of the valley. It is unassuming, yet carries a tranquil and healing power. A thought flashed through his mind, and He Yuhan immediately took out his cell phone and started searching quickly. When the words on the screen came into view, she breathed a sigh of relief and finally a relieved smile appeared on her face. What's wrong? Xiaohan? Su Ling asked curiously. It's okay, He Yuhan shook the phone. I looked it up and found that lily of the valley is not only ornamental, but can also inhibit bacteria in the air and purify the environment. It's perfect for indoors. The two smiled at each other and continued to look around the place that would soon become Su Ling's new home. The furnishings in the house are simple, neat and spotless, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows bring in the outdoor light without reservation. Make the whole space appear transparent and bright, which is refreshing. Susu, come and look. Are these flowers and plants on the balcony newly planted? As soon as he stepped onto the balcony, He Yuhan was immediately attracted by the scene before him. There were several kinds of plants planted in an orderly manner in the rectangular flower box, which surprised her so much that she was speechless. Sure, this combination is really good. Without a certain aesthetic sense, you can never achieve such an effect. She pointed out everything like she knew it all. Look, next to the tall bird of paradise, there is a monstera with broad leaves. Use this low green plant as a transition, with different heights and densities, it looks so natural. Not to mention all the plants, just organizing this flower box must have taken a lot of thought. He Yuhan's words were full of praise. There was always a gentle smile on Su Ling's face. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gently put her hands behind her back, took a deep breath, and slowly closed her eyes. The air is filled with the soft, fresh scent of plants and soil, mixed with a hint of coolness from the lake water, refreshing to the heart. He Yuhan stopped talking and quietly looked at the vast lake outside the window. This place is really nice. Su Ling didn't open her eyes, but the raised corners of her mouth said it all. This tranquility and comfort is exactly what she needs most at this moment. Yeah, He Yuhan also sighed. This current environment is perfect for recuperating. I can see that Lindsay really puts his heart into it. Su Ling said softly. She turned around to confirm that Lindsay was not in the living room, then spoke cautiously, with a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Xiaohan, before coming here, I had someone investigate some things. Lin Zhe, he has never had a girlfriend. I was worried about whether he could take care of others, but I didn't expect him to do so well. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 red clouds quietly climbed up her cheeks, and even her expression became a little uncomfortable. He Yuhan immediately held her hand and comforted her. Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. To be honest, when you told me this, I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say. Now it seems that my worries may be unnecessary. As the two were talking, a steady sound of footsteps was heard in the room. It was Lin Zhe. He brought in another box. These are some small items that I like, so I brought them here. Su Ling explained a little embarrassedly. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded, his eyes gentle. Then should these things be placed in the bedroom or? Just put it wherever you like. After Su Ling finished speaking, she gave him a faint smile in return. Okay, then I'll just watch and arrange it. Okay. The communication between the two was concise and natural, without any unnecessary courtesy. After Lin Zhe left, He Yuhan was about to tell Su Ling to rest on the sofa, but he caught a glimpse of the storage area on the balcony. There was actually an exquisite little stool there, light pink, obviously prepared for girls. She raised her eyebrows, looked at Lin Zhe's back meaningfully, then looked at Su Ling, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Take a rest, don't get too tired. Half an hour later. As Lin Zhe continued to put the items back in place, the surprise on Su Ling's face became more and more intense. She was shocked to find that everything seemed to have been put back in its proper place in an orderly manner as if by magic. Even those small items that she herself found difficult to store became perfectly manageable in Lin Zhe's hands. There are photo frames on the bedroom table, and the clothes in the closet are sorted and neatly folded. Su Ling even felt that she was a little inferior when it came to storage and organization. She subconsciously reached out and brushed her hand across the table, feeling the smooth and cool touch of her fingertips, spotless. Looking at her own reflection on the table, Su Ling smiled again. How is it? Are you satisfied? He Yuhan asked at the right time. Su Ling nodded vigorously, with a touch of emotion in her eyes. Xiaohan, I really didn't expect that Lin Zhe could shock me so much. You know I have a mild obsession with cleanliness. When I was in the villa, even if Aunt Zhang cleaned every day, I would still clean it again myself. Whether it's the table or the floor, I feel uncomfortable as long as there is a little stain. But now, he cleans it up better than I do myself. Hearing Su Ling's heartfelt approval, He Yuhan's heart was finally at ease. That's good. At least, living under the same roof with you can make you feel comfortable and at ease. As long as you are happy, I will feel relieved. Su Ling picked up the photo frame on the table. The photo showed her and He Yuhan's smiling faces. She turned to look at her best friend and said softly, Thank you, Xiaohan. What are you thanking me for? He Yuhan put his arm around her shoulders. We are best friends, isn't this what we should be like? If you really want to thank someone, I think you should say thank you to Lin Zhe. After all of this is thanks to him. Looking at this clean, tidy and warm home, and thinking about Lin Zhe's busy and focused figure just now. The anxiety and worry about the future in Su Ling's heart were gradually replaced by an unprecedented calmness and tranquility. She had thought countless times about how to live in the same room with Lin Zhe, a stranger, and was filled with fear of the unknown about her future life. But now, looking at everything in front of her, she seemed to have seen the stability and warmth that were within her reach in the future. Chapter 18 Grocery Shopping and Cooking. Lin Zhe put away all the items Su Ling brought. The originally empty house was filled with warmth and order in a blink of an eye. It was messy but not chaotic, and the taste of home was everywhere. Lin Zhe chose the bedroom on the west side that was filled with sunshine for himself, and left the bedroom on the east side that was also sunny and had the best lighting for Su Ling. There is another guest room that is temporarily vacant. After everything was packed up, Lin Zhe looked up and glanced at the wall clock. It's time to prepare lunch. He walked to Su Ling's door. The door was ajar, but he still politely raised his hand and knocked lightly on it. The conversation inside the door stopped abruptly, and Su Ling and He Yuhan looked towards the door at the same time. What's up? Su Ling spoke first, her voice soft. Lin Zhe leaned against the doorframe and asked gently. It's almost noon. Are you hungry? I'll go buy some food and come back to cook. He Yuhan subconsciously turned his head to look at Su Ling. Their eyes met and they nodded at the same time. Okay, then just make something to eat. He Yuhan answered readily. So what do you want to eat? Lin Zhe asked immediately. He Yuhan was stunned by the question. Wasn't the question too broad? Just asking someone what they wanted to eat was crucial, as it depended on whether they could cook it. She was a straightforward person, and the question came out of her mouth almost without a second thought. So, what will you do? Lin Zhe's gaze slowly moved from He Yuhan's face to Su Ling. Su Ling was also looking at him with a pair of clear and curious eyes, waiting for his answer. Thinking that I have reached intermediate level of cooking skills now, ordinary dishes are naturally no problem for me. As soon as the thought came to mind, countless recipes and detailed cooking steps flashed through my mind like turning pages of a book. This confidence made him feel more confident. Everything. Just 4 short words, spoken casually, made Su Ling and He Yuhan both freeze in place. Especially He Yuhan, who almost couldn't help laughing out loud. What do you mean by knowing everything? Even a chef in a restaurant wouldn't dare to boast like that, right? Okay, since you said that, then I really order the food? As soon as Lin Zhe nodded, He Yuhan frowned seriously and began to think hard. Don't stand at the door anymore. Come in. Su Ling looked at Lin Zhe, who was still standing outside the door politely, and was surprised, so she invited him in. Only then did Lin Zhe step in. At this moment, He Yuhan was still racking his brains to think of what difficult problem to use to test him. After a moment, she raised her head sharply, her voice rising a few notches with a hint of mischievous excitement. I remember now. Chicken soup with fish maw, white fungus soup, steamed grouper, and stir-fried chicken with matsutake mushrooms. She counted on her fingers while staring at Lin Zhe, her eyes full of provocation. How are you? These dishes are very nourishing for pregnant women. Let's eat this today. Do you know how to cook? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe quickly searched through his mind, and then a calm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No problem, I'll go buy the ingredients now. What? You said, you know all of them? He Yuhan's eyes widened instantly, as if he had heard something out of the ordinary. Lin Zhe on the opposite side just nodded affirmatively again. He Yuhan wanted to say something, but Lin Zhe had already turned around and left the room neatly. The two girls stared blankly at the figure disappearing at the door, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After a while, He Yuhan suddenly grabbed Su Ling's arm, his face full of disbelief. Su, what's going on? This Lin Zhe, isn't he an all-around player? Without waiting for Su Ling to answer, she began to pour the beans. I just said it casually, trying to embarrass him. I've only ever eaten those dishes in high-end restaurants. Dishes like fish maw stewed in chicken soup and steamed grouper require very particular attention to the heat and ingredients. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to make them well. Even the simplest sounding stir-fried chicken with matsutake mushrooms actually requires a lot of skill to make. She blinked her big eyes, and the more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. The most important thing is, after I told him the name of the dish, how come he agreed without even thinking? After asking a series of questions, she stared at Su Ling blankly, and finally came to a conclusion. I always feel like he's just trying to show off. Su Ling was also confused. She couldn't help but follow He Yuhan's thoughts. Can a child from an ordinary family really handle the dishes of these star-rated hotels? I don't know, she said softly, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. During the time she spent with Lin Zhe, his actions had surprised Su Ling more than once. Thinking of the last scene in the Western restaurant, a hint of certainty flashed in Su Ling's eyes. I think he might actually be able to do it. You have so much confidence in him? He Yuhan's face was full of confusion. Xiaohan, I took him to a Western restaurant before, and even the chef there was impressed by him. Su Ling said slowly, whether it's the selection of ingredients or the theory of cooking, he knows a lot and can even discuss everything with the chef. So, I think it might not be difficult for him to make the dishes you just mentioned. He Yuhan sighed helplessly, turned and looked towards the door, but a curious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, let's wait and see what kind of surprise Lin Zhe will bring us. While waiting for Lin Zhe to return, the two girls chatted quietly again. On the other side, Lin Zhe had arrived at the largest fresh food supermarket nearby. The supermarket is full of dazzling goods, bustling with people, and filled with the atmosphere of life. He had a clear goal and headed straight for the fresh produce section. First up were the ingredients for fish maw and chicken soup. After choosing a fat and tender hen, he began to pick the fish maw. Because time was tight, he didn't have time to soak the milk himself, so he asked the shopping guide next to him. Hello, do you have any soaked yellow fish maw here? He specifically emphasized the yellow fish maw variety. The salesperson replied enthusiastically, "Yes, sir, please follow me. I'm going to make fish maw and chicken soup, and I've already chosen the chicken. In addition, where are the ingredients such as wolfberry, red dates, and dried ginger slices produced?" The salesperson raised her hand and pointed, "Sir, we have pre-mixed soup stock packets here. You can buy them directly. It's very convenient." Lindsay shook his head and smiled politely, "Thank you, I'll choose it myself." Modern life is fast-paced, and the semi-finished products and ingredient packets in supermarkets do provide convenience for many people. But for him, since the system has given him intermediate cooking skills, he would rather follow the most perfect recipe in his mind, start from scratch, and restore the most authentic taste of the ingredients. After selecting the best soaked yellow fish maw, Lindsay turned and walked towards the dry goods and seasoning area. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sound rang quietly again in his mind. Ding! Purchase fresh chicken, shopping mastery point +1. The corners of Lindsay's mouth rose slightly without leaving any trace. Then, he reached out and picked up a few plump red dates and gently put them into the shopping cart. Chapter 19, Cooking Skills Are Shocking. His eyes lingered on the dried ginger next to the red dates, and Lindsay picked up 2 pieces. Ding! Purchased red dates, shopping mastery point +1. Ding! Purchased dried ginger, shopping mastery point +1. He turned and walked towards the wolfberry area. Just as he picked up a package of beautifully decorated, plump wolfberries, a quick system prompt sounded without warning. Attention! The wolfberries in your hands have been stored for too long and have lost their best flavor. They should not be purchased. Lindsay was stunned, and subconsciously re-examined the wolfberries in his hand, and then picked up another bag of plain bulk wolfberries next to it for careful comparison. Sure enough, the secret lies in the details. Although the previous bag was bright and attractive, it immediately looked gaudy compared to this one. Later, this bag of wolfberries had natural wrinkles on the skin and was a deep wine red in color, exuding a simple and unpretentious texture. He was still hesitating when the system's prompt sounded again, like a patient mentor. Note, after being naturally dried, wolfberries will develop wrinkles and their color is mostly wine red. The wolfberries on the market that are too bright red are mostly processed by special methods such as sulfur fumigation, and long-term consumption is harmful to health. Lindsay suddenly realized and put the bag of bright and beautiful wolfberries back without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have chosen healthy ingredients. A surge of ecstasy washed over me. He didn't expect that after the upgrade of shopping mastery, the system would be able to provide such accurate identification functions. This is simply a keen eye. I will never make mistakes when choosing ingredients again. After selecting the ingredients for the fish maw and chicken soup, Lindsay added a few more essentials such as white fungus, grouper, and matsutake mushrooms. 10 minutes later, he returned with a full load. After returning to his residence, Lindsay briefly greeted Su Ling and He Yuhan, then headed straight into the kitchen. He Yuhan leaned close to Su Ling's ear and whispered, "I didn't expect him to be so quick in selecting dishes. However, selecting quickly doesn't mean it's cooked well. Taste is what matters. We'll know in a moment." Su Ling's eyes unconsciously drifted towards the kitchen door, with a hint of anticipation in her voice. "I've bought all the ingredients, so cooking should be quick." At this moment, the anticipation in her heart was growing quietly and wildly like a vine in spring. If she wasn't afraid of appearing too impolite, she really wanted to find an excuse to sneak into the kitchen. See with your own eyes how Lindsay performs his magic in such a small space. In the kitchen, Lindsay put on an apron and began to process the ingredients in an orderly manner. He found that after the cooking skills reached the intermediate level, the growth of proficiency points became extremely slow. Thinking back to the happy times when I could gain experience just by cutting potatoes into shreds, I can't help but feel nostalgic. It looks like this now. The further you go, the slower the increase in mastery points becomes. It takes a lot of practice and time. Considering that it takes a long time to stew fish maw with chicken soup, Lindsay decided to stew the soup first. He blanched the chicken to remove the fishy smell, then washed the fish maw, red dates, dried ginger, and other ingredients one by one, and carefully placed the ingredients into the casserole according to the steps prompted by the system. As the clean water was poured in, a faint medicinal aroma began to spread. Next, he began to process the grouper. Compared to stewing soup, this steamed grouper requires more knife skills and heat control. He quickly cut the fish with his knife, making several beautiful diamond-shaped cuts on the fish to make it easier to season. Then he began to process the ingredients. Take the white part of the green onion and the green onion leaves, and cut them into hair-thin shreds. Just as he was putting the chopped green onion slices onto the plate, the long-lost reminder sound finally rang again. Ding! Cooking grouper, culinary mastery point +1. Lindsay understood. It seems that after the intermediate level, the only way to achieve a meager growth is to complete a complete dish or perform difficult processing. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. But he doesn't care. With his current level of skill, the dishes he makes are comparable to those of any top chef, and he is already very satisfied. In the living room, Yuhan was sitting there feeling a little bored. He kept looking towards the kitchen and finally couldn't hold back any longer. Su, what do you think Lindsay is doing now? Su Ling was startled and looked towards the kitchen. Can't you hear the sound? Yes, I can hear it, but I'm more curious about how he cooks. Yuhan's eyes flashed with gossip. Shall we go over and take a look? Is this appropriate? Su Ling hesitated. What's inappropriate? Yuhan waved his hand, looking righteous and confident. You all live under the same roof. What's wrong with him cooking? This is not a state secret. Before she finished speaking, she stood up and pulled Su Ling towards the kitchen. Let's go. It's boring to just wait outside. Let's go scout out the enemy. Su Ling couldn't persuade her, so she had to follow reluctantly. The two of them tiptoed to the kitchen door. Lindsay hadn't started stir-frying yet, so there wasn't much smoke, and the door was only half closed. Yuhan quietly stuck her head out and saw Lindsay's busy back at a glance. At this moment, he was concentrating on the chopping board. I saw him holding the scallion firmly with his left hand and holding the knife with his right hand, the knife flashing. In just a few seconds, the thick scallion whites turned into a pile of evenly thick, crystal-clear silver threads. Then, he used the same technique to process the scallion leaves, and the emerald-green scallion strips spread out like spring grass. Just these few smooth movements left Yuhan stunned. She quickly touched Su Ling beside her and gave her a look that said, "Look quickly." Su Ling understood, and the two of them tiptoed back to the living room like thieves. As soon as he sat down, Yuhan couldn't wait to speak, his voice full of shock and confusion. Su, did you see that? The way Lindsay cut the vegetables just now, he's definitely not a novice. That level of proficiency shows that she is a seasoned kitchen expert. I'm getting more and more confused, she frowned. Didn't you say before that his family background was very ordinary? But how can such skills and temperament be cultivated in an ordinary family? You asked someone to check, could they have missed something? From the moment she entered the door until now, Lindsay has brought her wave after wave of shock, which has completely overturned her cognition. After hearing what she said, Su Ling's doubts grew even stronger. The people she entrusted have always been reliable and should not make mistakes. Perhaps, he has figured these out over time through his own practice? Su Ling gave an explanation that even she couldn't convince herself. An hour later. When Lindsay brought the delicious dishes to the table, the rich aroma instantly conquered the entire living room. Yuhan was the first to exclaim, "Great job, Lindsay. I didn't expect you to be such a great cook." She pointed at the bowl of fish maw and chicken soup, her eyes lit up. Look at the color of this soup, it's clear and translucent, full of gelatin, just like the one stewed in a high-end restaurant. And this fragrance is so nourishing just by smelling it, so authentic. Su Ling, who was standing by, also spoke elegantly, her comments were more professional. The steamed grouper was cooked to the perfect temperature. Look at the whiteness of the fish and the soy sauce that comes with it, both are perfect. After she finished speaking, she raised her head, looked at Lindsay gently, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work in cooking so many dishes." Chapter 20 Earn 400,000. For you and the child, none of this matters. Lindsay's voice was calm and gentle. I promised, and I will do it. These two short sentences were like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, creating ripples in Su Ling's heart. It was a kind of throbbing that made her a little dazed. Lindsay noticed her subtle emotions and the smile on his lips deepened. He pulled the chair behind him away gentlemanly, made a pleased gesture, and his eyes fell on her softly. Su Ling's cheeks were slightly hot, with a hint of barely perceptible discomfort, but she still sat down slowly. Yuhan could no longer hold back and sat down next to Su Ling. The dishes are ready, you two are welcome to taste them. Lindsay took a step back and looked at them with gentle eyes. Su Ling picked up the chopsticks gracefully, while Yuhan couldn't wait any longer and picked up a piece of crystal-clear grouper meat and put it into his mouth. In just a moment, Yuhan's eyebrows raised high in surprise. This taste is so fresh. The deliciousness of the fish instantly blooms on the tip of the tongue. It is so tender and smooth that it almost does not need to be chewed and melts in your mouth. Lindsay processed the fish meat just right, shaped like garlic cloves and spotlessly white. When drizzled with boiling hot scallion oil, the aroma is thoroughly stimulated, rich but not greasy, blending perfectly with the sweetness of the fish. After taking this bite, Yuhan's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a new world. Oh my god! This is so delicious! She couldn't help but exclaim, this design looks so high-end at first glance, and after taking a bite, it's even more delicious. For a moment, she felt at a loss for words. Any fancy words seemed pale and powerless in the face of this ultimate delicacy. In the end, all she could do was to say a series of heartfelt delicious, delicious, so delicious. Even Su Ling, who has always been picky about taste and used to eating delicacies from land and sea, couldn't help but nod slightly after tasting the steamed grouper, with genuine approval in her eyes. She tried several other dishes, each of which had its own merits, which showed Lindsay's dedication. Yuhan simply put down his chopsticks and looked at Lindsay with admiration. Lindsay, your cooking skills are amazing. Seriously, with your level, you are more than qualified to be the head chef of any Michelin restaurant. I'm really curious, how did you do it? Lindsay had a faint smile on his face. Of course, the secrets of the system could not be revealed to others. But facing the curious eyes of Yuhan and Su Ling, he could only give the simplest and most reasonable explanation. Nothing special, I just cooked for myself since I was a kid, and with time and practice, I became proficient naturally. Ah? So amazing? Yuhan's face fell. I often cook for myself, but the food I make is a disaster. Having said that, she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. In fact, cooking is like many things. It is not difficult. The key is persistence. Lindsay's tone was casual and gentle, as if he was sharing a very common truth. Over time, experience accumulates slowly. Looking at the harmonious scene in front of him, Yuhan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, feeling a little relieved for his friend. After dinner, Yuhan's cell phone rang rapidly. After she answered the phone, she looked at Su Ling with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Susu, I have something urgent to deal with. I can't stay with you any longer. It's okay, everything is fine here, just go and get busy. Su Ling said with understanding. As a popular singer, Yuhan's schedule was packed, and she was grateful that he could squeeze out such a long time to visit her. Yuhan reached out and pinched Su Ling's cheek reluctantly. Then Susu, I'm leaving first. Be sure to call me if anything happens, and take care of yourself and the baby. Su Ling nodded and watched her leave. In the huge house, Su Ling and Lindsay were the only ones left. There was a subtle quietness in the air. Considering that pregnant women need more rest, Lindsay asked softly, Su Ling, do you want to rest for a while? Yeah. Su Ling responded softly, I've been feeling sleepy lately. I have to take a nap after every meal. Okay, then you should have a good rest. After Lindsay finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Su Ling went into the bathroom to wash up. A few minutes later, when she was wearing comfortable pajamas and was about to lie down, she heard Lindsay knock on the door hesitantly. Su Ling, are you asleep? Can I disturb you for a moment? Su Ling stood up and opened the door. Lindsay was standing outside the door, the light from the corridor casting a soft outline on him. For some reason, the moment she saw him, Su Ling's cheeks blushed uncontrollably. What's up? Her voice was a little quieter than usual. Lindsay scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Su Ling, can I borrow your computer? Computer? Su Ling's curiosity was piqued. What are you going to do? I invested in some things, and it would be more convenient to use a computer to operate and check the market. Lindsay answered truthfully. Invest? A trace of shock flashed across Su Ling's face. Most young people of this age are still confused about their studies or work, but Lindsay has already started to get involved in the investment field? This is truly shocking. She came to her senses and immediately stepped aside. Of course, come in, the computer is on the desk. Thanks. Lindsay walked into the room and sat down at the desk. He turned on the computer and tapped his fingertips on the keyboard. Ding. Open the software proficiency point +1. A familiar prompt sound rang in his mind, but Lindsay had already gotten used to it, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. He quickly typed a series of commands, his fingers flying across the keyboard, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Su Ling standing next to him was stunned. That speed was simply dazzling. When she glanced at the web page that Lindsay opened, the disbelief in her eyes became even more intense. That is an overseas investment platform written entirely in English. The complex candlestick charts and data flows seem like incomprehensible books to ordinary people. She didn't expect that Lindsay was so proficient in investing in overseas markets. I invested in some cryptocurrency. Lindsay seemed to notice her confusion and turned to explain. Su Ling said Soon, Lindsay called up the account interface and stared carefully at the numbers on the screen. Su Ling's gaze also fell over there. When she saw the number clearly, she took a deep breath and her eyes widened in surprise. The increase reached 400,000. Before, Lindsay only said that he made 40,000 from investment, but in just one day, it skyrocketed to 400,000. 10 times a day? This kind of increase is simply unheard of. She looked at the screen, then at the young man next to her who was a little too calm, and 4 words instantly flashed through her mind: investment genius. Retracting her gaze, Su Ling could no longer suppress her inner curiosity and asked softly, Lindsay, how did you come up with the idea of investing? Lindsay turned around and faced her, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness and determination. I spent a lot of time studying and did a lot of research. I found that for ordinary people, investing is the fastest way to accumulate wealth. I've worked part-time before, but the hard-earned money is nothing compared to the return on investment. His eyes were clear and confident, and his words carried a maturity and conviction that transcended his age. It's too difficult to rely solely on working. I trust my own judgment. All this money was earned by my own ability and vision. After hearing what Lindsay said, Su Ling didn't know how to respond for a moment. His ability, courage, and extraordinary foresight completely overturned her previous understanding and made her look at him with new eyes. At this moment, she thought of her previous investigation. Did those people only see the surface during the investigation? They may have found out his background, but they overlooked the skills he possessed. Otherwise, how could this seemingly ordinary man have so many things about him that shock people again and again? Chapter 21: Tips for an Investment System. The rising bullish candlestick on the virtual currency K-line chart and the rising numbers in the account finally relaxed Lindsay's nerves that had been tense all night. He gently closed his laptop, temporarily isolating himself from the hustle and bustle of the future. His gaze turned to Su Ling. She was sitting quietly on the sofa, her hand unconsciously stroking her not yet not so obvious belly. Lindsay's tone softened unconsciously. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Go to bed early and protect the baby. A ripple spread across Su Ling's heart, and a touching blush appeared on her cheeks again. Just as Lindsay turned to leave, he seemed to remember something, paused, turned around and asked, By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions? I'll make breakfast for you tomorrow. His expression was calm, but his tone was gentle and undeniable. Su Ling was slightly startled, then thought about it seriously and replied softly. Nothing special, really. Just not too spicy. Okay, I remember. You can rest now. Su Ling responded and watched him walk towards the door. Lindsay. She suddenly called softly. What's wrong? Lindsay turned around instinctively, with a questioning look in his eyes. Su Ling met his gaze and said softly, It's okay, it's just that you should rest early and don't be too tired. Good. Lindsay felt warm in his heart and nodded, then turned around and went back to his room. However, he didn't rest immediately. Under the light of the room, he picked up his phone again, and the ever-changing virtual currency market was still flashing on the screen. He observed the fluctuations of other currencies and compared them with the ones he held heavily. His expression was focused and sharp, like a chess player calculating the overall situation on the chessboard. Sudden. Bite. A crisp system prompt sound rang in my mind without warning. Lindsay frowned slightly. He did not check the new currency and did not perform any operations. Why did the system actively prompt him? He slowly closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into his mind. A translucent light screen then appeared. Ding. Important reminder. The currency the host is currently investing in is about to enter a frenzy and become very famous. Overseas Wall Street capital giants have intervened and will jointly manipulate the market. This currency is expected to see another tenfold increase in value over the next 2 days. Special warning, Dogecoin is expected to experience a cliff-like plummet on the 4th day. Hosts must evacuate in advance. Lindsay read the information on the light screen again word by word, feeling a little ecstasy but also calm in his heart. He subconsciously called up the progress bar of the investment system. Intermediate investment system, 510. It's already halfway. Lindsay muttered to himself, in other words, as long as I complete a part of the investment, I can be promoted to the advanced system. He recalled that during this period, as the system was upgraded, the accumulation of wealth increased exponentially. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his eyes became calm and firm. If you hold on for a few more days and withdraw before the market crashes, it should be safe. After calming down, Lindsay opened his eyes again and looked at the still rising curve on the mobile phone screen, his eyes full of confidence. Meanwhile, overseas on Wall Street, the lights are on in the top floor office of a skyscraper. Four middle-aged men in suits stood around a huge desk, their eyes fixed on the computer screen in the center like hawks. On the screen, the Dogecoin trend chart is showing an exciting good market. The priceless limited edition watches on their wrists reflected a cold and luxurious luster under the light. Ha! This profit makes my heart almost jump out of my chest. A bearded man pounded the table excitedly. This time, we made hundreds of millions again. Our combined vision is the code to wealth, and we are invincible, another person echoed. If we continue at this pace, financial freedom is only a matter of time. Several people were talking to each other, the excitement on their faces almost overflowing. The bearded man stroked his chin, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. Now that the market attention is high enough, it's time to continue to increase positions, increase shipments, and reap the benefits unscrupulously. As soon as the voice fell, the man in the gray shirt next to him immediately took over, with a hint of sinisterness in his voice. I have a suggestion. We release some favorable false news to the Longwa market to lure those retail investors into buying frantically. Only when we put all their capital into our pockets can we truly make a profit without losing money. He paused and added, don't forget, this is how we used to play the Dragon Country stock market. The bearded man smiled approvingly upon hearing this. Okay, this is our specialty. Let's do as you say and prepare to release the news. Ha 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 ha. Another laughed unbridled. The dragon people just fall for this. As long as they see something profitable, they'll rush in like moths to a flame. A bunch of stupid gamblers, they only see the immediate profits, but they don't know that what we are really targeting is their entire capital. As soon as these words were spoken, the four people burst into tacit laughter. The office was filled with triumphant, almost rampant laughter. They recalled the turmoil they had stirred up in the Dragon Country stock market by using the same method in the past. This resulted in countless investors losing all their money, while they easily walked away with billions of dollars. In the eyes of these people, the money of the dragon people is the easiest to make. After the laughter, they quickly finalized the plan. In the next 2 days, they would use their financial advantage to buy a large amount of stocks. The fake news released together pushed the price of the currency to the peak, and then on the fourth day, all the coins were sold without mercy to complete the final harvest. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shines into the room through the gap in the curtains. As Su Ling opened her sleepy eyes, an alluring fragrance quietly penetrated her nostrils. She subconsciously sniffed again to confirm that this was not a dream. She put on her coat, slippers, and washed up quickly. The scene of Lindsay asking her about her dietary restrictions last night emerged in her mind. He is actually making breakfast. She whispered softly, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on the corner of her mouth. She tiptoed to the kitchen door and saw Lindsay's busy figure in front of the stove. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Lindsay turned around sharply. Are you awake? How was your sleep last night? Are you feeling well? His voice had the freshness of early morning. Su Ling nodded and replied softly, very well, I slept soundly. Then, she curiously looked into the pot and said, what are you making? It smells so good. Lindsay smiled and moved aside to make room for her. He pointed at the food already placed on the plate and introduced them one by one. Salmon and spinach omelette with a side salad and a glass of warm milk. Su Ling's eyes fell on the dinner plate and her smile deepened. The wrap is golden in color, and the emerald green spinach and pink salmon complement each other, emitting an appetizing aroma. Maybe it was a reaction to pregnancy, she was always particularly hungry in the morning. The colorful and nutritionally balanced food in front of her instantly aroused her strong appetite. What makes you think of doing this? She turned her head, her clear eyes full of curiosity. Lindsay explained patiently, his tone full of consideration. Salmon is rich in high-quality protein and DHA, which is good for the baby's brain development. Spinach contains folic acid and iron, which can prevent anemia. Eggs are a high-quality source of protein. Whole wheat biscuits are complex carbohydrates that can provide long-lasting energy. Eat these for breakfast, they are just the right amount of nutrition. Chapter 22 Heartbroken Roommates. The early morning sunlight shines through the window and onto the breakfast that Lindsay carefully prepared. He skillfully rolled salmon, spinach, and scrambled eggs into the crust and placed a few small and exquisite vegetable egg cups on the side. Putting all these nutrients together makes for a perfect breakfast for pregnant women. Lindsay pointed at the plate and gently explained to Su Ling. You're pregnant now, so you need to eat lots of vegetables. Eggs are not only rich in protein, but also contain choline, which is essential for the baby's brain development. These mixed vegetables provide ample vitamins and dietary fiber. Sprinkling a little cheese on it not only provides calcium but also makes the egg cup look more appealing and increases appetite. He paused, then pushed a cup of warm milk aside and said, "A cup of milk in the morning is a must." After the introduction, Lindsay had a doting smile on his face. These are very beneficial for pregnant women. Please go sit at the dining table first and I will bring them to you. Su Ling nodded obediently and turned to walk towards the dining table. Soon, Lindsay put out the delicious breakfast. Looking at the exquisite burritos and cute vegetable egg cups in front of her, Su Ling didn't know where to start. She picked up the spoon and carefully scooped up a piece of egg cup and put it into her mouth. In an instant, a rich layered flavor blossomed on her taste buds, and her face was immediately filled with surprise. Today's breakfast is even more delicious than last night's dinner. Moreover, Su Ling was very sure that this surprise was not due to her hunger in the morning. How is it? Is it to your taste? Lindsay stared at her quietly, his eyes full of anticipation. Su Ling nodded vigorously, with undisguised affirmation in her tone. It's really delicious. This egg cup is definitely the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. As she spoke, she couldn't wait to pick up the burrito and took a bite. The perfect combination of fresh salmon, refreshing spinach and fragrant egg rolls. The wonderful taste dancing on the tip of her tongue made her so happy that she almost squinted her eyes. Su Ling looked at Lindsay in shock again, and was speechless for a moment. She was born into a noble family and had tasted countless delicacies from land and sea since she was young, but she never thought about it. A home-cooked breakfast can bring such a huge sense of satisfaction and happiness. This is delicious too, she added somewhat incoherently. Hearing Su Ling's praise, the smile on Lindsay's lips became more gentle. His cooking skills are currently only at the intermediate level. What would it be like if you reached the top level? By the way, you need to supplement folic acid during pregnancy. I will add it to the dishes later so that you don't have to take those extra tablets. Su Ling's heart warmed. This feeling of being held at the top of her heart and taken care of in every detail made her feel extremely secure and happy. She had to admit that her initial agreement to live with Lindsay was not entirely voluntary. But looking at Lindsay's current performance, and recalling every detail of this period, she was surprised to find that Lindsay really seemed to have no flaws. He is gentle, confident, and extremely warm-hearted. When it comes to investment, he is bold, knowledgeable, and has a unique vision. Even in some areas that she has never been involved in, Lindsay can always talk about it eloquently, showing an amazing reserve of knowledge. You should eat quickly, otherwise the breakfast I worked so hard to make will be wasted. Su Ling's urging voice brought Lindsay back from his thoughts. He picked up the chopsticks with a smile, and just as he was about to start eating, his cell phone suddenly rang. The name Wang Yang appeared on the screen, and Lindsay directly pressed the answer button. Wang Yang, what's going on? Brother Lin. You are really awesome. You just moved out as soon as you said you would. Why didn't you wait for us brothers? Without you in this dormitory, we feel empty. We are not used to it. Wang Yang's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Let me tell you, when I first heard that you were moving out to live with the campus beauty of Suzhou University, I refused to believe it and thought you were joking with us. I didn't believe it until I saw your empty bed with my own eyes. Lindsay was amused by his words. You were not here when I left, so I didn't have time to say hello in person. I know. But even if you move away, our brotherhood cannot be severed. After class today, we must get together and have a meal. Oh, and you must bring along the Suzhou University beauty so we can get to know each other formally. Lindsay looked up at Su Ling, who was eating sips of food, and thought about today's class schedule. Finding that he was free in the evening, he readily agreed. Good. That's a deal. No more pigeons. Don't worry, it won't happen. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe put down his phone, turned to look at Su Ling, and said with a hint of negotiation in his tone. Su Ling, do you have any plans tonight? Su Ling shook her head, no. Then, can I invite you to have dinner together? Lin Zhe scratched his head a little embarrassedly. My roommates just called. They know I moved out and want to have dinner together. They specifically asked me to bring you along. He asked very politely, his eyes full of anticipation. Su Ling thought about it, a smile appeared on her face, and she replied softly, okay. For the rest of the time, the two of them quietly enjoyed this loving breakfast. Around 8 o'clock, they went to school together. The two were immersed in their studies throughout the day and did not have much contact. It was not until the end of the class in the evening that Lin Zhe met up with his 3 other roommates at the playground. Wang Yang saw Lin Zhe standing under the basketball hoop from afar, and immediately rushed over like a wild horse, waving his arms as he ran. Seeing this, the remaining 2 people also smiled and took big strides to catch up. The 4 of them reunited, and Wang Yang punched Lin Zhe on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. He left without a second thought, and took away our dream girl, the campus beauty of Suzhou University. When I first heard the news, I thought I was dreaming. Brother Lin, you are really amazing. You have quietly progressed from a relationship to living together. We are so envious. Lin Zhe laughed and patted his shoulder. Okay, when your destiny comes, you will naturally find your other half. Wang Yang curled his lips and muttered quietly, it's hard to say. We don't have the luck and courage like you, Brother Lin. Okay, Wang Yang, you've been mumbling from last night to today, aren't you tired? Another roommate, Zhang Yu, rolled his eyes, then sighed in frustration as if remembering something. Alas, the campus beauty I've had a crush on for so long. Wang Yang raised his eyebrows, looking determined to see the truth. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Brother Lin, you have to admit it yourself before we will believe it. What you said sounds like a myth to us. We have to hear it from you in person before we can accept this cruel reality. Jiang Su, who had been silent, also nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Lin, just tell me, are you really together with Su Ling? Faced with 3 pairs of bright eyes, Lin Zhe was a little amused and helpless. Wang Yang was so anxious that he rolled up his sleeves, and Jiang Su also touched the back of his head. Brother Lin, just admit it, are you really living with Su Ling? Lin Zhe's answer was clear and concise, of course, otherwise where would I live now? What the hell? Wang Yang yelled exaggeratedly, pointing at Lin Zhe with a look of deep sorrow. Brother Lin, you're killing people and destroying their hearts. You can't play it like this. How come you didn't give us any warning and just dropped a bomb on us? Chapter 23 The Resentful Zhang Haifeng. As Wang Yang spoke, he subconsciously covered his chest, as if he was shocked by the shocking news. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is actually living with you? Jiang Su's voice was very low, but it could not hide the shock in it. He stared at Lin Zhe intently, as if to confirm whether he was dreaming. This news is too explosive. Just then, footsteps were heard not far away, and then stopped abruptly. A young man with dyed yellow hair stopped, a trace of impatience flashed across his face, and his brows were twisted into a knot. He glanced at Zhang Haifeng and said with a pout. Brother Phone, look at these people, they are really good at bragging. Zhang Haifeng raised his eyelids slightly, and a look of contempt flashed through his narrow eyes. He glanced casually at Lin Zhe, looked him up and down, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A group of poor students would just indulge in their desire to talk and use some unrealistic things to satisfy their vanity. Who is Su Ling? She is not only the recognized campus beauty of Suzhou University, but also the insurmountable mountain of the Su family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Even if Lin Zhe has good grades and gets the top spot in the exam, what does it matter? In front of the Su family, he is just an ant. Zhang Haifeng glanced down at his outfit. From his watch to his shirt, everything was top-notch custom-made. Even the tissue in his pocket had a unique dark pattern on it. A sense of superiority arises naturally. He, the heir of the Sohangjiang family, still has to put in a lot of effort to pursue Su Ling. How can Lin Zhe and the others compare with him? It's simply a fantasy. Humph, Zhang Haifeng snorted coldly, his voice was not loud but full of ridicule. Lu Xing and the others haven't woken up yet, are you sleepwalking with them too? Talking a few words in your sleep, you really think you are a big shot? The yellow-haired man was Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, he immediately put away his disdain and replaced it with a flattering smile. He stretched out his hand to scratch his yellow hair, nodded and said, Brother Phone is right. These people are just bored and have nothing better to do. Our Suzhou University campus bell is naturally worthy of someone like you, Brother Phone. He paused, and when he saw Jiang Haifeng's expression eased a little, he added fuel to the fire. I'm not just flattering you blindly. Everyone in school is saying that you and Miss Su standing together are the real golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven. In terms of family background, appearance, and demeanor, which one of them isn't a perfect match? These words made Jiang Haifeng feel relaxed all over, and the coldness on his face melted away a little. He looked at Lin Zhe again, but still felt it was ridiculous. He had heard of Lin Zhe, the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a well-known figure in the school. But what about genius? Wanting to be with Su Ling is simply a pipe dream. Let's go. Jiang Haifeng lost interest in watching any further. Don't bother paying attention to them. The road to the school isn't theirs, so let's go our own way. Although he was unhappy, this was the only way out of the school, so Jiang Haifeng had no choice but to follow patiently. In order to show his uniqueness, he and Lu Xing deliberately moved to the side of the road. Use distance to draw a clear line, as if Lin Zhe and the others are carrying some bad luck. However, he hadn't walked far when the scene before him struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he froze in place for an instant. As soon as Lin Zhe and his friends arrived at the school gate, a familiar figure came to greet them. It was none other than Su Ling. Jiang Haifeng swallowed in disbelief, his heart sinking. No. This must be a coincidence. We all go to the same school, so it's normal to meet at the school gate. Oh my god. Brother Phone, look. Look. Lu Xing's voice changed sharply. What are they going to do? The campus beauty of Suzhou University, why did she walk towards Lin Zhe? Damn, this can't be true, right? Jiang Haifeng's brows were instantly twisted into a knot. He watched Su Ling walk straight to Lin Zhe, with a gentle smile on her face that he had never seen before, and was talking in a low voice with Lin Zhe. His hands clenched uncontrollably, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Damn it! These two words seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. Lu Xing, who was standing next to him, was adding fuel to the fire. Really? These days, even the best cabbages are eaten by pigs. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Haifeng turned his head suddenly, his voice was icy and his face seemed covered with a layer of frost. Lu Xing shuddered with fear and immediately changed his words. I'm sorry, Brother Phone, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. What I mean is, Lin Zhe is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But, seeing the two of them standing together, it seems that there really is something going on. He carefully observed Jiang Haifeng's expression and continued. I just can't figure it out. What's so good about Lin Zhe? How could he attract the beauty of Suzhou University? Compared to you, he is a million miles behind. Every word Lu Xing said was like a needle piercing Jiang Haifeng's heart. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. He stared at a few people not far away, with a sinister glint in his eyes. He didn't move, as if he wanted to eat Lin Zhe alive. Lu Xing would steal a glance at him from time to time. Seeing that the anger on his face had eased a little, he cautiously approached and suggested. Mr. Jiang, how about, let's go to the bar and relax? Jiang Haifeng turned his head and looked at Lu Xing deeply. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, as if to expel all the bad air in his chest. Let's go, get in the car. When Lu Xing heard this, he was immediately delighted. Being able to go out with Jiang Haifeng is a symbol of status in itself, and now going to the bar is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. Just being able to ride in Jiang Haifeng's car is enough for him and his brothers to brag about it for a month. Young Master Jiang, calm down. It's not worth it for such a person. Lu Xing hurried after her while comforting her in a flattering manner. On the other side, at the school gate. When Su Ling walked over, Wang Yang and others were all stunned. Zhang Yu was even more lost in thought. The goddess in front of him was wearing a simple white shirt and pleated skirt. Her long black hair was tied into a neat ponytail, as pure as a painting. Su Ling, let me introduce you. Lin Zhe smiled and broke the silence. These are my roommates, Zhang Yu, Wang Yang, and Jiang Su. Su Ling's face was covered with a gentle smile, and she nodded to them gracefully. Hello, I'm Su Ling. While others were still immersed in the goddess smile, Wang Yang had already come back to his senses and said excitedly. We are so lucky today. If it weren't for Brother Lin, we probably wouldn't have the chance to talk to the campus beauty of Suzhou University in our lifetime. Su Ling felt a little embarrassed by his straightforwardness, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Jiangsu couldn't help but be curious and asked cautiously. Su Ling, Brother Lin said that you two are dating. Is this true? Su Ling's cheeks turned even redder. She looked at Lindsay shyly, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lindsay smiled and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back, and asked loudly. Okay, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. Who's treating us to today's celebratory dinner? Chapter 24 Bar. Today's meal is on me. Jiangsu patted his chest, full of pride. At first, I didn't believe that Brother Lin could catch up with Su Ling. But now that he's standing in front of us, and Su Ling has acquiesced, we'd be fools not to believe him. He paused, looked around at everyone, and smiled brightly. From today on, we are all friends. What friends? Zhang Yu replied with a wicked smile, his eyes secretly glancing at the goddess in his heart. His tone was filled with a sense of relief after accepting his fate. We are brothers with Brother Lin, but for Su Ling, do we have to call her sister-in-law from now on? He knew in his heart that in terms of ability and talent, he and Lindsay were not in the same league. Since Su Ling chose Lindsay, he could only accept this cruel reality besides blessing her. Wang Yang was always direct. He simply and decisively turned towards Su Ling and shouted loudly, "Sister-in-law." This voice instantly ignited the atmosphere, and several people followed suit, with laughter and whistles intertwined, making it extremely lively. Su Ling, who was standing next to her, had her cheeks suddenly flushed red, spreading all the way to her snow-white neck. Hearing this unfamiliar name, her heart felt like it was hit by a deer and began beating uncontrollably. All right, stop making trouble. Jiangsu smiled and tried to smooth things over, pointing to a shiny car not far away. Didn't we agree to go out for dinner? Stop wasting time here and get in the car. Jiangsu comes from a wealthy family, and this car belongs to him. He is the most generous among his roommates. The car soon stopped in front of a bar called Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao Bar? I heard it has a good reputation. Let's go here. Jiangsu suggested enthusiastically. Seeing the place in front of him, Lindsay was slightly stunned. While the others were still looking at him, he pulled Jiangsu over and asked in a low voice, "Why did you bring us here?" Jiangsu explained excitedly. There is a themed event here tonight, the atmosphere is definitely good, and everything is 50% off. Don't worry, this store is very formal and is definitely not a smoky place. Not only can you drink, but you can also have simple meals in a great environment. To be honest, Lindsay has never set foot in a bar. In his imagination, the bar is always filled with deafening music and the pungent smell of cigarettes and alcohol. And a group of people swaying wildly on the dance floor, chaotic and blurred. He turned to look at Su Ling and found that the expression on her face was exactly the same as his, with a hint of curiosity and uneasiness. Su Ling, have you ever been to a place like this? Lindsay asked softly. Su Ling shook her head, then smiled again. No. But today is a good opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. Seeing that Su Ling had no objection, Wang Yang and Zhang Yu all looked at Lindsay, as if waiting for his decision. Okay then, let's go in and take a look. That's right. Jiangsu clapped his hands and was the first to walk in with big strides. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Lindsay discovered that this place was completely different from the bar he had imagined. There was no deafening noise, no pungent smell of cigarettes and alcohol, and no crazy dancing crowds. The entire space is extremely clean, and a light blue wall is covered with various literary notes and messages, full of a warm literary atmosphere. On a small stage not far away, a girl holding a guitar was singing softly. Her voice is clear and ethereal, and she is singing a folk song with a melodious melody and simple lyrics. It seems to be telling a distant and peaceful story. Fish jump under the small bridge at sunset. The water wheel keeps turning, yeah. The soothing melody was like a stream of clear spring water, instantly washing away the tension in Lindsay's heart, and his tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Jiangsu raised his eyebrows proudly. Lindsay nodded sincerely. Well, it's very good. It's very quiet and stylish here. I told you so. Let's sit over there, closer to the stage. Jiangsu pointed to a rectangular table next to the stage, which was surrounded by sofas and could seat 5 people. Wang Yang's eyes turned and he immediately made arrangements. This is a great spot. We 3 can each take a single sofa, and the remaining 2 double sofas will naturally belong to Brother Lin and his wife, right? Before Lindsay could answer, Zhang Yu nodded. Of course. We can't have 2 grown men squeezed onto one sofa, can we? As he spoke, he winked at Lin Zhe and Su Ling mischievously. Facing everyone's teasing gazes, Su Ling's face turned red again. Although Lin Zhe didn't say anything, he still obediently pulled Su Ling and sat down side by side on the double sofa. Waiter, first, a dozen beers, a fruit plate, and then this. Jiangsu skillfully flipped through the wine list and ordered a few signature dishes. Oh, and there are also special cocktails, everyone can drink as much as they want. He turned to Su Ling with a smile. Sister-in-law, what would you like to drink? Su Ling waved her hands quickly. I can't, just give me a glass of juice. Okay, how about a glass of freshly squeezed grape juice? Okay, thank you. As a few people were chatting and laughing, 2 more people walked into the bar. Master Jiang, your presence is truly a great honor to us, the little ones. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Xing couldn't wait to start flattering, with a fawning smile on his face. Jiang Haifeng raised his mouth with a smug smile, and rubbed his nose habitually. He walked with an arrogant and domineering manner. Stop the flattery. He said this, but he felt very happy about it in his heart. This is not flattery, Master Jiang. Lu Xing's voice rose a few notches. You're a regular here, often booking the entire place. The boss always has to greet you with a smile. You're the living god of wealth here. Jiang Haifeng was so pleased that he was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. The 2 found a place with a good view and sat down. Jiang Haifeng crossed his legs, squinted his eyes, and listened to the folk songs on the stage comfortably. Lu Xing was just about to praise the singers on the stage for their taste, but the words were suddenly stuck on his lips. His expression froze on his face, his brows furrowed suddenly, he blinked hard, and then rubbed them in disbelief. Not far away, at a table close to the stage, were Lin Zhe and Su Ling sitting. Lin Zhe! How could he be here? Lu Xing's heart sank suddenly. He swallowed his saliva and pointed in that direction with an almost trembling, fearful voice and shouted to Jiang Haifeng. Jiang! Young Master Jiang! Look! That table near the stage. It's Lin Zhe and the others. Chapter 25 Intermediate Sommelier. Damn Lin Zhe! What on earth does he want to do? Jiang Haifeng's knuckles were clenched white, and the anger burning in his eyes almost ignited the air in front of him. He stared at the person in the booth not far away, the jealousy and resentment in his heart intertwined, almost breaking through the cage of reason. It was an unspoken fact throughout the entire campus that Jiang Haifeng was pursuing Su Ling. He was confident that even if Su Ling rejected him now, with the power of his Jiang family and his own conditions, he would eventually win that beautiful girl. After all, in this city, there are only a handful of young talents who can match Jiang Haifeng. But today, everything has changed. Su Ling, the Su Ling whom he cherished like a treasure, was actually with Lin Zhe, a nobody. This thought was like a poisonous thorn, piercing deep into Jiang Haifeng's heart. Every beat was accompanied by sharp pain and suffocating depression. That would be fine, but that country bumpkin Lin Zhe actually dared to bring a goddess like Su Ling, who was pure as a skeptic, to a place like a bar where all kinds of people gather. This is simply a desecration. It was a blatant provocation to Jiang Haifeng. Master Jiang, are you okay? Lu Xing, the follower beside him, sensed his terrifying aura and asked cautiously. Jiang Haifeng turned a deaf ear to him, his gaze like 2 cold searchlights, firmly locked on Lin Zhe. Su Ling slightly turned sideways, and the soft hem of her skirt even touched the corner of Lin Zhe's clothes. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to rush over and tear Lin Zhe to pieces. Lu Xing, wait here. Jiang Haifeng's voice was cold. He stood up suddenly. No, Master Jiang. Please don't be impulsive. Lu Xing was startled and grabbed his arm. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? You can just let your subordinates do this kind of dirty work. Why do you have to do it yourself and lose your dignity? Jiang Haifeng slowly turned his head, and his bloodshot eyes swept coldly across Lu Xing's face. Lu Xing's heart skipped a beat, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, but he still bravely stepped forward. Jiang Xiao, calm down first, sit down, sit down. I have a foolproof plan that will definitely make that kid pay for it, and it won't have anything to do with you. Seeing that Lu Xing spoke with confidence, the violence in Jiang Haifeng's eyes subsided a little, and he sat back on the sofa. Explain. Lu Xing looked around cautiously, then bent down and put his mouth close to Jiang Haifeng's ear. He muttered quickly and sinisterly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. At first, Jiang Haifeng's brows were twisted into a knot, and his face was full of disdain and impatience. But as Lu Xing continued to talk, his frown gradually relaxed, and a cold smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Lu Xing's butt touched the sofa, Zhang Haifeng couldn't wait to growl. "What are you still standing there for? Go do it." "Understood. With your words, young Master Jiang, half the task is accomplished." Lu Xing smiled flatteringly, quickly took out his cell phone, and dialed a number in front of Zhang Haifeng. The moment the phone was connected, a sneer appeared on his face. Zhang Haifeng turned his head again, his eyes like a venomous snake, fixed on Lin Zhe, as if he was enjoying a good show that was about to be staged. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely different. Lin Zhe and his roommates sat around a table, chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. "When it comes to playing games in our dormitory, the best one has to be Wang Yang." Jiang Su raised his glass and spoke eloquently. "Since I've known him, I've never seen him lose. His operation is so smooth and flowing, it's like he has cheats." Zhang Yu was immediately displeased when this was said. He stiffened his neck and retorted. "Jiang Su, what you said is not very authentic. Don't I also practice hard in the dorm every day? While you and Wang Yang were out having fun, who was working hard? Why don't you praise my efforts? When it comes to gaming, hard work is certainly important, but talent is what determines your ceiling." Jiang Su took a sip of wine and added slowly. "Just like Wang Yang has a talent for gaming, and our brother Lin has a talent for studying, we can't help but accept this." These words left Zhang Yu speechless. He blinked and looked at Lin Zhe, who was calm and composed. Lin Zhe laughed and shook his head. "Jiang Su, you're such a master at fanning the flames. You were chatting about games, but why did you bring me into the conversation? My learning is not based on talent, it is purely through hard work, do you understand?" Zhang Yu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and immediately raised his glass with a smile on his face. Right. Brother Lin is right. Let's go one by one and toast to our hard work." Lin Zhe picked up the wine glass in front of him, took a symbolic sip, and gently put it back on the table. While his roommates were starting a new round of debate on who was worse, he turned his head and looked gently at Su Ling beside him. "Is the juice to your liking? Would you like a milkshake instead?" His voice was low, his eyes filled with deep concern. Su Ling shook her head gently, a faint smile spreading across the corners of her lips. "It's fine, no need to change." "That's good." Lin Zhe nodded, looking so serious that it didn't seem like he was in a bar. "If you feel it's too noisy here or you feel uncomfortable in any way, please tell me and we can leave at any time." This meticulous consideration flowed quietly through Su Ling's heart like a warm current, making her feel extremely at ease. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Lin Zhe's mind without warning. Ding! Whiskey tasting, sommelier mastery point +1. Lin Zhe was stunned. Can drinking alcohol also increase mastery points? He glanced at the dazzling array of wine glasses on the table, and a bold idea came to his mind. If he keeps drinking, won't the amount be increased even faster? Just as the thought came to his mind, Wang Yang was already holding his wine glass and yelling at him. Brother Lin, you were just daydreaming. That's not okay. Drink a penalty. You must come with me. No problem. Lin Zhe responded, picked up another cocktail he had never seen before, and took a sip. Ding! Taste margarita, sommelier mastery point +1. Really? In the next few minutes, Lin Zhe whispered with Su Ling while calmly responding to the toasts from his roommates. Every time he tasted a new drink, that reminder tone would ring in his mind. Ding! Taste tequila sunrise, sommelier mastery point +1. Ding! Taste a Bloody Mary, sommelier mastery point +1. Not long after a series of prompt sounds, a louder voice exploded deep in his consciousness. Congratulations to the host, your sommelier skill has reached intermediate level. In an instant, Lin Zhe felt that the whole world had changed. A huge amount of knowledge poured into his brain like a tide. The origin, raw materials, brewing process, best tasting method, taste level of various wines. Countless pieces of information that were once unfamiliar to him now became clear and understandable, as if he was a master who had been immersed in this field for many years. He looked at the wine glass on the table again, and there was no more confusion in his eyes. Instead, there was a kind of understanding and confidence that seemed to see through everything. Not only that, the changes in the body are also extremely obvious. The dizziness caused by alcohol a moment ago disappeared the moment the intermediate sommelier skill took effect. Instead, there is an unprecedented clarity and ease. Lindsay calmly felt the changes in his body and quietly observed his roommate across from him. Wang Yang's face was already red, and his speech was lisp. Although Zhang Yu's expression was relatively normal, his movements were obviously slow and his eyes were a little distracted. As for himself, apart from feeling more energetic, he was no different from when he first arrived. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This system is simply amazing." Chapter 26. This is definitely not 1982 La Fight. Brother Lin, what's going on? My head is buzzing, how come you act like nothing's happened? Zhang Yu held his forehead with one hand and held the wine glass with the other, looking at Lin Zhe with a dazed look in his eyes, his mouth almost turned into an H shape. Didn't we all drink the same thing? How come you're still sober? Are people who study well also naturally good at drinking? This is so unfair. Lin Zhe smiled calmly and was about to speak. Everyone's physique is different, so the alcohol tolerance can't be generalized. Before he finished speaking, a heroic voice interrupted him. Jiang Su slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed red. He was clearly a bit drunk, but his eyes were extremely excited. What does this mean? It means Brother Lin didn't drink enough. Come on, waiter, open another bottle. He looked around and raised his voice a few notches. Brothers, we're all going our separate ways soon. We can't leave today without getting drunk. We have to drink our hearts out. As he spoke, he waved to the waiter not far away and shouted with a bit of drunken pride. Handsome guy, please open a bottle of 1982 La Fight. It will liven up our party tonight. La Fight from 1982? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, and the other three people present sobered up instantly. Lin Zhe was the first to frown and held down Jiang Su's hand as he was about to wave. Jiang Su, are you crazy? It's good for everyone to just get together and have fun. There's no need to spend so much money. Don't you know how much a bottle of 1982 La Fight costs? Did you get drunk? Yeah, Jiang Su, our wine is already strong enough, save some money, money doesn't come from the wind. Wang Yang also followed suit. Zhang Yu even waved his hands, his tongue a little tied. I'm already drunk. Even if you give me some nectar, I won't be able to taste it. It's a complete waste. Forget it. The three of them took turns to speak earnestly. But Jiang Su was like a stubborn calf, shaking his head like a rattle, with an expression of indifference on his face. Listen to me today. He raised his voice with a hint of sadness. After graduation, we were all scattered all over the world. It would be harder than climbing to the sky to get together like this again. Let us drink and enjoy the wine today, and spend what we have to spend. That's it. He had a determined look on his face, and his eyes showed an attitude that said, even the king can't stop me today. Everyone looked at each other, and seeing that persuasion was ineffective, they could only shrug their shoulders helplessly and let him go. After hearing what Jiang Su said, I felt really bad. Zhang Yu sighed, after graduation, there's really no going back. Don't argue with him. Have you forgotten? We have a nouveau riche here. Wang Yang nudged Zhang Yu and said with a wink, to me, it's just a bottle of wine. Don't spoil the fun. Yes, I won't spoil the fun today. Seeing that no one objected anymore, Jiang Su finally smiled triumphantly. The waiter who had been waiting nearby spoke cautiously. Excuse me, sir, the drink you ordered just now. Open. Of course. Jiang Su waved his hand. Go get it. It's the 1982 La Fight. We're waiting to taste it. Yes, sir, please wait. The waiter responded respectfully and left quickly. A moment later, the waiter returned with an exquisite wooden box in his hand. Under the gaze of the crowd, he operated skillfully and gracefully. First, he wiped the bottle with the waiter's towel. Then he carefully used a seahorse knife to open the cork, making a crisp pop sound. Instead of rushing to pour the wine, he filled each tulip glass about a quarter full. Zhang Yu was confused. He nudged Lin Zhe with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Brother Lin, is this how you drink wine? Why don't you fill it up? Lin Zhe lowered his voice and explained patiently. Not filling the bottle fully is to leave space for the wine to fully contact with the air and accelerate oxidation. This process is called decanting. Look, the waiter is shaking the glass gently to allow the aroma of the wine to be better released. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. Brother Lin, you know so much. It's so enviable. Nothing, I see it so often that I understand it naturally. Lindsay smiled faintly, but his eyes never left the bottle of wine. In fact, Lindsay knew that using a professional decanter would be more effective, as it could disperse the wine more fully and awaken the dormant aroma of the wine. About 10 minutes later, the waiter stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Ladies and gentlemen, this wine takes between 10 and 30 minutes to decant, and is now ready to drink. You can decide whether to continue to decant the wine according to your taste preference. Generally speaking, white wines take less time to decant than red wines." After listening to the explanation, several people raised their glasses. Zhang Yu and Wang Yang took a sip cautiously, and then their eyes lit up. The timing is just right, smooth on the palate and sweet aftertaste. Jiangsu smiled with satisfaction and raised his glass. Lindsay also brought the wine glass to his lips and took a small sip. However, as soon as the wine entered his mouth, his brows instantly twisted into a knot. An indescribable strange feeling spread across the tip of my tongue. "What's wrong? Brother Lin?" Zhang Yu was the first to notice his abnormality. "This is a bottle of Lafite from 1982. Why are you frowning?" Immediately afterwards, Wang Yang and Jiang Su's eyes also focused on him. Lindsay slowly put the wineglass back on the table and said solemnly, "This is definitely not the 1982 Lafite." As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Zhang Yu blinked his eyes, looking incredulous. "Brother Lin, you can't say that. Have you ever tasted 1982 Lafite? What makes you so sure?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yang burst out laughing, with a somewhat teasing tone. "Brother Lin, you're going a bit too far. Even though your sister-in-law is here, you don't have to be so anxious to show off, right? Don't act pretentious, there's no need in front of brothers." "Ha ha ha, Wang Yang, what you said reminds me of our instructor." Zhang Yu also laughed. When he was giving us a serious lecture, he had this expression on his face. It was serious yet funny. Faced with the teasing of his brothers, Lindsay did not get angry and did not even make any excuses. He just turned his head, looked at Jiangsu calmly, and said word by word, "Jiangsu, call that waiter over here. You might have been scammed." The smile on Jiangsu's face froze. He stared at Lindsay blankly, and there was no sign of joking on the other person's face. But he was worried again, because the 1982 Lafite was very expensive. Would this seemingly high-end bar really do such a stupid thing as to damage its own reputation? For a moment, Jiangsu felt like his heart was in turmoil, half believing and half doubting. But in the end, he still chose to believe Lindsay. After 4 years of getting along, he understood Lindsay's character and knew that he was definitely not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. This thought flashed through his mind, and Jiangsu no longer hesitated and slowly raised his hand. Chapter 27. Everyone was shocked by Lindsay's wine tasting. Waiter. As soon as Jiangsu finished speaking, a waiter came over quickly with a respectful attitude. "Sir, how can I help you?" Lindsay didn't look at anyone, but only fixed his eyes on the glass of crimson wine in front of him. The voice was calm but carried an undeniable penetrating force. "Wine, that's not right." These 3 short words startled him instantly. The professional smile on the waiter's face froze instantly, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes, but his years of professional ethics allowed him to quickly regain his composure. "Sir, could you be more specific? The Lafite we offer is indeed 1982. He responded tentatively, his tone hinting at a lack of confidence. Lindsay finally raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as lightning, stared directly into the waiter's eyes, and began his analysis. As we all know, 1982 was the century year for Bordeaux. That summer was a near-perfect summer of scorching sunshine and no drought, resulting in grapes reaching unprecedented ripeness. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Therefore, the 1982 Lafite has been known for its extremely rich fruity aroma since its birth. Ripe blackcurrants, candied plums, and a hint of black cherry sweetness. The wine is full-bodied, rich and mature to the extreme. Having said that, Lindsay paused slightly. At this moment, the calmness on the waiter's face began to crack, replaced by a hint of surprise. Lindsay ignored it and continued. Secondly, although the wines of that year were rich in flavor and high in alcohol, the tannins were velvety and smooth. This is not because of the low tannin content, but because of the extreme ripeness of the grapes, which makes the taste of wine completely free of astringency, which is one of its most unique charms. As he finished speaking, Wang Yang, Zhang Yu and others on the opposite side had their eyes wide open and their mouths slightly open, as if they were looking at a stranger. As for Su Ling, her beautiful eyes revealed shock and curiosity that were difficult to conceal. She looked at Lindsay, who was talking confidently and calmly at the moment, and her heart was stirred. Although she had also drunk 1982 Lafite. But it is rare to be able to describe a wine so clearly. It's like reciting it in advance. He felt that Lindsay in front of him seemed like a wine-tasting master. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Lindsay's voice rang out again, with a scholar's rigor and certainty. What is even more rare is that despite having such a rich body, it still maintains excellent acidity, making the wine sweet but not greasy, rich and balanced. This is also the key to its amazing aging potential. When it was first launched on the market, some wine critics asserted that it could age for between 50 and 100 years. Now, over 40 years later, its fruity aromas have evolved, blending into complex notes of cedar, tobacco and leather, but its vitality remains undiminished. He looked around, and finally returned his gaze to the wine in the glass. His tone changed and became sharp. This one, while not bad in taste, is worlds apart from the 1982 Lafite. Its fruit aroma is too light and lacks that explosive richness. The overall style is more soft and gentle, rather than the powerful and vigorous 1982. Lindsay's eyes locked onto the waiter again, and he gave his final verdict word by word. If I'm not mistaken, this should be 1998 Lafite. Boom! These words exploded in the waiter's head like a thunderbolt. Fine beads of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead, and the expression on his face was completely frozen, and he could no longer maintain any disguise. Of course he knew that the wine was fake. It was the boss's instruction. The boss once confidently asserted that he could pass off 1998 wine as 1982 because there were very few true connoisseurs. But he never expected that he would run into a wine-tasting master today. Not only did the other party see through it, they even told the year of the counterfeit. Their professionalism is so high that even their boss can't match it. The waiter was in a state of confusion, a mixture of embarrassment and fear, and his words became stammering. Sir, I'm truly sorry. It was our mistake to have given you and everyone else a bad experience. Please wait a moment, I will ask our boss to handle it immediately. He turned around almost as if he was running away. As soon as he reached the corner, he couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and dialed his boss's number with trembling fingers. Boss. Something happened. Something serious. As soon as the phone was connected, he shouted incoherently. A few customers came into the store and pointed out that our wine was not 1982 Lafite. They were so professional that I couldn't understand anything they said, but they insisted it was from 1998. The boss on the other end of the phone was out of town and was horrified when he heard this. Didn't I teach you this? Even if someone doubts you, you must confidently tell them that this is 1982 Lafite. I tried. But their explanation was very clear and logical, even more detailed than what was written in our materials. In 1998. The boss took a deep breath and felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. They had been playing this trick for a long time and had never failed, but they didn't expect that a young man would expose it on the spot today, and he said it so accurately. This is no small matter. The other party must have tasted the problem with this wine. Who exactly is the other party? He immediately lowered his voice, his tone full of threat and urgency. Listen up to me. These people must be served comfortably at all costs. This matter must not be spread out, otherwise our bar's reputation will be completely ruined. Apologize, compensate, in short, make sure they are satisfied and stop talking nonsense. In just a few words, the boss repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of the matter. The waiter nodded repeatedly, hung up the phone, took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then walked back to the booth. He came before the crowd and bowed deeply, his attitude extremely humble. Dear guests, we are truly sorry. After internal verification, we have confirmed that this was indeed a serious mistake on our part. There was a mistake when taking wine from the warehouse just now. The 1998 Lafite was mistakenly taken as 1982. On behalf of the bar, I offer my sincerest apologies to everyone. I hope I haven't ruined your enjoyment tonight. Chapter 28. The show begins. The waiter's words were sincere, but to Jiang Su, they were like fuses that instantly ignited the anger in his heart. What kind of international joke is this? Jiang Su's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of guests from several tables around. A bottle of wine costs hundreds of thousands, and now you tell me you got the wrong one? If it weren't for my buddy's sharp eyes, would you have gotten away with this without anyone noticing? He leaned forward, his eyes sharp as a torch, and asked word by word. To put it nicely, it was your fault at work. To put it bluntly, you are blatantly selling inferior products as good ones and defrauding consumers. He deliberately emphasized the last sentence, and each word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the waiter's heart. The waiter's face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He bowed repeatedly, his voice trembling slightly. "Sir, please calm down, this is indeed a serious mistake on my part. To express our sincerest apologies, all your bills today will be free at our bar." He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and continued. "Not only that, our boss has also specifically instructed that we will give you a bottle of genuine 1982 Lafite as a token of our apology. I beg you gentlemen to be magnanimous and calm down." As he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone present, full of pleading. "The 1982 Lafite is very valuable, and this is almost the greatest sincerity they can offer. The free bill plus the compensation of top-quality liquor is enough to calm the anger of most customers." Jiang-Su exchanged glances with his roommates. Seeing that everyone's tense expressions had relaxed, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. "All right. It's a rare occasion for us to get together, and I don't want this to ruin the mood. Let's just leave it this way." "Great. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll get you some 1982 Lafite." The waiter seemed to have been pardoned. He bowed again with tears of gratitude and then quickly left. Not until the waiter disappeared in the crowd did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang-Su immediately turned to Lin Zhe, excitedly gave him a thumbs up, his eyes wide open. "Brother Lin, that's great. You're amazing. I never thought you could even taste wine. You can tell the year and origin with just one bite. Tell me, how did you do it?" Zhang Yu was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. He leaned forward unconsciously, stretched his neck, and his face was full of admiration. Wang Yang looked at Lin Zhe with undisguised admiration. At this moment, the same question lingered in everyone's mind. Lin Zhe just smiled faintly and said casually, "Nothing, I just read some related knowledge in a book before." "Oh my god." Jiang-Su slapped his thigh and exclaimed. "They say books contain beautiful women and golden houses, but I never thought books could contain such life-saving and anti-pitfall knowledge. All the books I read before were wasted. Brother Lin, you are truly well read." Yes, one only regrets not having enough knowledge when one needs it." Zhang Yu echoed. "Our brother Lin loves to go to the library the most. It seems that we should go there more often to recharge our batteries, otherwise we will be cheated every time we go out." Several roommates were talking to each other in a lively atmosphere, all expressing their feelings about what had just happened. Su Ling on the side did not participate in the discussion, but her eyes were also filled with shock. Her family has tasted this level of red wine many times, but if she were to tell the difference herself, she would not be completely sure. Lin Zhe, after just a sip, pointed out the problem directly. "This is really unbelievable." She looked at the man in front of her again, with a hint of strong curiosity in her eyes. In recent days, she seemed to discover new shining points in Lin Zhe every day. He is an excellent cook, he is proficient in investment, and now, he also knows how to taste wine? Thinking about the neatly organized storage and furnishings at home, Su Ling suddenly felt that this man is like an unfathomable book, with unexpected surprises hidden on every page. For a moment, she couldn't look away. "I didn't expect that after spending money today, I could even get the boss to waive the bill. This is all thanks to our brother Lin." Jiang-Su picked up his wine glass and suggested loudly, "Come on, let's toast to brother Lin." The other two roommates immediately raised their glasses in response. Lin Zhe smiled, picked up the wine glass, and was about to drink it all. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of their table uninvited. Everyone froze and looked at the newcomer in surprise. The visitor's attire can be described as exaggerated. Her upper body was a floral shirt that was so big that it almost covered her knees, while her lower body was a pair of tight pants that were so short that they exposed her ankles. The floral shirt and green pants are a striking combination under the dim bar lights. Even more striking was his glossy green hair, which resembled a mass of moving moss. Looking at his outfit, it's obvious that he's a gangster. Before they could react, the green-haired guy had already walked around the table and stood in front of Su Ling. Before he could even stand still, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said to Su Ling in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, sister, you look really good, just like your brother. Be good, give me your contact information, I'll take you out for a good meal later, what do you think?" His eyes moved back and forth over Su Ling with a sticky look, full of frivolity. Su Ling frowned, her face instantly filled with disgust, and she was about to scold. Lin Zhe had already stood up and stood in front of Su Ling. He looked at green hair expressionlessly and uttered only 2 words, but they were as cold as ice. Get lost. The air seemed to freeze. Green hair obviously didn't expect someone to dare to speak to him like that. He was stunned for a moment, and then a fierce look of being offended appeared on his face. Oh my god, I've never seen anything like this before. No one here dares to talk to me like that. Boy, are you tired of living? He stiffened his neck and stared at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe still had no expression on his face, but the chill emanating from his deep eyes made green hair's heart skip a beat for no reason. Despite this, he still pretended to be calm and shouted fiercely. What? You want to go against me, right? As he spoke, he reached for his lower back. With a swish, he pulled out a dagger that was flashing with cold light. Under the dim neon lights of the bar, the blade reflected a terrifying luster. I don't care who you are, kneel down and beg for mercy right now, and I'll let this go. Green hair gritted his teeth and gestured in the air with the knife in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the guests at the nearby table stood up with a clatter, and 7 or 8 burly men dressed in the same shabby manner quickly surrounded him. Standing behind green hair, he created a powerful deterrent. In a booth not far away, Jiang Haifeng's eyes were fixed on Lin Zhe, with a smile on his lips. Lu Xing beside him said in a low voice with a flattering look on his face. Master Jiang, how are you? Are the brothers I found okay? With this kind of situation, I guarantee that kid will be so scared that his legs will go weak and he will kneel down and beg for mercy. Jiang Haifeng didn't say anything, but just picked up the wine glass with satisfaction and gently shook the liquid in the glass, as if he was enjoying a good show that was about to be staged. Chapter 29, Martial Arts reached intermediate level. Lin Zhe and the others are just students, but that green-haired guy is a gangster. The two sides are not opponents of the same weight class at all. Jiang Haifeng looked very proud, and Lu Xing on the side was even more outrageous, flattering him to the utmost. On the other side, seeing a group of aggressive people approaching, Wang Yang and the others all stood up and stood beside Lin Zhe almost at the same time. The movements are uniform and the purpose is self-evident. However, from the tense expressions of Wang Yang, Zhang Yu and others, one can still see their inner tension. Green hair's ferocious look shows that he is a social person who is not easy to mess with. Su Ling sat upright on the sofa, her brows slightly furrowed. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen such a scene before. She stood up coldly, her eyes piercing green hair like ice blades, and her words were without a trace of warmth. I'll give you 1 minute to leave immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, the thugs on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, and even the arrogance on green hair's face froze. Although Su Ling was a woman, her innate aura of dignity made him tremble inexplicably. Green hair immediately realized that this girl was definitely not from an ordinary family. If it were any other ordinary person, seeing this kind of scene, they would have been scared speechless. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but when he thought that this was a task assigned by young Master Jiang, he made up his mind and took a step forward. What are you doing? What are you doing? You cowards, you are such a disgrace. Men should solve matters between men. What's the point of asking a woman to step forward? If you have the guts, fight me in single combat. If you don't, kneel down and beg for mercy. Don't use women as shields. Green hair yelled for a while, then glared at Lin Zhe fiercely. You look like a decent person, but I didn't expect you to just hide behind a woman. If I were you, I would just stay at home and let this woman support me. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of shrill laughter broke out behind him. If you are a man, fight him one-on-one. If you are not a man, kneel down. Right. Don't be a coward if you're a man, unless you're not one at all. He's not short, but he's as timid as a needle, and he still needs a woman to protect him. How boring. The gangsters echoed one after another, and green hair was laughing so hard that he fell forward and backward. Lin Zhe's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Okay, one-on-one. These 2 words instantly froze green hair and the noise behind him. Seeing this, Su Ling hurried to Lin Zhe's side, with a hint of worry in her voice. Lin Zhe, ignore them, they are just looking for trouble. Lin Zhe shook his head and said calmly, it's okay, it has to be solved. Su Ling looked at his determined eyes and nodded uneasily. Lin Zhe turned his gaze back to green hair. Don't you want a one-on-one duel? I accept. But there's one condition, the loser must crawl out on his knees. Hearing this, Greenhair laughed out loud again as if he had heard a huge joke, his eyes full of contempt. He looked at the seemingly thin boy in front of him again, and his heart became more determined. This guy is just relying on his numbers to give him courage. Looking at the beautiful woman next to him, he had to show off his ability. If we really fight, I can knock him down within 3 moves. Boy, you said it, don't go back on your word. Greenhair deliberately raised the volume so that people around him could hear clearly. Let's fight one-on-one. Whoever loses has to crawl out of here. The thugs behind him immediately had smiles of gloating on their faces. This brat is so arrogant. He really thinks he can beat our green-haired brother? Our brother Mao is a gangster, what can he compare with? I think he's a coward. He'll just say something harsh to save face. He'll definitely be the one crawling out on his knees later. There's going to be a good show, just wait and see. The hooligans' ridicule was endless, and every word was filled with contempt for Lindsay. They firmly believed that once Greenhair took action, this farce would soon be over. Lindsay turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him, took a step forward, and then moved his wrist slowly. The moment he made this simple move, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Complete wrist warm-up exercises, martial arts skill mastery point +1. A smile quietly appeared on the corner of Lindsay's mouth. Then, he stretched out his legs, took a steady horse stance, opened his hips and stretched his legs, his movements smooth and flowing. Seeing this, Greenhair was not willing to be outdone and waved his hand behind him and said, Everyone, stand back and don't affect my performance. Who doesn't know how to warm up? After saying that, he shook his head exaggeratedly, his neck made a series of crisp crackling sounds, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Lindsay was listening attentively to the prompt tone in his mind. Ding! Complete the horse stance warm-up, martial arts skill mastery point +1. Ding! Complete the leg stretch warm-up, martial arts skill mastery point +1. As the mastery points accumulated rapidly, Lindsay's expectations grew stronger. Soon, his accumulated mastery points reached the threshold. A louder system notification sound exploded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your martial arts skills have been upgraded from elementary to intermediate. The moment the prompt sounded, countless exquisite fighting skills flooded into Lindsay's mind like a tide, and his body underwent wonderful changes. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and reaction ability had all been significantly improved. Feeling the power surging in his body, Lindsay's confidence became more and more stable. On the other side, Greenhair twisted his waist, and seeing that Lindsay was still warming up slowly, he kicked his legs in annoyance. The people around them had automatically formed a circle, clearing the center of the field. But Greenhair's brows were twisted into a knot. What's wrong with this person in front of me? Stretching the legs and doing horse stance, is this never ending? Hey, are you scared? Stretch your muscles before you fight, but are you planning on warming up until dawn? Greenhair roared impatiently, I prefer a quick fight and a quick resolution. I don't have the patience to play games with you here. Since you're dilly-dallying, don't blame me for being rude. With a roar, Greenhair could no longer hold back and suddenly rushed towards Lindsay. After warming up for so long, it's time to get started. If you don't move, I will. As he rushed towards Lindsay, his right fist had already been clenched, and with a sharp sound of wind, he went straight to Lindsay's face. Chapter 30 Get Out. You pretty boy hiding behind a woman, I'm going to tear your face off today. Greenhair's eyes were bloodshot, and his fist, wrapped in a fierce wind, smashed hard into Lindsay's face. However, the expected sound of bones breaking did not come, and the punch he threw with all his strength missed. Greenhair's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was horrified. What's going on? He was sure that he had pushed his speed to the limit, and his fist was only a millimeter away from Lindsay's face. But in the blink of an eye, Lindsay's body moved to the side, like a leaf blown by the wind, and avoided the powerful blow with incredible ease. Damn it! The punch missed, and the huge inertia caused Greenhair to stagger, and his face instantly turned purple. If one punch doesn't work, punch again. He roared, and the second punch followed. Today I will destroy you. I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Before he finished speaking, an extremely fast afterimage suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. That's a foot. Greenhair's heart was instantly gripped by an invisible hand and rose into his throat. Ah! A shrill scream cut through the air. Greenhair was kicked out like a kite with a broken string, drawing a messy parabola in the air, and finally fell heavily on the ground a few meters away with a dull bang. The move was so quick and agile that in just 2 rounds, all the thugs on the sidelines were stunned. It was not until Greenhair twitched in pain on the ground that they woke up from their dream and surrounded him in a mess. Brother Mao! Brother Mao, how are you? Oh my god! Brother Mao is vomiting blood. Fuck! How dare this kid touch Brother Mao? At this moment, Lu Mao's face was as pale as paper, and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth stained his clothes red. Even his words were covered with blood foam and were unclear. Damn, his speed, how could it be so fast? The previous second he was thinking about how to step on Lin Zhe, and the next second he was kicked away. The force of that kick was simply not something a flesh and blood body could withstand. It was as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed truck. At this moment, he only felt a sharp pain in his chest and breathing became extremely difficult. Not far away, the smugness on Jiang Haifeng's face froze instantly, replaced by a gloomy annoyance and an overwhelming disbelief. Lu Xing beside him was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Master Jiang, this is impossible. Lu Xing stammered as he explained, Greenhair is well known in this area for his fighting ability. He's one of the best fighters around. How could he lose? Shut up! Jiang Haifeng shouted, interrupting Lu Xing's explanation. Everyone's gaze pierced Greenhair like needles, making his face burn with pain. He struggled to prop up half of his body, wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth, and spat fiercely. Damn it! Come on, everyone! Greenhair was so angry that he completely lost his temper. If I don't kill this guy today, no one will be able to leave this door. At the command, the group of thugs looked at each other, but soon their eyes turned red. They all follow Greenhair to make a living. If they don't work hard now, they will never be able to make a living in the future. All of a sudden, 7 or 8 people rushed towards Lin Zhe at the same time like wolves and tigers. Brother Lin, be careful! Before Zhang Yu could finish his exclamation, the 2 people in the front had already reached Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's eyes turned cold, and instead of retreating, he advanced, flipped his wrist, and slapped out with a crisp slap as fast as lightning. Bang! The sound was piercingly loud. The thug was slapped and spun around, then fell to the ground dizzy. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhe was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, starting a one-sided crushing. His figure shuttled through the crowd, and every punch and every kick was precise and efficient. There are no unnecessary movements, but every move is deadly. Wherever the fists and feet reached, screams rang out one after another. The thugs fell to the ground in pain like cut wheat, no longer able to fight back. In the distance, Greenhair, who was leaning against the wall, looked at this nightmarish scene and his heart sank to the bottom. Trash! A bunch of trash! He roared in frustration, there are so many of us, but we can't beat one person. Xiao Liuzi, hit him on the back. Mozi, get out of the way. Before he finished his command, Lin Zhe's figure appeared in front of Mozi like a ghost, and hit him in the face with a clean straight punch. Greenhair's voice suddenly stopped, and only despair remained on his face. In the end, this farce ended with a group of people running away in panic, crying for their parents. A few minutes later, Greenhair led a group of defeated soldiers and returned to Lin Zhe covered in dust and dirt, with his attitude taking a 180-degree turn. Brother! We are the ones who didn't recognize the great man, and we are the ones who were mean-spirited. Please be magnanimous and spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare our lives, big brother. Greenhair nodded and bowed, and the people behind him also followed suit and begged for mercy. Lin Zhe's eyes were cold. He slowly raised his hand, pointed to the door, and uttered 2 words. Kneel down and get out of here. Okay. Okay. We'll get down on our knees and roll right away. Greenhair felt as if he had been pardoned. He and his men knelt on the ground in humiliation and walked out of the door step by step. Seeing this group of people leaving in a panic, Wang Yang and others were still immersed in great shock and it took them a long time to recover. The first one to react was Jiang Su. He rushed to Lin Zhe, his eyes wide as copper bells. Lao Lin. You, when did you become so fierce? Where did you learn this kung fu? That scene just now was like a movie. How many things are you hiding from us? He asked a long series of questions in rapid succession. Wang Yang also came over, his face full of admiration. Brother Lin, you really are a hidden talent. What's that called? You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. Listening to the flattery of his brothers, Lin Zhe just smiled calmly. Okay, at least they didn't disturb us. Let's continue. he said, calmly sitting back on the sofa. Wang Yang and others hurried to follow, but the atmosphere could never return to its previous relaxed state. Brother Lin, you've made us proud today. Come, let's toast you. Jiang Su raised his glass, and Wang Yang and Zhang Yu immediately responded. On the other side, Green Hair and others rolled out of the bar on their knees, which immediately caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. The laughter was like a loud slap in the face, hitting Zhang Haifeng hard. His face was ashen and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Young Master Jiang, this. Lu Xing was about to say something to ease the atmosphere. Bang! Zhang Haifeng slapped Lu Xing hard in the face with his backhand, causing him to stagger and half of his face to swell up instantly. Think of a way. Zhang Haifeng's voice was low and suppressed, full of danger. Today, we must teach Lin Zhe a lesson. Lu Xing covered his face, grimacing in pain, but didn't even dare to fart. He nodded frantically, his brows twisted into a knot, his mind in a mess. Even the local tyrant Greenhair can't deal with Lin Zhe, so what else can we do? He swallowed hard, feeling dry mouth and anxious. Just then. Buzz. The neon lights on the stage suddenly lit up, and the dazzling beams of light instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, a man in a suit walked steadily onto the stage holding a microphone. Chapter 31 Singing Activities. A precise beam of light hit the center of the stage, illuminating the man who walked onto the stage. The regulars at the bar recognized him immediately as one of the people in charge. The person in charge could not hide his excitement on his face, and held the microphone tightly with both hands. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he cleared his throat and announced in an excited voice. Dear gentlemen and ladies, welcome to tonight's carnival. First of all, I wish you all a great time. Secondly, I have a big announcement: this bar will be hosting a special event tonight. Everyone present can come on stage and sing, and the audience will vote to choose the winner. And the champion will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. As soon as the words fell, the whole bar instantly boiled over and the atmosphere was pushed to its first climax. At this moment, another spotlight suddenly hit a long tray next to the person in charge. In full view of everyone, he suddenly lifted the red cloth. 10 stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills were neatly stacked on a plate, and the red light stung everyone's eyes. The atmosphere at the scene was completely ignited, with sharp whistles coming one after another. Oh my god! Is this such a big deal? Having this kind of activity in a bar? 100,000 yuan. Who can afford that? Brothers who are good at singing, here's your chance. Take your singing skills out for a walk and take home the prize money. Everyone was still discussing when someone in the crowd shouted at the top of his voice. The boss is generous. This shout was like a signal, and the noise and enthusiasm at the scene escalated again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain of cash. At this time, someone stood on tiptoe and asked loudly, Boss, can I really take the money if I sing well? The person in charge nodded solemnly. This event is real and valid, and the opportunity only lasts tonight. Everyone can vote for their favorite singers. We hope everyone will actively participate and don't miss this opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't hold back and strode onto the stage. Boss, are we starting now? I want to try it. The man had a loud voice and an eager smile on his face. The person in charge nodded again, pointed at him, and introduced enthusiastically. Sir, welcome to our event's first challenger. Now, the stage is yours. I declare that the competition officially begins. After saying that, he handed over the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm honored to be the first contestant tonight. Next, I will bring you a song called Missing You Like the Wind. I hope you like it. After saying this, he bowed deeply to the audience, and then there was a polite applause from the audience. The prelude of the music sounded, and the lights on the stage changed with the rhythm, shining on the man's face, adding a bit of confidence. After more than 10 seconds, he closed his eyes and sang along with the accompaniment. Because of missing you, I feel like a gust of wind. Floating in your life, and also in my heart. Missing you is like a shadow. Missing you is like the wind. As soon as a few lines of lyrics were sung, the expressions of the audience suddenly became subtle. Some people widened their eyes in surprise, while others frowned, their faces full of confusion. Zhang Yu blinked hard and turned to look at Lin Zhe. Brother Lin, what's going on? Have you heard this song? Why do I feel like the way he sings it is a little off? Su Ling smiled politely and agreed softly, a little bit. Although she is not a professional singer, she has listened to the song Miss You Like the Wind many times. Not to mention the quality of the voice, the off-tune melody alone is enough to make people unbearable. Listen again. Lindsay did not comment directly, but just said it lightly. However, before the song was even halfway through, some audience members were already getting restless and some were complaining in a low voice. Brother, your threshold of 100,000 yuan is a bit high. Why don't you give the opportunity to someone else? Fortunately, the music was loud enough to cover up the discordant sounds. The first contestant barely sang the entire song in an awkward atmosphere. Perhaps because he knew that his performance was not good, he blushed and hurried off the stage. But then, someone else bravely stepped forward. After all, the temptation of 100,000 yuan is too great, and it is a business with no capital investment. The power of example is infinite. Seeing someone taking the lead, more and more people begin to take action. Compared with the first one, the subsequent contestants are obviously much better. But the audience was still picky and the applause was not enthusiastic. There was constant music on the stage and a lot of discussion in the audience. As for Lindsay, there was always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he would occasionally hum a few lines along with the music. At this moment, the system prompt sounds in his mind rang one after another. Ding! Listen to the song, Singer Skill Mastery Point +1. Ding! Sing-along practice, Singer Skill Mastery Points +3. The singer's mastery points continue to grow. Not long after, a crisp prompt sound announced the breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your singer skill has been upgraded from beginner to intermediate. At the moment of upgrading, countless music theory knowledge and singing techniques flooded into his mind, and his singing skills also made a qualitative leap. The music on the stage continued and the discussions in the audience continued. Well, I think their singing is just so-so. How about we go up and try it too? Wang Yang was the first to speak, and seeing that no one objected, he looked even more confident. Man, I think I can sing pretty well. Compared to those guys just now, I'm definitely better than them. If you don't go, I'll charge into battle. If we really win the grand prize, won't our food money for the next month be taken care of? Wang Yang spoke with great confidence, his expression growing increasingly excited. Just as he was about to stand up, Jiang Su's voice drifted over. Old Wang, you'd better forget it. I'm not trying to discourage you, but your hoarse voice sounds like a duck when you sing. Is that okay? What are you talking about? What does it mean to quack like a duck? I usually. Wang Yang suddenly shut up halfway through his words. To be honest, he felt that he could grasp the rhythm of the song Miss You Like the Wind, but as for the sound, it was really hard to describe. Why don't I go? Zhang Yu looked at Wang Yang and asked tentatively, at least I sing better than you. Jiang Su rejected it without even thinking, you can't do it either. Your singing is terrible. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yang and Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Su at the same time. Jiang Su, you're wrong. How can you be so discouraging? Even if the singing isn't good, at least I participated. Exactly. If you say neither of us can do it, who will go? You go? I think I sing pretty well, so as long as I feel good about myself, that's all. Yes, he thinks we sound ugly, but that doesn't mean others think so too. Chapter 32 Lin Zai's singing shocked everyone. Seeing Wang Yang and Zhang Yu teaming up to besiege him, Jiang Su raised his eyebrows and replied unyieldingly. What I said is the truth, do you dare to say it is not true? After some banter, the three of them finally stopped fighting. Then, three pairs of eyes focused on Lin Zai and Su Ling at the same time. Brother Lin, aren't you good at singing? Go up and show off your skills, you will definitely crush them. Wang Yang took the initiative to propose, with anticipation glittering in his eyes. That's right. Zhang Yu immediately agreed, our brother Lin's voice is like the sound of nature. Brother Lin, I've heard you humming a song secretly, it's so nice. Let's join in the fun. Jiang Su also joined in. Faced with the three people's repeated bombardment, Lin Zai wanted to refuse, but they spoke one after another, as passionate as three balls of fire, and did not give him a chance to speak. Lin Zai was a little amused and felt a little shaken in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Yu pointed his sharp eyes towards the stage. Brother Lin, look. Singing in chorus is all the rage now. Those couples who just went up there were all lovers. He changed the subject and winked mischievously. How about, you and your sister-in-law try it too? Lin Zai's hesitation found an outlet after Zhang Yu's suggestion. He turned his head and looked at Su Ling beside him gently. Su Ling, can you sing? Su Ling looked around, her gaze finally fell back on Lin Zhe, and she nodded slightly, a little bit. The three words a little bit sounded full of possibilities to Lin Zhe. If she doesn't mind, I would be happy to be on the same stage with her. Then, let's go up and try it. Lin Zhe made an invitation. Su Ling nodded without hesitation, with a faint smile in her eyes. Seeing that the two agreed, Wang Yang and the other two were immediately excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They knew Lin Zhe's background too well, and in their opinion, the little bit Su Ling said must be a humble word. Lin Zhe ignored the excitement of the three people and lowered his head to quickly select songs on his mobile phone. In the end, he chose the song Because of Love. After obtaining Su Ling's consent, the two walked onto the stage side by side. In an instant, all the spotlights on the stage seemed to come alive and focused on the two of them. Oh my god! They're such a perfect match. Handsome man and beautiful woman, they're a match made in heaven. Wang Yang clapped his thighs excitedly, his palms turned red, and he kept cheering. Zhang Yu and Jiang Su also clapped vigorously. From the audience, exclamations arose one after another. So pleasing to the eyes. With such good looks, it's like the male and female protagonists from a TV drama have stepped into reality. They're actually going to sing Because of Love? Oh my god, seeing this picture, I'm starting to believe in love again. The voices of praise came like a tide, and for a moment, everyone's attention was firmly attracted by this perfect couple. As the music prelude sounded, Su Ling was the first to sing. With just one sentence, the clear and ethereal singing voice flowed into everyone's heart like a mountain spring, washing away all the noise and discussions just now. The whole place was so quiet that only her singing could be heard. This sounds so beautiful. Is this girl a professional singer? Listening to the praises from the people at the next table, the excitement on Wang Yang's face gradually turned into nervousness. He leaned close to Zhang Yu's ear and said anxiously, "What should I do? My sister-in-law sings so well." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Wang Yang, are you drunk? Isn't it a good thing to sing well?" "That's great. But because she sings so well, I'm afraid Brother Lin will be outdone. If Brother Lin doesn't perform well, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles on Zhang Yu and Jiang Su's faces froze instantly, replaced by the same worry. It would be fine if Brother Lin was embarrassed at other times, but today it happened in front of Su Ling. The consequences were unimaginable. Just as the three of them were imagining all kinds of embarrassing scenes, Lin Zhe's voice rang out. "Give you a CD from the past, listen to our love back then." As soon as his voice came out, Wang Yang's mouth instantly opened into an O shape. Oh my god! Brother Lin sings so well. Our worries are completely unnecessary. That's right. Brother Lin's singing seems to have reached a higher level than before. Zhang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Before Jiang Su could sigh, the sound of discussion from the next table drifted over again. "I thought that girl's singing was top-notch, but I didn't expect this boy to be even better. Yeah. This guy's voice is so penetrating, steady and layered, absolutely amazing." After a few comments, the audience fell silent again, and everyone was completely immersed in this auditory feast. When the song ends, the lingering sound remains. After a short silence, someone started to applaud first, and then thunderous applause broke out. Accompanied by cheers of "It sounds good," and "It's great." Amidst envious gazes, Lin Zhe and Su Ling walked off the stage and returned to their seats. Su Ling turned to look at Lin Zhe, with a hint of undisguised surprise in her beautiful eyes. Although they were standing side by side on the stage, when Lin Zhe's singing blended with hers, the shock was much stronger than that of being a listener. She didn't expect that Lin Zhe was such a hidden all-rounder. This thought flashed through her mind, and Su Ling unconsciously lowered her head, with a smile that she didn't even notice. "Brother Lin, this is not very kind of you." Wang Yang's eyes widened, with a look of being deceived. "Before we met, you sang for us casually. Show your true talent when it matters most. Don't hide it." Zhang Yu also looked incredible. "Brother Lin, I used to hear you hum a few lines occasionally, and I thought your level was average. I didn't expect you to be so genuine." Although Jiang Su didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was exactly the same as Wang Yang and the others. Lin Zhe just smiled and explained lightly, "It can be considered an extraordinary performance." With just one sentence, the three people's gazes turned to Su Ling again. In an instant, an atmosphere called envy, jealousy, and hatred filled the air. It turns out, falling in love can also promote a person's overall development. At this moment, the stage manager walked onto the stage again, holding up the microphone. Everyone, are there any other contestants willing to challenge? After the words were spoken, there was silence in the audience. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, many subconsciously looking in the direction of Lindsay and Su Ling. The performance just now was so amazing that anyone who took the stage now would look like a show-off. After waiting and watching for a while, no one responded to the challenge. Seeing this, the person in charge raised his voice and held the microphone higher. Is there anyone else willing to come up and challenge? His response was still silence. Finally, the person in charge took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and solemnly announced. Chapter 33: Zhang Haifeng's New Strategy. Since there are no more contestants, I now declare that the final winner is the gentleman at table number 2. The person in charge spoke in a high voice, the joy on his face evident. The customers in the audience all looked towards table number 2. Zhang Yu, Wang Yang, and others opened their mouths in surprise. At this time, the person in charge came to Lindsay in person with the microphone. The spotlight was on them too. Sir, congratulations on winning this grand prize. Would you like to receive the cash or transfer the money? Lindsay didn't expect that the person in charge would give such an option. Before Lindsay could speak, Wang Yang on the side hurriedly gave him a reminder. Transfer money, it's safer. Yes, it's still transfer insurance. The three roommates had surprisingly similar ideas. Although 100,000 yuan is nothing in the eyes of rich people, it is not a small amount. There are many people drinking here, and it is indeed unsafe to leave with 100,000 yuan in cash. Lindsay looked at Su Ling with a gentle tone. I'll transfer this money to you. Su Ling refused directly. You take it. Thinking that the money would be shared by both of them in the future, Lindsay did not refuse. Then, in full view of everyone, the person in charge transferred money to Lindsay on the spot. Applause rang out again. Not far away, Zhang Haifeng and Lu Xing's eyes were about to burst into flames. Zhang Haifeng, in particular, bit his back teeth hard. He was so angry that he could even hear the sound of his own teeth grinding. 100,000 yuan. Damn it. It went into Lindsay's pocket just like that. Damn it. Lu Xing muttered softly, but before he could vent his dissatisfaction, Zhang Haifeng suddenly slapped him. Bang! A loud slap was heard, and Lu Xing was stunned again. It's already this late, have you figured out a solution? Zhang Haifeng tried hard to control his inner anger and tried to keep his voice as low as possible. But the questions he asked were still aggressive. Lu Xing touched his cheek and nodded repeatedly. Master Jiang, I figured it out, I figured it out. As he spoke, Lu Xing leaned close to Zhang Haifeng's ear and whispered softly. Zhang Haifeng's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Good idea. That's a good idea. Finished. The two men looked at each other and then stood up at the same time. It doesn't take long. The two came to the table where Lindsay was. Zhang Haifeng walked in front and Lu Xing followed behind him. Hello everyone, we are just two people here, are we not disturbing anyone? As soon as he got his footing, Zhang Haifeng greeted everyone in a friendly manner. Although Lu Xing didn't say anything, the smile he forced on his face was extremely unnatural. Hearing someone greet her, Su Ling instinctively looked up. After seeing clearly that the person who spoke was Zhang Haifeng, Su Ling's face immediately showed disgust. Su Ling didn't say anything. Her delicate little face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice, showing obvious resistance. Lindsay didn't know them at all, so naturally he didn't say anything. At this time, Jiang Su leaned his head towards Lindsay and quietly introduced the identities of these two people to Lindsay. Although Zhang Haifeng is a rich second generation, Lindsay instinctively feels repulsed by the meaning behind Jiang Su's words. Especially when he saw Lu Xing behind him, Lindsay felt disgusted again. Wang Yang and Zhang Yu looked at each other. The two of them clearly felt that Zhang Haifeng and Lu Xing had no good intentions towards each other when they suddenly arrived. You are not welcome here, please leave. The first to speak was Lindsay. His voice was calm, but his tone was unquestionable. Zhang Haifeng smiled slightly and took another step forward. He turned his head to look at the side and reached out to pull a chair over. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Zhang Haifeng actually forced himself to sit next to Lindsay. We're all classmates, there's no need to make things so awkward. Since we came here on our own initiative, let's get to know each other. Finished. Jiang Haifeng added, "We just want to get to know each other and make friends. I think there's no need to forcefully refuse, right?" Lu Xing nodded his head like pounding garlic, stretched out his hand to smooth the hair on his forehead, and said in a somewhat exaggerated manner, "That's right. We all meet each other all the time in the same school. If the relationship becomes too strained, that would be bad." Looking closely at the attitudes of the two people, Lin Zhe felt more and more that they had bad intentions. Seeing that Lin Zhe and others were all looking at him, Jiang Haifeng's smile became even more proud. He reached out and snapped his fingers. "Waiter, come here." Jiang Haifeng's voice was lazy, and when he called the waiter, he even glanced at Su Ling. Seeing this, the waiter next to him hurried over. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, what can I do for you?" Jiang Haifeng often comes to this bar, and the waiters here also know Jiang Haifeng's name, so they are very enthusiastic towards him. "Since this is a bar, we naturally need alcohol. You, give us a few bottles of expensive, good wine." Jiang Haifeng spoke slowly, but his tone was full of disdain. "The people in front of me are all college students. How many coins do they have in their pockets? I guess people come to the bar just to see the world. Even if they spend all their money, they may not be able to drink any high-end wine." The waiter looked at Jiang Haifeng and was about to ask a question. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe suddenly said, "Okay, you can serve good wine, but we only drink the 1982 vintage." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Haifeng's heart tightened and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. "Lafite from 1982? Are you kidding me? I guess these people have never seen what the 1982 Lafite looks like, yet they just drink the 1982 one. How dare they do that?" When Wang Yang and Zhang Yu saw this, they also started to join in the fun. "That's right. We don't like other wines. Only the 1982 Lafite is suitable. That's right, since Mr. Jiang wants to get to know us, we have to show some sincerity, right?" As soon as the two finished speaking, Jiang Su followed up with, "Then let's go with the one from 1982. Faced with the words of the people in front of him, Jiang Haifeng swallowed hard. Just when he didn't know how to continue the conversation, Wang Yang pointed at the Lafite on the table. Seeing the wine in front of him, Jiang Haifeng looked embarrassed. Jiang Haifeng originally felt disdain for coming here to look for these poor guys. The reason for laying so much groundwork is purely to humiliate them. Unexpectedly, there was actually a bottle of 1982 Lafite on their table. In the past, he could have just turned around and left. After all, what we say and do is just based on our mood. It's different now. Su Ling is sitting here. Chapter 34, no reaction at all after drinking so much alcohol? No matter what, I can't lose face in front of Su Ling. Although Jiang Haifeng's heart was bleeding, he couldn't show a trace of it on his face. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words, almost from between his teeth, "Then go ahead." "Mr. Jiang, how much is it?" the waiter asked respectfully. "1 bottle per person." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Haifeng's heart twitched. 1 bottle of 1982 Lafite per person is too high a price to pay. But for the sake of face, he admitted it. Seeing this, Lu Xing next to him immediately came up like a pug and flattered him loudly. "Oh my goodness! Our young Master Jiang is so generous. He even gave everyone a bottle of 1982 Lafite. He's truly rich and powerful. Master Jiang, no wonder everyone calls you the walking god of wealth, your reputation is well deserved." Jiang Haifeng didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and simply ignored Lu Xing's chatter. He sent the waiter away and fixed his hawk-like eyes on Lin Zhe again. "Lin Zhe, do you know anything about wine?" "Good." Lin Zhe's response was calm and nonchalant. Seeing this, Jiang Haifeng sneered in his heart. "Good." No one dared to say these two words in front of him. He may not be good at other things, but when it comes to drinking, he dares to say that no one he knows can drink better than him. Jiang Haifeng raised his lips in a self-righteous arc and set a trap. "Since you're still okay, then you must be able to drink quite well. Have you ever heard the saying that the better a man's alcohol tolerance is, the more capable he is?" He deliberately emphasized the word ability and glanced at Su Ling with an ambiguous look. "Let's drink more. I'll pay for all the drinks." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yang and Zhang Yu's faces instantly darkened. Although they didn't know Lin Zhe's alcohol tolerance very well, they knew that Lin Zhe had already drunk quite a bit before, and it would definitely be a bad idea to compete with Jiang Haifeng in drinking at this moment. Jiang Haifeng glanced at the pile of empty wine bottles on the table and felt even more proud. What he said was meant to put Lindsay on the spot and force him to fight. The best thing would be to drink it and send him to the hospital. Let him know, this is what happens when you provoke me. He was certain that since Su Ling was present, Lindsay would never refuse for the sake of face. Why, do you want to consider it? Jiang Haifeng's tone was full of condescending provocation, as if he had already secured victory. And the result was just as he expected. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lindsay's answer was clear and concise. Oh, that's really refreshing. Jiang Haifeng was overjoyed, as if he had already seen Lindsay drunk and making a fool of himself. Then let's get started. As he spoke, he picked up the bottle and filled the glass in front of him. In full view of the crowd, he raised his glass and gestured to Lindsay, his eyes full of provocation. Lindsay's expression remained unchanged. He picked up the wine glass, tilted his wrist, and the red wine in the glass slid into his throat like a red line in an instant. The movements were clean and neat, without any drag. Jiang Haifeng was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Can you drink wine like this? One gulp? This is too bold. He licked his lips subconsciously, his face full of disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly calmed himself down. So what if I drink a lot? He is a veteran in the bar scene, and he is best at round-the-clock bar fights. Great. Today we're officially acquainted. I'll accompany you. Jiang Haifeng also followed Lindsay's example and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The spicy wine slid down his throat, making his stomach churn. Seeing this, Lu Xing hurriedly filled his glass again. Lindsay remained expressionless as he calmly refilled his glass. The two exchanged glances and raised their glasses simultaneously once again. Another cup is empty. Jiang Haifeng frowned, but still gritted his teeth and followed. This went on, and Zhang Yu's heart was in his throat. He leaned close to Wang Yang's ear and whispered, "Old Wang, they won't just keep drinking like this, right? I'm not worried about the wine, but can Brother Lin handle it?" Wang Yang shook his head, his eyes full of worry. "I don't know. What should we do then?" Zhang Yu blinked anxiously and looked at Jiang Su and Su Ling for help. Su Ling was also looking at Lindsay, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. She could see that Jiang Haifeng was a scoundrel who bullied others by taking advantage of his power. Today's drinking party was clearly a hangmen banquet. But at this moment, the two of them were already competing with each other, and as a girl, she didn't know how to intervene. At the table, the two of them drank one glass after another, as if they were waging a silent war. At the same time, the system prompt sounded crisply in Lindsay's mind. Ding! Tasting 1982 Lafite, Sommelier Skill Mastery Point +1. Listening to this pleasant voice, Lindsay felt calmer. Every time you raise your glass, it feels like you are adding to your own strength. As his mastery points continued to accumulate, he could clearly feel that subtle changes were taking place in his body, and his alcohol tolerance was increasing at an incredible rate. +1. +1. +1. The prompt sounds are endless, and the skill proficiency is constantly improving. The bottle of wine was soon empty, but Lindsay's expression remained calm, as if he had only drunk water. Jiang Haifeng, who was standing opposite him, had a noticeable blush on his face and his eyes were beginning to become a little unfocused. He stared at Lindsay, who was as calm as ever, and his heart was filled with turmoil. What's going on? I was clearly drinking with him one cup at a time and watching him the whole time. There was no way he was cheating. But why is he fine? Jiang Haifeng felt his stomach churning, and he almost drank the last few cups by willpower. The mellow aroma that once intoxicated him now turned into a poison that burned his stomach. Grace? Taste? It doesn't exist. Now he has only one thought: he wants to vomit. Looking at the newly filled wine glass in front of him, Jiang Haifeng's brows were twisted into a knot. At this moment, Lindsay's cold voice came, like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. Drinking like this is boring, let's just drink white wine directly from the bottle. Lindsay raised his eyes and his gaze fell calmly on Jiang Haifeng's face, which was full of shock. Jiang Haifeng was instantly frightened, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, but he couldn't utter a word. He can barely hold on after drinking red wine, and he actually wants to switch to white wine? Still blowing into the bottle? Are you going to send him straight to the West? At this moment, his stomach was already churning violently. If he continued drinking like this, he would definitely make a fool of himself on the spot. How about it, do you want to consider it? Lindsay imitated Jiang Haifeng's previous tone and asked back indifferently, returning the provocation intact. Zhang Haifeng's face turned red and white. The discomfort in his stomach and the pressure of saving face made him feel caught in a dilemma. Finally, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Drink it if you want. I'm not afraid of you." Although his voice was loud, his evasive eyes had already betrayed his inner fear. Chapter 35. Are you not capable enough? Not to mention mixing it with white wine, just smelling the red wine made Zhang Haifeng's stomach churn. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, Su Ling reached out and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. Although she didn't say anything, Lin Zhe could already understand the worry in her beautiful eyes. "Don't worry, it's okay." Lin Zhe's voice was low and gentle, and he responded with a smile that reassured her. The scene before him was like a needle, piercing Zhang Haifeng's heart. He has been pursuing Su Ling for so long, but she has never even glanced at him. But now, in front of him, Su Ling openly showed her concern for Lin Zhe. And Lin Zhe's calm look made him even more furious. "I came here to pick a fight, but they showed off their affection in front of me. Damn it, it's really damned." Lin Zhe's face was calm, and there was no sign of anything unusual. Su Ling, however, cared about him immensely. "I was obviously feeling unwell, but I didn't even get a word of concern. Although there is not much interaction between the two, they still know each other, right? That's too unkind." Zhang Haifeng turned his face away in annoyance and tried hard to regulate his breathing, barely suppressing the urge to explode. But when he turned around, he saw Lu Xing standing beside him. This bastard was actually staring at the empty wine bottle in front of him in a daze, as if nothing had happened. "The wine is all drunk, can you still see the flowers in the empty bottle?" Zhang Haifeng was so angry that he slapped Lu Xing on the back of the head. "What are you looking at? Can't you see the wine is all gone? Hurry up and get someone to bring a few bottles of white wine. Master Jiang, do you really want to drink white wine?" Lu Xing shuddered with fear and asked tremblingly. "Stop talking nonsense. Just do what you're told to do, and get going." Seeing Lu Xing being so blind, Zhang Haifeng became even angrier. Lu Xing didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of being hit again. He quickly stood up and ran to find the waiter. Not long after, Lu Xing came back with the waiter, nodding and bowing, his tone full of flattery. "Young Master Jiang, Bai is here." Zhang Haifeng tried hard to force a stiff smile on his face, then reached out and touched his burning forehead, pretending to be calm and provocative. "Lin Zhe, keep your word. This time we're going to mix the white wine with the white wine, and no one can give in." Lin Zhe slowly raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as lightning, meeting Zhang Haifeng's gaze directly. "Continue." Just 2 words, so calm without a ripple, yet they made Zhang Haifeng's heart tremble suddenly. He only took a quick look and then hastily looked away. At this moment, Zhang Haifeng's head was already dizzy. If he added the white stuff, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. But after glancing at Su Ling's cold profile, he gritted his teeth and went ahead. Before, every time Zhang Haifeng saw Lin Zhe put down his wine glass, he would immediately fill up his glass to show his generosity. But now, looking at his empty wine glass, his movements to pick up the bottle of white wine became extremely slow. He hesitated for a moment, and Zhang Yu's voice beside him rang out relentlessly. "Hey, what's wrong? Don't you want to drink? Why are you dawdling? My brother Lin has already finished his glass. Hurry up and catch up. That's right, we can't let others drag us along, right? That would be so boring." Faced with everyone's ridicule, Zhang Haifeng ignored his physical discomfort, held his breath, and drank the wine in the glass. Immediately afterwards, my stomach felt like it was a red-hot iron, churning violently. He instinctively covered his chest with his hands, and in order to prevent others from noticing anything unusual, he deliberately coughed twice to cover it up. The worst thing is that Lin Zhe actually filled it up again. "Wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom." Zhang Haifeng stood up suddenly and wanted to run away. Wang Yang sneered, and his voice suddenly rose. "Ouch, what does this mean? Going to the bathroom right after one drink? Young Master Jiang, are you not doing well in that area? Why do you go to the bathroom so frequently?" Zhang Haifeng was stunned, and his face instantly turned red to the neck. "What nonsense! Who said I went to the bathroom too often? I haven't been since I arrived." He denied it, but his brows were furrowed into a knot. Seeing this, Lu Xing next to him quickly chimed in. "That's right, I've been following young Master Jiang the whole time, and I can prove that he didn't go there in the middle." "You prove it? Everyone knows that you are in the same group. What you said is useless." "No means no." Wang Yang pressed on. Zhang Yu next to him also started laughing. In an instant, Zhang Haifeng's face turned even redder, so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. At this extremely awkward moment, Lin Zhe suddenly said, "If you're not okay with it, then finish your drink first." Zhang Haifeng swallowed his saliva, stiffened his neck and raised his head high. "Just drink it. Anyway, I don't really need to go to the bathroom right now." Having said that, he sat back in his original seat in disappointment. After the wine was mixed, the two began a new round of fighting. There were more and more empty bottles on the table, and finally they were piled up together to form a small hill. This time, each of them drank 5 bottles of white wine. From beginning to end, there was no change in the expression on Lin Zhe's face, and his movements remained calm. But on Zhang Haifeng's side, the situation was completely different. The boldness at the beginning was long gone, replaced by slower and slower movements and the unconcealable fear in the depths of his eyes when he looked at the wineglass. Seeing Lin Zhe still drinking 1 cup at a time without changing his expression, Zhang Haifeng's brows were almost twisted into knots. Finally, feeling that his body had reached its limit, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed the wine bottle on the table. "Okay, let's stop here." Seeing that the time was right, Lin Zhe did not continue. "Teach this kind of person a lesson, but just enough." He gently pushed the wineglass in front of him and his eyes fell on Zhang Haifeng's pale face. At this moment, Jiang Su and others already had smiles on their faces. Although Zhang Haifeng did not make a fool of himself on the spot, the outcome was already decided in the current situation. Just like what Zhang Haifeng said just now, whoever loses pays. More importantly, Lin Zhe won so beautifully. "Young Master Jiang, you're not drunk now, are you? You should still remember what I said just now, right? Here's the wine money." Wang Yang deliberately dragged out the tone. Zhang Haifeng's face was extremely ugly, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Remember. I'll pay for whatever you order." "That's good. I wish young Master Jiang a good time. We'll be leaving first." Wang Yang said this lightly, already overjoyed. Several people stood up at the same time and walked out of the bar with their heads held high amidst looks of either sympathy or gloating. As soon as he went out, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to give Lin Zhe a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, you're amazing. You're simply divine. Being able to make that grandson of Zhang Haifeng drunk like that, today was such a great day." Chapter 36, I vomited blood after drinking. Did you see that? Zhang Haifeng's face turned as green as a meadow just now. It was so satisfying. This guy wanted to embarrass Brother Lin in public, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. He deserves it. The 3 roommates were talking to each other and laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. Lin Zhe had a faint smile on his face and didn't respond, but Zhang Haifeng's distorted face flashed through his mind, and a sense of relief arose spontaneously. He slowly exhaled, feeling secretly happy. At this moment, Zhang Haifeng probably couldn't hold it in any longer and was rushing to the toilet in a hurry. The fact was just as he expected. In the bar. Seeing Lin Zhe and his group leave in a leisurely manner, Zhang Haifeng suddenly jumped up from the sofa and ran to the toilet at the speed of a 100-meter sprint like an arrow. "Damn it! I'm dying of suffocation. My bladder is going to explode." He was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, but because Su Ling was present, he couldn't admit that he really couldn't, so he ended up forcing himself to drink 5 more bottles of white wine. The surging torrent rushed through his body, and he felt like he was about to burst the dam in the next second. If it weren't for the pain that was beyond his physical limit, he would have definitely retorted a few words to get back at his opponent. "Young Master Jiang, please go slowly, I'll support you." Lu Xing followed closely behind like a follower, his feet greased, his face full of flattering concern. Zhang Haifeng had no time to pay attention to him at the moment. There was only one word left in his mind: Jiren. What's going on? What the hell? What's going on? Rushing into the cubicle, the dawn of liberation was just before his eyes, but the next scene made Zhang Haifeng feel like he was struck by lightning. He can't pee anymore. My head, which was still dizzy from alcohol a second ago, was instantly cleared up by this strange situation. He opened his eyes wide in horror and tried again and again, but the deadly torrent seemed to be locked tightly by an invisible gate. No matter how hard he tried, it was of no avail. "Master Jiang, please don't scare me. What's wrong? Is it blocked? Lu Xing came over cautiously and saw Zhang Haifeng trembling and blushing in embarrassment. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I'm so anxious. Come out. Come out quickly." Jiang Haifeng was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking. Master Jiang, don't worry, I'll call the emergency number right away. Lu Xing was also panicked and took out his cell phone in a hurry. Jiang Haifeng couldn't hear what he was saying at all, and there was only pure fear in his eyes. I'm not going to die from holding my urine, am I? Alright, Master Jiang, it's working. Let's go to the door and wait for the ambulance. Lu Xing hung up the phone, supported Jiang Haifeng, who was almost exhausted, and rushed out. But just as the two rushed out of the toilet and before they reached the revolving door, a timid voice came from behind them. Wait a minute, Mr. Jiang, your table hasn't paid yet. Jiang Haifeng's footsteps suddenly stopped, and the irritation on his face almost overflowed. Can't you see I have something urgent to do? Yes, Mr. Jiang, please understand. The waiter looked embarrassed and handed over the bill with both hands. Our bar has a rule that we can't buy on credit. How about paying first? How many? Jiang Haifeng roared while staring at the door, afraid of missing the life-saving ambulance. Every inch of my body was clamoring to explode. $4,372,031. The waiter looked at the bill in his hand and read out the figures word by word. Jiang Haifeng was stunned. How much did you say? Over 4 million? You're fucking robbing me. That's not how you kill your acquaintances. The waiter shook his head in fear and handed the bill closer. Mr. Jiang, the bill clearly states everything. The wines you ordered just now are all good, especially those bottles of 1982 Lafite. That's enough. Stop talking. Jiang Haifeng interrupted him impatiently and snatched the bill. Although his heart ached so much that it was about to bleed, he still paid the bill with trembling hands in order to save his life. After being in the business for so long, this was the first time he knew what heavy bleeding meant. But when he looked carefully, he saw that the bill was indeed for what they had just drunk. Just after paying the bill, I heard the sound of an ambulance siren coming from a distance. Jiang Haifeng stumbled out as if he heard heavenly music, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead and were completely out of control. Lu Xing quickly stepped forward and held him. As soon as the ambulance stopped, Lu Xing rushed over and banged on the door. Doctor! Open the door. I'm the one calling. If you're any later, someone will die. The medical staff were startled, and an older doctor poked his head out. Excuse me, what's the patient's condition? Oh, don't ask. I can't pee. I'm going to die if I don't help. Lu Xing yelled at the top of his voice. Jiang Haifeng was so angry that his teeth were itching and he wanted to kick this big mouth away. A few minutes later, with the help of medical staff, Jiang Haifeng climbed into the ambulance in a panic. After an emergency examination, the doctor made a prompt decision: prepare for catheterization. Insert a urinary catheter? Jiang Haifeng's face instantly turned purple and he looked away in despair. Young Master Jiang, it's already this late, why bother saving face? We can't let a living person die from holding their urine. Hurry up, insert the tube. Lu Xing advised kindly from the side. Jiang Haifeng's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound, and his whole body was shaking. This damn Lu Xing. Every word is heartbreaking. Finally, he squeezed out a word from between his teeth, okay? A few minutes later, with the insertion of the urinary catheter, the overwhelming pressure was finally relieved. Jiang Haifeng breathed a sigh of relief and felt like he was alive again. The patient needs to rest now. If there is anything later. The doctor didn't finish his words. Jiang Haifeng suddenly felt his stomach churning, and a fishy and sweet taste rushed into his throat. Wow! He suddenly opened his mouth and a large amount of dark red blood gushed out, splashing the snow-white bedsheet with a glaring red. Lu Xing was scared out of his wits. The medical staff nearby were thrown into chaos, and the atmosphere, which had just eased, was instantly pushed to the brink of death. Chapter 37: Lin Zai's shocking alcohol ability. Quick! Administer first aid immediately. The attending physician gave Jiang Haifeng a stern instruction, then turned sharply, his gaze piercing towards Lu Xing. What did he do? What did he eat or drink before these symptoms appeared? Lu Xing's face had already lost all color. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear. Doctor, he drank a lot. A lot? Be more specific. The doctor's tone brooked no argument. Lu Xing's head was buzzing and in chaos. Pressed by the doctor, he could only see the phantom of rows of empty wine bottles. How many are there? Who the hell knows? Say. The doctor shouted softly, waking Lu Xing from his trance. Let me think. He drank a lot, a lot. First it was red wine, then he mixed white and red wine. Lu Xing recalled incoherently, then suddenly added, "Oh, I don't remember what happened before, but from what I know, 5 bottles of white wine were mixed in." The doctor opposite was stunned when he heard this, his eyes full of disbelief. A young nurse nearby lost her composure and blurted out, "Is this guy an idiot? How can he drink like that? He's risking his life." Lu Xing lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to utter a word. Zhang Haifeng, lying on the hospital bed, was now as pale as paper. "Don't just stand there. Check it out immediately." The attending physician made a prompt decision. "Xiao Lu, lift the patient's head. Nurse Li, notify the operating room on the second floor to prepare immediately." The doctor gave instructions quickly, and the atmosphere in the entire ward instantly became extremely tense. At this moment, Zhang Haifeng had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead and couldn't even speak. The severe pain was like an invisible hand, gripping his body into a ball. He even felt that just blinking his eyelids would bring him heart-wrenching pain. "It felt like there was a fire burning in my stomach. At first it was just stomach cramps, but now my entire abdomen felt like it was being cut by a knife. Doctor, can you please prescribe some medicine for me quickly?" Zhang Haifeng used up his last bit of strength and looked at the doctor in despair. "Are you anxious now? Why don't you think about the consequences when you drink?" The doctor glared at him unhappily and said, "Even if I want to prescribe medicine, I have to find out what your condition is first." Before he finished speaking, he signaled the nurse to push Zhang Haifeng for the examination. Lu Xing's heart was in his throat and his legs were as soft as noodles. He was extremely anxious, but he was praying madly in his heart, "Zhang Haifeng, I hope nothing happens to you, otherwise, I will be finished too." After a series of examinations, the diagnosis came out acute gastric perforation. The best treatment option was immediate hospitalization and surgery. "Doctor, what does gastric perforation mean?" Lu Xing plucked up the courage to ask an inappropriate question. To put it bluntly, the doctor explained wearily, "It's a hole in your stomach wall, and food leaks into your abdominal cavity. If not treated promptly, it can cause fatal peritonitis. In severe cases, it can be life-threatening." As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Zhang Haifeng's eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Oh my God! Doctor! Help!" He fainted. Lu Xing was so scared that his tongue was tied and he couldn't speak clearly. For a moment, the entire ward was in chaos again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lin Zhe and Su Ling were taking a taxi back to Qingyuan. After entering the community, Lin Zhe turned his head and looked at Su Ling gently. "Are you tired? Do you want to go home and rest, or take a walk around here?" Su Ling looked towards the lake not far away. Since moving into Qingyuan, she has never really explored this area. On weekdays, she only looks at the lakeside scenery from afar from the large balcony. "How about we go for a walk by the lake?" "Okay, it's still early, perfect for a walk." The two walked side by side, chatting, and headed towards the lake. Qingyuan is ingeniously designed, with a green coverage rate of up to 60%. The lake in the center of the community is the key to attracting countless owners to buy property. The air is fresh and the scenery is pleasant, making it an excellent place for recuperation. When she arrived at the lake, a smile appeared on Su Ling's face. She took a deep breath of the fresh air and exclaimed sincerely, "It's so beautiful here. The scenery at night is even better than during the day. As long as you like it." Lin Zhe's tone was full of gentleness. "Being in a good mood is good for you and the baby in your belly." Su Ling looked up at Lin Zhe in front of her, a hint of complex curiosity flashing in her eyes. "What kind of person is he? There always seemed to be too many things about him that I couldn't see through. Every time, he can bring himself different degrees of surprise." Thinking about the fragmentary information she had heard about Lin Zhe before, Su Ling felt even more puzzled. She was once worried about what kind of place Lin Zhe would find to live with her. But now, looking at the beautiful scenery before her, she only felt satisfied. "Lin Zhe, you drank so much, are you feeling uncomfortable now?" Su Ling suddenly thought that if Lin Zhe was just forcing himself to stay with her, she would feel very guilty. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhe just smiled and said lightly, "It's okay, those drinks are nothing to me." Su Ling's heart tightened. Zhang Haifeng seemed to be on the verge of collapse after drinking so much, but Lin Zhe said it was fine. "He can drink a lot, isn't he?" If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone could drink so much alcohol. The most important thing is that after drinking it, Lindsay didn't look dizzy at all. This amount of drinking is unheard of. Really? She asked worriedly. It's really nothing, Lindsay faced the lake breeze with a calm expression. I was a little dizzy just now, but now that the wind has blown me, I feel much more awake. In front of Su Ling, Lindsay couldn't say that he was unharmed. After all, everyone saw how much he drank just now, so he could only find a reasonable excuse. Seeing that Lindsay looked normal, Su Ling finally let go of her worries. The two of them strolled and chatted around the lake, and it took a long time before they returned upstairs. After entering the house, Su Ling went to take a shower while Lindsay turned on the computer. He carefully typed a few words in the search box: how to take care of pregnant women. After all, this was his first time experiencing such a thing, and Lindsay was worried that he might be negligent. It would always be good to know more. As soon as the web page opened, he read it carefully word by word. Body changes, key nutrition and food recommendations during early pregnancy. After 1 month of pregnancy, symptoms such as drowsiness and fatigue are likely to occur. The key nutrient is folic acid, which can effectively prevent fetal neural tube defects. Recommended foods: spinach, daylily, corn, beef. Lindsay read and took notes silently. Then he clicked on the page about the 2nd month of pregnancy. At this moment, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 38 earned more than 2 million in one day? Ding! Learn maternity care knowledge, maternal and child care professional skill proficiency point +1. Lindsay was delighted. He didn't expect that he could gain proficiency points just by browsing the web. In that case, why not strike while the iron is hot? Anyway, this knowledge will come in handy sooner or later. He calmed down and continued reading. He soon remembered that the key nutrients in the 2nd month of pregnancy are vitamin C and B6, and recommended foods include lettuce, tomatoes, oranges, and fish. As he browsed deeper, prompts began to sound in his mind, and his skill points steadily increased. In just a few moments, the maternal and childcare nurse's skills were upgraded to the intermediate level. A huge amount of professional knowledge flowed into my mind like a trickle, and I was proficient in everything from theory to practice. The smile on Lindsay's face became more confident. With these, I will be able to take care of Su Ling easily and effortlessly in the future. He was watching intently when he heard soft footsteps coming from behind him. Lindsay instinctively turned around and saw Su Ling, who had just finished taking a shower, walking towards him. She was wearing comfortable casual clothes, with crystal water droplets on the ends of her hair. The heat made her little face red, like a ripe peach. "Don?" Lindsay asked gently. Su Ling felt a little embarrassed, and subconsciously quickened the pace of wiping her hair. "I'll do it." Lindsay stood up, naturally took the towel from her hand, and gently wiped her wet long hair. "Su Ling, I just read some nursing knowledge." As he wiped, he casually suggested, "Would you like me to give you a massage?" Su Ling was slightly stunned. Lindsay immediately explained, "The computer said that proper massage for pregnant women can relieve body stress and is good for the body." Su Ling's cheeks unconsciously turned a little redder. She hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. Lindsay helped her sit on the sofa, and half crouched behind her. According to the professional knowledge systematically imparted in his mind, he carefully placed his hand on her shoulder. Warm tip: during pregnancy, the pressure on the neck and back will increase, so specific techniques should be followed when massaging. First, place one hand lightly on the pregnant woman's neck where it meets her shoulder, and feel the muscle tension. The system's prompt sounded clearly in Lindsay's mind, like a good teacher and friend. His movements became increasingly skillful and precise, his strength neither too light nor too heavy, his technique professional yet gentle. After a few minutes, a complete shoulder and neck massage is completed. Su Ling's tense body visibly relaxed, and a comfortable expression appeared on her face. I have to say that Lindsay's massage technique is much better than she imagined. This man seemed to be omnipotent, and Su Ling's affection for him deepened unknowingly. "How is it? Can you adapt to this intensity?" Lindsay's voice is low and magnetic. Su Ling closed her eyes and nodded gently, "Yeah, very comfortable." "That's good." Lindsay smiled, switched to the other side, and repeated the same action. Half an hour later, Su Ling slowly turned her head. Lindsay stopped what he was doing and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Lindsay, I feel my body is completely relaxed." There was a hint of laziness in Su Ling's voice. You've been massaging for so long, it's time to take a break. The second half of her sentence that she didn't say was, I don't want you to be too tired. It's getting late, you should go and get some rest. Seeing that Lindsay did not respond, Su Ling added another sentence. Lindsay stood up and gave her some reminders about going to bed early before turning around and leaving. Su Ling also stood up and looked around the space. Although this is just an ordinary large flat, it is well maintained by Lindsay and exudes warmth everywhere. There were fresh flowers on the dining table, lush green plants on the balcony, and even some of the partitions were decorated with her favorite cute ornaments. Living here seems really happy. Unconsciously, a sweet smile appeared on Su Ling's lips again. This lily of the valley is so beautiful, and it blooms for a long time. She walked to the dining table and looked at the bouquet of white lilies of the valley with admiration from the bottom of her heart. But then, she remembered that the lily of the valley's flowering period was only 3 days, and a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. No matter how beautiful a flower is, it will eventually wither. She sighed softly and was about to turn around when her eyes were drawn to the still-lit computer screen on the table. On the screen, colorful numbers are jumping wildly. Su Ling walked over curiously. So, this is Lindsay's investment account. She murmured to herself, wanting to just glance and then look away. But when she saw the shocking string of numbers on the screen, the expression on her face froze instantly. Oh my God! The account balance is actually over 2 million. This means that in just one day, the assets increased fivefold. Before this, Su Ling had always believed that Lindsay's money came from luck. After all, virtual currency was extremely risky, and few people understood it. But after seeing this account, she completely changed her opinion of Lindsay. If the first time was luck, and the second time was also luck, then now, no matter how good my luck is, it can't be this good. There is only one explanation for the facts before us: Lindsay truly understands investment. The numbers on the screen kept jumping, just like Su Ling's mood at the moment, which could no longer calm down. She wanted to go back to her room to rest, but at this moment she sat down on the sofa for some unknown reason, as if waiting for something. Soon, Lindsay came out of the room after taking a shower. Why don't you go and rest? Why are you still sitting here? Lindsay was a little surprised to see Su Ling. Su Ling stood up and looked at him seriously. Lindsay, I have a question I can't figure out. Why did you dare to invest so much money at once? She asked directly, her eyes clear and frank, and gestured to the computer on the desk. Lindsay instantly understood what she meant. He smiled, his voice calm and firm. Because I have confidence in my vision. And I believe that I will become a successful person. After saying that, he stared into Su Ling's eyes and added word by word, the most important thing is that I have made a promise to you, and I will make the Su family recognize me, don't worry. These words, like a warm current, instantly flowed through Su Ling's body. Perhaps, this is what she wants to hear most at this moment. Okay, it's getting late. Go to bed. You have classes tomorrow. Don't overwork yourself. Lindsay looked at her, his eyes full of gentle smile. Su nodded obediently and asked again, what about you? I'll learn a few more things and then go to bed. Su Ling responded and turned back to her room. Lindsay returned to the table and opened a new web page. Unlike before, this page is full of news and information, and at this moment, the large layout of the homepage is all crazy about the virtual currency market. Looking at the current situation, what asset has the greatest potential for appreciation? It doesn't belong to any sovereign country. It is just a virtual currency. Recently, the virtual currency market has experienced explosive growth, which is obvious to all. According to expert analysis, in the short term, virtual currency will undergo a disruptive transformation. Chapter 39: Lindsay's magical operation. The virtual currency market will also expand further. Lindsay stared at the computer screen, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The words on the screen that touted the prospects of virtual currency made him feel physically disgusted. This deliberate beautification is like spraying strong flavoring on inferior food. It looks tempting, but in fact it is highly toxic. Lindsay sneered in his heart. This was clearly a trap set by foreign capital, a trap tailored specifically for the Chinese people. They deliberately promoted the idea, creating the illusion of a new investment trend and luring countless people to flock in. But what will be waiting for these people? The current domestic stock market is the best example. When you see the news full of optimistic propaganda, that is when the crisis is about to come. Countless stock investors lost their savings accumulated over the years due to such propaganda. Following this line of thought and analyzing it in depth, Lindsay's heart sank a little bit. However, when he sorted out all the clues in his mind, his eyes suddenly lit up. A bold and clear plan instantly took shape in his mind. The next morning, the first thing Lindsay did after waking up was to open his trading account. The numbers on the screen made his heart beat faster. The increase was astonishing, nearly 10 times the original amount. The account balance clearly showed more than 4 million. Looking at the string of continuously jumping numbers, Lindsay suppressed his inner excitement. It's time to start the plan. It's time to make those capitalists bleed. At the same time, overseas, Wall Street. In a luxurious villa, 4 wealthy businessmen were sitting together. On the computer screen on the table, numbers were jumping wildly, and the smiles on their faces became brighter and brighter. Great! The plan went perfectly. Look at our results. The speaker was a wealthy businessman in a light gray shirt. He elegantly touched his forehead with his fingertips and blew a kiss towards the screen, his gesture full of the smugness of a winning strategy. The wealthy businessman next to him narrowed his eyes, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The coins we hyped up saw a surge in value, which is exactly what we wanted to see. But this is just a process, and the real fruits will soon fall into our hands. When the word fruit was mentioned, the rich businessman's eyes almost narrowed into slits. In his eyes, what was jumping was no longer numbers, but piles of real money that was about to come into his hands. The hunt is only complete when the wealth actually falls into your pocket. And now, they are just one step away from the results. Our plan is perfect. Look, the prey we are targeting can't wait to jump in. The wealthy businessman in the gray shirt said, "Give them a little more time, let them invest their entire fortune. When the time comes, we will." He stopped talking midway, but his clasped hands made a clean and neat pinching gesture. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's exactly how it should be. At this moment, the dog coin they were hyping was at its peak, and the 4 of them were already overjoyed. If the plan is implemented smoothly, it means that they will make a lot of money at the harvest time. When will we close the net? How long is a little more time? One of the 4 asked. Don't wait too long, said the wealthy businessman in the gray shirt, with a fierce look in his eyes. We can do it today. After selling off, our profit will directly exceed 500 million. Ha 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 ha. This is simply a miracle. Dear brothers, how should we celebrate then? The wealthy businessman spoke in an extremely relaxed tone, as if he had already tasted the sweetness of victory. The atmosphere in the villa reached its peak in greed and ecstasy. And at this moment, Lindsay is here. With a plan in mind, he clicked the mouse lightly and cleared all the dog coins in his account with a few quick operations. A profit of more than 4 million is undoubtedly a huge sum of money, but Lindsay's goal is far more than that. He stared at the screen for a few seconds, his expression became extremely serious, and then he started the next step. Directly increase the leverage of 4 million funds by 10 times. After completing the settings, Lindsay did not hesitate short selling all his positions. System prompt: the host has increased the leverage of 4 million funds by 10 times, and the current position is equivalent to 40 million. The prompt sound coming from his mind did not surprise Lindsay at all. He had already done his homework before taking action. Short selling is the exact opposite of going long. If you buy long, the more it rises, the more you earn. If you buy short, the more it falls, the more you earn. 10 times leverage means a position of 40 million, and he is well aware of the risks and benefits. Next, Lindsay began to calmly guide the market down. System prompt: the bubble has reached its peak. Now is the best time to short sell. The host only needs to use a small amount of funds to trigger market panic and an avalanche. Listening to the system's voice, Lindsay's fingers tapped calmly on the keyboard. Click the mouse to confirm the sale. In an instant, a short order worth tens of millions of yuan hit the market. Sure enough, the upward K line on the screen was like being pierced by a sharp sword, and instantly turned into a long green needle pointing vertically downward, piercing the bottom of the valley. For a time, the entire market fell into extreme panic. The comments section was instantly flooded with desperate wails, and Lindsay seemed to be able to feel the spreading fear through the screen. Oh my god! What's going on? Why is there a waterfall all of a sudden? Run! That's right! It's been going up for so long, and I've made a lot of money, so I should lock in the profits. Hurry! Sell it now! It will be too late. What the hell? This trend is too abnormal. Saving our lives is the most important thing. Get out of here quickly. Run! 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 In the comments section, voices of escape were heard one after another. Those who completed the operation had time to type a few words. More people are busy selling and have no time to take care of other things. As mentioned in the comments section, the market had been in a bull market before, and most people made some money to a greater or lesser extent. Now that the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse, it would be wise to cut losses immediately. Therefore, after the pin plunge K-line appeared, the dominoes in the market were instantly knocked over. Wall Street, inside the villa. The four wealthy men were holding up their red wine glasses, ready to celebrate this final victory. Suddenly, one of them let out a shrill scream, "Oh no! Something happened." In a panic, he rushed towards the computer. Because his movement was too violent, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the bright red wine splashed everywhere. But he had no time to care. The cliff-like K-line on the computer screen almost made his heart stop. "What's going on? I knew it. You're such a jinx. You always do bad things at the critical moment." Chapter 40: The Angry Capitalist. Bang! A crisp cracking sound broke the harmony in the luxurious villa. The crystal glass in a wealthy man's hand slipped and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He was not worried about the wine, but about the wealth that was evaporating rapidly. Immediately afterwards, two more screams rang out one after another, like a death knell. Who is it? Who is short selling? Oh my God! In just a few seconds, tens of millions of our money are gone. Damn it! Who is against us? The four panicked people looked at each other, each of their faces filled with surprise and fear. When they looked into each other's eyes, a hint of distrust quietly grew. Could it be that one of them wanted to escape early, so he hacked the others? Why are you looking at me? I've always been with you. That's right, the person who shorted it can't be one of us. We've already agreed to achieve common prosperity. I will never do such a thing. After a brief exchange of accusations, they forced themselves to calm down and realized that such speculation was illogical. But the current situation has completely gotten out of control, and their carefully planned plan has completely failed. What should we do? What should we do now? We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find that bastard hiding in the dark. Finding someone right now is simply unrealistic. The most important thing is to control public opinion. We can't let panic spread. Right. We can't let them throw it. Absolutely not. The four people were like headless flies, running around in the luxurious living room, panic and annoyance mixed together, and each of them made self-righteous remarks. Looking at the plummeting green K-line on the screen, a slightly overweight wealthy businessman gritted his teeth and spoke first. All right. We've already made hundreds of millions, so let's quit while we're ahead. If we sell now, we can still keep most of the profits. Before he finished speaking, a wealthy businessman nearby jumped up on the spot, objecting with red eyes. What a joke! We've been planning this for so long, and now we're going to run away like dogs with our tails between our legs just because someone ruined it? This is completely different from our original plan. He paused, his voice suddenly rising with a kind of hysterical madness. Have you forgotten our goal? It's 10 times the original amount. Earn 1 billion. He practically shouted the last sentence. To achieve this goal, they continuously accumulated shares and pushed up the stock price, putting in so much effort. If we stop now after only making a few hundred million, wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? I won't accept this. Absolutely not. Opinions among the four were already divided. The remaining two people exchanged glances and finally turned their attention to the wealthy businessman who was clamoring to make 1 billion. Clearly, they were on his side. Well, since you won't give up, let's give it another try. The slightly plump wealthy businessman who first suggested stopping also looked ferocious. So, the four people once again reached a consensus to die. A few minutes later, the four of them took out their cell phones at the same time and started making calls frantically. Immediately spread the news on major forums and social networks. Say this is a technical adjustment, a normal pullback. Tell everyone, don't panic. Our currency fundamentals remain solid. Contact the PR company and immediately prepare a press conference to clarify that this is a temporary fluctuation caused by technical reasons. Quick! Do it now! As fast as you can. After some hectic deployment, the four people stared at the computer screen with heavy hearts. The air was still filled with the aroma of fine wine, but at the moment, no one was in the mood to taste it. This celebratory wine seems to have turned into poison. Soon, the tide of opinion online began to turn. Don't panic, everyone. Did you see the official announcement? It's just a technical adjustment, the price will go back up soon. That's right. Our currency has been soaring, how could it possibly crash? Those who sold it are fools. Those who ran away must be regretting it to death, as they missed the chance to become billionaires. Hold on tight. Don't throw it. Whoever throws it is a grandson. Looking at the comments section that was instantly occupied by the internet trolls, Lindsay raised his lips in a cold arc. It seems that the dealer behind the scenes can no longer sit still and has started to save himself. Okay, in that case, then, let's continue. Lindsay muttered to himself, his fingers tapping on the keyboard again. Repeating the previous operation, the K line on the screen turned downward again without any warning and plunged into the abyss. The comments section exploded instantly. Oh my god. He fell again. What technical adjustment? This is a lie. Run. Run. If you don't run now, you'll lose your pants. Toss, toss, toss. Time is money. Even a second late is a huge loss. Help. Someone save my money. The market, which had just been calmed down, fell into complete panic in an instant in the face of an even more violent plunge. The selling wave hit like a tsunami, countless people fled in a stampede, and the entire market was filled with grief. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lindsay's eyes flashed, and he bet all the funds in his account and made the final short sale. In just 1 hour, the price of Dogecoin plummeted 10 times. Overnight, he was reduced to his original form. Wall Street, inside the villa. The 4 wealthy businessmen were completely dumbfounded, like puppets whose souls had been sucked out. Before the publicity campaign they had spent so much money on had time to fully unfold, the market collapsed again. At this rate, not only will they fail to earn 1 billion yuan, they may even lose all their capital. The false prosperity that had been painstakingly built up over several months was smashed to pieces by someone in the most brutal way. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Who is against us? We can't let them sell off anymore. We've already suffered huge losses. If this continues, we'll go bankrupt. What can we do? The situation is out of control. Who is this? What bastard is this? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! While they were talking, the data on the screen was refreshed again. In just 1 minute, hundreds of millions of funds evaporated out of thin air. Several people stared at the screen, gritting their teeth, their voices filled with despair. One of the wealthy businessmen had a red face and thick neck, with veins bulging, and he slammed his fist on the precious mahogany table. Bang! With a dull thud, the wine glasses on the table jumped up and splashed wine everywhere. The plan that I worked so hard to set up was ruined by someone? What is lost is not only time and energy, but also billions of real money. We lost money. Did we lose everything? What went wrong? How could this happen? My money! A wealthy businessman completely collapsed. He was incoherent and paced back and forth in the room like a trapped animal in frustration, muttering to himself. Chapter 41. Go investigate immediately. Although the storm has passed, those wealthy people still cannot accept the cruel reality of losing hundreds of millions. In my dictionary, this kind of failure is absolutely not allowed. A slightly fat rich man slammed the table, making the teacup buzz. His eyes were red, as if they were about to spit fire. Investigate. Use all your strength to find the guy who stabbed me in the back. That damn ghost. He ruined our entire plan and left us with nothing. His voice was hoarse with anger. The expressions on the faces of the other people were exactly the same, anger and humiliation after being toyed with by their prey. That's right. We can't let this guy get away with it. Cutting off our financial resources is like killing our parents. Years of hard work have all gone to waste in one day. He must pay the price with blood. Suppressed anger burned in the room, threatening to set the air on fire. At the same time, the top domestic investment companies. The luxurious office was brightly lit, like a combat command room. On a row of computer screens, data streams refreshed like waterfalls, flashing a cold light. A group of analysts in suits sat upright, their eyes fixed on the screen, even breathing lightly for fear of missing any key information. Boss! Dogecoin has completely collapsed. All transactions, all point to the same address in China. An analyst's voice, with a slight tremor, broke the silence in the room. Wang Yang stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Same address? Are you sure? Absolutely true. The analyst stood up suddenly, gave up his seat, and pointed at the screen with a trembling finger. Boss, look, it's right here. Wang Yang's gaze shot over like an eagle, and his pupils suddenly contracted. On the screen, the lonely address looked like a giant beast lurking in the darkness, emitting a heart-pounding aura. He had never imagined that there was such a master who could turn the tide in the country. Boss, look, it's this address that opened a short position worth tens of millions when Dogecoin was at its peak, causing the market to crash instantly. Check. Check it for me immediately. Wang Yang's voice was filled with the enthusiasm of discovering a rare treasure. If we can recruit this person, our company will be able to reach a new level. He already knew the inside scoop. This dog virtual currency is controlled by overseas bigwigs. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible to go against them unless you have precise operating techniques. Not only did this person succeed in going against the will of others, he also succeeded in causing those overseas people to suffer huge losses. If such a person could be recruited as one's own subordinate, his future would be limitless. He paused, his tone becoming extremely serious, and he warned word by word. Remember, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. Not a single word of it can be leaked to the outside world. The subordinate next to him immediately understood and nodded heavily. Understood, boss, we'll take action immediately. A man who looked like a bodyguard quietly accepted the order, turned around and disappeared into the shadows. Wang Yang had no time to care, his eyes were still greedily glued to the screen. Although he knew that there would be no results in a short period of time, he could no longer wait to imagine the true face of this mysterious master. Early in the morning, Su Ling woke up to the aroma of food. Before I even walked into the bathroom, the warm aroma of rice porridge had already quietly reached my nose. On the table, there was no usual milk, but a bowl of steaming rice porridge with a few exquisite side dishes on the side. The corners of Su Ling's mouth unconsciously curved into a gentle arc. Are you awake? The food is just ready. We can eat once you finish washing up. Lin Zhe's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Okay, I'll be there right away. Su Ling's steps became lighter. Looking at the carefully prepared breakfast on the table, Lin Zhe showed a satisfied smile on his face. Red date, longan and lotus seed porridges, warm and nourishing pineapple beef is sweet and sour, and appetizing shiitake mushrooms and broccoli are refreshing and healthy. Considering that Su Ling might not be able to handle the whole prawn during her pregnancy, he peeled the prawns and quickly stir-fried them with emerald green cucumber cubes and bright red carrot cubes. Season with just minced garlic, a little salt and black pepper, and a plate of colorful, fragrant and delicious 3-color fried shrimps is freshly prepared. All of this stems from the system's precise nutritional advice for pregnant women. Just as Lin Zhe was examining his masterpiece, Su Ling had finished washing up and walked over. How did you make so many delicious dishes this morning? It must have taken quite a while, right? Looking at the breakfast that was as sumptuous as lunch, Su Ling was surprised and delighted. Lin Zhe smiled and pulled out a chair. Not much, sit down quickly and try it to see if it suits your taste. Watching Lin Zhe prepare meals for her in different ways, Su Ling felt a warm current in her heart. Besides being surprised, she was also deeply moved. I never thought you could make such a sumptuous breakfast. She said softly, I saw online that pregnant women just need to drink a bowl of millet porridge and eat a boiled egg in the morning, which is enough nutrition. You really don't need to worry so much. How can that be? Lin Zhe immediately denied her statement and became serious. You must have read those unreliable articles. You are a key protected person now, how can you only eat such simple food every day? He knew the Su family's background well, and even though their circumstances were special, he would never let Su Ling lower her quality of life with him. Looking at Lin Zhe's serious expression, Su Ling couldn't help laughing out loud, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. I'm not saying just eat that. I mean, if I'm short on time one day, it's convenient to eat that. Your cooking is so delicious, can't I just eat a little more at noon to make up for it? Hearing her praise, Lin Zhe felt warm in his heart. For him, this was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could take good care of Su Ling and improve his cooking skills at the same time. He even looks forward to the fact that one day his culinary skills will reach the pinnacle and it would not be impossible for him to become one of the world's top chefs. Okay, I was so busy talking that I didn't even touch my chopsticks. Su Ling handed him a pair of chopsticks and said, "Thank you, Lindsay. Let's eat." After a good sleep last night, the morning light was just right, and Su Ling's mood was as bright as the sunshine outside the window. From the moment she left home until now, she always had a sweet smile on her face. After the meal, Su Ling was very satisfied. After packing up, the two walked side by side on the way to school. The happy smile on Su Ling's face never faded, and Lindsay walked beside her, saying a few words of concern from time to time. The morning light lengthens their figures, making the picture warm and happy. Chapter 42 Teacher's Kindness. Afternoon. As soon as the bell rang, Lindsay's cell phone rang. Lindsay was stunned when he saw the phone number on the phone screen. The note on the phone screen showed that it was a counselor. After recovering from his shock, Lindsay immediately pressed the answer button. "Hello, Teacher Lu, what can I do for you?" "Lindsay, do you have time now?" "Come to my office." "Okay, Teacher Lu, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Lindsay put away his phone and went to Lu Daixuan's office. On the way there, the image of Lu Daixuan flashed through Lindsay's mind. This young female teacher always has a smile on her face every time I see her. A faint smile is as warm as the gentle spring breeze. She seemed to like light-colored clothes, especially the light purple dress. Teacher Lu Daixuan is not only beautiful, but also very friendly. The students all like to talk more with Teacher Lu. Since I went to college until now, Teacher Lu has been very caring towards Lindsay. Lindsay, on the other hand, had already considered Teacher Lu his elder sister in his heart. A few minutes later, Lindsay came to Lu Daixuan's office. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Just after greeting, Lu Daixuan smiled at Lindsay. Her eyebrows are curved and her smile is kind. "Lindsay, you're here. How are you doing lately? You're about to graduate. What are your plans after graduation?" Finished asking, Lu Daixuan gestured for Lindsay to sit down. Lindsay politely sat opposite Lu Daixuan. When talking about his thoughts after graduation, Lindsay said that he has not yet decided on his ideas. However, if there is a suitable opportunity, he would like to start his own business. This is a good idea. Many college students think that finding a stable job after graduation is a wise choice. In fact, people with ideas should try to start their own business. Lu Daixuan expressed support for Lindsay's idea. Lindsay continued with a smile and said, "Teacher Lu, actually, I just have this idea. As for how it will develop in the future, no one can say for sure now." Lu Daixuan nodded. "By the way, the main reason I called you here is to tell you that there is a scholarship, and I plan to help you apply for it." Lu Daixuan was clear about Lindsay's family situation. With a blind mother and a father in prison, it is rare for Lindsay to be so hardworking and outstanding under such circumstances. So, after seeing that there was a scholarship, Lu Daixuan's first thought was to help Lindsay apply for it. Lindsay thought for a while and suddenly spoke. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I don't think I'll use this scholarship. Leaving it to other students who are more in need is the best option. After all, I am rich now." Lindsay did not hide anything when talking to Lu Daixuan. After all, Lu Daixuan has given him a lot of help since he started school. Lindsay also trusts the sister in his heart very much. Therefore, when Lindsay said, "I am rich now," he was very sincere. Across from her, Lu Daixuan had a puzzled look on her face. Lindsay explained, "I'm working part-time to make money now." "Lindsay, I know you are a very honest person, and I also know that you have the ability to make money part-time, but I still hope you will consider it." Lu Daixuan had learned about Lindsay's family background before. His family background is much worse than that of other students. But he has been working part-time to make money in order to make life easier for his family. He is also very hardworking and his grades in various subjects are among the best. That's why she took the initiative to help Lindsay apply. However, Lindsay looked determined. "Teacher Lu, don't worry about it. After all, the school has a limited number of scholarships. If they are used on me, students who really need them will not be able to get them. So, I'll stick with my previous decision and leave it to students who need it more." Seeing that Lindsay had no intention of changing his mind, a hint of worry flashed in Lu Daixuan's eyes. "I know that part-time work might earn you some money, but it's not stable after all, and you can't really earn tens of thousands of yuan doing it, right?" Lindsay didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone. After tapping the screen a few times, Lindsay placed the phone in front of Lu Daixuan. "Teacher Lu, this is my part-time job, take a look." Lu Daishian raised her head in confusion, then looked at the phone screen. Lindsay asked Lu Daishian to look at his investment records. At the beginning, Lu Daishian just wanted to take a look out of curiosity. But unexpectedly, when Lu Daishian saw the account balance, her eyes widened in surprise. Is this your account? Right. The balance in the account is tens of millions. If Lu Daishian hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have believed it. What she saw was the truth. After a while, Lu Daishian raised the corners of her mouth, and when she looked at Lindsay again, her eyes were full of approval. Lindsay, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Now I finally understand why you said you didn't need the scholarship. That scholarship was only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Compared with the balance in Lindsay's account, it is indeed insignificant. Looking at the scholarship application form in front of her, Lu Daishian smiled again. After standing up, Lu Daishian wanted to put the application form aside, but just as she stood up, she suddenly felt dizzy and her whole body was a little weak. Teacher Lu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong, Lindsay hurriedly reached out to support Lu Daishian. Before she could answer, Lindsay asked again, Are you feeling unwell? Why do I look so strange? At that moment, Lu Daishuan's face was pale. If she hadn't been supported in time, she would have fallen to the ground. Lu Daishian reached out and touched her forehead, her voice sounding a little weak. It's been like this lately. I don't know what's going on. I always think it's because I haven't had enough rest. After answering, Lu Daishian frowned and took a deep breath. Teacher Lu, how about I check you out? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Daishian was stunned. Then, her eyes were filled with disbelief. You can also do this? I've been going to the library a lot lately and have read some medical books. I think I can help you check it out. When speaking, Lindsay was extremely confident. Lu Daishian actually nodded. Well, then use your knowledge to help me. Lindsay asked Lu Daishian to sit back in her previous seat, and then Lindsay began to observe carefully. Looking at Lu Daishuan's expression, Lindsay frowned slightly. At this moment, Lu Daishuan's face was pale, which was obviously a sign of insufficient blood. Just then, all the knowledge that had flooded into Lindsay's mind suddenly appeared. If my judgment is correct, Lu Daishian should be anemic. In order to further confirm his judgment, Lindsay reached out and gently opened Lu Daishuan's lower eyelid. The color of Lu Daishuan's conjunctiva is also pale. Sudden. The system prompt sound came again. Chapter 43 Rewarding Excellent Teachers. Warm tip, if the patient's conjunctiva is dull and lacks luster, it is a sign of anemia. Also, you can observe their nails and palms. Lindsay nodded slightly, let go of Lu Daishuan's hand, and his eyes fell on her nails. The nails were dull in color and bloodless. Upon closer inspection, fine scaly lines could be vaguely seen on the surface. According to the medical knowledge in my mind, the next step should be to shine a flashlight on the palm of my hand to observe the blood concentration. But based on the first few judgments, Lindsay already had the answer in his mind, and subsequent inspection seemed unnecessary. He was about to speak when the familiar voice in his mind sounded again. Ding! Clinical practice, medical skills mastery point +1. Lindsay's heart moved. He didn't expect that he could gain proficiency points just by helping the teacher with a preliminary examination. But at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the system's prompts. The most urgent thing was to inform Lu Daishian of her physical condition. Teacher Lu, this is a typical symptom of anemia. Lindsay's tone was calm and certain. Anemia can lead to insufficient blood supply to the brain, so you've been feeling dizzy a lot lately, and this is the most direct reaction. You have to take this seriously, because if you let it go, the consequences could be serious. He paused and continued, patients with severe anemia may suddenly faint. In addition, they often experience symptoms such as a rapid heartbeat and extreme fatigue. Listening to Lindsay's clear analysis, Lu Daishian was surprised and nodded repeatedly. He had experienced almost all the symptoms he mentioned, except for fainting. Okay, I'll pay attention. It seems I really need to rest more recently. Lu Daishian tried hard to force a smile, but the fatigue between her brows could not be erased. Teacher Lu, rest alone is not enough, you must improve your nutrition. As he spoke, Lindsay talked about the knowledge stored in his mind, explaining everything from dietary taboos to recommended recipes in great detail. Drinks such as cola, strong tea, red wine, and coffee should be avoided as much as possible. Many people believe that people with anemia should eat a lot of fatty meat, but this is actually a misunderstanding. High-fat fried foods will actually put more strain on the body. He explained clearly, you should eat more red meat, animal liver, fish and soy products, and explained in detail the nutritional principles of each of these foods. Lu Daishian listened very carefully, and the expression on her face became serious. The surprise in her eyes grew stronger. Lin Zhe was not only serious and studious, but he had also learned such professional and systematic medical knowledge on his own. Lin Zhe, I've taken note of everything you said. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Lu. If there's nothing else, I'll go to class first. Lin Zhe nodded and said goodbye. Lu Daishian looked at the scholarship application form on the table that Lin Zhe had given up, smiled helplessly, and said softly, okay, go ahead. After Lin Zhe left, Lu Daishian began to tidy up her desk. There was a sound of footsteps at the door, and she instinctively looked up, thinking that it was Lin Zhe coming back, but she didn't expect that the person who came in was the principal. Principal, what can I do for you? Lu Daishian quickly stood up to greet him. The principal waved his hand, motioning her to sit down, with a warm smile on his face. Nothing, I just came over to talk about Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe? A hint of doubt flashed in Lu Daishuan's eyes. Just now, I heard everything Lin Zhe said outside the door. The principal praised, this student is not only a top talent in the school, but also has noble thoughts and morals. The school has limited scholarships, and many students are vying for them. I didn't expect him to voluntarily give them up. His insight and vision are truly admirable. The principal sighed with lingering satisfaction. Students like Lin Zhe are the kind of pillars of talent that the country should focus on cultivating. Teacher Lu, you've truly cultivated a great student. Facing the principal's praise, Lu Daishuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she answered seriously. You're too kind, principal. Lin Zhe's excellence isn't due to me, it's all the result of his own hard work. The principal was stunned when he heard this, then he burst into laughter, with a look of approval that increased a bit. Good. What a great teacher, Lu. Your character is equally noble. If it were someone else, after hearing me praising my students like this, they would probably have taken all the credit for themselves, but you are so indifferent. It's true that what kind of teacher you have, what kind of student you will have. The principal made the final decision. This year's Outstanding Teacher of the Year award is yours. Lu Daishian was a little overwhelmed to react for a moment. We were just discussing Lin Zhe, how come the topic changed and this honor fell on me? Seeing the principal's smiling eyes, she quickly stood up and thanked him. Thank you, principal. I will definitely continue to work hard. Okay, I hope you can cultivate more outstanding students like Lin Zhe. The principal turned and left with satisfaction. Lu Daishian sat back in her chair, still with an uncontrollable smile on her face. Recently, many colleagues have been actively vying for the title of Outstanding Teacher of the Year. I didn't expect that I would unexpectedly get this title. You have to know that she was assigned to the school not long after she graduated. Logically speaking, compared to other older teachers, her chances are actually very small. This unexpected surprise filled her heart with joy. The other side. After class, Lin Zhe went straight to the library. The vast sea of books is his inexhaustible treasure trove. The improvement of medical skills will never end. Lin Zhe's heart sank when he thought that his mother's eyes were still shrouded in darkness. After the last acupuncture treatment, his mother said she felt much better, which made the fire of hope in his heart burn even brighter. Let's go to the library and learn some new knowledge. He thought to himself. By learning knowledge, you can gain medical proficiency points. By accumulating mastery points, you can upgrade your skills. As his skills are upgraded, the medical knowledge in his mind will become more and more profound, and the day of curing his mother's eyes will be closer and closer. Improving his medical skills as soon as possible and curing his mother's illness has become his goal. The library in the afternoon is quieter than in the morning. Lin Zhe picked up a few medical books, found a quiet seat by the window, and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 44: Changing Houses for Mother. By the time I came out of the library, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Zhe checked the progress of his medical skills improvement, which has now reached 610. Lin Zhe feels very satisfied with the current progress. On the way back, Lin Zhe bought some more vegetables, thinking of preparing to cook as soon as he got home. After having broccoli and shrimps in the morning, Lin Zhe wanted to improve Su Ling's taste for dinner. So, Lin Zhe bought pork ribs, corn, yam, and lean meat slices. In addition, Lin Zhe also bought some chestnuts. When choosing chestnuts, Lin Zhe did not choose the ones with peeled skin, but chose the ones with skin. Lindsay felt more at ease peeling the chestnuts himself. Based on the knowledge in his mind, Lindsay felt that it was time for Su Ling to eat some chestnuts. After all, chestnuts can not only improve the body's immunity, but also promote the development of the fetus. It is necessary to eat it once in a while. After purchasing the ingredients, Lindsay decided what to cook for dinner. Yam and pork slices, chestnut chicken wings, corn and pork rib soup. In addition, Lindsay picked some Chinese cabbage and planned to make a blanched Chinese cabbage for Su Ling. Originally, Lindsay planned to make a dish of soybean pig's trotters, but he was worried that Su Ling would find it greasy for dinner, so he changed it to corn and pork rib soup. After returning home, Lindsay started to take action. When the meal was ready, Su Ling came back. Like before, the two sat facing each other and ate quietly. Halfway through the meal, Lindsay suddenly looked up at Su Ling. "Su Ling, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow." Su Ling was startled. "Why are you going back home at this time? What's going on?" Lindsay put down his chopsticks and said slowly, "I've made a lot of money now, and I want to go back and buy a house for my mother." A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Ling's eyes. Su Ling only got a general idea of Lindsay's family situation. The basic situation is that Lindsay's family is poor. Just like Lindsay said just now that he has money, it is normal for him to want to change houses for his family. "Okay, I understand. Go back then. Give my regards to my uncle and aunt." A smile appeared on Su Ling's face, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She had not previously learned about Lindsay's family situation in detail, but now that they were living together, Su Ling felt it might be okay to ask. However, Su Ling did not notice the loneliness in Lindsay's eyes. "Lindsay, what jobs do uncle and auntie do now?" "My mother doesn't have a job. Her eyesight isn't very good and she hasn't been able to see for years. To reduce the burden of life, she does some semi-finished handicrafts to supplement the family income." After hearing this, Su Ling was stunned. How hard must it be to do manual work on semi-finished products while being unable to see? "I'm sorry, Lindsay, shouldn't I ask these questions?" A hint of apology flashed in Su Ling's eyes, and she looked at Lindsay a little embarrassedly. Lindsay shook his head. "Ask whatever you want to ask. This is my family situation anyway, and there's nothing to hide." After hearing Lindsay say this, Su Ling felt better. "What about uncle?" "Uncle." Before Su Ling could finish her words, Lindsay interrupted her and went on to tell her that his father was in prison. Su Ling didn't say anything else, her eyes full of shock. In the past, she only knew that Lindsay's family was poor, but she never expected it to be like this. Recalling what Lindsay said just now, Su Ling felt extremely shocked again. In such a difficult environment, Lindsay can be so outstanding. Compared with Lindsay, I am still a little behind. The Su family is well off and appears to be very outstanding to outsiders. But Su Ling knew that she was still a little behind Lindsay. Besides, Lindsay grew up under such conditions. As a result, there was some gap between the two people. At this time, Lindsay suddenly changed the subject. "Su Ling, you are pregnant now, do you feel anything unusual in your body?" Su Ling shook her head. "I haven't felt it yet. I saw some information about pregnancy that said you might experience drowsiness and vomiting in the early stages of pregnancy. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately." Lindsay speaks very considerately and has a very good attitude. Su Ling felt warm in her heart after hearing this. Then the two of them ate and chatted. Half an hour later, Su Ling returned to her room to rest. Lindsay cleaned up outside for a while and then returned to his room. Early the next morning, Lindsay went to the agency where he rented the house early. When Xiaoli saw Lindsay appear at the door, he was stunned at first, and then his heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong with Xiaoli? Why do you have that expression?" The colleague next to him asked, with a puzzled look on his face. Xiaoli blinked hard and gave his colleague a look. "Oh no. I have a feeling something's wrong. Did you see that person at the door? That's the client who rented the large flat in Qingyuan. What's the matter?" Seeing Xiaoli speak so mysteriously, his colleagues were even more puzzled. At this moment, Xiaoli almost slapped his thigh. "Let me tell you, based on my years of work experience, if he shows up here in a situation like this, 9 times out of 10 it's not a good thing. I just rented the house not long ago, and now I'm here again. I guess I want to give up the house. You said, when he rented out that house, he didn't make any money in the first place, and now he wants to give it up. What should I do?" Xiaoli was so anxious that he kept smacking his lips. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Zhe walked in. Xiaoli's heart skipped a beat and a nervous expression instantly appeared on his face. Seeing this, his colleagues hurriedly stood up to greet Lin Zhe. "Excuse me, sir, our store is about to close. Please." My colleague's words were rather tactful, but in reality he just didn't want to do Lin Zhe's business. At this time, Xiaoli didn't dare to look at Lin Zhe at all. He just pretended to be busy and didn't dare to raise his head. Lin Zhe looked up at Xiaoli not far away, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Don't worry, I'm not here to check out. Don't be nervous. I'm here to buy a house." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the agency hall became excited. Buy a house? That's much more than the commission from renting a house. When Xiaoli heard this, he took a breath of cold air. Without waiting for everyone to react, Xiaoli hurriedly came to Lin Zhe's side in 2 steps. Chapter 45, Bargain for 1 million? "Mr. Lin. Why are you here? Please take a seat. Please take a seat. If you have any requests, please let me know." In the agency store, a sharp-eyed salesperson was the first to recognize Lin Zhe, and his face was instantly filled with a warm smile. "Please recommend a few houses for me," Lin Zhe said straight to the point in a calm tone. "If there's a suitable one, I'd like to buy one." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire store was lifted. Several agents who were originally lazily leaning on their chairs and browsing their phones suddenly became energetic and gathered around. Xiaoli, who was the first to receive Lin Zhe, had his heart pounding. He knew better than anyone what an arrogant customer this was. That last transaction remains a legend in the store. He had a professional and sincere smile on his face. He was neither greedy nor eager to keep all the money for himself, and he generously indicated to his colleagues that they could join in. After working together for so long, he still understands the principle of sharing happiness. Under the burning gazes of the crowd, Xiaoli quickly got into the state and began to analyze the market for Lin Zhe. "Mr. Lin, the houses on our market are mainly divided into several categories. The top tier is high-end luxury housing, which is usually a large-scale development with scarce locations and products. The second is ordinary commercial housing, which is what we often call high-rise residential buildings. I wonder which one you prefer." Xiaoli's tone was full of patience. He had a strong premonition that this big client would most likely make the final decision on the spot today. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment. Buying a house is not like buying vegetables. You can't just change it if you don't like it. Once you move in and get familiar with the environment, few people are willing to go through the trouble again. He wanted to do it in one go and give his mother a stable and comfortable environment. It's an upscale neighborhood. These 2 words, like 2 reassurance pills, made Xiaoli's ecstasy almost overflow. High-end community. That means a high total price and a generous commission. This is exactly the big order he has been dreaming of. "Okay, Mr. Lin. Then let's focus on looking at some of the best luxury homes on the market." Xiaoli immediately became energetic and started talking. The value of high-end luxury homes nowadays is mainly reflected in their scarcity, such as prime locations or unique landscape resources. In addition, the social circle effect is also an important reason why everyone is scrambling to buy. Your future neighbors may all be leaders in their respective industries. Lin Zhe listened carefully and nodded from time to time. At the same time, the prompt sound in his mind continued to ring like the sound of nature. Ding! Learn high-end luxury home market analysis, real estate proficiency +1. Ding! Deeply understand the principle of property scarcity, real estate proficiency +1. Xiaoli was introducing the content diligently in front, while Lin Zhe was absorbing the knowledge crazily in the back. Of course, for a real luxury home, privacy is paramount. It can be said that a house that lacks privacy is definitely not a real luxury house. Our projects have at least 2 elevators per household, and many have only 1 elevator per household, ensuring your absolute privacy. Coupled with top-notch property services and resource allocation, once you move in, you will find that your quality of life has taken a qualitative leap forward. Xiaoli was talking until his mouth was dry, but Lin Zhe was thinking about another problem. My mother has poor eyesight and doesn't like to interact with people, so the quietness, safety of the house and the attentiveness of the property are crucial. Half an hour later, after looking at several sets of information, Lin Zhe's eyes were fixed on a Riverview mansion priced at 5 million. Can I come and see this set I've chosen? Facing Lin Zhe's question, Xiaoli nodded his head like pounding garlic. Of course. Serving customers and making them satisfied is our duty. Having said that, he immediately got up, drove the car himself, and took Lindsay to the destination. Along the way, Xiaoli praised the advantages of this house to the skies, from its prime location to its stunning river view, from its famous designer design to its smart home, as if moving in would bring him heights of success. Lindsay always had a polite smile on his face, but he was thinking in his heart. No matter how good it sounds, it only counts if you see it with your own eyes. Soon, the car arrived at its destination. This is a high-rise apartment with a quiet environment and strict security. After entering the house, Lindsay did not marvel at the wide view and luxurious decoration like ordinary buyers. Instead, he walked slowly with his hands behind his back like an experienced house inspector. He used the real estate knowledge that he had instantly mastered in his mind and began to pick out those insignificant flaws. Here, Lindsay pointed to the ceiling in a corner of the living room. The curvature of this ceiling looks a bit awkward. Although it doesn't affect the usability, it would be a huge undertaking to change it. You're a professional, so you should understand what I mean. Xiaoli was stunned, took a closer look, and saw that there were indeed some minor flaws. He nodded quickly. Mr. Lin, you have a really good eye. This is no problem. We can give you a discount on the price. This part of the renovation costs must be reduced for you. Because they had worked together before, Xiaoli seemed particularly cheerful and seemed to have forgotten the painful experience of being educated by Lindsay last time. Next, Lindsay discovered a series of problems such as the window frame joints were not smooth enough, the lighting in the second bedroom was slightly insufficient, and the background wall material was not top-notch enough. Every time he pointed out a point, Xiaoli's heart twitched. Finally, Lindsay walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the river view below, slowly turned around, and his eyes fell calmly on Xiaoli's face. Xiaoli, I'm very interested in this house. Whether we can sign it today depends on your sincerity. If the price is right, let's go back to the company and sign the contract now. He paused, his tone becoming meaningful. It's the end of the month now. If you work on your sales, I'll get some benefits too. It'll be a win-win for both of us. But if you keep insisting on the price, I'm sorry, I'm looking at a few other places nearby, so I'll have to choose another one. After saying that, Lindsay casually mentioned the names and prices of several competing properties nearby, with such accuracy that it seemed as if he had just done a market research. Xiaoli's heart skipped a beat and his brows instantly twisted into a knot. He looked at Lindsay in front of him again, and a familiar, suffocating feeling of oppression came over him. Oh my God! This scene! This tone! It's exactly the same as last time. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable aura that made it almost impossible to refute. Mr. Lin, you are my old customer. I will definitely find the best house for you. Lindsay nodded and smiled slightly. Yes. That's why I trust you to give me the most realistic price. The smile on Xiaoli's face became extremely awkward, like a duck with its throat strangled, unable to utter a word. Finally, under Lindsay's eyes that seemed to see through everything, Xiaoli steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and painfully reported a number. 4 million. Mr. Lin, this is really my bottom line. If it's any lower, I'll have to pay for it myself. In less than an hour, with the help of the system, Lindsay managed to cut the price down to 1 million from the original price of 5 million. At the moment of signing the contract, Lindsay tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart and prevented himself from laughing out loud. Although Xiaoli's commission was much less, he was able to sign such a large contract early in the morning, which was considered a good start. As he signed the contract, he comforted himself in his heart. It's a little less to earn, but it's better than nothing, right? Chapter 46: Choosing a Nanny. After buying the house, on the way back, Lindsay's mind had already drifted away. The street scene outside the car window quickly receded, just like the past scenes flashing back in his mind. For so many years, his mother had been groping for life alone in the dark. The hardship and difficulty she had endured were like a needle that pierced deeply into his heart. Now that I have moved to a new environment, the situation is completely different. For my blind mother, she still cannot do without someone to take care of her. In the end, Lindsay decided to find a nanny for his mother. Isn't it just for this day that you work so hard to make money? So that my mother can live a good life, no longer have to work hard and suffer. Now that he has the ability, he must make sure his mother lives a comfortable life. A few minutes later, Lindsay went to the destination he had found online: Carnation Housekeeping Service Company. This company has an excellent reputation in Suzhou and Hangzhou and is the first choice of countless families. As soon as you step into the store, you are greeted by a warm and professional atmosphere. Several guests who were negotiating around him glanced at him at the same time. The front desk staff immediately ran over with a smile on their faces and said in a friendly and enthusiastic voice, "Sir, welcome to Carnation Housekeeping. How may I help you?" Lindsay's eyes did not immediately fall on the staff, but were attracted by the huge wall not far away. It is more like a star-studded wall of honor than a publicity column. The walls are covered with photos of outstanding domestic service workers. Their smiles are simple and warm. The small words below the photos record in detail their glorious deeds and thank you letters from their employers. Looking at those sincere smiling faces, Lindsay's thoughts became more concrete. Feeling that the staff had been waiting on the side, Lindsay withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. "I'm looking for a nanny who's cheerful and meticulous in her work. Also, are there any levels for your domestic service staff?" There was no emotion in his voice, and he didn't seem to be concerned about the price at all. His calmness caused a hint of surprise in the staff's eyes. The staff member's smile became more professional, and she answered respectfully, "Don't worry, sir. Every domestic service worker we retain has been strictly screened and trained, and all hold job qualification certificates. You can rest assured that if any breach of contract occurs during the employment period, our company will be fully responsible." She paused and began to introduce, "Our service staff are divided into 3 levels, top, senior, and ordinary. Top-notch nannies are proficient in everything, from professional nutritious meal combinations to scientific home storage, and they have all received systematic training. Of course, their prices are also the highest. There will be a difference in professionalism and experience between senior and ordinary service staff, which will also be reflected in the price." She wanted to continue her introduction, but Lindsay raised his hand slightly and interrupted her. "It's best to come directly." A simple sentence, yet it carries unquestionable power. The staff member's smile froze for a moment, a hint of unconcealed shock flashing across her face, but her good professionalism made her immediately nod and agree, "Yes, sir." She added cautiously, "Sir, our top domestic helper is a live-in nanny and her monthly salary is $50,000. Look, any other questions? If not, can we start selecting people?" Lindsay nodded without hesitation. The staff hadn't seen such a straightforward and goal-oriented customer for a long time. She suppressed her inner excitement. She quickly pulled out a thick folder from the filing cabinet containing the resumes of all the top nannies and respectfully handed it to Lindsay. Then, she picked up the intercom. "Are all the top service staff in the service hall? There are customers who need to come and make their selections." A clear response soon came from the other end of the intercom. Reporting to the supervisor, all the top service staff who have completed their tasks are now in the service hall for an experience sharing session. Customers can come anytime. "Okay, got it." A moment later, the staff led Lindsay to a spacious and bright room. Through the glass wall, you can see a row of people standing neatly inside. Most of them are between 35 and 45 years old. Some have capable expressions and strong aura, some have kind faces, making people feel like spring breeze. At this moment, a senior trainer was giving a lecture in the room. "Sir, we require our top service personnel to share their accumulated experience with everyone regularly after completing their work. What you are reading now is the personal experiences of several excellent nannies, including the precautions and valuable experience in caring for their employers." Lindsay listened and looked inside. On the podium, a gentle lady was giving a course on nutrition matching. The staff explained softly that this is a compulsory weekly course for top nannies, aimed at ensuring that they can provide their employers with the most scientific and healthiest diet and daily life. Lindsay lowered his head and looked through the resumes in his hand, a total of 6. Each one is made in great detail, showing everything from living habits to family background at a glance. Finally, the staff member added another sentence, which made Lindsay's heart move. "Our company also pays great attention to caring for special groups, such as the elderly with physical disabilities. Our service staff will regularly learn how to provide psychological counseling and how to get along more effectively with disabled elderly people, giving them genuine respect and warmth." Hearing this, Lindsay nodded with satisfaction. He carefully read the resume twice, and in the end, only kept one. He remembered that this person's photo was in the most conspicuous position on the wall of honor. Sunlan, 45 years old, has been in the industry for 20 years and has 0 negative reviews. In the photo, she has curved eyebrows and her smile reveals kindness and gentleness from the heart. After thinking for a moment, Lindsay raised his head with a gentle smile on his face. "That's her. Please take me to see her later." The staff's smiles were almost overflowing from their faces. With this big order, this month's performance was stable again. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll go get Aunt's son over right away. Lindsay nodded, and under the guidance of the staff, sat on the sofa nearby and waited. As expected, just as he thought, when the auntie named Sun Lan came over with the staff, Lindsay instantly felt a warm and friendly feeling from her, like a spring breeze. This is our housekeeping staff, Aunt Sunday. The staff member introduced and then turned to Sun Lan. Auntie Sun, this is Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Sun Lan's voice was gentle and calm, neither hurried nor slow. Hello. Lindsay responded politely. After greeting each other, the three were led by the service staff to a quiet waiting room. The service staff handed the pre-prepared contract to Lindsay for review, while Sun Lan stood quietly by the side, with her hands folded in front of her, looking humble. Lindsay read the contract item by item. The content is very fair. In addition to the regular duties and benefits, it also emphasizes the breach of contract clause. If the nanny causes damage to the employer's property, she will be required to pay double compensation and will be permanently blacklisted by the company. On the contrary, if the employer treats the nanny unfairly, the company will also blacklist the employer and reserve the right to pursue legal liability. This contract further deepened his trust in the company. Chapter 47 Mother's Rebuke. The contract terms are clear, the rights and responsibilities are clearly defined, and there are even special annotations at key points, which shows the other party's rigor. After confirming that everything was correct, Lindsay solemnly signed his name. The service staff took away the contract, and only Lindsay and the incoming nanny Sun Lan were left in the room. Lindsay turned his gaze to Sun Lan, his tone gentle and serious. Aunt Sun, let me tell you in detail about my mother's situation. My mother is blind, introverted, and not very good at expressing herself. I hired you mainly because I hope you can take care of her daily life. Then, Lindsay explained clearly his mother's dietary taboos. She doesn't eat coriander and onions, and prefers tomatoes and carrots, as well as some of her lifestyle habits. After he finished speaking, he looked up and found that Sun Lan was holding a pen and writing quickly in a small notebook, with an expression as focused as a student listening to a lecture. Lindsay felt a warm feeling in his heart and admired her professional attitude very much. These seemingly trivial matters are taken so seriously by the other party. Okay, Mr. Lin, I've taken note of all the precautions. If there are any uncertainties later, I will call you immediately for instructions. Sun Lan closed the notebook and said seriously. Lindsay's heart was finally relieved. We haven't moved in yet. Please stay there for a few days to get familiar with the environment and surrounding facilities. I'll pick up Mother after I've made all the arrangements. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, housework is my job. We can be together anytime, whenever it's convenient for you. Sun Lan's words were full of enthusiasm. Lindsay handed her the community access card and a bunch of brand new keys. The house is in Hyde Garden on Chaoyang Road. After my mother moves in, you will be mainly responsible for her 3 meals a day. On this basis, I hope you can spend more time talking to her and take her downstairs for a walk when the weather is good. She's been alone for too long and needs more company. Sun Lan's face showed a warm smile again and she nodded vigorously. After dealing with all this, Lindsay prepared to go home. Along the way, he kept rehearsing the scene that was about to happen in his mind. If I tell my mother now that I bought her a house worth 5 million and hired a nanny, how would she react? Countless images flashed through his mind, and finally, Lindsay simply stopped thinking about it. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. No matter what his mother asks, he has a strategy to deal with it. He had only one goal, to give his mother a better life. When I opened the door, a familiar, faint scent of soapberry hit me in the face. Mother Bai Huifan was already standing in the middle of the living room, facing the door with a gentle smile on her face. Because she was blind, her ears were extremely sensitive and she could always accurately distinguish her son's return from the noisy footsteps in the corridor. At this moment, Lindsay became more determined in his decision. Xiaozhe, why are you back so early today? Bai Huifang reached out her hand following the sound. Lindsay quickly stepped forward, supported his mother with both hands, and guided her to sit steadily on the sofa. Then he spoke in a casual tone. Mom, I bought a new house. We won't live here anymore. He paused and added, you might not be used to moving there, but don't worry, I've hired a nanny for you. She will take good care of you. The smile on Bai Huifang's face froze instantly, replaced by shock and confusion. Xiaozhe, what did you say? Buy a house? Where did you get the money? The mother and son have depended on each other for so many years, and she knows the situation at home better than anyone else. The last time Lindsay came back, he didn't mention buying a house. In just a few days, he not only bought a house, but also hired a nanny? It all seemed like an unreal dream. Before Lindsay could answer, a terrible thought popped into Bai Huifang's mind, making her instantly nervous and even wanting to stand up from the sofa. Xiaozhe, her voice began to tremble, tell me honestly, this money, what did you get in exchange? Lindsay had anticipated his mother's reaction. Mom, don't worry, this money is made from my investments, it's all legitimate money. He held his mother's slightly cold hand, trying to reassure her. What kind of investment can make so much money all at once? Bai Huifang didn't understand these things, but her instinctive worry made her keep asking questions. That's how investing works. If you see the right opportunity, invest. If you're lucky, the money will come quickly. Lindsay explained in the simplest words with a confident smile on his face. Hearing her son's calm tone, Bai Huifang's tense nerves finally relaxed. The wariness on his face faded away, and he regained his former gentleness, but that gentleness was mixed with a hint of joy and more worries. Making money is a good thing, it's my pride. But you don't have to spend it all on me. Our life is pretty good now. She patted the back of Lindsay's hand gently. Although Mom can't see, she can take care of herself. You'll need money a lot in the future, so you should save it. We didn't need a nanny before, and we still don't need one now. How much does it cost to hire one? Listening to his mother's words, Lindsay felt a pang of sadness in his heart. She always thinks about herself first. Even if she has grown up, in her eyes, she will always be the child who needs to save money. Lindsay held his mother's hand tighter. His fingertips could clearly feel the thick calluses on her palms, which were as rough as a piece of weathered bark. Every line was engraved with the hardships of working hard for life. A feeling of heartache suddenly gripped his heart. Mom, I make money to make our lives better. Moreover, I believe that this is just the beginning, and our lives will get better and better in the future. This sentence was like a reassurance, and the embarrassed look on my mother's face faded a lot. My son has grown up, and I'm happy, but it's such a waste for you to spend money on a nanny. What did you tell them? Can you still withdraw now? Lindsay smiled helplessly, knowing that his mother would never agree unless he took a dose of strong medicine. Mom, don't worry. You don't have to worry about the nanny's salary. All you have to do now is move into the new house with me and let someone take care of you comfortably. Seeing that she couldn't convince Lindsay, Bai Huifang suddenly became anxious. Having endured those hard days, she really couldn't bear to see her son spend his hard-earned money like this. In her opinion, this is a completely unnecessary expense. Mom doesn't want anyone else to take care of her, but hiring a nanny makes me feel uncomfortable. Before she could finish, Lindsay interrupted her decisively, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Mom, just be obedient. I've already paid the money, and we signed a 1-year contract. If I withdraw now, I'll have to pay a huge penalty. That penalty is more expensive than my salary. Don't worry about it. These words were half true and half false, but they were like an insurmountable wall, blocking all of Bai Huifang's words that she wanted to refuse. She opened her mouth, but in the end she could only smile and sigh. Chapter 48, It's the Neighbor? Having said that, the persistence in Bai Huifang's heart was finally melted by the expectation in her son's eyes. She smiled helplessly and dotingly, sighed softly, and agreed to move. Lindsay was delighted and immediately packed up his things with his mother. His movements were swift and agile. He had thought a lot before. The initial thought was to take my mother to live with me, but then I thought again, the Su family had just begun to accept me, and the foundation was not yet stable. If I rashly took my mother there at this time, if something happened again, it would be bad for my mother. After all, his relationship with Su Ling has not been confirmed yet. It is better to proceed step by step in everything. The best way is to wait until Su Ling and the Su family fully accept you before taking your mother over. What's more, the newly bought house is only a stone's throw away from where I live, so if I have any worries, I can come and visit it at any time. This distance is just right. After settling his mother, Lindsay picked up his phone and quickly dialed the moving company. It didn't take long before the moving company's car arrived as scheduled. Lindsay first carefully helped his mother into the car, and then directed the movers in an orderly manner to move his mother's old belongings that had been used for many years into the car one by one. Soon, the car stopped at the door of the new house. When Lin Zhe opened the door with the key, a fresh breath hit him. The entire house was bright and clean, the floor was as bright as new, and all items were neatly arranged. It was obvious that Sun Lan had already cleaned the place thoroughly in advance. Seeing Lin Zhe coming with his mother, Sun Lan immediately came out from the kitchen to greet them. Instead of going to help first, she walked up quickly, gently and steadily held by Huifang's arm, led her to the sofa in the living room, and carefully helped her adjust to a comfortable sitting position. "Mrs. Lin, my name is Sun Lan. I'm the live-in nanny here. From now on, I will take care of your daily life." Her voice is warm and pleasant, making people feel good about it as soon as they hear it. Listening to the voice, Bai Huifang felt that it was a woman in her 40s. The calm tone made her feel inexplicably familiar. If a girl who is too young is asked to take care of her, she will feel uncomfortable and afraid of causing trouble. Seeing that Lin Zhe was still holding some scattered items in his hand, Sun Lan stood up, first poured a cup of warm water for Bai Huifang and put it in her hand, then quickly walked over to help. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Zhe's mind. He only needs to put the items back in their places one by one, and the system will automatically complete the most reasonable storage. Worried that his mother would feel uneasy sitting alone on the sofa, Lin Zhe waved his hand at Sun Lan and said gently, "Auntie Sun, please go chat with my mom first. I can clean up here by myself." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Sun Lan nodded, did not insist, turned around and sat back next to Bai Huifang, chatting softly about family matters. Bai Huifang felt that there was an indescribable familiarity in Sun Lan's tone and accent, as if she had heard it somewhere before. After a few words of conversation, she found that this nanny was not only kind and friendly, but also gave people a sense of security from the inside out, so she gradually opened up. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice that Lin Zhe had already packed up all the scattered items. When Sun Lan looked up, she was stunned for a moment. The miscellaneous items that were originally piled on the ground have now been put back in their places, and are neatly arranged by category. The position of each item is just right, which is obviously well thought out and easy to take. Sun Lan was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. "How did you clean up so quickly?" She concluded that even with professional training, it would be impossible for her to complete such efficient and accurate storage in such a short time. Lin Zhe smiled calmly. "I did a lot of organizing and storage when I was little, and I gradually fell in love with it, so I can do it faster." He said this, but in his heart he was silently thanking the system. Sun Lan did not continue to ask, but there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Lin Zhe. She turned around and looked at Bai Huifang, and the familiar feeling became stronger. "Mrs. Lin, you look so familiar," Sun Lan said hesitantly. "But I only moved back to Suzhou and Hangzhou 2 years ago, so I don't know where I saw her. After being a nanny for so long, I feel like I don't belong to any one family. Instead, it's like I've been to every family." Bai Huifang was amused by her words. "I guess we have a good eye for each other. To be honest, when I was chatting with you just now, I kept thinking about making my specialty osmanthus jam." Having said this, the smile on her face slowly faded, revealing a trace of loss that was difficult to conceal. She remembered that when her eyes were still good, she would make osmanthus jam every autumn. Now, she can only find that sweet taste in her memories. Thinking of this, she became completely quiet. Osmanthus sauce? These 3 words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly striking the depths of Sun Lan's memory. The scene of a simple woman happily holding a jar of golden osmanthus jam and placing it at the door of her house on a sunny afternoon more than 20 years ago clearly appears before my eyes. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Not hearing Sun Lan's response, Bai Huifang thought that she didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. She stretched out her hand uneasily and groped around, trying to grab the nanny's hand. At this moment, Sun Lan suddenly raised her head, stared at Bai Huifang's face, and suddenly let out a suppressed cry. "You! What happened? Are you okay?" Bai Huifang was startled by her reaction, and her voice trembled slightly. Sun Lan's eyes instantly turned red, and her voice trembled with excitement. "Your hometown, is it Giwajing? It's not far from the big temple at the entrance of the village." Bai Huifang's voice also became excited. "How did you know? Have you forgotten? You often give sweet-scented osmanthus jam to one of your neighbors." Dust-covered memories flooded into Bai Huifang's mind like a tide, and her voice was filled with shock. "Yes. That's true. How did you know I often send osmanthus jam to my neighbors? I'm Sun Lan. We used to be neighbors. Then our family moved away." Both of them were extremely excited. their faces filled with ecstasy and disbelief at reunion. Seeing this dramatic scene in front of him, Lindsay felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He never imagined that the nanny he carefully selected for his mother turned out to be his old neighbor from 20 years ago. At this time, Sun Lan turned her gaze to Lindsay, muttering to herself, her eyes full of emotion. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, the kids have grown up so much. Lindsay walked forward and asked softly, "And son, where did you move to later?" She went abroad with Cha-Cha's dad, and just moved back 2 years ago. When talking about her daughter, Sun Lan's face showed a bright smile again. She seemed to remember something happy and asked curiously, "Xiaozhe, do you still remember Cha-Cha? She always mentioned you to me, saying that you two had such a good time as kids. Do you still remember?" After she said this, Lindsay's thoughts were instantly pulled back to his distant childhood. "In my memory, there was indeed a little girl with pigtails who always followed me like a little tail. Every time she played with her friends, she would carefully pinch the corner of her clothes and watch quietly." Her name gradually became clear along with the fragments of memory. Cha-Cha? Lindsay was stunned for a moment. How is she now? When Sun Lan saw that he remembered, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The faces of the three people were filled with the joy of reunion, and their smiles were extremely bright. After a few words of emotion, Sun Lan's gaze fell back on by Huifang's face, and her smile was filled with concern and heartache. "By the way, Sister Huifang, how did you get these eyes? They weren't like this before." Chapter 49: Su Ling's Troubles. Lindsay's voice was gentle and steady. "My eyes became like this due to an accident many years ago," he explained lightly. Sun Lan's heart suddenly tightened, and she held by Huifang's hand tightly. The slightly cool touch made her heart ache. She sighed heavily, that sigh full of pity and reluctance, and then she tried her best to force out a comforting smile. "It's okay, Huifang, don't worry too much. Technology is so advanced nowadays, as long as we find the right treatment, it will be cured quickly." Bai Huifang also nodded slightly, a faint smile on her face, but with a lingering sense of melancholy. "I hope so." She whispered, "Ozawa also knows some treatments, and my eyes haven't hurt as much lately." Sun Lan continued to babble on and on with many comforting words, her words full of sincerity. "It's almost time." Lindsay's voice sounded again. "Auntie Sun, I'll leave my mother in your care." Sun Lan was so surprised by this unexpected gift that she quickly stood up, waving her hand subconsciously, her words filled with eagerness and unquestionable responsibility. "Ouch! Xiaoza, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Taking care of your mother is my duty, not to mention that we have this relationship." She paused, her tone becoming more resolute. "Don't worry about your business, I will definitely take good care of her, just put your mind at ease." The other side. Phnom Penh Cafe. The afternoon sun filtered through the huge French windows, filtering fine golden dust into the air. Su Ling sat quietly by the window, her expression calm as water, sipping a latte. The slight bitterness of coffee and the aroma of milk foam intertwined on the tip of her tongue, just like her mood at the moment, complex but tending to peaceful. On the mobile phone screen next to it, the video things pregnant mothers need to pay attention to was playing. She watched it very seriously, pressing the pause button from time to time and watching it carefully. Ever since she confirmed the existence of the little life in her belly, her world has been redefined. At the same time, her thoughts drifted to the future. She imagined the surprise of her baby's first fetal movement, his babbling and toddling steps, and herself holding him in her arms, telling him stories on a sunny afternoon. When she thought about the little life that was quietly being conceived and was connected to her bloodline, Su Ling's always cold face changed. A touch of gentleness like water will unconsciously emerge in your eyes, and even your eyes will be bright and full of starlight. In the early stages of pregnancy, a pregnant woman's body temperature will be higher than usual, generally between 36 and 37 degrees Celsius. This is normal. The elevated body temperature will return to normal around 13 weeks. Your resistance will decrease, and you'll be more susceptible to illness during this period. Avoid taking medication without proper supervision. Most pregnant women start to experience morning sickness around 6 weeks, and it's most noticeable in the morning. The notification tone on the phone was calm and objective, but the expression on Su Ling's face became more serious, even with a hint of a sacred sense of mission. Sudden. A rapid ring of a cell phone broke the silence. Su Ling's brows furrowed instantly, and her beautiful eyebrows twisted into the shape of a character. When she saw the note "Father" on the screen, the tenderness in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a hint of complicated emotions. She hesitated for a moment, her fingertips hovering on the screen for a few seconds, and finally took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, a stern and familiar voice came from the other end. Su Ling, what's going on? Why did you move out? Su Ling's heart sank. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had sorted out all her emotions and said in an almost calm tone, I saw a nice house and moved out. The voice on the other end of the phone grew increasingly dissatisfied, like a cluster of ignited flames. You're not a child anymore, why are you still so willful? No matter how nice the houses outside are, they can never be as comfortable as living in the villa at home. Su Ling didn't respond, but just listened quietly. Why aren't you talking? Su Tianji's voice suddenly rose. Or do you think the villa we prepared for you is not good enough? Do you think everything outside is good, and the house prepared for you by your family is not to your liking? There was silence on the other end of the phone for nearly half a minute. Seeing that she remained silent, Su Tianji did not continue to ask questions for the first time. He changed the subject and his tone seemed to soften. Come home this weekend. There's an important dinner party you need to attend. The Chu family will also attend this banquet. You must be serious. This is related to our relationship with the Chu family. He said word by word, if the Chu family cooperates with us, it will be extremely beneficial to the Su family. Moreover, many celebrities will be attending this banquet, and several major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou will participate. You represent the entire Su family, so don't forget to have a few more words with the young master of the Chu family. When her father finished telling the story, Su Ling felt nauseous. Dad, I don't want to go. She refused directly, her voice not loud but very clear. What did you say? What do you mean you don't want to go? Su Tianji's anger was instantly ignited. You are a member of the Su family, so you must do your best for the Su family. You are not a child anymore, you have to. Dad, I don't like attending this kind of party. I won't go. Su Ling spoke again, and this time, her tone was even more absolute than before. Su Tianji's chest heaved with anger, his voice filled with shock and helplessness at being disobeyed. Don't you listen to Dad? Dad, I hope you respect me, Su Ling's voice trembled. You also said that I am not a child now. I hope you won't force me to do things I don't like. After saying that, she didn't give the other party any chance to speak and pressed the hang-up button decisively. Beep beep beep. The busy tone echoed in Su Tianji's ears like a merciless mockery. He stared at the disconnected phone screen in disbelief, his breathing becoming rapid. A surge of anger rushed to his head, and he threw his phone onto the sofa. That usually docile and obedient daughter actually dared to hang up on him today. Next to her, Jean Yao was startled by the noise. Seeing her husband's gloomy face, she came over worriedly. Husband, what happened? Why are you so angry? Did Su Ling make you angry? Su Tianji's face was full of frustration and anger. He waved his hands weakly and rubbed his stinging forehead irritably. Jean Yao reached out her hand and carefully breathed into his chest, her eyes filled with confusion. What happened? Su Tianji sighed heavily and shook his head. Su Ling is becoming more and more unreasonable. She doesn't even listen to what I say. What? Jean Yao exclaimed. Don't you dare not believe it. Su Tianji seemed to have found an outlet for his venting, and his voice rose again. You heard me calling her just now, do you know what this girl said? She actually said she wouldn't go. Such an important party this weekend, and she said she wouldn't go. She doesn't even see me as her father. He paced back and forth in the living room angrily. She moved out immediately after she said so, and now she's contradicting me to my face. She doesn't even take us seriously. Jean Yao bit her lip and frowned tightly. Although Su Ling had a cold temper before, she had always been obedient. Why had she become so rebellious now? This concerns the future of the family, how can you just refuse? Beside him, Su Tianji's anger was still burning. Have we raised her for so many years, just to hear her rebuttal now? I'm so disappointed. Jean Yao frowned, slowed down her movements, and patted Su Tianji's back again and again, trying to calm him down. Chapter 50 cut off her bank card. If Su Ling hadn't been present, how could the descendants of the two families become friends? At this point, it's impossible for Su Tianji not to know this. If there was no Su Ling, how could I improve my relationship with the young master of the Chu family? Wouldn't the cooperation between the two companies be in vain? Su Tianji was furious, and when he spoke again, his tone was full of annoyance. I just explained all this to her, but she still refused outright. Now, she thinks she's grown up and has become more independent. Before Su Tianji could continue speaking, Jin Yao interrupted him. Hubby, don't be angry yet. Let's think of a solution quickly. If this girl refuses to attend the banquet, how can we make amends? At least, we have to find a reasonable excuse. Su Tianji slammed the table. How can she not go? She can just not go if she wants to? That's just ridiculous. Her ability and confidence are not given by us. It's because there is money in her card that she thinks she can live without us. Listen to me, as long as you cut off the money in the card, she will naturally obey and come back. I don't believe that she can still live outside without money. Jin Yao felt something was wrong. After all, they had never done such a thing as cutting off Su Ling's financial resources before. However, when Jin Yao thought that this method could allow Su Ling to attend the weekend party, she also compromised. Su Tianji picked up the water glass on the table and drank it all, then shouted loudly, "Secretary Song, come here." The secretary hurried over, bending over and listening carefully to instructions. Stop Su Ling's card. Remember, any card with money in it should be frozen. After hearing this, the secretary looked at Su Tianji with some concern. Su Tianji frowned again. What are you still standing there for? Go and do it. Secretary Song quickly replied, Okay, boss. Then he began to handle the matters assigned by Su Tianji. Ever since receiving the call from home, Su Ling's mood has plummeted. Originally, Su Ling thought that enjoying the leisurely time in the coffee shop was a very wonderful thing. But after I picked up the phone, everything changed. Even my mood became heavy. Even after hanging up the phone, Su Ling's brows could not relax when she thought about the complicated situation at home. Right now, my father is a little unhappy about moving out. If they knew that she had a child in her belly, Su Ling really couldn't imagine what kind of situation would happen next. However, Su Ling was not sure how long this matter would be kept secret. How should I tell my family about Lin Zhe's situation? How should I start the conversation? Until now, Su Ling has not figured it out. After saying this, I don't know how the situation will develop. Maybe Guang Wen-ti be able to keep the child by herself. Thinking of this, Su Ling couldn't help but get nervous, and her mood plummeted. How can parents accept Lin Zhe? If it can bring benefits to the family, then I should. Su Ling had no idea what to do, and her mood became increasingly depressed. After a heavy sigh, Su Ling stood up, paid the bill and walked out of the cafe. On the way home, although the scenery was beautiful, Su Ling had no interest in looking at the view outside the window. After returning home, Su Ling kept repeating what her father said in her mind. If my father always has this attitude, what should I do in the future? Putting the key aside, Su Ling suddenly heard a noise. Su Ling turned around quickly, and then saw Lin Zhe pushing the door open and walking in. Thinking of what Lin Zhe had said before, that he would go back to his hometown, Su Ling's eyes were full of doubts. Why are you back so early today? Didn't you say you were going home? Lin Zhe put down the key and looked at Su Ling gently. I wanted to come back early to accompany you after I finished my work. After all, you are two people now, and I am a little worried about leaving you alone at home. After hearing these words, Su Ling felt warm in her heart. Lin Zhe is really a very warm-hearted person. He does a very good job in taking care of himself. Trying hard to force a smile on her face, Su Ling smiled at Lin Zhe. Looking at Su Ling in front of him, Lin Zhe's eyes trembled. Su Ling was a little different today than usual, and seemed to be in a low mood. Although I was laughing just now, the laughter seemed a bit forced. Su Ling was in a bad mood. Did anything happen today? Why do you seem to be in a bad mood? Lin Zhe asked calmly. Su Ling opened her mouth, and after a while, she slowly uttered two words. Nothing, I went to the cafe, maybe I'm a little tired. Su Ling's performance made Lin Zhe even more certain that Su Ling must have encountered something, and that this thing made her very unhappy. If there's anything you want to talk to me about, maybe I can help you solve it? It's really okay, just go do your thing, I'm going to take a shower first. After finishing her words, Su Ling stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Lin Zhe looked at Su Ling's back, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Lin Zhe picked up the key and went out again. Half an hour later, Su Ling walked out of the bathroom. After taking a few steps, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. This is... Su Ling was stunned, staring at everything in front of her. It was pitch black outside the French windows, but the living room at home was dotted with stars, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the aroma of shower gel. For a moment, Su Ling felt like she was dreaming and couldn't tell whether this was reality or not. Now, Lin Zhe was bending over and fiddling with something. Su Ling slowly walked closer and saw that Lin Zhe was reinstalling the starry lights to make it look more beautiful. Su Ling did not disturb him, but stood quietly behind him. Perhaps Lin Zhe noticed the fragrance and turned around to meet Su Ling's eyes. Both of them were silent for a while, and Su Ling was the first to break the silence. "Is this for me?" "Of course, do you still like it?" Lin Zhe asked cautiously. Su Ling has received many gifts since she was a child, but such carefully arranged gifts are extremely rare. Su Ling slowly admired all of this. The starry skylights reflected on the ceiling looked like the real night sky. "I like it very much, but what are you doing with these?" Su Ling had some questions. Today is not a holiday, nor is it their anniversary, so why did they think of doing this? Just now I saw that you were a little unhappy, and you didn't ask any more questions, so I wanted to do something to make you feel better. Lin Zhe answered seriously, without any other emotions in his tone, and only sincerity could be felt. This answer moved Su Ling deeply. I didn't expect that Lin Zhe would take my emotional changes so seriously. Chapter 51: Watching a movie. It turns out that Lin Zhe is such a thoughtful person. Su Ling always thought that boys were careless and would not care about these trivial details. A warm feeling mixed with sadness surged into Su Ling's heart, and her eyes instantly turned red, almost she was about to cry. Since he treats me so sincerely, should I tell him everything that happened at home? This sincerity should be responded with equal sincerity. However, this thought lingered in her mind for a long time, but was eventually suppressed by her. After all, things in her family are not good. Lin Zhe has done so much and has put in a lot of effort. How can I let him worry about his family affairs? What's more, it would be difficult to change anything if you told Lin Zhe about that kind of thing. She admitted that Lin Zhe was indeed very outstanding, but compared with some big families, it was still difficult for him to do anything. After thinking it over again and again, Su Ling chose to be conservative and just responded in the most sincere tone, "Lin Zhe, thank you." Lin Zhe shook his head gently, his expression as natural as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "There's no need to say these two words between us. Your feeling better is more important than anything else." Seeing that the atmosphere had eased a lot, Lin Zhe tentatively suggested, "How about I find a movie to watch?" Su Ling was still immersed in the tranquility and beauty brought by this artificial starry sky. Upon hearing this, she happily agreed, with a hint of joy in her voice, "Okay." At this moment, movie clips were flashing through Lin Zhe's mind. He searched carefully through the list of films that specially cure unhappiness, and finally, his eyes fell on a film. "How about watching 4 Cs?" he suggested. "I'll listen to you," Su Ling said without any hesitation. Lin Zhe helped Su Ling sit on the sofa, and he went to play the movie. In order to prevent her from getting bored, he had already prepared snacks. These are all foods suitable for pregnant women that were specially selected when preparing the starry sky scene: dried figs, beef jerky, dates with walnuts, and seaweed. When the movie opening sounded, Lin Zhe turned and went into the kitchen again. But a few minutes later, when he reappeared, he was holding an exquisite fruit plate in his hand. Seeing this scene, Su Ling's face was filled with surprise again. How did he create such a beautiful fruit plate in just a few minutes? Lin Zhe gently placed the fruit plate in front of her and explained softly as he arranged it. This seaweed can help stabilize your blood sugar and is considered a blood-boosting magic weapon during pregnancy. Beef jerky is a super energy bar that can prevent anemia and is good for babies too. Figs can boost your energy and relieve fatigue during pregnancy. Listening to Lin Zhe's professional knowledge about pregnancy, Su Ling nodded seriously. She had to admit that she didn't know as much as he did about nutrition during pregnancy. In the fruit bowl, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, and blueberries were neatly arranged, like a small work of art, which made her even reluctant to destroy it. Soon, the movie entered its main part. The soothing music and warm scenes quickly immersed Su Ling in it. The plot was fascinating, and she watched more attentively. Before long, the two began to discuss in low voices. When she called me brother, I could feel the embarrassment of the girl through the screen, but for some reason, I just wanted to laugh. Before she finished speaking, Su Ling laughed out loud. Lin Zhe's mouth curled up slightly. "I feel more sorry for that brother. Before he could finish his words, a fist came up. He probably never dreamed that he would get beaten up for talking to his own sister. How hilarious! This kind of time difference is the most likely to lead to misunderstandings. Just 4 words, and I got a beating. This lesson is too profound. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, Su Ling immediately took up the conversation. After watching the following clip, the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The boy in the film forced a bright smile on his face and called out brother affectionately. The joy mixed with the embarrassment is really hilarious. Eat some fruit. Lin Zhe smiled and handed the fruit fork to Su Ling. Su Ling nodded and put a blueberry into her mouth. She turned her head and looked at Lin Zhe seriously. You eat too. Lin Zhe did not refuse. The two of them watched the movie and shared fruits, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Halfway through the movie, Su Ling subconsciously moved her shoulders. Maintaining a posture for a long time can cause stiffness in the shoulders and neck. She herself didn't care, but Lin Zhe beside her saw her unintentional little action. Are you tired? Wait a moment. Before he finished speaking, he stood up and took the pillow next to him. Ding. Friendly reminder, during pregnancy, hormonal changes can easily lead to back pain. In addition to calcium supplementation, using a pillow can effectively relieve discomfort. A prompt sound flashed through his mind, and Lin Zhe followed the instructions and gently placed the pillow behind Su Ling's waist. In an instant, Su Ling felt her body relax, and the soreness in her waist disappeared in an instant. Thanks, she said softly, with a barely perceptible hint of dependence in her voice. Lin Zhe just smiled and said, taking care of you and the baby is what I should do. These words full of responsibility once again warmed Su Ling's heart. There was constant laughter for the next few minutes. In a happy mood, Su Ling's head unconsciously tilted towards Lin Zhe. As the movie was coming to an end, she felt sleepy and obediently leaned her head gently on Lin Zhe's shoulder. Lin Zhe's body stiffened slightly. The faint fragrance of her hair lingered on his nose. His heart skipped a beat, then uncontrollably accelerated. Su Ling seemed to be completely immersed in the plot of the movie and did not notice this subtle change at all. Lin Zhe cautiously glanced at her sideways, then quickly turned his gaze back to the screen and continued her words with feigned calmness. It's really funny. How did the screenwriter come up with these plots? No wonder the ratings are so high, it really captured the audience's heart. Yeah, the box office was a huge hit, so that's probably the key factor. With Lin Zhe's approval, Su Ling's smile became even brighter. Until the end of the movie, Su Ling was still immersed in the joyful plot, with a smile on her lips. I'm really a little sleepy, she slowly stood up and looked at Lin Zhe seriously, but I feel much better now. Thank you, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe smiled and shook his head. He didn't say, taking care of you and the baby is my responsibility, but the glances they exchanged revealed an unspoken understanding. A movie seemed to bring the two people closer together. Sometimes, with just a glance, Lin Zhe seemed to be able to understand Su Ling's thoughts. Go back to your room and rest. I'll clean up here. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Go ahead, call me if you need anything, I'll be outside. After a few simple conversations, Su Ling turned around and returned to her bedroom. The moment the door closed, the smile on her lips seemed more genuine and reassuring than ever before. Chapter 52 Su Ling's Little Thoughts. Lin Zhe stood up and put away the cups and plates on the table in an orderly manner. A sense of tranquility and comfort quietly permeates the air during the movements. In just a moment, he had packed up and walked to the balcony in the living room. The rocking chair rocked slightly, making a slight creaking sound. Lin Zhe leaned against it, his gaze far away, admiring the city skyline outside the window gradually being stained by dusk. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lu Daixian pushed open the glass door of a store with a sign that read Xianghe Pharmacy. A fresh medicinal aroma wafted towards me, and a waiter in a white coat immediately came up to greet me with a smile. Welcome, ma'am. How may I help you? I came to buy some medicine. There was a barely perceptible hint of fatigue in Lu Daixuan's voice. Okay. What medicine do you need? Do you want a prescription, or would you like us to recommend one? Lu Daixuan's gaze fell on the sincere face of the waiter, and Lin Zhe's calm and confident expression emerged in her mind. I need some medicine for anemia, she said, choosing her words carefully, but some of them don't seem to be directly targeted at anemia. The waiter listened patiently. When Lu Daixian finished repeating the list of medicine names that Lin Zhe had given him, he also fell into a moment of thought. These medicines, taken individually, do not have much to do with anemia, but when combined, they can complement each other and are very beneficial in improving immunity. I understand. The waiter suddenly understood and then explained while skillfully taking the medicine from the shelf. These two are immune boosting and can help improve your overall condition. This one is a core blood tonic. The last one is taken in divided courses, mainly to relieve your dizziness symptoms, and can be discontinued when you feel better. Lu Daixuan nodded seriously, memorizing the instructions and dosage. She now had complete faith in Lin Zai's judgment. After returning to her residence, Lu Daixuan took the medicine as directed without delay. Have a good night's sleep. When the morning sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, Lu Daixuan slowly woke up. An unprecedented feeling of refreshment swept over my body, and the lingering heavy fatigue of the past disappeared without a trace. What's going on? She murmured to herself, her eyes full of disbelief. Those previous symptoms are all gone? The effect of this medicine is so immediate? She slowly got out of bed and took 2 quick tentative steps. The familiar feeling of panic, as if the heart was about to jump out of the throat, was actually alleviated a lot. Lu Daixuan fell on the sofa and was stunned for a long time before finally digesting this astonishing change. Just yesterday, before she went to buy medicine, she felt her steps were weak, as if she was stepping on cotton, and she was out of breath after walking a few steps. But now, all of this has been greatly relieved, especially the annoying fatigue and dizziness, which seemed to have been completely eliminated. Recalling the scene in the school office that day when Lin Zai told her all her symptoms in one sentence, Lu Daixuan only felt that he had superb medical skills. But I didn't expect that he was so precise and experienced in using medicine. This thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Daixuan almost couldn't wait to call Lin Zai. As soon as the call was connected, her uncontrollable joy surged over the airwaves. Lin Zai, I bought the medicine according to your prescription, and I didn't expect that I would feel refreshed that same day. Thank you so much. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. In the past few days, I always felt like I had a low-grade fever and felt weak all over. Now it's all gone. Really, thank you so much. Listening to the barrage of thanks from the other end of the phone, Lin Zai unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Her improvement also made him sincerely happy. Lin Zai, thanks to you, otherwise I really don't know how long I would have been tortured in this state. I thought it was from staying up late, but it turned out to be anemia. You are so amazing, you can tell at a glance. Lu Daixuan was still talking excitedly on the other end. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Lin Zai's voice was as gentle as ever. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Bye. After the call ended, Lin Zai put down his phone and turned around, only to find Su Ling sitting quietly on the sofa not far away, looking at him. He didn't turn on the hands-free mode, but a few scattered words of conversation still floated into Su Ling's ears. She couldn't be sure of the entire content of the call, but the soft and gentle voice of a girl on the other end, as well as the joy and intimacy in her voice, were clearly audible. There was no expression on Su Ling's face, but it was as if a small stone had been thrown into her heart, causing ripples to spread out. Seeing Lin Zai's calm look just now, she guessed that the girl on the other end of the phone might be a teacher at school, or maybe his friend in society? She wanted to suppress this inexplicable emotion, but her thoughts were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Finally, a trace of doubt crept into her eyes, and she couldn't help but ask softly. Lin Zai, who was that person you were talking to on the phone just now? You two sound very familiar with each other. Hearing this, Lin Zai looked at Su Ling with a hint of surprise, and then a faint smile spread across his face. Oh, it's my university instructor, Ms. Lu. She takes good care of me, and I always think of her as my sister. Su Ling responded and said nothing more. Although she tried her best to suppress it, a thought came to her mind uncontrollably. We've only been together for a few days, and I'm actually starting to care about his relationship with other girls? This discovery made her heart skip a beat. Lin Zai, I feel like you seem to have a very good relationship with her? She still couldn't help but asked again. Lin Zai nodded calmly and explained further. Teacher Lu has been suffering from anemia lately, and I recommended some tonic medicine to her. It worked for her, so she called to thank me. It's nothing special. After hearing this explanation, the slight haze in Su Ling's heart instantly disappeared. She didn't say anything else, but her heart was in deeper conflict. Why does this emotion arise? Why should I care who we talk to on the phone? Isn't it normal to have female friends? As this thought flashed through her mind, Su Ling's cheeks turned red in an instant, and even she found it a little ridiculous. Lindsay, I don't want to interfere with your life. She blurted out the words, and only then realized that the logic of this sentence was completely unreasonable, which made her attempt to cover up her mistake even more obvious. Seeing Su Ling looking flustered and shy, like a child who had done something wrong, Lindsay was slightly stunned. Don't look at me like that. Su Ling's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her heart almost jumped into her throat. She was extremely upset. She should have acted more naturally. How embarrassing would it be if Lindsay saw through her little thoughts? Su Ling's mind was in a mess. She wondered whether she should explain further, but she was afraid that it would only make things worse. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Chapter 53, Focus on Improving Medical Skills. Su Ling lowered her head, almost buried in her chest, and her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes. Lindsay looked at her ostrich-like appearance, and his heart softened. He deliberately joked in a light-hearted tone. Su Ling, do you remember our previous agreement? I, Lindsay, will keep my promise. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. These words were meant to comfort, but they were like a stone dropped into Su Ling's already turbulent heart, causing even greater ripples. She was already in a state of confusion, and after being struck by these weighty words, she became speechless for a moment, and her cheeks suddenly felt hot. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Why are you saying that? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, so small that it seemed to be swallowed by the air as soon as it came out of her lips, and even she could not hear it clearly. Seeing her embarrassed and aggrieved look, Lindsay couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a doting smile. Su Ling looks even more adorable like this, with a kind of natural beauty. Her facial features are as delicate as a fine porcelain doll, and when her eyebrows and eyes are curved, they look like a crescent moon. Under the high nose bridge is a small mouth that is slightly pouting with dissatisfaction, revealing a childlike cuteness. Looking at the two red clouds on her cheeks that could not be hidden, like ripe peaches, Lindsay's eyes couldn't help but stick to them and lingered for a few more seconds. At this moment, Su Ling clearly felt Lindsay's hot and focused gaze, which seemed to be hot and made her ears red. Under the silent gaze, she completely lost the courage to look up. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air in the room seemed to be drained away, becoming thick and ambiguous. Every breath carried the faint scent of the other person, and the atmosphere quietly changed. Su Ling. Lindsay's voice sounded again, low and gentle. Su Ling trembled all over, and then slowly raised her head. The joking expression on Lindsay's face had faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. His eyes were deep, like a quiet night sky, locking onto her tightly. I'm worried you might be experiencing morning sickness lately. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, even just a little bit, you must tell me immediately, okay? Looking at the undisguised concern and worry in his eyes, Su Ling's heart seemed to be gently grasped by a warm big hand. A warm current surged from the bottom of her heart and instantly spread to every part of her body. She nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly warm. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be cared for so much by someone. In the next few days, Lindsay's life was divided into two distinct halves. Half of it was used to take care of Su Ling meticulously, and the other half was spent in the library. In his plan, time is the most precious resource. He must improve his medical skills in the shortest possible time. As long as there is no class during the day, Lindsay will always appear on time in the medical area on the third floor of the library. Even if he had a full day of classes, he would use the 10 minutes between classes to quickly plan in his mind a list of books to borrow from the library next time he went there. Lindsay's almost crazy energy made Wang Yang, Zhang Yu, and others confused and extremely puzzled. More than once, they saw Lindsay holding a medical book thicker than a brick, reading it with fascination, so focused that it seemed as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. The doubts in my heart grew like a snowball. During the break that day, Zhang Yu finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and approached Lindsay's desk, lowering his voice and asking, "Brother Lin, what exactly are you researching? Why are you so obsessed with medical books lately?" Lindsay raised his head from the pages of the book, his eyes still gleaming with the light of being immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He smiled. "Nothing much, I just like reading. I just happen to be interested in medicine recently. The more I read, the more interesting it becomes." Ah. Zhang Yu's eyes widened like copper bells, and he blinked hard, as if to confirm that he had heard correctly. "Brother Lin, you're serious, right? Medical books are like heavenly scriptures, obscure and boring. How can you find them interesting?" Lindsay nodded calmly. "I think as long as you can calm down, you can gain a lot from it." "Is this true?" Zhang Yu's face was full of "I don't believe it." At this time, Wang Yang came over and patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. Okay, stop bothering Brother Lin. Look at Brother Lin's study state. I feel ashamed of myself. Honestly, seeing him work so hard makes me want to find a book to read. He turned to Lin Zhe, his tone full of admiration. Now it spread throughout the class. It's said that you, Brother Lin, have single-handedly boosted the learning atmosphere in our class. Hearing Wang Yang's exaggerated yet sincere words, Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing. It's not that exaggerated. Aren't we all learning it? Can it be the same? Wang Yang immediately retorted, we are in Chao's camp but our hearts are with Han. Even though we are sitting in the classroom, our hearts have already flown to the playground or to some girl. Compared to Brother Lin, your determination is far inferior to mine. Zhang Yu also laughed, and the scene in the bar that night flashed through his mind again. He suddenly realized and said to Wang Yang, no wonder. No wonder Brother Lin knew so much that day, it turns out he really learned this skill from reading books. The two chatted with Lin Zhe for a few more minutes before leaving tactfully. Lin Zhe turned his attention back to the book in front of him. Studying in a classroom feels completely different from studying in a library. The information available in the classroom is limited, so when you encounter difficult problems you can only figure them out on your own. The library is like an endless treasure house. Once you encounter a bottleneck, you can get up at any time, move between the bookshelves, and look for relevant knowledge to verify and expand. This is also the reason why Lin Zhe is obsessed with it. Fortunately, after his medical skills were upgraded to the intermediate level, his comprehension and memory were far superior to those of ordinary people. He can easily understand the ins and outs of many obscure theories that seem like incomprehensible scriptures to others. What made him even more delighted was that during the learning process, the system would occasionally sound prompts in the depths of his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is studying human anatomy, gaining mastery point +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for deepening their understanding of meridian theory and receiving a warm reminder. It is these clear feedbacks that, like a shot in the arm, make Lin Zhe's motivation to study even stronger. After he had basically read through those thick medical works, a prompt would sound from the system. Even so, Lin Zhe still felt that the rate of improvement in his mastery points was too slow. At this moment, he wished he could have the ability to remember everything he saw, or even read 10 lines at a glance. If I could read 2 books at the same time, I could double my speed. He closed the book, rubbed his fingertips lightly on the cover, and muttered to himself quietly. Although he knew that this was an unrealistic fantasy, it truly reflected his inner urgency. He couldn't help but recall the scene when his medical skills were upgraded from elementary to intermediate level. He still remembered the feeling of knowledge pouring into his mind like a rushing river. Friday. Lin Zhe had packed his schedule so tightly that as soon as the bell rang for the last class, he packed up his things like an arrow from a bow, rushed out of the classroom, and headed straight for the library. After entering the intermediate level, the acquisition of mastery points has become so slow. Is there any faster way? He walked quickly, thinking in his mind. I've already learned so much theoretical knowledge. Do I really have to get on the operating table and make a breakthrough through practice? This thought flashed through Lin Zhe's mind, and his expression instantly became serious. The operating table is a place where human life depends on it and there is no room for any mistakes. He looked at the mastery point progress displayed on the system panel and found that he was just one step away from upgrading. He finally gave up the idea of taking the risk. No, it was too risky. Anyway, the foundation has been laid. If I work harder this weekend, I should be able to make a breakthrough through learning. But the speed has indeed slowed down a lot. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Zhe walked faster. As usual, as soon as he entered the library, he walked towards the medical section as if he was familiar with the place. This time, he directly pulled out 2 medical monographs as thick as dictionaries from the bookshelf Essence of Surgery and Case Analysis of Difficult and Complex Diseases. Then he walked towards the corner by the window, which had become his exclusive seat. He had calculated the time before coming. This afternoon, he was able to squeeze in 2 full hours. Although time is tight to finish reading these 2 books, it is not impossible. Before, he read some basic introductory books, but now he wants to shift his focus completely to intermediate knowledge. He took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the unique scent of ink from old book pages, the smell of knowledge. Chapter 54 Get the X-Ray Eyes. Acupuncture and Moxibustion, Acupuncture and Moxibustion Classic, 3 rare acupuncture and Moxibustion books from the Yuan dynasty. The library on Friday was so quiet that you could hear the sound of dust particles floating in the air due to sunlight. Unlike the usual hustle and bustle, the crowds here were more than half as sparse. As the weekend approaches, most young people's hearts have already flown away. Only Lindsay, like a sculpture in meditation, has nailed himself firmly in this ocean of knowledge. Time passed quietly amidst the rustling sound of turning pages. After nearly an hour, he had thoroughly digested the 2 thick tomes. He slowly closed the book, and the quiet scent of the mixture of ink and paper calmed his chaotic thoughts. He was just about to get up and stretch his stiff body. Just then, a cold mechanical voice exploded in the depths of his mind without any warning. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your medical skill points have been upgraded to advanced status. Congratulations on becoming eligible to win the grand prize. Lindsay's breathing suddenly stagnated, and he froze in his seat as if struck by lightning. Then, an indescribable ecstasy gushed out from the deepest part of my heart like a volcanic eruption. His heart was beating like a drum in his chest, and the sound of blood rushing was roaring in his ears. So many days. So many sleepless days and nights. Finally, I've been promoted from intermediate to advanced. Lindsay took a deep breath, but his breath trembled slightly with excitement. Countless profound and obscure acupuncture knowledge, mixed with the crystallization of countless predecessors' experience, flooded into his mind frantically. Those acupuncture techniques, taboos, and combinations that once only existed in books now become as natural as breathing. He seemed to have witnessed with his own eyes how the ancient miracle doctors used needles so skillfully, and felt with his own hands the directions of the meridians and the mysteries of the acupuncture points. It was a shocking transformation, a sublimation in which the soul was completely reshaped by knowledge. Lindsay didn't know how to describe this feeling, but he was absolutely certain that he had reached a whole new height. The knowledge in his mind grew exponentially, and his mentality and vision also underwent earth-shaking changes. Not only traditional Chinese medicine, but also knowledge of Western medicine began to flow in. Soon, Lindsay absorbed this knowledge thoroughly. Just then, the system started prompting. Congratulations to the host for reaching advanced medical skills. You have the right to a random lottery. Lindsay became excited instantly. I wonder what I can win in this lottery. Soon, he felt a slight dizziness and instinctively reached out to support his forehead. When he opened his eyes again, a huge turntable emitting colorful light was already suspended in his consciousness space. On the turntable, 7 gift boxes stood quietly, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, each occupying one side. The sheen around the turntable is dreamy. Lindsay's eyes swept over each gift box. He swallowed, beads of sweat already oozing out of his palms. The impulse in my heart was like a volcano about to erupt and could no longer be suppressed. Ding! Please prepare in time, the lucky draw will begin soon. Ding! Host, please press the button. The system's voice was like a death-beating drum, beating on his tense nerves. Lindsay concentrated all his thoughts, as if using up all his strength, and pressed the hand on the button in the center of the turntable. Buzz! The turntable instantly turned into a dazzling light and shadow, spinning wildly. Lindsay's heart also rose to his throat, and he stared at the pointer that was flying across the 7-colored area at a rapid speed. Finally, with a crisp click, the pointer pointed steadily to the fiery red. The gift box disappeared in an instant, and the next second, it appeared out of thin air in front of Lindsay. Lindsay suppressed his heart, which was about to jump out of his chest, and carefully opened the lid of the box. Inside the box, lying quietly, lies a pair of exquisite eyes. There seemed to be a faint light flowing in the depths of the pupils of those eyes, as if they had life and were slowly turning. Lindsay's hands trembled violently, and his face was filled with disbelief and horror. What is this? Before he could recover from his shock, the sacred system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the X-ray eye. Warm reminder, this clairvoyant eye can be activated by the host according to his or her wishes. After hearing this, Lindsay was completely dumbfounded. X-ray vision? Is this something that can exist in real life? How could I win these in a lottery? Lindsay clenched his fist suddenly, the excitement in his heart surging as if it was about to break through the restraints of his body. This almighty system is surprisingly so powerful. The light screen in front of him did not disappear. Lindsay forced himself to calm down and continue checking. In the center of the light curtain, the panel of the X-ray eye slowly unfolded, detailing the intervals between skills, how to use them, and several stars representing levels. At present, the perspective he drew is only 1 star, which is the primary level. Primary X-ray vision, able to penetrate obstacles and observe physical forms and internal images that ordinary people cannot see, including but not limited to the structure of human organs. Lindsay's heart was hit hard again. This skill, if it were used in medicine, what a terrifying help it would be. If X-ray vision is used in surgery, it will be like adding wings to a tiger and taking it easy. Any lesion will be visible in the eyes. What made him even more ecstatic was that it was clearly marked on the panel, skills can be upgraded based on usage. Very good. Lindsay was a little excited, as long as you keep using it, you will become stronger. When the light screen in his mind completely disappeared, Lindsay suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't wait to try it. He cast his gaze towards the thick load-bearing wall next to him, concentrated his mind, and silently said open in his heart. In an instant, the world in his eyes changed. The gray-white cement wall became transparent in front of his eyes, as if separated by a thin layer of glass. The steel bars, stones, sand, and soil within the wall were all clearly visible. And amidst the gray and white, a single, translucent green fragment stood out. Lindsay looked carefully and found that it was a broken beer bottle cap with sharp edges. It was unknown when it was built into the wall. He wanted to see more clearly, but found that his vision began to become blurred, as if there was a layer of mist. He rubbed his sore eyes, closed them, and then opened them again, estimating the distance between himself and the wall. About 5 meters. Primary range, only 5 meters? He muttered to himself, feeling a little regretful but more excited. Just then. Ding! The host uses the X-ray vision function, and the X-ray skill mastery point +1. Lindsay was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. It turns out that using it itself can increase proficiency. This means that as long as he practices hard, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted. This discovery made his blood boil again, and he couldn't wait to verify it again. So he immediately turned on his X-ray vision again. But this time, before half a minute had passed, a strong feeling of dizziness and fatigue came over me like a tide. His eyes began to become dry and stinging, as if they were pricked by countless fine needles, making him want to cry. Lindsay was shocked. Could this be a side effect of the skill? Warm reminder, the X-ray eye skill consumes a lot of physical and mental energy, please use it with caution. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Lindsay took a deep breath. The feeling of fatigue was like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard, making him feel as if he had been doing physical labor for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. He quickly leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily. It seems that this magical skill cannot be squandered, let alone kept on. It is a double-edged sword. In order to use it freely, in addition to improving the skill level, you must also improve your physical and mental strength at the same time. Just when he had figured out the tricks of the X-ray vision, a sudden and urgent alarm sounded, pulling him back to reality from that wonderful experience. Lindsay was startled, quickly put the books back in place, and quickly left the library. The reason he set the alarm for an hour was that he had planned it long ago. Before returning to the house he shared with Su Ling, he had something more important to do. Chapter 55 The treatment is effective. He planned to visit his mother. After all, my mother had just moved into a new environment, and I had to make sure she liked it there. Along the way, Lindsay did not delay and went straight to his mother's residence. At the same time, I was also imagining in my mind, I wonder what kind of improvement there will be in acupuncture after the medical skills are upgraded. Lindsay was still thinking about this question until he arrived at the door of his home. Just as Lindsay picked up the key and hadn't opened the door, a burst of laughter came from the room. It turns out that the house was quite lively when I was not around. Lindsay thought of Sunlan. There was no one else at home, so the laughter must have come from my mother and Aunt Sunlan. Imagining his mother talking happily, Lindsay smiled. "Mom, I'm back." As he opened the door, Lindsay said softly, "Xiao Zhe is back. Why are you here so early today?" Although she couldn't see Lindsay, Bai Huifang's voice was full of concern. Lindsay put the key away and quickly walked to Bai Huifang's side. "Mom, today is Friday and I don't have many classes at school. I was reading in the library for a while and thought I'd come back to see you. How are you? Are you used to living here?" While asking the question, Lindsay had already held Bai Huifang's arm. Bai Huifang smiled, her tone full of happiness. "Xiao Zhe, since your aunt's son came, I don't feel lonely anymore. We have common topics and chat frequently. Once we start, we can't stop." After hearing Bai Huifang say this, Sun Lan also laughed. When we talk about the things that happened in the village in the past, we both find it very funny and can talk about it for a long time. After saying that, Sun Lan looked at the clock on the wall. Xiao Zhe, it's just right that you're here. You stay with your mother first. I'll go out and buy some groceries. Okay, Aunt Sun, go do your thing and leave this to me. Sun Lan nodded and went to the kitchen to get the vegetable basket. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa with Bai Huifang. Xiao Zhe, I've been so happy since your Aunt Sun came. Let your Aunt Sun stay here for the next few days. The two of you can keep each other company, okay? Of course you can. I asked Aunt Sun to come here just to take good care of you. As long as Aunt Sun agrees, I will naturally have nothing to say. After saying that, Lin Zhe added another sentence. After Aunt Sun came, I felt that you became much more cheerful. I didn't expect that this would have other effects. Mom, we are really lucky. Hearing Lin Zhe's joking tone, Bai Huifang nodded seriously. Isn't it? Your Aunt Sun took good care of me. She even peeled the grapes she bought for me to eat. Your Aunt Sun is so considerate. We used to be able to talk to each other, but I didn't expect that we could still get along like this even when we're old. Mom finally has a companion here. Speaking of Sun Lan, Bai Huifang's expression also became relaxed. Mom, as long as you're happy, we can do anything. When I chose the nanny, I chose a live-in nanny. If Aunt Sun doesn't have anything to do, she can stay here. It's just right for her to keep you company. Remembering the purpose of his coming here, Lin Zhe changed the subject. Mom, let me take another look at your eyes and we'll treat them. Bai Huifang nodded cooperatively. Lin Zhe thought that his medical skills had now reached a high level, and he could also use his X-ray vision. With this dual effect, it would be easier for me to treat my mother's eyes myself. When Lin Zhe opened Bai Huifang's eyelids, an unprecedented serious expression appeared on his face. At the same time, try to turn on your X-ray vision. It didn't take long before the things in front of Lin Zhe gradually became clear. During the examination, Lin Zhe could even see the densely packed nerves. The nerves around the mother's eyes were clearly visible. After checking one thing after another, Lin Zhe's brows suddenly frowned. There was a nerve compressed in the mother's head. It must be because of these things that my mother became blind. Lin Zhe took a careful breath and determined the exact location of the nerve. Then, Lin Zhe took out the Tai magic needle and quickly began treatment. According to ancient Chinese medicine, this kind of acupuncture should be done shallowly, but according to the prompts in the system, it should be done deeper. Lin Zhe did not hesitate and the needle fell. Following the system's prompts, Lin Zhe accurately pierced Bai Huifang's acupuncture points. If the injection goes well, the mother's eyesight will improve significantly, and she may even be able to see some vague outlines. Next, Lin Zhe carefully inserted the needle into each acupuncture point, and was quick, accurate, and ruthless in the process without any hesitation. Lin Zhe knew that during the acupuncture process, the slower the needle insertion, the more pain the patient would feel. This is why he chose quick treatment. At the same time, Lin Zhe discovered that the efficacy of Tai Shenzhen had been greatly improved compared to before, and the effect had even become stronger and faster. From his eyes, one could even see the white light on the tip of the needle when it was inserted. At present, Lin Zhe has no idea what the light on the needle tip is used for, but as he watches the blood clots being discharged from the acupuncture points little by little, Lin Zhe's heart is in his throat. Lin Zhe opened his eyes wide, paying close attention to the changes in the color of the blood. Think about it, if there is fresh blood, pull out the needle immediately. Lin Zhe hopes that everything he has done can restore his mother's eyesight. At the same time, Lin Zhe was also worried about whether his mother could withstand the power of the Tai divine needle. Mom, does it hurt? If it hurts, just tell me. Lin Zhe spoke cautiously. It doesn't hurt. I can still bear this little pain. But you, on the other hand, keep thinking about this matter every day, and I have to distract you. Bai Huifang showed a look of guilt on her face. Lin Zhe felt heartbroken when he heard this. Although my mother kept saying that she could bear it, Lin Zhe clearly saw that at this time, her forehead was already covered with beads of sweat of various sizes. Lin Zhe knew how difficult this process was, so while waiting for the needle to be removed, Lin Zhe tried his best to find topics to chat with his mother. After a few minutes, the blood clot had begun to drip down, and Lin Zhe felt relieved. The black blood clots are shocking. But it also means that the treatment is working. As the blood clot gradually dripped down, the blood that flowed out again had turned bright red. At this time, Lindsay quickly put away all the needles. Seeing that the white light above had weakened a little, Lindsay adjusted his breathing and activated his X-ray vision again, carefully observing Bai Huifeng's nerves. Sure enough, the peripheral nervous system was functioning normally. The nerve that was compressed and lost its transmission function has now become active and can transport neurotransmitters normally. Chapter 56 Mother regains her sight. Lindsay's heartbeat began to accelerate, and he even imagined that if his mother opened her eyes at this time, she might be able to see something and sense the existence of light. After closing his X-ray vision, Lindsay discovered that the pinhole was also recovering rapidly. In less than a minute, all the needle holes had disappeared, and even the blood in the needle holes was cleaned up. Lindsay looked at the changes in the needle hole in disbelief, and sighed in his heart that medical skills were indeed different after being upgraded to advanced levels. Even the Tai Divine Needle will change accordingly. After a moment, Lindsay spoke again. Mom, feel it slowly now. Following Lindsay's instructions, Bai Huifeng nodded slightly, and her heart couldn't help but become nervous. At this time, footsteps were heard. Sun Lan walked over slowly. A few minutes ago, Sun Lan came back from buying groceries. In order not to disturb Lindsay from treating Bai Huifeng, Sun Lan did not speak, but stood quietly by. At this moment, Sun Lan looked at Lindsay in disbelief, her eyes full of surprise. This morning, Bai Huifeng also said that because of her eye problems, she had visited hospitals in almost every city, big and small. But the results of the examinations were surprisingly consistent. There is no need to spend money on treatment. Whether it was a doctor in a small hospital or an expert in a large hospital, they all had the same attitude when facing his eye problems. At that time, when Bai Huifeng said this, Sun Lan was heartbroken. Sun Lan almost had to suppress her emotions to prevent herself from crying. Younger than Huifeng. I got this disease at a young age, and it still can't be cured even though I'm almost old. From now on, I can only live under the care of others. Then again, how could a disease that doctors in big cities are helpless to treat be cured here in Linza? Not to mention that Lindsay is young and has no experience in treating illnesses. Even if he knows medical skills, he can't cure this stubborn disease in just a few steps. Sun Lan stared at Bai Huifeng with wide eyes. She hoped that her eyes would recover quickly, but she didn't quite believe in Lindsay's medical skills. The next scene almost made Sun Lan's jaw drop to the ground. Bai Huifeng slowly opened her eyes. Although the movement was a little slow, the eyes were indeed opened. Bai Huifeng had just opened her eyes and could only vaguely see the two figures in front of her. But before she could see clearly, Bai Huifeng closed her eyes again. The sudden brightness made Bai Huifeng's eyes a little uncomfortable, and she closed her eyes almost instinctively. Mom, don't worry, let's take it slow. Lindsay's comforting words were heard again. Bai Huifeng nodded. At this moment, Bai Huifeng was so excited that she couldn't speak. Although she had seen this world before, after the baptism of time, those bright things were almost all stained with dust. Most of the time, Bai Huifeng felt only darkness and had almost lost all imagination about colors. Slowly opening her eyes, Bai Huifeng tried hard to adapt to the light around her. After a while, the various colors of the scene in front of me slowly extended and became clearer. Finally, I can see the person in front of me clearly. After so many years, looking at her son's face, Bai Huifeng felt familiar yet unfamiliar. Xiaozhe, Mom can see it, really see it clearly. Having regained her sight, Bai Huifeng cried with joy. Looking at her son's handsome face in front of her, Bai Huifeng slowly reached out her hand and gently touched Lindsay's face. Her eyes were fixed on Lindsay. The moment her fingers touched Lindsay's skin, Bai Huifeng could no longer suppress her emotions and burst into tears with excitement. She had never seen what Lindsay looked like in his entire life. This kind of gaze between mother and son has been delayed for so many years. Bai Huifeng's tears fell in strings and she couldn't stop them. Seeing this scene, Lindsay's nose also felt sore. Lindsay hugged Bai Huifeng, and the mother and son hugged each other and cried. At the same time, Lindsay was also very excited. Thanks to this system, if he didn't have this golden finger, he really didn't know how many more years his mother would have to suffer. Sun Lan, who was standing by, wiped away her tears and said hastily, "Stop crying, you should be happy." The scene before her shocked her greatly. Are you kidding me? An eye disease that even major hospitals were helpless to treat was cured by Lindsay in just a few strokes? This is too exaggerated. Today is a great day. We must celebrate. I'll cook. Lindsay also nodded and hurriedly spoke to comfort Bai Huifeng. Mom, Auntie Sun is right. We should be happy and stop crying. Well. Seeing Lin Zhe wiping away by Huifang's tears, Sun Lan smiled and turned to walk towards the kitchen. After seeing his mother's emotions stabilize, Lin Zhe also walked towards the kitchen. Aunt Sun, let me help. No, just stay with your mother. Sun Landian quickly refused. Lin Zhe said that since he was free anyway, helping with cooking was just a piece of cake. Seeing Lin Zhe's insistence, Sun Lan no longer refused. The two people chatted while picking vegetables. Looking at Lin Zhe again, Sun Lan's eyes were still full of shock. You are so filial, it's really rare, Xiaozi, you are such a good child. I didn't expect that your medical skills are so advanced. Your mother is truly blessed to have a son like you in her previous life. In response to Sun Lan's praise, Lin Zhe just smiled. My mother has been blind for many years and has suffered for so long. Now the most important thing is that she can see the light again. And I only do my part. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, what he did was very great, but in Lin Zhe's eyes, these were all within the scope of what he should do. It doesn't take long. Sun Lan started cooking. Lin Zhe taught her some cooking skills. Auntie Sun, when you cut the meat, make it deeper. This way the stewed meat will have more flavor. You put too much soy sauce in the vegetarian dish next to it. It won't taste good. For this dish, you can omit the cilantro and add a little more salt. Lin Zhe expressed his opinion, but Sun Lan looked at Lin Zhe with strange eyes. Then, Sun Lan laughed out loud. I've been cooking for many years, and I've always done it this way. Don't you believe in my cooking skills? When speaking, Sun Lan used a joking tone. But in fact, she didn't follow Lin Zhe's suggestion in her heart. After all, as a housewife, she has been cooking for so many years, and she feels a little embarrassed to be pointed at and criticized here. Sun Lan felt that Lin Zhe might just be talking casually. Auntie Sun, try this, it will definitely taste different from what you make. Seeing that Lin Zhe said so, Sun Lan couldn't refuse, so she had to improve step by step according to what Lin Zhe said. Chapter 57. Your dad is about to be released from prison. The kitchen was filled with fragrance, stronger than ever before. As expected, not only were the stir-fried dishes bright in color, but even Sun Lan's most proud specialty, pork rib soup, was bubbling at this moment, emitting a rich and intoxicating meaty aroma. This taste seems completely different from before. Sun Lan dipped the tip of her chopsticks in the soup with some disbelief and put it into her mouth carefully. The next second, her eyes widened, her face filled with pure surprise. This pork rib soup. She muttered to herself. The umami flavor is more than a level higher than before, and there's also a unique meaty aroma that seems to penetrate the bones. The look she gave Lin Zhe was filled with a bit more approval, almost awe-inspiring. This kid is not only proficient in medicine, but how come he is also so proficient in cooking? It's impossible to understand it with common sense. In just 1 hour, her cognition had been overturned so many times by this young man that Sun Lan even felt like she was dreaming. When the last dish was served on the table, Bai Huifang's heart was completely filled with the color, aroma, and taste of the food on the table. Fiery red peppers, emerald green peppers, golden shredded potatoes. The colors are matched like an oil painting, and the fragrance is interwoven into a moving symphony that hits you in the face. Bai Huifang wanted to stand up to help, but was held down by Lin Zhe and Sun Lan in unison. Mom, just sit back and relax. Your eyes have just recovered, so you can't get tired. Lin Zhe's tone was gentle yet firm, and he did not allow for any argument. Bai Huifang had no choice but to sit down, carefully looking at every dish on the table, with a warm feeling in her heart. Lin Zhe pointed to a few of them. Mom, these are your favorites. Aunt Sun and I made them together. Please try them and see how they taste. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of pork ribs that had been stewed until they were soft and boneless, and gently placed it on the bone china plate in front of Bai Huifang. The piece of pork ribs had an attractive sauce color. Bai Huifang stared at it for a long time before carefully picking it up and putting it into her mouth. The meat melts instantly on the tip of the tongue, and the rich soup wraps around the taste buds. It is a long-lost taste filled with happiness. Mom, how does it taste? Lin Zhe asked expectantly. Oh Zawa. Bai Huifang's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly turned red. It's delicious, really, so delicious. She tried hard to hold back her tears, fearing that they would blur the hard-earned clear world. Then, she tried the rest of the dishes and was amazed by every bite. Finally, she praised sincerely, today's dishes are all chef level. Looking at his mother's heartfelt smile, Lindsay felt an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. Mom, please eat more. Bai Huifang nodded continuously, but suddenly stopped eating, her face full of confusion. It's really strange. I used to eat your cooking often, but it seems, it never tastes as good as it does today. Could it be that what I see with my eyes has also improved my sense of taste? That shouldn't be the case. She muttered to herself, and then said to Lindsay again as if to confirm. Xiaozhe, your cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds recently. Compared to before, it's a world of difference. Lindsay just smiled gently. Mom, as long as you like it, I will make it for you every day in the future. Okay, Mom likes the food you cook. Bai Huifang's voice was choked with sobs. Sun Lan, who was standing by, also had tears in her eyes as she watched the scene of deep love between mother and son. The meal ended in warmth and touching moments. Bai Huifang's eyes had completely adapted to the light, and she began to look at this home curiously. Before coming, she only heard Lindsay say that the house was quite big. After coming, Sun Lan took her to visit every room. Even after making so much mental preparation, when I saw it with my own eyes, the shock still came over me like a tidal wave. She never thought that one day she would be able to live in a house like this. She didn't even dare to dream about it. Outside the tall French windows is the bustling silhouette of the city. The large balcony brings in sunlight without reservation, making the entire house transparent and bright. The decoration style is simple yet stylish, and there are those automated devices that she can't name. All of this combined together is so beautiful that it seems like an unreal dream. Xiaozhe, this house is too luxurious. How much does it cost? We don't need such a big place, you're wasting money. After the shock, Bai Huifang's heartache prevailed. Mom, I'm able to afford it now, so I don't feel any pressure buying this house. Just live here peacefully and don't worry about anything. Lindsay held his mother's hand, his palm was warm and strong. Bai Huifang held him tightly with her backhand, full of emotion. I never thought I could live in a house like this in my lifetime. There's nothing you can't imagine. I'll take care of everything. Lindsay's voice was calm and confident. Mom, our lives will get better and better, and we will be happier and happier. Bai Huifang sniffed hard, suppressed her tears, smiled and nodded again, the light in her eyes brighter than the sunlight outside the window. Mom believes you. The two of them went to the balcony. The afternoon sun shone warmly, and the various green plants there seemed to be infused with life, appearing vibrant. A gust of wind blew, and the broad leaves of the bird of paradise trembled slightly. Several blooming roses next to it also swayed gently, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Bai Huifang slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and completely relaxed. Thinking about her current situation and looking at her son who can already support herself, her heart feels warm as if it is illuminated by the sunshine. Lindsay brought a rocking chair. Mom, please sit here and lie down for a while. As he spoke, he subconsciously reached out to help his mother. Bai Huifang turned around with a satisfied and gentle smile on her face. I'll do it myself. Now that I can see, you won't have to work so hard anymore. Seeing his mother sitting comfortably in the rocking chair, Lindsay picked up the thin blanket beside her and gently covered her legs with it. Then when you have nothing to do in the future, you can bask in the sun here. It's good for your health and can promote calcium absorption. Bai Huifang nodded and quietly enjoyed the tranquility. After a moment, she seemed to have remembered something crucial, and her tone was filled with a hint of uncertainty and excitement. Ozawa, your dad, will be released from prison soon. What? Lindsay's whole body trembled, and his voice began to tremble. Yes, Mom remembers it clearly. Bai Huifang's eyes welled up with tears again, but this time they were tears of joy. Next month, your father will be released from prison. Our family can finally be reunited. Seeing this, Lindsay quickly comforted her softly. Mom, it's a great thing for our family to be reunited. Don't cry. Your eyes have just recovered, and crying all the time is not good for your eyes, right? Bai Huifang nodded vigorously, holding back her tears, and managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, this is a good thing, this is a good thing. She was so excited that she couldn't control herself, and Lindsay was also filled with emotion. He was still young when his father was imprisoned. After so many years, he finally waited for the day when his father was released from prison. You're right, this is a good thing. Lindsay brought a chair and sat down next to Bai Huifang. Everything is slowly getting better, and we should be happy. The mother and son sat side by side, chatting idly and lamenting the passage of time. Then the topic returned to the eyes. I never thought that my eyes could see again. Bai Huifang gently stroked the corner of her eyes. This time, her tone was full of calmness and gratitude. I thought I would never see this day in my lifetime. Lin Zhe showed a relieved smile on his face. Mom, don't worry about it. Your eyes have been cured. As long as you take good care of yourself and increase your nutrition, there will be no problem. Increase body nutrition? Bai Huifang turned her head curiously. Chapter 58 Lin Zhe's Worries. Bai Huifang looked at Lin Zhe doubtfully, with a hint of uncertainty in her eyes that had just regained their sight. Lin Zhe nodded affirmatively, his tone gentle and firm. Yes, Mom, you should eat more fruits and foods rich in anthocyanins in the future. For example, the anthocyanins in blueberries, purple rice, and eggplant can stabilize the capillaries in your eye and promote blood circulation. You should also eat carrots and corn regularly, as they are especially good for your retina. He paused, looked at his mother's focused expression, and continued. By the way, eating corn and carrots regularly can prevent night blindness and increase the smoothness of the cornea. If you eat them for a long time, your eyes will naturally become brighter and more energetic. While Lin Zhe was speaking, Bai Huifang listened quietly. The surprise on her face spread out like ripples, and finally turned into relief and emotion in her eyes. Xiao Zhe, you have really grown up and understand so much. Lin Zhe looked at his mother, thinking about the vast knowledge given by the system in his mind, and smiled again. That smile was full of confidence. In order to cure his mother's eyes as soon as possible, he devoted almost all his energy to learning medical skills during this period. After the system upgrade, the amount of knowledge reserves increased exponentially, so those words just now were just a piece of cake for him. Mom, I will understand more and more in the future. He held his mother's slightly cold hand and said, Your body was too weak. Now that your eyes are better, let's focus on recuperating and boosting your immunity. Well. Bai Huifang nodded repeatedly, her eyes moist. Now that Mom can see clearly, I can no longer be a burden to you. I must take good care of my health. That's right. From now on, Mom, just tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you. The mother and son chatted and time passed quietly. Before I knew it, the sky outside the window was already dark. Lin Zhe stayed here for a while until Bai Huifang urged him repeatedly, then he got up and left. When we returned to Qingyiwan, it was almost 12 o'clock. The moment he reached out to press the combination lock, Lin Zhe thought to himself, Su Ling should be asleep at this time, right? You have to be gentle with your movements and make sure not to wake her up. Many maternity care knowledge materials mention that pregnant women have very light sleep and are easily disturbed. Once you don't get enough rest, your entire mental state will be greatly affected. So, after the door clicked, Lin Zhe almost held his breath and tiptoed to put on his shoes. He tiptoed, each step landing on the carpet, as silent as a cat walking at night. Although he was still some distance away from Su Ling's bedroom, he didn't dare to relax for a moment. There is a row of dim night lights in the living room. Although the light is dim, it is enough to outline soft contours of everything in the house. At this time, Su Ling was lying on the sofa, quietly looking at the tiptoeing figure. She watched Lin Zhe put the key in the entrance hall quietly like a thief, tiptoe to change into slippers, and even subconsciously breathe lightly when walking. As he walked, he occasionally cast worried glances in the direction of his bedroom. Obviously, all his concerns stemmed from her. Seeing this scene, Su Ling's heart trembled instantly. She didn't expect that this man who looked a little cold and hard on the outside was so delicate on the inside. Su Ling? Why are you here? It's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Lin Zhe's voice was filled with suppressed surprise. He followed his feeling and looked towards the sofa, only then did he see the curled-up figure clearly. Seeing that she was discovered, Su Ling did not dodge. She directly picked up the remote control and turned on the living room lights. In an instant, the lights came on brightly, dispelling the darkness in the room. Lin Zhe saw clearly that Su Ling was lying on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket. Facing his surprised gaze, Su Ling smiled faintly. I'm waiting for you. Wait for me? The expression on Lin Zhe's face changed from surprise to disbelief. It's so late, why don't you go back to your room to rest, just to wait for me to come back on the sofa? Su Ling smiled and sat up, put the thin blanket aside, put on her slippers, and walked step by step to Lin Zhe. Yes, she looked up at him, her eyes clear and serious. From now on we will be real husband and wife. It's only right for me to wait for you to come home. She said the words real couple very seriously, without any hint of joking. Lin Zhe's heart suddenly shook, and then an indescribable warmth instantly surged through his body. It turns out that this is what it feels like when you come home late and there is someone waiting for you with the lights on. It's really so beautiful. Su Ling opened her arms and blinked mischievously. Lin Zhe took a step forward and held her in his arms without hesitation. The body in his arms was a little thin, but it had a warmth that made him feel at ease. Feeling the rise and fall of Lin Zhe's chest, Su Ling's heart also settled down, and she felt extremely at ease. After a hug, the air between the two seemed to become sweet. Feeling that Su Ling was wearing thin clothes, Lin Zhe let go of her hand, turned around, picked up the thin blanket on the sofa, put it on her again, and carefully wrapped her up to isolate her from any trace of coldness. It's a little cold at night, don't catch a cold. No. Su Ling's voice was low, with a hint of satisfaction in her nose. The main light in the living room was on, and Su Ling's sleepiness had long been dispelled. Lin Zhe had just returned and was not sleepy at all. So, the two of them sat down side by side on the sofa. Are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water. No, I'm not thirsty. Su Ling leaned her head gently on Lin Zhe's shoulder, blinking slowly, enjoying this rare tranquility. At this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly turned his head and his eyes fell on her face with a hint of inquiry. Su Ling, have you been worried about something recently? I feel like you don't seem very happy. Su Ling was startled and frowned subconsciously. She thought she had concealed her emotions well, but unexpectedly, he still saw through them. However, she soon felt relieved. Lin Zhe is such a thoughtful person. Since moving here, he has taken care of me meticulously. How could he not feel even the slightest fluctuation in my emotions? Did something happen? Lin Zhe's voice became gentler. Don't keep anything in your heart. Don't worry, I said I would be responsible for you, and I will definitely be responsible to the end. No matter what happens, you can tell us and we will face it together and solve it together. No matter what, you can't bottle up your emotions. It's not only bad for your body, but also for your baby. The gentler Lin Zhe's words were, the more conflicted Su Ling felt. She didn't want to tell him about the trivial matters at home and add to his troubles. But now, since I have regarded him as someone I can trust for the rest of my life, perhaps I shouldn't hide those things from him anymore. After some inner struggle, Su Ling slowly raised her head and met his gaze. Lin Zhe, there is indeed something wrong at home. Home? Is it your parents' place? While Lin Zhe was asking, he was also making quick guesses in his mind. Su Ling did not elaborate on the situation of the Su family, so he still didn't know whether she had told her family about her pregnancy. If Su Ling was unhappy because of a conflict with her family over her pregnancy, then I should stand on her side and comfort her. Thinking of this, without waiting for Su Ling to speak, Lin Zhe asked anxiously. Su Ling, is your family putting pressure on you? Chapter 59 Lin Zhe's Method. Su Ling shook her head slightly, then let out a long sigh. I moved out of the villa without telling my parents. My father was very angry about this. Her voice was soft, yet with a hint of fatigue. He ordered me to go home this weekend to attend a party. And it seems my dad wants me to get in touch with the Chu family. I have never been involved in the family business, but I am very clear that this is related to the future direction of cooperation between the two families. I didn't want to go, so I just refused. When all her worries poured out like a dam breaking, Su Ling felt the burden on her shoulders lighten a little. But speaking out cannot solve the fundamental problem. While Su Ling was talking, Lin Zhe listened quietly without interrupting. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Su family and the Chu family are both giants that can shake the business world with just a stomp of their feet. Family marriage is their oldest and most effective means of consolidating their status. Lin Zhe immediately understood that the banquet Su Ling mentioned was called a business exchange, but it was actually a blind date corner. The purpose is, first, to promote cooperation, and second, to allow Su Ling to develop feelings with the Chu family. It turned out that this was the root cause of her unhappiness during this period. Su Ling stretched out her slender fingers and unconsciously stroked the tassels on the blanket. After a moment, she raised her head again and looked at Lin Zhe with clear and firm eyes. I don't like the marriage they're talking about, and I have no interest in it at all. I know my parents have always hoped to marry into the Chu family, but this is not the life I want. As a member of the Su family, I understand that I have the responsibility to contribute to the family. But when it comes to marriage, I still want to make my own decisions. I believe that I can create value for the Su family in other fields through my own efforts. After saying this, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength and asked quietly, with a hint of fragility. Lin Zhe, do you believe that I can do it? Lin Zhe nodded without hesitation, his eyes sincere and burning. You are very good, I believe you have the ability. This is not a polite compliment. While they were still in college, Su Ling's talent and vision far surpassed her peers. After receiving Lin Zhe's affirmation, the light in Su Ling's eyes became firm again. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. Tears flickered in her eyes, but her tone was extremely resolute. Lin Zhe, even if my family gets into a big fight, I still want to be with you. Lin Zhe's heart suddenly trembled, and he was filled with indescribable emotion and touching. He didn't expect that Su Ling would trust him so much. In order to be with him, she silently took on such tremendous pressure. Su Ling, you trust me so much, and I, Lin Zhe, will never let you suffer any injustice. Don't worry. I will do my best to treat you better. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Zhe's tone became as serious as a mountain. Su Ling, don't worry, I will make the Su family acknowledge my existence as soon as possible. I believe you have the ability. Su Ling responded without hesitation. After being with Lin Zhe, she has been shocked by his talent time and time again. Whether it's wine tasting, singing, or his amazing investment vision, in her eyes, Lin Zhe is an omnipotent genius. What's more, he is upright, gentle, and has a reassuring power. How could such a person not be recognized? Worried that Su Ling might catch a cold, Lin Zhe reached out and wrapped her slightly cold little hand in his warm palm. Now that you've spoken out your worries, don't keep it to yourself. These are extraordinary times, so you must stay cheerful, okay? He advised carefully. Su Ling said him obediently, but when she thought of the weekend party, a layer of worry appeared between her brows again. What? Still thinking about the party? Well, I definitely won't go. No matter what they say, I won't agree. As she spoke, she pouted her lips stubbornly, her eyes full of determination. Lin Zhe did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke, saying something shocking. Su Ling, actually, you can promise your parents. As soon as these words came out, Su Ling immediately became nervous, looking at him in confusion, even with a hint of hurt in her tone. What do you mean? You want me to attend the banquet and get to know the Chu family better? Listen to me. Lin Zhe squeezed her palm soothingly. You promised your parents to attend the banquet, and then I will go too. When the young master of the Chu family sees with his own eyes that you have a boyfriend, he will naturally no longer have any thoughts, and your parents will also understand your attitude. Su Ling was stunned for a moment. When she came to her senses, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if the clouds had cleared and the sun had appeared. This is a way to have the best of both worlds. She didn't say the rest of the words, but she knew it clearly in her heart. As long as Lin Zhe appeared at the party as her boyfriend, it would be the loudest declaration, indirectly expressing her feelings without completely ruining her relationship with her parents. Su Ling carefully weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and finally a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, like the sun after the rain. Lin Zhe, thank you for giving me this idea. Lin Zhe stared at her, his eyes deep and serious. You're welcome. As your future husband, it's my duty to help you solve your problems. You. As soon as Su Ling uttered a word, her cheeks suddenly turned red like a ripe apple, and her heart skipped a beat. Future husband? Responsibilities? These two words combined together, with an unquestionable dominance and tenderness, made her not know how to respond for a moment. The serious atmosphere of discussing countermeasures just a second ago was instantly replaced by an ambiguous and sweet air. At this time, Lin Zhe looked up at the clock on the wall, and his voice became gentle again. Since the decision has been made, let's do it. It's getting late now, go wash up and get some rest. You can't stay up late at this time. But Su Ling was like a spoiled kitten, pulling at the corner of his clothes and looking at him aggrievedly. I'm not sleepy at all now. Lin Zhe smiled helplessly and had to take out his pregnancy knowledge handbook. You need to get more sleep at this time. It's not just about rest. Many discomforts during pregnancy can be relieved by getting enough sleep. You may not feel anything now, but in the second and third trimesters, problems like back pain and edema will come knocking on your door, and sleep is the best medicine. The most important thing to remember is that when you sleep, your body adjusts and repairs itself, which is crucial for your baby's development. Seeing Lin Zhe starting to talk about big truths seriously again, Su Ling had no choice but to surrender and stood up. All right, I'll listen to you, okay? Go wash up now. Before she finished speaking, she jumped into the bathroom like a little rabbit. Lin Zhe was still sitting on the sofa, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a deep solemnity. Su Ling's words just now were like a stone thrown into the lake of his heart, stirring up 1,000 waves. He stretched out his index finger and tapped it lightly on the polished coffee table. Once, twice. The crisp sound echoed in the quiet living room, just like his calm and rapid thoughts at the moment. The Su family, the Chu family. He looked down at his palms, as if he could feel the power hidden in his body. With the omnipotent system at his disposal, as long as his mastery points continue to increase, he can continue to upgrade and master everything. Chapter 60. Invest in upgrade to advanced level. Draw the ability of prediction. The only way is to study relevant knowledge hard, quickly improve your proficiency points, and upgrade quickly. Think about this. Lin Zhe once again focused his attention on investment. Now, my mother's eyes can see clearly and her medical skills have been improved to a high level, so she doesn't need to go to the library anymore during this period of time. Then, focus on accumulating proficiency in investment. Lin Zhe was still thinking when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Lin Zhe turned back instinctively. At this time, Su Ling was already walking towards him. After washing up, Su Ling exuded the fragrance of shower gel. Her hair had been blow-dried and was casually draped over her shoulders. Seeing Lin Zhe looking at her, Su Ling's smile became even more pronounced. Have you finished washing up? Well, I'll go back to my room and rest now. Okay, have a sweet dream. Before Lin Zhe could say anything, Su Ling came in front of him. Before Lin Zhe could react, Su Ling had already bent down and kissed Lin Zhe gently on the face. Lin Zhe was stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After doing this, Su Ling turned around shyly and hurried towards the bedroom. Lin Zhe's heart beat faster, and his mind was filled with what had just happened. There is really no way to describe that soft and warm feeling in words. It took a few minutes for Lin Zhe to calm down. Seeing that the lights in Su Ling's room were turned off, Lin Zhe stood up and walked to the table. Turn on the computer, open the software directly, and invest in virtual currency again. Before investing, Lin Zhe specifically checked some related currencies and then compared and analyzed them. At this time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, learn about virtual currency, investment skill proficiency point +1. Lin Zhe's hand movements slowed down for a moment. I thought that the mastery points would only increase accordingly when performing operations. I didn't expect that learning operations such as analysis and comparison could also increase investment points. After thinking about this, Lin Zhe became excited. Very good. Then the rest of the time will be spent on studying. Placing the mouse on the search area, Lin Zhe quickly typed a few words on the keyboard. Investment rules. Click search. Moment. Relevant web pages appear on the computer screen, and some investment rules and precautions are also presented on the computer screen. When technology innovation accelerates, it's recommended to buy stocks, preferably high-tech companies and emerging industries. If environmental issues are prominent, it is recommended to buy stocks of companies with sustainable development or environmental protection industries. If the industry is undergoing upgrading or transformation, we recommend buying stocks of high-end manufacturing companies, as well as emerging industries. Lin Zhe browsed the contents of the web page. While filtering this information in the mind, the system mastery point prompt sounds are also increasing. I don't know how much time passed. The prompt sound suddenly changed. Compared to the previous mechanical sound, it suddenly became a loud voice. Lin Zhe was shocked. That's it. According to my own experience, my investment skills should have been upgraded from intermediate to advanced at this moment. As soon as this thought flashed through Lin Zhe's mind, a light screen appeared in his mind. At the same time, the sounds of upgrades also came one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your investment skill has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. The lucky draw wheel has been opened, the host can choose to draw. Seeing the familiar lottery wheel in front of him, Lin Zhe clenched his hands into fists with excitement. When his medical skills were upgraded to a high level, he drew the X-ray vision from this turntable. I just don't know what I can win in this lottery. Just like before. Lin Zhe had just gotten ready when the system's voice began to prompt him in his mind. Lin Zhe pressed the button and watched the turntable spin rapidly. Finally, you see the pointer pointing to the orange area. Congratulations to the host, the lucky draw result is the Eye of Prescience. The Eye of Prescience, as the name suggests, can accurately obtain investment data within the next half hour upon activation. Currently, investment resources are at the primary level, and data acquisition time is in the next half hour. After seeing the introduction of investment Lindsay was instantly shocked. Can I get the data half an hour in advance? Get it in advance? Does this mean that I'm like a cheat? What's the difference between this and predicting the future? For a while, Lindsay's hands began to tremble with excitement. Soon, the light screen in Lindsay's mind disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Looking at the computer screen in front of him, Lindsay was eager to try it out. After closing the previous search box, Lindsay started looking at virtual currency again. A few minutes later, Lindsay's eyes rested on a token called ATY. As if he had a premonition, a light screen suddenly appeared in Lindsay's mind, followed by a panel. Like a giant computer screen, the virtual scene in front of Lindsay gradually became clear. After seeing the trend chart on the panel clearly, Lindsay took a breath in surprise. This image is actually the trend chart of ATY in the next half hour. After quickly reading the trend chart, Lindsay tried hard to suppress his inner excitement. With this ability, he can make money by doing T repeatedly. Stock trading has always been a hot topic in the investment circle and has remained popular for a long time. Even some people who are not involved in the investment circle often hear about this topic on platforms or social media. Others may only have a vague understanding. But for Lindsay, this is a familiar thing. Now, investment skills have been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Lindsay's investment knowledge has increased countless times. The moment the knowledge entered his brain, Lindsay was able to use it with ease. So, with this special skill, coupled with the investment knowledge in my mind, Lindsay is more convinced that he can go further and further on the road of solving problem T. The T we often say is not a code for any noun, but because of the pattern of the letter T. Buy low and sell high, or sell high and buy low, the price trend chart that repeats this way is very similar to the letter T. Therefore, there is the saying doing T. However, this kind of thing is easier said than done. This requires the holder to have accurate judgment. At the same time, the risks are also high. In order not to affect his own judgment, Lindsay carefully thought about some techniques of being a T. Sudden, a smile appeared on Lindsay's lips. Compared to those rules and regulations, when Lindsay thought about being a T, two words flashed through his mind: tossing and turning. This word is the most accurate way to describe being a T. Add to your position when the price drops, sell when the price rises. Sell when it goes up, buy when it goes down. If this isn't messing around, what is this? Chapter 61: Prepare to invest again. In order to accurately capture the timing of buying and selling, Lindsay also specifically looked up several golden time points for intraday trading T. According to the tips in those professional articles, the golden windows for doing T in the morning are 9:50, 10:40, and 11:10 near lunch break. During this period, the market's capital game is most active. If a stock or currency shows an upward breakthrough and the capital inflow trend is good, it is a good opportunity to hold the position and wait for the price to rise. At the end of the afternoon trading session, the article recommends waiting and watching to avoid the risk of chasing high prices. Seeing these time reminders that are regarded as the golden rule by countless people, Lindsay's mouth curled up slightly. These are all experiences summarized based on massive data, but at the end of almost every article, there is a disclaimer: the stock market is risky, and investment should be cautious. Thinking about the fact that he already possessed the eye of foresight to see into the future, these experiences that were worth a fortune in the eyes of others seemed a little redundant. He casually browsed through a few analytical articles and then closed the web page. Now, he can't wait to start the real attempt. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, he opened the eye of prescience. In an instant, a blue light curtain that only he could see unfolded in his mind, and a panel full of technology appeared before his eyes. Then came the familiar, emotionless system prompt tone. Ding! Welcome, host, to use the eye of prescience. As soon as the system's voice fell, real-time trend charts of hundreds of tokens instantly spread out in front of Lindsay's eyes, with red and green interlaced in unpredictable changes. At this moment, Lindsay looked solemn, like a general about to go to the battlefield. But before he could make a careful comparison and analysis, a louder and more urgent prompt sound came directly from the investment system. Important reminder. Within the next half hour, the BTC currency will experience a cliff-like plummet. After the plunge, there will be a retaliatory surge. The reason is, BTC is about to reach its all-time high, which will trigger a massive sell-off of profit-taking, resulting in a stampede. After hearing this earth-shattering tip, Lindsay was no longer in the mood to make any detailed comparisons. Since the system has already given the most direct answer, why should I spend more time guessing? Only. With this clear script, Lindsay began to consider something more important. The next half hour looks like there's plenty of time. He muttered to himself and quickly opened his trading account. Seeing the long list of balance figures, a bolder idea suddenly came to his mind. The account balance is now over 40 million, all earned last time. Now, with the incredible artifact like the Eye of Prescience, we can try to take advantage of this opportunity of sharp drops and rises, and achieve exponential growth of funds by doing T. He stared at the account balance, his eyes sharp and serious like a hunter. At the same time, overseas, Wall Street. In an exquisite villa overlooking New York Harbor, the hall is brightly lit, but the atmosphere is as depressing as the sea before a storm. Those once influential investment tycoons gathered together again. The four people had tense expressions, their eyes fixed on the huge computer screen in front of them. On the screen, the trend charts of various currencies were jumping wildly like an electrocardiogram. This time, the four big guys no longer dared to draw any conclusions easily as usual. After the painful experience of failing in Dogecoin last time, they always felt that the current situation was out of their control and had become unpredictable. Even when they see these familiar trend charts again, they will instinctively feel a chill in their hearts, a fear that comes from the bottom of their hearts. Although unwilling, the confidence that once dominated the market has long been shattered by reality. Although this was not said explicitly, the thoughts of several people were almost exactly the same. It's so damn hard to make money these days. It's getting harder every day. Back in the day, we were all so powerful, we could make hundreds of millions in just a few days. Those days, I'm afraid they're gone forever. As soon as one of the bosses finished speaking, the person next to him let out a heavy sigh. The current situation is becoming increasingly unclear. However, if we calm down and summarize our experience, returning to our previous peak should be possible, right? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice, even to himself. Peak period? Forget it. The slightly plump Soros sneered, that was all in the past. Haven't we figured out what happened last time? There are more and more experts these days, and the waters are too deep. Humph. We were tricked last time by that damn dragon countryman. We can't be so unlucky this time. Another blonde boss said through gritted teeth. Hearing his colleagues talking, the slightly plump boss frowned and slammed the table. We've always relied on this for our livelihood. We can't give up just because the current situation is grim. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three bosses nodded, and a hint of fierceness rekindled in their eyes. No matter how much you complain, you still have to do your work. When they thought about the last time they were cheated out of everything, a wave of irrepressible resentment rose in their hearts. Look at this. Sudden. One of them pointed at the computer screen as if he had discovered a new world. The other three people looked in the direction that man's finger was pointing, and the expressions on their faces instantly changed from gloom to ecstasy. BTC. Sure. It's going up like crazy, it's going up like crazy. That's right, looking at this K-line, it's probably going to hit its all-time high soon. We can take advantage of the trading network to arrange short orders in advance, and then sell them accurately at the highest point. If you seize this opportunity, you can make a lot of money. That's right. We must seize the opportunity this time and never make the same mistake again. Looking at the flawless rising curve, the expressions on the faces of several people became extremely solemn again, as if they had already witnessed the grand spectacle of huge amounts of money pouring into their accounts. At this moment, someone suddenly changed the subject, and the excitement instantly cooled down. We can take advantage of the trading network, but the prerequisite is that we must have sufficient funds to control the market and leverage it. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three people immediately wilted like popped balloons. As soon as the money was mentioned, the four people's faces were covered with a thick layer of frost, and even the excitement they had just shown disappeared. Damn it! Last time I finally got control of Dog, but someone else snatched it away. That damn dragon country guy. I still can't believe it. We were actually tricked by a dragon countryman. Don't give me the chance. If I do, I'll definitely make up for my losses with interest. That's right. I'm going to let that dragon country guy know how powerful we are and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Thinking of the chaotic situation that Dogecoin was unable to control, the four people showed an angry look on their faces again. If it weren't for that dragon countryman, everything would go smoothly according to their script. Not only will they make a fortune, but they will also make a significant mark in their money-making history. But now look what happened. Because of the existence of that dragon countryman, not only did they not make any money, but they also suffered heavy losses. In their view, this is not just a matter of losing money, but more importantly a loss of face. Therefore, although the four people did not achieve their goal, the mysterious dragon countryman has already become their common number one enemy invisibly. Especially in recent times, whenever the word dragon people was mentioned, the four of them would grit their teeth, wishing they could catch that person on the spot and bite off a piece of flesh from him. Okay, stop talking about this useless stuff. As he was expressing his emotion, the slightly plump boss stood up and his eyes became sharp. The remaining three people were stunned at the same time, and then their eyes were completely fixed on him. Why, do you have any good ideas now? Someone took the initiative to ask, with a hint of expectation in his voice. Chapter 62 People from Sakura Country. Have. Boss, are you telling the truth or not? In this secret room, four wealthy investors sat together. They are sharks that gather together for profit. There is no hierarchy among them. The only difference is age. The age ranking that was once a joke is now given a heavy weight. When the oldest and slightly plump investor heard the word boss, he could hardly contain his inner ecstasy and burst out laughing on the spot. What? Just because you heard I have a solution, you all willingly acknowledge me as your boss? Boss, what are you talking about? An investor immediately came forward with a flattering smile on his face. Among the four of us, you're the oldest and most experienced, so you're naturally the boss. But let's not talk about that for now. What exactly is the solution? Tell me now. Yeah, boss. Another person also agreed eagerly, but his eyes involuntarily drifted to the computer screen. This is a critical moment. The BCT's trajectory. We must try any method that can turn the tide. This opportunity is rare. On the screen, the blood-red K-line was like a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head, swooping down with unstoppable momentum. This tragic situation made the air in the room seem to freeze, and the tension was suffocating. The boss, known as Boss, nodded slightly, a smug look flashing across his face. I know that the last time we suffered heavy losses, it was entirely due to unexpected changes. We were not expecting that particular situation to happen, so we were caught off guard. He paused, his voice filled with a trace of pain and sorrow. I have deeply reflected on the lesson I learned last time. He paused deliberately, his eyes scanning the nervous faces of the other three. So, I came to a conclusion: the strength of just a few of us isn't enough. Having said that, his slightly plump body leaned back in the chair, his eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a shrewd light. The three people opposite immediately understood what he meant and leaned towards him unconsciously. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, the boss could no longer conceal the smug look on his face. Boss, please stop keeping me in suspense. The boss, who was the most impatient, could no longer hold back and stepped forward. You must have a way to deal with it, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be so calm. Why don't you tell us what to do next? Don't be impatient, the boss waved his hand and said slowly. We are now at the right time. If there is no such steady upward trend as BCT, I will not make the final decision. He lowered his voice. Let's not talk about how awesome that dragon guy is. This guy I brought in is way more awesome than him. He is not only smart and strategic, but also, he has plenty of money. The boss spoke each word with a greedy glint in his eyes. As long as he joins us, we will definitely be able to turn the tide and take back everything we have lost. Are there rich people joining? Upon hearing the news, the other three people's faces instantly broke out in ecstasy. The recent series of losses have already made them exhausted, and it is time to inject fresh blood. The words "there's plenty of money" were like a shot of adrenaline, making their hearts beat faster. Boss, who is he? How does his background make him so powerful? After he joins, can he really influence the entire trend? That's right, the man said, glancing at his expensive watch. If I'm right, he should be here by now. The hands of the watch showed 2 minutes to 10. That was the time he had agreed with the big boss. After finishing his words, the boss looked straight towards the door, his face full of confidence. Really? Not long after, there was a steady and powerful knock on the door, which was particularly clear in the silent room. The remaining three people were stunned at the same time, and their breathing stagnated. The man called the boss immediately stood up, straightened his collar, and walked to the door himself. When he opened the door and saw the person standing outside, his face was instantly filled with an expression of utmost respect. Hello, Mr. Mach1. We have been waiting for a long time. Welcome. Before he finished speaking, he bent down deeply and made a standard please gesture. The other three also immediately looked towards the door, their eyes all fixed on the legendary Mr. Yumekawa. The person who came in was not tall, but his figure was extremely solid and strong, like a moving iron tower. The well-tailored haute couture suit he wore seemed a little funny because of the tension in his muscles. The expression on his face was meticulous, and every step he took was square and rhythmic. But for some reason, he exuded an indescribable stiffness. Especially the carefully trimmed black mustache under his nose, coupled with his serious expression, it makes people feel out of place no matter how you look at it. Just by looking at the outfit, the three of them already knew the answer in their minds: someone from Sakura country. Really? Just as this thought flashed through their minds, the boss at the door began to introduce solemnly. Everyone, this is the Mr. Yumekawa I was talking about. Mr. Yumekawa is from the land of Sakura, and his full name is Yumekawa Akiku. As soon as the words fell, the three people's faces immediately lit up with excitement. Boss! The legendary boss who could turn the tide was now standing in front of them alive. All of a sudden, all three of them hurried forward, vying to extend their hands. Hello, Mr. Yumekawa. Nice to meet you. Mr. Meichuan, welcome to our team. Welcome, Mr. Yumekawa. Yumekawa Akiko stopped and looked around. Although he politely extended his hand to shake hands with them one by one, his sharp eyes were constantly scrutinizing everyone in front of him, as if he was assessing the value of the goods. I already know your situation. He spoke, his clear and fluent Longwa dialect with a strange accent, and his tone was full of undisguised sarcasm. It's unbelievable. As a big boss in the investment world, you actually made such a low-level mistake. The smiles of several people froze on their faces, and their expressions were extremely awkward. Although they were unwilling to accept it, the fact that they had been rigged in the dog market was right in front of them, leaving them unable to refute it. Just at this moment, a sneer of contempt appeared on the corner of Yumekawa Akiko's mouth. You guys, you actually let the Dragon Country people bully you? I'm speechless. If it were us, he straightened his chest, a look of fanatical pride on his face. We would take a samurai sword and commit seppuku in front of the emperor's portrait. We will feel that we have no face to face our great Sakura Empire again. After all, being schemed against by the dragon people is a lifelong shame. You guys are really too weak. The sarcasm in Meichuan's words became stronger and stronger, and his eyes were full of undisguised contempt, as if he was looking at a group of hopeless losers. Mr. Meichuan, we didn't know there was such a master among the dragon people. One of the investment bosses was so embarrassed that he started to defend himself in a bad mood. But before he could finish his words, Meichuan gave him a look as sharp as a knife. The man immediately became speechless like a duck with its neck strangled. Meichuan glanced at him and said in a tone of disapproval. I'm afraid there's more that you don't know, right? Not only are you unaware that there are masters in Dragon Country, you also don't know how to deal with them, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped in public. Faced with Dragon Nation's actions, we must launch a powerful counterattack. Meichuan's voice suddenly rose, full of incitement. But before we take action, we must not reveal any flaws. This is the only way to lure the enemy deeper and finally capture them all in one fell swoop. He looked at everyone, and that chilling sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth again. The mistakes you made were not entirely in vain. At the very least, it sent a wrong signal to the enemy, making it completely impossible for them to understand our true next move. Chapter 63, 100 times leverage. The reason I agreed to come here is because our Sakura country is the best at dealing with the Dragon Country. There was a condescending arrogance in Meichuan's voice. Without us, you will never be able to salvage the current situation. After saying this, he confidently stroked his carefully trimmed beard and glanced at the Wall Street bigwigs in front of him with an almost contemptuous look. Faced with Meichuan's domineering aura, several people were speechless, their faces turning pale and blue. Seeing that no one objected, Meichuan felt even more proud. He cleared his throat and continued speaking in a rhythmic manner. Basically, if he had been in charge from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. By the way, Meichuan told the people in front of him that the current situation was not a complete dead end and there was still room for recovery. As long as we can expand the momentum when we win in the end, it will not only cause huge psychological pressure on the people of Longwa, but also make up for the previous wrong judgment. This may not be a bad thing. After hearing Meichuan's profound speech, the expressions on several people's faces eased a little. Then, Meituan coughed twice in a pretentious manner, acting as if he was in control of a plan. Next, all of you sit down and let's discuss what to do. Now we have two options: increase investment or withdraw investment. What do you think? Compared to before, Meituan's voice was much calmer now, as if he was a leader who was truly listening to the opinions of his subordinates. Looking at the upward bullish candlestick on the computer screen, the people in front of them had almost surprisingly consistent thoughts in their minds. The current situation is so good that if we don't do something, it would be a waste of resources. They can't just keep their tails between their legs forever just because they suffered a loss last time. That would be too cowardly of them. Mr. Meituan, I think we should continue to increase our investment and make a great comeback. Someone took the initiative to speak, with a rekindled fighting spirit in his voice. After hearing the suggestion, Meituan remained silent. He closed his eyes, as if he was thinking deeply. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, pretending to be profound. There's an old saying in the Dragon Nation: no destruction, no construction. Since we don't know how this will end, we must fight him to the bitter end. Besides, he changed the subject, a sly look flashing in his eyes. If they think we're scared, we'll just increase our investment and use lightning-fast tactics to change the market trend, catching them off guard. As soon as the words fell, the boss, who was called the boss, immediately agreed, his face full of flattering admiration. Mr. Meituan, you know so much? With someone like you who understands Dragon Country so well, we are sure to win. Meituan showed a proud look after listening to this. He had studied ancient Chinese for so many years and had learned a lot. Afterwards, Meituan said several ancient sayings in succession. Basically, every sentence begins with, "There is an old saying in Dragon Country called." After these words, the people in front of him were confused and didn't understand anything. However, seeing the confident demeanor of Lord Meituan, several investment tycoons who were originally unwilling to give in were immediately completely incited and expressed their support for raising all their bets. As for me, since I'm of a higher status, I can naturally offer more. How about this? I'll offer 2 billion. All you need to do is contribute 500 million each. Meituan called on everyone to do so, and after a few rounds of discussion, he got everyone's consent. Everyone is now frantically raising funds, fearing that they will fail and miss this wealth express. Remember, we're going to use 10 times the leverage to control the market. Meituan raised his voice, with an unquestionable command tone. The people next to him nodded their heads like pounding garlic. After all, according to their subsequent investments, with a tenfold leverage, they will be able to control the overall situation. While excited, Meituan and the few people in front of him began to think in their minds again. Unless BTC drops 10 points at once, it is impossible for their 10x leverage to go bankrupt. By then, we can control the market to fall in advance, and make tens of billions tonight, which is as easy as pie. After the calculation, Meituan's face became more and more rosy, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. He was glad that he arrived in time and that he had encountered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. May the great Sakura Empire bless me. It seems my fortune will continue to grow. With me here, tonight, billions of dollars will be as easy as taking something out of a bag. Ha 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 ha. The opportunity is right before us. After tonight, we can enjoy the fruits of victory. Seeing Meituan so happy, the others all shook off their previous gloom and started laughing wildly. After a while, the 4 investment bosses started to take action, and the originally orderly meeting room suddenly became noisy. Phone calls started ringing in to raise funds. In order to raise funds quickly, everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, using the most inflammatory language to describe the current situation. In a short while, the conference room was as noisy as a chicken coop. The last loss was purely accidental. This time, we've invited the guidance of an expert from Sakura Country, and we can turn the tide tonight. Hurry and prepare the funds, or you'll regret it if you miss this opportunity. I swear on my honor. I guarantee on my character that I won't lose money this time. Peter, let me tell you some insider information about the stock market. If you don't increase your investment now, it will be very difficult to buy it later. Think about it carefully. In order to avoid being disturbed while making phone calls, some people even went to the corridor and yelled into their phones. Soon, the entire trading floor seemed to become excited. The staff at various positions looked excited, their fingers tapping on the keyboards rapidly, making a dense crackling sound. At the same time, everyone stared at the perfect upward curve of BTC on the computer screen. In this trading building, ordinary staff are not allowed to speak loudly. However, seeing this familiar and crazy rise, many people began to panic unconsciously. The seemingly calm trading building could no longer contain the undercurrent that was about to burst out. The other side. In Lin Zhe's room. He looked at the extremely clear future trend chart in his foresight eyes, and an idea so bold as to be almost crazy suddenly took shape in his mind. Since you can know the trend of the currency in advance, why not go big? Right now, BTC continues to rise steadily. When it reaches its highest point, it will inevitably attract the attention and funds of the entire market. Since we are doing T, why not just increase the leverage 100-fold? After this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Zhe's face showed an expression of extreme excitement. His hand holding the mouse was shaking slightly. He glanced at the cold countdown on the light screen, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly again. If you don't know the outcome, it's gambling. If you already know the outcome, then you can call it precise investment. The opportunity is right in front of you, why miss it? At the same time, Lin Zhe was also calculating rapidly in his mind. After this 100-fold leverage was activated, the more than 40 million yuan in his hands was instantly magnified to 4 billion yuan. With these funds, once you enter the market, you can instantly create a huge wave at a certain key point. Soon, Lin Zhe's mood completely returned to calm from excitement, like an ancient well with no bottom to it. He took another look at the predicted trend chart, and his face once again showed the solemn expression of a hunter locking onto his prey. Just then, the system's voice came again, cold and precise. Warm reminder, BTC will begin to plummet in 10 minutes. It was exactly the same as what was shown in the trend chart, and the system also gave the final confirmation prompt. In that case, I will act in advance. Why didn't T Chapter 64 develop as planned? The other side. Overseas, Wall Street. The top floor of a luxurious villa overlooking the entire city is currently immersed in a false carnival. A huge computer screen was forcibly moved into this brightly lit private room, and the cold K-line chart formed an absurd contrast with the surrounding luxury. Meichuan Xiuku and the other 4 investors all had extremely relaxed expressions on their faces. On the long table in front of them, a row of vintage red wines reflected an alluring luster under the crystal chandelier. Under the flickering lights, several scantily clad beauties of different skin colors flitted back and forth like butterflies, and were eventually unceremoniously embraced by the 5 men. This wine is good, with a rich flavor. Meichuan swirled the red wine in his glass, acting like a wine connoisseur. However, I still prefer the ones that are a little more awake. After it enters the throat, that unique sour feeling can actually stimulate deeper layers and have a unique flavor. Upon hearing this, the 4 people nearby showed admiration on their faces again. A master is indeed a master. Even his taste in drinking is so unique and full of philosophical thinking. But at the same time, a trace of doubt was quietly growing in their hearts. Decanting red wine promptly is to remove the sourness and improve the taste. But if I wake up too much, wouldn't that be bad? Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to raise any objections at this moment. After all, time is money. Now, what they are looking forward to more is the astronomical growth in their accounts after tonight. With their funds, plus the leverage of 10 times, once billions of funds enter the market, who cares whether the wine is sober or not? To put it bluntly, as long as the money is in place, I can even drink vinegar. Mr. Yumekawa is truly a god. Now, we place all our hopes on you. I hope we can stage a great comeback tonight. An investor looked at Meichuan as he cast his gaze on the computer screen again and flattered him obsequiously. As time passed, the excited atmosphere in the room became thicker and thicker. Everyone almost forgot to taste the wine in their glasses, and they all followed Meichuan's example, staring at the huge screen. Did you see that? Chuan's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He even stretched out his finger and poked the curve on the screen. 20 minutes left before this currency reaches our predetermined peak. Then, it will be the perfect time for us to short sell everything. That's right. The exciting moment is about to come. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The money will be in your hands soon. When the time comes, Mr. Meichuan will be our great hero, and we must celebrate. Of course, Meichuan continued, raising the corner of his mouth, turning around and pinching the buttocks of the beautiful woman next to him without any hesitation. The beauty let out a soft laugh and fell softly on him. What's going on? Damn it! Where is this going? Meichuan's eyes were still glued to the beauty, when suddenly, a terrified scream broke through the quiet sounds in the room. What are you talking about? What a fuss! Meituan wanted to show off his newly learned ancient dragon language and act like a master. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, stay calm in times of crisis. Wei. But before he could finish his words, the expression on his face froze instantly, as if someone had strangled him. Mr. Meituan, stop talking so much. Look at what's going on. Didn't you just say it would reach its peak in 2 minutes? Why is it falling now? An investor pointed at the screen with a trembling voice. Yes. Didn't you say you had calculated it accurately? How could there be such a big error in the time? Oh my God. It's plummeting now. Are we going to lose money? The slightly overweight investment boss voice changed rapidly, his face was almost stuck to the computer screen, and his fat was trembling all over. Seeing this, Meituan pushed him away roughly. Let me see. Don't block my view here. Faced with the four people's anxious questioning, Meituan's mind went blank. He couldn't explain the situation at all. How could it suddenly drop by 1 point in just a few tens of seconds? We haven't reached the preset highest point yet, so no one should be selling. However, the green K line that fell like a cliff was mercilessly mocking his judgment. Faced with this situation that was completely beyond his cognition, Meituan's heart instantly rose to his throat. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Meituan, and the initial admiration in their eyes turned into suspicion. Meituan took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and spoke slowly, his voice a little dry. Don't worry. This is normal market fluctuation. You have to believe that the currency we're focusing on has been steadily rising, and this slight pullback is normal. In just one short sentence, he used the word normal twice. The slightly plump investor scratched his greasy head, but the anxiety on his face did not diminish at all. The same was true for the other three. While Meituan was still studying the screen in a pretentious manner, someone lowered their voice and said in a trembling tone, "How could this happen?" I suddenly started to panic. Do you remember the dog seemed to be like this at the beginning, not playing by the rules at all? The word dog exploded in everyone's mind like a thunderbolt. Last time, they lost hundreds of millions because they failed to control the trend. Now, could history be repeating itself? If that is the case, how should we deal with it? Gulp. Gulp. The sound of nervous swallowing came one after another, and the air in the room seemed to be sucked out. At this moment, the slightly plump investment boss suddenly forced a smile. Everyone, don't worry too much. Last time, we were in such a tragic situation because we didn't have the guidance of an expert. Now, isn't Mr. Yumekawa already here? He's a master from Sakura country. There will definitely be no mistakes this time. Besides, he added, as if trying to convince himself, last time, that Dragon Country guy caused trouble, but this time, he may not be involved. This pale and powerless consolation made the other three people doubtful. But, boss. We naturally hope that there are no dragon people this time, but if that person really gets involved, what should we do? What should we do? Don't scare yourself. Our chance to turn things around is coming soon. The slightly overweight boss brows were knitted together. Although he spoke in a tough tone, the tragic scene from some time ago had already flashed through his mind uncontrollably. To be honest, if that dragon guy really comes again, they won't be able to afford the compensation anymore. Mr. Yumekawa, he approached cautiously, craning his neck, his voice lowered to a whisper, Are you sure this is just a market fluctuation? Meituan suppressed the turmoil in his heart and maintained an unfathomable attitude. Calm down for a moment. You're all veterans in the investment world, why are you so impatient? Think about it, aren't these ups and downs normal? Chapter 65, The Panic. Isn't this the characteristic of the trend? It's all about the heartbeat and the passion. Meituan's voice was deliberately raised, with an almost crazy confidence. The others looked at him doubtfully, their eyelids twitching nervously. Ups and downs are commonplace for them, but this time, their lives and fortunes are at stake, not allowing them to remain calm for a moment. The green numbers jumping on the screen were like sharp knives, cutting their nerves one by one. Are you sure that everything is okay? The man closest to Meituan had a voice as dry as sandpaper. When you made the promise, we staked everything on it. Mr. Meituan, please don't let this end and push all of us into the fire pit. These words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the suppressed fear of everyone present. This is the deepest cry in each of their hearts. Meituan slowly took out a cigarette from the box, and the trembling of his fingertips betrayed his pretended calmness. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. His face was blurred in the smoke. Of course, he exhaled a puff of smoke. My character has already guaranteed you, what are you afraid of? Besides, I invested 2 billion in this game, which is more than any of you have lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the hand holding the cigarette shook violently and uncontrollably, and the ashes fell to the ground. This subtle action temporarily calmed everyone down. Yes, he invested the most money, so logically he should be more anxious than us. However, the moment Meituan finished speaking, the trend chart on the computer screen let out a shrill whine, and the green line plummeted again without any warning. 5%. Meituan. You liar. How dare you say this wasn't a deliberate trap set up by you? Open your eyes and see clearly what this is. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the crowd, the sound filled with despair. Meituan was shocked. I stared at the roaring man in disbelief, a sense of absurdity washing over me. How dare he speak to me in that tone? But when he turned around and saw the shocking green line on the screen, and then saw the instantly distorted faces opposite him, his heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. At the same time, the expressions of the other 4 people changed from astonishment to deep anger. They were all smart people and understood it instantly. These sudden 5 points are definitely not caused by retail investors selling. Retail investors do not have such huge funds, nor do they have such precise grasp of timing. There was only one possibility left, the one they were most reluctant to face, yet they had a vague premonition in their hearts. They were fooled by the people of Longhua again. No one's money comes from the wind. These 5 points that evaporated out of thin air meant that at least 10 billion in real money vanished in just a few seconds. If it were any other time, they would have already overturned the table, slammed the door and left, leaving this Sakura countryman named Meituan in disgrace. But now, they have been deeply trapped, and the funds they invested are like a sinking ship. It is too late to leave. At this moment, several people had surprisingly consistent ideas, and asked Meituan to give an explanation. You take your personality? Your name? A slightly fat investment boss pointed at Meituan's nose and said in a trembling voice. Is this the result you promised us? Shut up. Meituan stood up suddenly and shouted. Don't insult my reputation. The matter isn't over yet, why are you so anxious? He spoke sternly, as if he was really confident. Everyone thought that he must have a good idea to break the deadlock, but only he knew that his mind was blank. However, his scolding had no effect. The 4 people on the opposite side were as anxious as ants on a hot pan and on the verge of collapse. Why are we in such a hurry? If we don't get it now, we won't even be eligible to drink the soup. No. Not to mention the soup, I can't even smell the meat. Your money is wasted, so of course you are not anxious. If our money is wasted, we will fight you to the death. A series of accusations were fired at Meituan like dense bullets. The scene fell into chaos again, and the mood of despair spread like a virus. Listening to these continuous questions and feeling the almost solidified despair in the room, Meituan's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Achoo! He sneezed loudly and tears streamed down his face. When he looked up, he saw the blonde beauty who had been sitting on his lap looking at him as if he were a madman. A nameless anger suddenly rushed to my head, and all the panic and anger found an outlet. Get out! Don't make trouble for me here. He pushed the beauty down roughly. The blonde beauty was startled by the sudden anger, her face full of confusion and grievance, and finally she could only stand up awkwardly. A moment of silence. Meituan's cigarette had burned out and burned his fingers. He shuddered and slammed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. This trend is totally unreasonable. Someone did it on purpose. A sinister thought flashed through his mind, someone is setting a trap. They want to use such extreme means to create panic, force them to cut their losses and leave the market, and then eat up all the profits. This thought, like a bolt of lightning, split the chaos in Meituan's mind. His eyes instantly became sharp, flashing with the crazy light of a gambler. Absolutely not. We must not let this bastard hiding in the shadows succeed. After a calm analysis, a twisted sense of self-confidence once again took over his heart. They still have funds. After the plunge, there will inevitably be a retaliatory rebound. As long as you control the market, you can turn a sharp drop into a sharp rise. This is just a small episode in the process. The final outcome will not change. Right. That's how you play it. The fun is thrilling. It's all about the heartbeat. This thought cheered him up again. He straightened his back again and spoke loudly in a tone as if he knew everything. Friends. What are you worried about? The harder it falls, the higher it will rebound. We have plenty of funds in our hands. After the plunge, it is our time to control the market and make it soar. Have you forgotten? The final winner is still us. After he finished speaking, there was a dead silence for a second or two. Afterwards, the restless crowd seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline. They stopped arguing and chewed over Meituan's words. Yes, after falling so much, it will always rebound. This Sakura countryman, faced with such a tragic situation, was able to remain so calm and even saw opportunities that others could not see. What a great mind and courage this person must have. The slightly plump investment boss's frown gradually relaxed, and he finally stood on Meituan's side. That seems to make sense. I'll listen to you. Everyone's mood gradually returned to normal. Amidst the whispers and brief silence, a shrill scream pierced the air, like an icicle piercing everyone's eardrums. Look at the screen. It's dropped again. Another 5 points. Before he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were attracted by a magnet and fixed on the screen. They had never seen such a horrific sight. Looking at the lifeless, vertical green line before them, only one thought remained in their minds: money was no longer money. It was a pile of burning paper, a string of rapidly disappearing numbers. In the blink of an eye, it may disappear. Anger, regret, helplessness, despair. All the negative emotions instantly swept through everyone's brain, almost suffocating them. No. It's okay, we can still control the situation. Yumekawa's voice was trembling. But now it keeps falling. It never goes up. How are you going to control it? Doubts erupted from the crowd again, and this time, everyone's gazes became sharp and intimidating. Don't you have experience? Didn't you say that everyone in Sakura country is a talent? Speak quickly. How do we break the current situation? We invested because of your lies. Don't let our hard-earned money go to waste. Mr. Yumekawa, I hope you will seriously consider every word you say. This concerns the lives of all of us. One question after another, like sharp knives, hit Meituan head-on. Meituan took a deep breath. He looked at everyone again and forced a difficult smile. Everyone calm down. We're all veterans, why are we still so impatient? And I've sworn on my integrity. Chapter 66, Unanimity. The current ups and downs are just normal fluctuations. If you can't control your emotions, you will only end up losing money. Persistence to the end is the ultimate victory. Meituan was thinking. The other people were already looking at each other. What should I do now? Should I continue to trust him? If I had bought the dip earlier, I would have made over $1 billion by now. He has indeed invested a lot of money, but we have also invested money, so we should still express our opinions and not be led by him. Should we trust him? After all, the people of Sakura country don't have a very good reputation internationally, and your reputation, it's hard for us to trust. As soon as these words were spoken, Meituan's blood pressure instantly rose to the extreme. This group of people. How can you say that people in the Sakura country have a bad reputation? Damn it! Damn it! This is simply an insult to his personality. The drop has already reached 10 points, Mr. Meituan, even your emperor can't come up with so much money. Some people were very angry and started cursing at Meituan. I told you to buy when it's low, but you insisted on buying when it's high. Now look at you, you're not making any money, and you're not letting me make any. You have to pay me back. Someone shouted helplessly with tears in his eyes and a sobbing voice. Did we tell you to buy higher? It's because you're not determined enough. Why are you blaming us? Didn't I lose money? If you don't believe me, don't listen to me. They're all from this country of cherry blossoms. They forced us to buy when the price goes up. If we had bought when the price goes down, we would have made over $1 billion by now. I was thinking of buying the dip too. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Meituan, give us an explanation right away, or you won't be able to leave this meeting room unscathed. Meituan's behavior has aroused public anger, but he is not afraid. Since things have come to this, let us just go for it. Who are you to dare to question our Sakura country? If we could go back to the past, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying our shoes. As soon as Meituan finished speaking, an investment boss responded. Stop talking nonsense. I want money. Give it to me right now. Didn't you just say that it's a guaranteed win? If I lose, you have to make up for it. Why should I make it up to you? I'm also at a loss. The situation escalated and the quarrel filled the entire conference room. The slightly plump investment boss clenched his fists and his eyes were red. Now, there was only one feeling in his mind, that is, he had been cheated. This damn Meituan, how much money did he make me lose? Thinking of the solemn promises he had made to his companions just now, the investment boss's face was burning. If they had shorted according to their original plan, I guess he would have made a lot of money by now. For a while, the whole private room was filled with an annoying smell. Even the aroma of wine in the air seemed to have gone bad at this moment. The other side. Lindsay kept staring at the currency trend chart. After completing some corresponding operations, Lindsay looked at the computer screen. When I opened my account, I found that I had earned 400 million. Looking at the series of numbers, Lindsay felt excited. I didn't expect that after upgrading the investment to a high level, the speed of making money would be so fast. The amount of money earned could actually reach such a terrifying number. It's so surprising. Lindsay said it softly, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After this wave of action, I will definitely be the winner. After the Eye of Prescience was opened, I was definitely using cheats when it came to being a tank. Thinking about the future trend, Lindsay wanted to analyze the trend chart on the panel. At this time, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Warm reminder, for BTC, it is suitable to go long when the price drops 12 points. Analysis, because the decline in a short period of time has reached its largest in history, many people will rush to buy. Special recommendation, buy long with full leverage. Listening to the system's prompts, the smile on Lindsay's face grew wider. With the Eye of Prediction, we can predict the trend of the next half hour in advance, coupled with the timely analysis made by the system. It's hard not to make money. That's the case. Don't waste your brain power. Just copy them all. Just follow the system prompts. Lindsay moved his shoulders and then leaned back in his chair, looking very comfortable. You don't have to do anything right now. Just wait until the points match and then buy long with full leverage. The other side. Overseas. Wall Street. Villa private room. After a quarrel, everyone's faces were red and their necks were angry. Meituan was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. Facing the questioning of the four people in front of him, Meituan was obviously the most annoyed. It would be fine if they doubted their own abilities, but they also kept saying that the Sakura country has a bad international reputation. This is what Meituan cannot tolerate the most. Meituan became even more angry when he thought about the fact that he had also invested 2 billion yuan. No matter how much they quarrel. After the fierce quarrel, there was helpless calm. Okay, now we're playing with real money, and I understand everyone's anxious. But arguing won't solve the problem, it's just a way to vent your emotions at best. The most important thing right now is to discuss what to do next. The trend chart is right in front of us. Let's use our best abilities to quickly analyze what to do next. Yumekawa spoke first. After saying this, the remaining four people all had their brows furrowed into pimples. It's different now than before, no one is in the mood to argue anymore. The most important thing is how to work hard to make back the lost money. Otherwise, this will definitely be another psychological shadow for them. Before you know it, all five of them focused their eyes on the computer screen in front of them. Seeing that BTC continued to fall, they could no longer remain calm. Now, even Meituan, who was always confident, looked unhappy. Why don't we buy all of them now? This time we'll buy the dip. It would be nice to make a few 100 million. After what happened just now, I don't have that much appetite anymore. Yes, I think so too. For such unusual ups and downs, I think it's better to be safe. So, are we on the same page now? That's right. In order to make up for the previous losses, this is the only way. Several people were talking to each other, their tone full of impatience. Finally, I decided to buy all of them and buy on the dip. After all, the previous losses were too great. It's a good thing to be able to fill the previous holes. Chapter 67. Check your account balance quickly. The whole room was dead silent. All that was left was the frantic clicking of the mouse and the rapid tapping of the keyboard. Go all in. Open 10x leverage. The slightly plump investment boss spoke. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. 5 people's fingers danced wildly on the keyboard. Huge amounts of funds, carrying all their hopes, instantly poured into the market like a flood. Even though they had reached this desperate consensus, at this moment, the 4 investment bosses looked at Meituan with some doubt in their eyes. The operation was completed, and the room fell into a brief silence again. Another investment boss curled his lips, not hiding his disdain, and muttered unscrupulously. I thought he was some Midas touch master who could turn everything into gold. Look at what he predicted. It's a complete joke. Meituan was left speechless by these harsh words. Facts speak louder than words. All his theories seemed pale and powerless in the face of the cruel K-line chart. But he knew that once his momentum collapsed, he would be doomed. So, he forced himself to speak, his voice even sharper than before. What do you know? In my years of experience, the market can't keep falling. Everything has its limits. One of them turned around suddenly, his fingers trembling violently with anger, almost poking through the screen, and cursed at Meituan. Everyone's eyes, as if drawn by invisible strings, were once again fixed on the screen. The man with his back to the screen was panting with excitement, his chest heaving violently. The rest of the people stared with their eyes wide open, forgetting even to breathe, quietly watching the line on the screen that would determine their fate. A strange scene happened. Meituan, who was originally as panicked as a trapped beast, miraculously sat down steadily at this moment. He even crossed his legs, his eyes full of contempt and provocation, and slowly looked around at everyone present. The person with his back to the screen suddenly felt the suffocating silence. Why? Why does everyone look like they've been acupunctured? What is going on? He felt an ominous premonition in his heart, turned around suddenly and looked at the screen. On the trend chart, the green waterfall seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand, and then, it fell another 2 points. Moment. The anger on the man's face froze, and was replaced by extreme surprise. It fell. It really fell again. It seems that this Meituan, he really has some strength. Just from these 2 points of drop, their profit with 10 times leverage is already over 100 million. Meituan let out a long sigh of relief, and that breath seemed to have drained all the strength from his body. He lit up a cigar elegantly again, and that strategic smile appeared on his face again. I still hope everyone can believe me, he exhaled lightly, a hint of boasting in his voice. After all, I've said it before, we in Sakura country are full of talented people. Some of you still doubted me. What do you think now? You should believe me now. All those who had spoken coldly to him just now became speechless and could not utter a word. After all, in the world of business, profit is the only truth and the hard currency that can shut all mouths. No one was in the mood to listen to Meituan's bragging. Instead, they were all immersed in the ecstasy of crawling back to the world from the brink of hell. If it drops a few more points, we can double our funds. Yeah. Then just run away and leave those retail investors crying. Ha, your ability to control the situation is amazing. You're worthy of being a master. Amidst the laughter and joy, Meituan took the initiative to pick up the champagne that had been prepared on the table. He cleared his throat, enjoying the feeling of regained control. We went through such a huge psychological gap, but finally got the reward we deserved. We need to celebrate. Having said that, Meituan paused and shook the champagne bottle in his hand violently, and the liquid in the bottle made a dangerous hissing sound. There was a popular online saying in Longwei, you can't pop champagne at halftime. Today, I'm going to pop champagne at halftime. I want to use this action to tell everyone, and also to tell the market we can only win this bet. There is no way we can fail again. Meituan roared excitedly, completely igniting everyone's emotions. Everyone followed Meituan's example and picked up the champagne at hand. Laughter and the sound of shaking champagne bottles once again filled the entire conference room. However, the champagne cork has not yet popped, and the bubbles that symbolize victory have not yet erupted. The BTC chart, like an enraged dragon, suddenly jumped up 5 points. That green K-line turned into a long blood-red needle piercing the sky. Meituan's smile froze on his face, his eyes widened instantly, and his chest heaved violently like a blower about to explode. What is going on? What is going on? His voice was trembling and full of incredible fear, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 5 points. It's 5 points upwards. For their short positions with 10 times leverage, isn't this going to kill them? This is a direct death sentence. The people around saw Meituan's deathly pale reaction and also noticed the big screen. They ignored the champagne in their hands that was about to burst out, and all their eyes were focused on the big screen, with the same horror on their faces as Meituan. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind: to figure out what was going on. Could it be that there is something wrong with the computer? When they confirmed that everything was normal, they heard a loud bang. There was a bottle of champagne on the table that no one was holding steady. Due to nervousness, the cork popped out automatically, and the golden wine gushed out, splashing all over the head and face of the slightly fat investment boss. Damn it! Why are we celebrating at this time? He wiped the wine from his face and let out a desperate roar. Impossible! How is this possible? Is it possible that someone would buy billions in an instant? Why? Why did the price go up so quickly? I don't believe it. I don't believe there are people who are so reckless. The investment boss kept roaring, his voice full of resentment and anger, and finally he even started to cry. Beside him, Meituan was also in a daze of disbelief. Why is the current trend like this? It's as if someone is specifically working against them. For a moment, the conference room was in chaos, with curses and the sounds of things being smashed intertwined. There was even an investment boss, a man in his 50s, who was holding his head in his hands. Just because he listened to Meituan's words, he invested almost all his belongings without any hesitation. Why is the trend reversing so rapidly now? This is nothing like what I imagined. All that money is gone just like that. Damn it, damn it. Meituan stood there in a daze. This was the most helpless scene he had ever experienced in his investment career. Everything did not develop as he expected. The experience he was proud of became a huge joke at this moment. The other side. On Lin Zhe's screen, numbers were jumping wildly. He controlled the market precisely, used his previous profits as ammunition, and activated 100-fold leverage without hesitation. Countless investors online were watching Bitcoin's thrilling changes. Seeing the bullish candlestick that rebounded from the bottom, their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. In their excitement, some people frantically flooded the BTC message area with comments like, "The price is low enough. It's time to start buying the dip. Yes, yes. I've never experienced such an exciting market before. It's like riding a roller coaster. Hurry up. Whoever wins this bet will definitely achieve financial freedom. This is a great opportunity. Everyone, keep your eyes open and don't hesitate. This is definitely an all-time low. Don't miss it if you pass by." Some investors who had just completed their operations excitedly left messages, while more people, driven by emotions, silently did what they were told. After all, making money in a short period of time is the most realistic return. For a time, the direction of public opinion completely reversed, and everyone began to be optimistic about the future trend and prepared to do a big job. In Meituan's private room, cold sweat once again formed streams on Meituan's forehead and slid down his cheeks. He stared at the screen intently, not daring to move his eyes away for a moment. After looking at the desperate red K line, he began to meticulously read the online comments. Account. Check the account balance quickly. In the private room, someone shouted with all his might. As soon as these words were spoken, the others suddenly woke up, as if their souls had been taken away from their bodies, and they regained the command to act. Next, the 5 people opened their accounts almost at the same time with trembling hands. In the room. Moment. You can hear a pin drop. Chapter 68 Assets return to zero. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The eyeballs of several people almost popped out of their sockets, and the expressions on their faces seemed to be frozen in an instant. Their eyes were fixed on their account balances. Over and over again. They repeatedly refreshed their private accounts. However, the facts are cold and unshakable. 4 billion. The huge amount of funds, amounting to 4 billion, was cut in half in just a few minutes. That is the wealth they have accumulated through hard work for half their lives or even their entire lives. Now, like a joke, it has disappeared into thin air. Everyone present felt as if an invisible giant hand was strangling their hearts, suppressing them to the point of being unable to breathe. This feeling is like having a dead fly stuck in your throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it. It makes you feel nauseous and suffocated, but you can't do anything about it. They even clearly experienced what cardiac arrest was. The feeling of weightlessness and the fear of dying at that moment were more real than any nightmare. After the shock, a more terrifying thought crept into everyone's mind like a poisonous snake. They were played. I was treated like a monkey and made fun of. They have been struggling in the bloody jungle of virtual currency for so many years and consider themselves veterans, but they never thought that one day they would be played so badly by others. Even Meituan was like a petrified statue at this moment, not saying a word. He just stared blankly at the glaring account balance, his mind blank. The feeling of his heart pounding like a roller coaster falling from the clouds to hell almost killed him. This drop is even more terrifying than stepping from the jade buildings in the sky to the 18 levels of hell from which there is no escape. Meituan felt dizzy and the whole world was spinning. Who among those present here is not a big shot who can make waves in the virtual stock market? The youngest, but also a seasoned player. But they had never heard of or seen such a tragic situation as today's, where someone was shot with precise precision and had no power to fight back. They couldn't even imagine what kind of opponent had such a terrifying amount of funds that could manipulate the market at will. Fake. This must be fake. A boss suddenly screamed, his voice shrill with fear. There's a problem with the system. There must be a problem with the system. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You have to know that it is possible to increase such a volume in an instant. How terrifying is that amount of money? At least billions. Would a normal person invest billions of dollars in this? He rushed out of the meeting room like a madman, frantically took out his cell phone, and tremblingly called the so-called insider of the system. The rest of the people stared at his departing back. Although they all knew that the probability of the system going wrong was lower than being hit by a meteorite, at this moment, that tiny bit of luck became their only life-saving straw. Another person followed him out, seemingly wanting to get the exact news first. The rest of the people were completely panicked as they looked at the trend chart on the screen, which was still rising wildly and seemed to be mocking them. They surrounded Meituan, their tone almost begging. Meituan, let's retreat quickly. Please. If we don't leave now, we won't even have enough money to pay for our coffins. You want to die, but we want to live. Meituan didn't even bother to turn his head. He straightened his back and roared in an almost paranoid tone. The word lose doesn't exist in the Great Sakura Empire's dictionary. If we withdraw our investment now, what if the situation suddenly reverses? We won't even be able to make a comeback. Are you crazy? You're just thankful you didn't lose money, and you're still thinking about making money? People should not be too greedy. Things have come to this point. You should wake up. Meituan was completely mad, and he argued confidently. This is the trap he's setting for us. A psychological trap. He wants us to panic sell, and we absolutely cannot fall for it. Didn't we plan it all from the beginning? Why are everyone so spineless now? As soon as the words fell, someone immediately refuted with all his might. We want to be firm. But look at this trend. Is there even one step that goes according to your script? Wake up. The man almost knelt down and begged. He really didn't want to see all his hard work go to waste. However, everyone's anxious persuasion was like a shot in the arm, making Meituan's paranoia even more firm. After that, no matter who tried to persuade him, he just shook his head and kept repeating his position. I will never compromise. This is my experience over the years. You have to believe me. It will definitely go up sharply. This is definitely the final shakeout. After shouting this, he gasped for breath. Now the loss is so great. If I leave now, I will really have nothing. Persevere, there may still be a glimmer of hope. What if? The remaining people were completely desperate. They clasped their hands together and muttered something. Please, please, don't let any more accidents happen. God bless you, Buddha bless you. Have a miracle. Please. 5 people, 5 pairs of eyes, stared at the screen intently, as if trying to use their gaze to prevent the arrival of doomsday. But a few minutes later, the money left on the screen flickered like a candle in the wind and completely returned to zero. The conference room fell into dead silence. At this moment, it means that they are completely finished. 4 billion, all lost. In just a few minutes, a carefully planned massacre took place, cleanly and efficiently. Meituan stared at the screen in disbelief, as if he was about to be sucked into the dark void. No, this can't be true. He roared like a madman, his voice echoing in the empty conference room, but all he got in response was a heart-wrenching silence. He looked around frantically, his doubts growing. They were obviously more anxious than me just now. Why are they all speechless now? Soon, Meituan read the emotion in the eyes of the people in front of him that was enough to devour him murderous intent. In an instant, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and Meituan calmed down, or rather, he calmed down because of fear. He recalled his far-sighted remarks just now, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. If they had listened to them and withdrawn their investment, they would at least have kept 2 billion yuan and had a chance to make a comeback. But now, they have nothing. Meituan looked at the group of people at a loss, like a lamb surrounded by wolves. At this moment, the 4 people in front of him were all staring at him, without exception. The hatred in those 4 eyes was like real flames, almost burning Meituan to ashes. It was this evil Sakura countryman who pushed the future of all of them into the abyss. An investment boss was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, saying nothing, but a crazy flame was already burning in his red eyes. Then, he approached Meituan step by step. Meituan was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly until his back was against the cold wall and he had nowhere to retreat. What do you want to do? This is a society ruled by law. Meituan's voice trembled and his eyes were full of fear. If you come over again, I'll call security. If I lose, I lose. I didn't make any money, I lost too. Why are you so hostile to me? As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 people on the opposite side collapsed instantly. You lost and you blame us? You lost of your own accord. I told you to withdraw your investment but you refused, and you kept complaining. Now look, not only have you lost all your money, you've lost all ours too. A boss finished his crackling roar, then roared with all his strength. I knew it. None of you people from Sakura country are good. After hearing this, Meituan subconsciously retorted, don't you dare insult our great Sakura country. A few minutes ago, facing Meituan's desperate attitude, they might have been a little afraid. But now, when they have lost everything, their fear has turned into violence. As soon as Meituan stretched his head forward, a loud slap hit his face. Bang! Damn it! Not only have I insulted you, the people of Sakura country, I'm also going to beat you to death today. You heartless beast! We worship you like a god, and you betray us like this. You deserve to be beaten to death. One person moved, and the rest of them rushed forward in an instant like a lit powder barrel. Meituan was so scared that he covered his head tightly with his hands, curled up on the ground, and let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. All of you get out of here. I'm really going to call security. Meituan held his phone high in the air, but the others remained unmoved. A tall man rushed forward and slapped the phone away. Bang! The phone drew an arc in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and shattered into pieces in an instant. Now, Meituan is really trapped in this conference room. He could only silently endure the punches and kicks that rained down like a dead dog. The people of Sakura country are all beasts. You damn beast, I will beat you to death today. Give me back my money, you bastard. Pay me back. What do you mean by being harmed by someone like him? All of them in Sakura country are bastards like this. Chapter 69 earned 1 billion. I won't allow you to insult our people. Meituan used up the last bit of his strength to squeeze these words out of his throat. What responded to him was a sudden downpour of fists. 4 men surrounded him tightly in the center, each of their faces twisted with ferocious hatred, but the strength in their hands did not decrease at all, as if they wanted to crush him completely. Meituan subconsciously curled up his body and protected his head with his arms. Even so, he could still feel his brain buzzing with every heavy blow, as if his skull was about to be crushed open in the next second. For a moment, the whole conference room was filled with Meituan's uncontrollable howls of pain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lin Zhe's eyes fell on the astonishing string of numbers on the screen. Account balance, billion. Back and forth, in just half an hour, this astronomical wealth was all due to the magic of leverage. He watched quietly, and an unprecedented sense of confidence arose from the depths of his heart. In this era, money may not be omnipotent, but it can build a solid barrier that is enough to deal with most difficulties. At the very least, it can allow my family and myself to have no worries about food and clothing and live with dignity. This thought flashed through Lin Zhe's mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sank into his mind, and he called up that investment skill. At this moment, the skill's progress bar currently displays 110. Compared with the past, this is undoubtedly a huge leap forward. But Lin Zhe did not feel any joy in his heart, instead he felt a chill. This wave of operations earned him 1 billion, but only increased 1. He couldn't imagine what it would be like when this skill reached the top level. Then I'm afraid, even the phrase making a fortune every day seems too poor. A series of even more exaggerated numbers flashed through his mind, and even he himself felt that it was a little unreal. A top domestic investment company, located on the top floor of its headquarters building. The air seemed frozen. A group of elites in suits and ties stood there with solemn expressions, their gazes fixed like hawks on the computer screens in front of them, flashing with data streams. The pulse of the entire market is under their monitoring. Behind the luxurious desk, a middle-aged man with a calm aura, the company's boss, was tapping the table lightly with his knuckles. Opposite him, several core analysts sat upright. "Boss," one of the young men broke the silence first, his voice trembling. "We tracked down an abnormal account. In the BTC market, he opened a 100x leverage." "What?" When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Even the boss, who had always been as calm as a mountain, had his brows twisted into a shape of a river character. 100 times? Are you sure? His voice deepened. "Absolutely true, boss. This is the highest leverage the system shows." The calmness on the boss's face disappeared, replaced by an expression mixed with surprise and disbelief. 100 times leverage? Are you kidding? Normally, if the profit is 100 times higher, a 1-point fluctuation is enough to cause a margin call. Who would play like this? He gestured for the other party to continue. This account, he first precisely shorted it, then went long at the lowest point. 40 million yuan in capital, within half an hour, it grew to 1 billion yuan. After the report was completed, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence, followed by a sound of people gasping for breath. If 100 times leverage is crazy, then the following numbers are myths. Who is this? Who is this? Accurately picking the bottom and the top, what kind of market sense does this require? How dare you use such high leverage for short-term operations? How is this different from suicide? The success rate is less than 1 in 10,000. But he succeeded. And he won a great victory. After the last sentence was spoken, everyone was speechless. Theoretical impossibility seemed so pale and powerless in the face of ironclad facts. The boss's heart suddenly sank. Although he didn't say anything, the storm in his mind was more violent than anyone else's. This is no longer just outrageous, it is simply a miracle in the history of investment. The room fell into silence again, with only shock written on everyone's faces. After a long time, the boss slowly raised his hand and moved his index finger slightly. The young man reporting the situation immediately understood. "Boss, there's one more thing. We discovered that this account address is the same one used for that incredible transaction last time." "What?" The boss suddenly stood up from his chair, screamed, and clenched his fists. "This time, it can be said to be luck. But twice in a row, this kind of miracle happened. Can it still be explained by chance?" He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but his voice was filled with anxiety. "Have you found the address? The exact location?" "Boss, the tracking shows the address is in Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Su Hang." The boss's eyes flashed, and he almost blurted out, "Find him for me. Find him at all costs." His voice was urgent and low, carrying an unquestionable command. "We must recruit this genius to our team. If we can gain his help, our future will be limitless." Upon hearing this, the people on the opposite side nodded vigorously, with burning flames in their eyes. This person is definitely not an ordinary person, as he can make the boss lose his composure like this. If he could be brought into the company, the future financial landscape would probably really change. On the other hand, Lin Zhe had already forgotten all this. After the operation was completed, he fell asleep peacefully and had no dreams all night. The next morning, after Su Ling finished washing up and walked out of the room, she smelled a light aroma of food. She was stunned for a moment, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and walked towards the living room. I saw Lin Zhe wearing an apron and busy in the open kitchen. "Lin Zhe? Don't you have classes today?" she asked with some confusion. It was already 8:30, and she had slept a little longer because she had no classes. She didn't expect Lin Zhe didn't go to school either. Lin Zhe turned around and smiled at her. "Well, the professional course teacher took a temporary leave. He turned off the fire and came over with 2 bowls of noodles. I saw you were sleeping soundly, and I checked your schedule. I knew you didn't have any classes today, so I didn't wake you up. I wanted you to sleep a little longer." Hearing these words, Su Ling felt a warm current in her heart and her mood instantly brightened. She looked at the steaming clear soup noodles on the table, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. For some reason, she always prefers light flavors recently, and this bowl of noodles is just what she likes. I was craving some clear soup noodles, and seeing the green leaves on top made me feel better. Really? Then try it. Lindsay smiled and motioned for her to sit down. Su Ling nodded and sat opposite Lindsay. My eyes were attracted by the vegetable wrap next to it. The wrapper was crystal clear and I could clearly see the diced carrots and corn kernels wrapped inside. She picked up a piece, took a small bite carefully, and her eyes immediately lit up. Mmm. Delicious. Very fragrant, but not greasy at all. Lindsay, you are really talented at cooking, she exclaimed in sincere admiration. In response to Su Ling's praise, Lindsay just smiled. Talent? Maybe. But more of it is given by the system. As long as he thinks about it, the most perfect recipe and steps for a dish will automatically appear in his mind. Chapter 70 frustrated Su Ling. That's not all. Sometimes, the system will also give you friendly reminders. This way, you will never make any mistakes when choosing ingredients. As long as you like it, it's the best. Next time, just tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you myself. Su Ling nodded continuously, the smile on her lips never stopping. Looking at the previous Su Ling, Lindsay's expression also relaxed. Thinking that Su Ling had not been in a good mood recently, an idea flashed through Lindsay's mind. Su Ling, it's rare that you don't have classes today, why don't we go for a walk together? Lindsay looked at Su Ling who was eating and asked considerately. After listening to this, Su Ling responded almost immediately, okay. Lindsay looked at the weather outside. It was sunny and windy, a good day for a walk. Shall we go to the park? Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying that, Su Ling seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Lindsay, can you drive? Su Ling's idea was very simple. It would be much more convenient if Lindsay could drive. They can walk and stop as they please, and stop at any time when they see nice scenery. Lindsay nodded. Yes, I got my driver's license a long time ago. Su Ling smiled again, then picked up her phone and called the housekeeper. Uncle Wang, drive the car over here. I'll send you the location on WeChat. Su Ling's voice was calm, without any warmth in her tone. Miss. This. The butler hesitated and only said half of the words before stopping. Su Ling was stunned, then blinked in confusion. What's going on? Why does the housekeeper speak like this after not seeing him for a few days? Is there any inconvenience? What's wrong, Uncle Wang, are you busy now? Miss, it's like this. The order given to us by the master does not allow us to provide you with financial support, so please forgive me. Hearing this, Su Ling suddenly realized. She hasn't called home since their last fight, and she guessed her father was angry with her. Su Ling was thinking about hanging up the phone. At this time, the butler's voice came again. Miss, the gentleman said that as long as you agree to attend the party this weekend, everything will be back to normal. Would you like to reconsider this? The butler spoke tentatively. Su Ling originally thought that her father was angry because she did not take the initiative to call him. Unexpectedly, it was still because of this banquet. In order to force him to compromise, they actually thought of cutting off his financial resources. Unexpectedly, in order to establish a good relationship with the Chu family, they completely disregarded their own feelings? Moment. Su Ling's little face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. Then, the tone turned cold. I understand. If this is the condition for me to compromise, then I will not give in. After saying this, Su Ling hung up the phone. The other side. The housekeeper wanted to continue to persuade her, but found that Su Ling had already hung up the phone. The housekeeper put away his phone helplessly and walked into the living room with a frown. On the sofa in the living room, Su Tianji and Jinyao were drinking tea. Seeing the butler coming over, Su Tianji did not stop what he was doing. Uncle Wang waited until Su Tianji put down the teacup before he spoke cautiously. Sir, the lady called. Su Tianji was stunned for a moment, then looked up. Thinking of the decision he had made before, Su Tianji immediately asked. What did she say? Beside. Jinyao also looked over. Why did Su Ling call at this time? Could it be that the method my husband came up with is really effective? The butler straightened his body and spoke respectfully. Sir, the young lady wants the car to be driven out. I have already told her your intention as you instructed. What did she say? Did she agree? Taking advantage of the butler's pause, Jin Yao couldn't help but ask a question. The housekeeper looked embarrassed again. The lady said that if this is the condition for her to compromise, then she will not give in. After finishing his words, the butler looked at Su Tianji in front of him cautiously. Bang! Su Tianji slammed the table. Alright, let's see how long she can hold on. Since you said it so harshly, let's see who gives up first. Su Tianji was so angry that he didn't even have the appetite to drink tea. Jin Yao's brows were twisted into a knot, and her face was full of disappointment. I thought that after Su Ling's financial support was cut off, she would compromise. Unexpectedly, this girl actually started to argue with them. Seeing that Su Tianji was very proud, Jin Yao hurriedly patted him on the back. Hubby, don't be angry first. Su Ling is just a child. Why are you arguing with her? She is still in school and she must be worried because she has no source of income. Maybe this kid is just saying it out of anger. You blocked all her credit cards and cut off all her financial resources. This time, you really went too far. Su Tianji's eyes narrowed into slits, but his gaze was still full of determination. Don't take her side. This time, I want her to know that without us, she can't survive out there. Which of the living things out there doesn't require money? For him, it's simply impossible to move forward without money. Others might be able to hold on, but Su Ling, I believe, she won't be able to hold on for even 2 days. After all, how could someone who has lived a life of luxury since childhood accept being penniless? Once she's had enough of the hard times outside, she'll realize how good life is at home. After Su Tianji finished speaking, Jin Yao sighed. You said that this child has never suffered hardship since childhood and has always been pampered. If he loses his money, how will he survive outside? Jin Yao said the same thing, and Su Tianji felt more and more that what he did was correct. So, his attitude became tough again. It's because they can't bear the hardships outside that they give in. I just want to temper his temper. She thinks she can leave our protection once her wings are strong enough. Is that really the case? Seeing that she had no way to convince her husband, Jin Yao simply shut up. For a while, the entire living room became extremely quiet. The other side. Lin Zai's gaze remained on Su Ling's face. From the initial joy to the current atmosphere, you can tell what's going on without asking. Lin Zai didn't ask in a hurry. Instead, it was Su Ling. After calming down, she looked at Lin Zai again. I'm sorry, they've disabled my card and won't let me touch anything at home. We might not be able to drive to the park ourselves. Su Ling looked depressed, and her words were full of loss. Chapter 71 Buy a car. Lin Zai didn't ask any more questions, but just stared at Su Ling, his tone calm but gentle. It doesn't matter. You can spend my money in the future. I can support you. He paused, as if stating a simple fact. Isn't it just a car? Let's go buy it now. Buy the best. When he said this, his tone was as calm as water. Su Ling on the opposite side frowned subconsciously. Lin Zai wanted to be responsible for her, and she knew this intention better than anyone else. However, the 5 words buy the best now carry too much weight. She knew that Lin Zai had been making money very quickly recently, but a top-of-the-line luxury car could easily cost tens of millions, which was completely different from buying groceries and clothes. Don't spend money recklessly. It's better to save money. Su Ling said softly, with a hint of cautious understanding in her words. In fact, she was more worried that Lin Zai had no specific concept of the word top. If he knew the astronomical figure, would his wallet be able to afford it if he really wanted to buy it? What's more, if the deadlock between him and his family continues, his future financial resources will depend entirely on Lin Zai. There are so many places to spend money, how can you spend it so easily on a car? Even if you buy it, you won't buy the most expensive one. Lin Zai seemed to see through her inner thoughts at a glance. He stood up with a confident smile on his face. You don't have to worry about that. He walked to Su Ling, with a hint of smile in his voice. I made 1 billion last night. So, from now on, whatever you want, just buy it. After these words were spoken, Su Ling was stunned, as if the pause button was pressed. After a few seconds, she finally realized what was happening and burst out laughing. Make 1 billion in one night? Lin Zai was clearly joking with him. She replayed Lin Zai's words in her mind and couldn't help but jokingly said. You can't win this many happy beans playing happy landlord all night, right? It's not that she doesn't believe in Lindsay's ability, but the number is too exaggerated and beyond the scope of reality. Either she heard it wrong, or this was a joke. Lindsay on the opposite side remained calm, but silently took out his mobile phone, opened the account interface, and handed it to Su Ling. When the long string of numbers on the screen came into view, the smile on Su Ling's face froze instantly. She swallowed hard, her pupils dilated in shock, and for a moment she couldn't even count how many zeros followed the string of numbers. She looked up in disbelief, then looked at the screen again, confirming again and again. 1 day. 1 billion. What exactly is the concept of this? This rate of return is legendary in the global investment market. But this myth happened right next to him, to Lindsay. Su Ling's eyes were filled with indescribable surprise. She stared at Lindsay as if she was meeting him for the first time. Lindsay was always smiling, and the smile overflowed from his eyes. At this moment, Su Ling's understanding of Lindsay was completely refreshed. He is not only a top student, but also a natural investment genius. Looking around the world, his actions are enough to attract the attention of the bigwigs in the entire investment circle. Seeing Su Ling remain silent for a long time, Lindsay smiled and broke the silence. Do you believe it now? I didn't lie to you. Tell me what you want to buy, and we'll go buy it now. Su Ling finally came back to her senses from the huge shock and laughed out loud, with a hint of excitement in her laughter. If Lindsay really has this ability, it doesn't seem to be difficult for the Su family to accept him. Lindsay, you're a genius. A genius in the investment world. You've completely changed my understanding of the word making money. Apart from genius, she could not find any other words to describe the shock in her heart at this moment. Seeing Su Ling's genuine happiness, the smile on Lindsay's face became more intense. It is his responsibility to take good care of Su Ling and the baby in her belly. And being able to gain her approval filled him with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. With a smile, Lindsay thought of his own system. Without the help of the system, how could he have done all this so easily? Seeing Su Ling looking at him with sparkling eyes, Lindsay immediately came to his senses and brought his thoughts back to reality. Well, what kind of car are we going to look at? What do you like? He asked softly, his tone so gentle that it could drip water. Su Ling thought about it and said seriously. It doesn't have to be expensive, just the right one. Before, at home, I drove a pink Porsche, not the top model. But I find it very comfortable to drive, even smoother than the top-of-the-line Lamborghini. And it's a lot cheaper too. When she said this, her eyes sparkled, as if she had found some rare treasure. Okay, let's go buy that one. Lindsay agreed without hesitation. It just so happens that you're used to driving, so the feel is familiar, and safety is more guaranteed. As he spoke, he put on his coat neatly and prepared to go out. Su Ling also stood up with a smile, packing her things while still savoring the shock she had just experienced. She didn't expect that Lindsay's mere telling her yesterday's income was already a sign of complete trust in her, not to mention that he would casually give her a Porsche. Every word he just said, every decision he made, revolved around her. Unconsciously, 2 red clouds quietly flew onto Su Ling's cheeks. Meeting Lindsay is truly the greatest luck in her life. After the two went out, they went straight to the largest Porsche center in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This center is 15 stories high, and each floor is filled with various limited editions. The interior decoration does not follow the luxurious route, but adopts a simple and elegant European style, which reveals extraordinary taste in low-keyness. As soon as Lindsay and Su Ling walked into the exhibition hall, Lindsay's attention was attracted by the scene in front of him. The cars on this floor are obviously specially customized, with a variety of body colors, and some are even sprayed with bold hip-hop graffiti. Lindsay thought that this was probably to satisfy the unique tastes of certain collectors. He looked around and didn't see the pink Porsche that Su Ling mentioned. Take a look at other styles. Do you like any? He looked at Su Ling gently. I don't have high requirements for cars. We're not in a hurry anyway. Let's shop around and buy if we find a suitable one. Su Ling's tone became much more relaxed. Lindsay nodded, and the two were about to walk deeper into the exhibition hall when a salesperson in a neat uniform came up to them with a smile. Good afternoon, sir and madam. What kind of car would you like to see? His tone was respectful, but his eyes were filled with professional enthusiasm. Lindsay didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. We'd like to see the pink Porsche. Please also introduce us to the other models. After listening to this, the salesperson quickly looked at Lindsay without making any expression. Seeing that he was so young and that he directly asked for a pink Porsche, the smile on his face became more sincere and determined. "Yes, sir, please follow me." As he turned around and led the way, he had already made a judgment in his mind. Although the young man in front of him looked young, he had a clear goal and was obviously here to buy a car, not just a rich kid who was just strolling around. Chapter 72. How do you know so much about cars? Faced with such a group of buyers, the service staff are very happy. Because according to your own judgment, the person in front of you may not understand. That's why I pretend to be calm and don't talk much. Thinking of this, the waiter's heart was slightly relieved. When the service staff came to a car, they began to speak the professional terms that they had practiced countless times. "Sir, look at this car. It's a limited edition and has the highest collectible value. Our limited edition car uses a classic gold metallic paint finish, which makes it unique compared to other cars. Secondly, you can take a look at these decorations, they are all woven carbon fiber pattern series. The trunk lid and the spoiler here are also very reasonably designed." The service staff looked at Lindsay, and every time he introduced a feature, he would politely point to the car body. Lindsay didn't say anything. In my mind, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Learn the features of a limited edition car, Car Reviewer Skill Mastery +1. Listening to the system prompt, Lindsay smiled. The staff opposite was stunned. Then, I felt even happier. The customers all laughed, which meant that my explanation was useful. "Sir, what do you think of this one?" the service staff asked enthusiastically. At this time, Lindsay answered slowly. "I want to see a few more." "Yes, sir, please follow me." After walking a few steps forward, the service staff stopped here. "Sir, please look at this car. This sports car uses a mid-engine, plug-in hybrid. This car is very unique in its exterior design. It has a low profile and has been described as a lurking cheetah. The wide air intake can provide sufficient air to the engine. The carbon fiber front lip enhances the sporty atmosphere." Next, the service staff began to introduce the various performance of the car body. As the voices of the service staff rose and fell, the prompt sounds in Lindsay's mind became more and more frequent. +1 sounds came one after another. After learning about the car's performance data and power system, Lindsay began to nod. Next, the service staff introduced a few more models. Finally, the service staff recommended it to Lindsay and Su Ling. "Based on your purchasing preferences, the Porsche Cayenne is currently the most suitable car for you. Our car is very classy and high-end, both in terms of interior and exterior." The voice trailed off. The waiter looked towards Lindsay. After looking around, Lindsay spoke slowly. "Porsche, founded in 1931, founder, Ferdinand Porsche. The most classic model is the 911, which has become the iconic model of the Porsche brand since its launch in 1963. Because of its rear engine and unique design, it is popular with many people. After technological innovation, it is known for its high-performance engines, precise control, and advanced chassis technology." When speaking, Lindsay was neither slow nor hurried, as if he was discussing today's weather. On the other side, the service staff was stunned. "What's the situation? What is going on? How come the person in front of me is completely different from what I originally judged? Just now, I thought he was a young man who didn't know much about cars, so when I was introducing him, I couldn't help but be careless a few times." However, the service staff believed that if someone who did not know the business did not know the business, this little negligence of theirs would not be detectable at all. But now, the professional knowledge this person spoke of left me dumbfounded. Swallowing hard, the waiter looked at Lindsay in disbelief. At this time, Lindsay then explained the relevant features in manufacturing of Porsche. Even for some car models, Lindsay clearly explained what materials were used for the body. The waiter kept blinking, and for a moment, he didn't know how to continue the conversation. Although many people recognize Porsche, it also has some common problems. First of all, the thing people complain about the most is the fuel engine, although the official has always claimed that. The problem we are talking about is normal, but frequently adding oil is still a headache. Also, Porsches can experience electronic system failures. The most common problems are black screens, malfunctioning sound systems, and malfunctioning buttons. These electronic system failures can make people laugh and cry. Also, the unusual chassis noise is one of the features that people complain about, especially when driving on the electric road. It is very obvious. Listening to Lindsay's story, the service staff was confused for a moment. The two waiters who came over later were also stunned. One of the waiters rubbed his nose and said in a voice as low as it could be, "Oh my God, what's going on? There are some things I don't know. I find this strange too. Is this an investigator sent by the company headquarters? Some people know more than we do." Several people murmured quietly. Look at Lindsay from time to time. After Lindsay finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Ling. "How's it going? You've been walking around for a while. Are you tired? Do you want to take a break?" Lindsay's voice was full of tenderness. Su Ling shook her head. "Fine." When she looked at Lindsay again, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Ling's eyes. "Lindsay, it turns out you know so much about cars?" Originally, Su Ling thought that Lindsay's current characteristics had already shocked her greatly. But who would have thought that after hearing what Lindsay said just now, I, Su Ling, couldn't contain my inner surprise. Lindsay didn't show anything on his face, but Su Ling kept smiling. Seeing this situation, the service staff who had previously introduced Lindsay and the others felt instantly overwhelmed. The waiter took a deep breath and touched his forehead. At last. The waiter stepped forward. "Sir and madam, please wait a moment. You two can rest here for a while." The waiter said this while pointing to the sofa next to him. Lindsay did not refuse, and then sat down on the sofa with Su Ling. The service staff just now almost ran all the way to find the sales manager. I have never encountered a situation like this before. The service staff couldn't imagine what would happen next. Therefore, faced with this situation, you can only ask your supervisor for help. It doesn't take long. The waiter came over hurriedly with the supervisor. The supervisor is a middle-aged man in his 30s. Compared with the service staff just now, his posture and pace were more steady. Chapter 73 Buy a car, pay in full. As soon as Lindsay appeared, Supervisor Zhou Ming immediately came forward with a professional and warm smile on his face. "Hello, sir. I'm Zhou Ming, the supervisor here. Welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter beside him understood and added, "Hey guys, our manager Zhou is the key to our store. He knows every Porsche model's functions and practicality like the back of his hand. Even for some unpopular questions that we were unsure about, Manager Zhou was able to give the most authoritative answers." The waiter's words were full of praise, which was both an introduction and a clever foreshadowing. Lindsay's gaze fell calmly on Zhou Ming, and he nodded slightly, his expression neither humble nor arrogant. He did not respond directly to the waiter's flattery, but continued with the previous topic and explained the practicality of Porsche in a calm and magnetic voice. He not only analyzed the market positioning of different car models, but also accurately linked them with the driving habits and psychological needs of specific groups of people. The Porsche 911 is the holy grail for purists who have racing in their blood and are obsessed with legendary rear-wheel drive. The 718 series is the first surprise for young beginners who pursue fashion and want to show their individuality in the city. As for the Cayenne, it perfectly balances comfort and performance, and is a luxurious mobile fortress for shuttling between family and business. Lindsay's conversation is both rigorous as a scholar and insightful as a player. The smile on Zhou Ming's face gradually froze, replaced by an expression of incredible surprise. As a senior executive, he believed that he knew Porsche's brand culture very well, but the details that Lindsay mentioned were so precise that they were almost harsh. And his deep insights into mass-market feedback, many of which he had never heard of or thought about before. He couldn't refute it, because every word Lindsay said accurately struck the deepest part of his knowledge system, making him feel shocked as if he was completely seen through. This guy is definitely not an ordinary second-generation rich kid. He is a hidden expert. This thought flashed through Zhou Ming's mind like lightning, and his initial disdain disappeared in an instant. He re-examined Lindsay in front of him, his eyes changed from scrutiny to awe, and his attitude became more respectful. Su Ling, who was standing by, had been listening quietly. Lindsay's words were like a key, opening the door to a whole new world for her. She always knew that Lindsay was excellent, but she never expected that his knowledge base had penetrated into such a professional field. She looked at Lindsay's profile as he spoke eloquently, and his confident and calm expression caused a strange ripple in her heart. Under Zhou Ming's almost flattering guidance, they looked at several more cars. In the end, because he couldn't find the pink color that Su Ling liked, Lindsay chose a white car with smooth lines without hesitation. When Zhou Ming handed over the contract and asked for the buyer's name, Lindsay took the pen and said in a deep voice, Su Ling. The pen tip fell and the ink spread on the paper. Yes, the one with the grass radical. He added, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Su Ling's heart skipped a beat and a look of surprise crossed her face. He actually wrote his own name? She sat on the soft sofa, her fingertips curled up unconsciously. She has always been indifferent to money, and her wealthy family background has never made her worry about it. But at this moment, watching Lindsay write his name without hesitation, an indescribable warmth instantly surged through his body. She remembered a sentence she had read in a book. Whether a man really cares about you is not determined by what he says, but by what he is willing to give for you. This statement may be a bit materialistic, but it is incredibly true. Lindsay never said any sweet words to her, but he always proved her uniqueness in the most direct, clumsy, and powerful way. How does it feel to be cared for by such a responsible and decisive man? Su Ling pursed her lips slightly, and the lake in her heart that had been carefully guarded was now filled with sweetness. Mr. Lin, we support loan processing. Zhou Ming tentatively suggested that this was a routine operation for major customers. Need not. Lindsay's answer was clear and concise, without any hesitation. We'll pay in full and take the car away today. Zhou Ming was completely stunned, and then his face burst into ecstasy. He nodded quickly, trying hard to suppress the excitement in his voice. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll arrange the procedures for you right away. Pay in full and pick up the car on the same day. This is no longer just about wealth and power, what it represents is unfathomable strength. The procedures were handled extremely quickly. When the brand new car keys and all the documents were handed to Lindsay, Su Ling still felt like she was in a dream. Lindsay walked up to her and handed her the heavy key bunch. The car is yours, you drive it. Su Ling was stunned, her eyes fell on the key ring, but she did not reach out to take it. What's wrong? You don't like it? Lindsay was a little confused. Looking at Lindsay's confused look, Su Ling finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. She raised her eyes and blinked cunningly. I'm pregnant now, with a baby in my belly. The doctor said I should try not to drive if I can. Lindsay suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. He was so happy that he forgot the most important thing. In my mind, all the knowledge about pregnancy was instantly retrieved. Sitting for long periods of time affects blood circulation, driving anxiety, and the potential risks of seatbelts. That's right, I'll drive. Lindsay raised his eyebrows, then walked to the passenger seat like a gentleman and personally opened the door for Su Ling. Su Ling got into the car and looked up at Lindsay, who was about to get in the driver's seat, asking with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Lindsay, are you okay? I mean, have you ever driven a car before? She remembered that he had a driver's license, but a license and experience were two different things. Lindsay met her worried gaze and smiled calmly. When I was taking the driver's license test, I drove a Santana at the driving school. After I got my license, I never touched it again. Seeing a trace of worry across Su Ling's brows, Lindsay smiled and added in a relaxed tone. Even though I haven't driven for a long time, I should still be able to drive. Su Ling's eyes moved back and forth between Lindsay's confident face and the brand new car in front of her. Finally, she nodded slightly. It seemed as if Lindsay had never lied to her. Every time he said this, I would feel inexplicably at ease. This time, of course, she chose to believe him unconditionally. She carefully opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Chapter 74. Lindsay's driving skills are shocking again. Lindsay walked around the front of the car, closed the door, and then sat in the driver's seat. However, he did not start the car immediately. The carriage was silent, with only the faint breathing of the two people. Lindsay looked like an experienced engineer and began to carefully examine everything inside the car. Just now in the exhibition hall, his attention was drawn to the interior, and now that he was in close contact, he felt it even more vividly. His fingertips gently stroked the cold steering wheel, and the knowledge base about cars in his mind was instantly activated. The changes in interior design from old to new styles and the alternation of design concepts flashed before his eyes like a fast-forward documentary. The expression on his face also gradually changed from the initial awkwardness to a kind of confidence that came from knowing everything. The old model from a few years ago has a traditional mechanical interior design, with practicality being king, and the center console is filled with neatly arranged physical buttons. The upgraded version in front of us is a complete innovation. The full LCD instrument panel, the 12.3-inch floating central control screen, and even the exclusive entertainment screen in front of the co-pilot are all embedded. The layout of the triple screen is full of futuristic and technological sense. The air conditioning vents have also abandoned the traditional levers and replaced them with sophisticated touch screen adjustments. Not to mention the small and textured electronic shift paddles. Lindsay observed carefully, with a gleam of exploration in his eyes. Just at this moment, that familiar voice sounded again from deep within his mind. Ding! Learn about car interiors, driving skills +1. Lindsay couldn't help but smile. It's a wonderful feeling to acquire knowledge inadvertently and transform it into one's own ability. He could clearly feel that as his mastery points increased, the theoretical knowledge that originally existed only in his mind was rapidly merging with his body's instincts. Next, he reached out and tried a few buttons himself. Every touch and every press is accompanied by a clear prompt tone in the mind. Ding! Familiarize yourself with the central control system, driving skills mastery +1. Ding! Mastered the touch control air conditioning, driving skills +1. Feeling that it was almost done, Lindsay turned his head contentedly and looked at Su Ling beside him. When he looked up, he found that Su Ling was smiling and looking at him without blinking. That look was a little gentle and a little blurred. Just now, Lindsay's focused and serious look when he lowered his head to study the interior decoration of the car made Su Ling fascinated for a moment. She had known Lindsay for so long, but it seemed she had never observed him so quietly and carefully. He has a high nose bridge, thick black eyebrows, and well-defined facial features that seem to have been carefully carved by God himself, with every line being just right. I have to say, Lindsay is really handsome. Thinking that he was still the famous top scorer in the college entrance examination, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. No wonder so many girls in school said that Lindsay was the undisputed school idol. With outstanding learning ability and responsibility, this boy is indeed the perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls. On this side, Lindsay only saw Su Ling in a daze, but he had no idea that so many thoughts were surging in her mind. Are you ready? We're about to leave. He asked softly. Su Ling woke up as if from a dream, nodded quickly, her eyes full of anticipation. At the same time, a sweet thought flashed through her mind. I should be the first girl that Lindsay has ever driven with. Thinking of this, the smile on her face deepened, and she said, I'm ready. Okay, let's go. Lindsay started the car, put it in gear, and released the handbrake. The initial movements did have a subtle sense of unfamiliarity. The moment the car slowly drove out of the parking space, Lindsay felt a long-lost excitement in his heart. But as the wheels rolled forward, that sense of unfamiliarity was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Driving by yourself, driving skills mastery point +1. Ding! Completed left turn, driving skills mastery point +1. Ding! Successfully overtaken, driving skills mastery point +1. Every increase in proficiency point means that Lindsay's control over the car will be improved. The style of the journey changed suddenly. Not only does turning and overtaking become smooth and effortless, but even accelerating and decelerating becomes. His hand movements were also done in one go, as if he and the car were one. Su Ling was completely stunned. A few minutes ago, she was still mentally preparing herself. After all, it was Lindsay's first time driving, so it was normal for him to drive slowly and understandably a little unfamiliar with the controls. It didn't matter if the car stalled. She was even ready to calm his nerves at any time. But who would have thought that in just such a short distance, Lindsay's performance in various complex operations was like that of an experienced driver with many years of driving experience? How did he manage to accumulate experience through practice in such a short time? This learning speed is simply incredible. Su Ling looked at Lindsay's focused profile in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. She thought she had good learning ability and drove frequently before she got pregnant, but compared with Lindsay, she was nothing. Lindsay, you really have never driven a car before? The car stopped steadily at a red light. Su Ling finally couldn't help it and asked cautiously. Lindsay turned his head and showed her his white teeth with a clean and honest smile. Yes, I told you just now, didn't I? When I was practicing driving at the driving school, I was driving a broken Santana. After I got my driver's license, I never touched a car again. Then, you haven't driven any other cars? Su Ling asked, her voice full of urgency. No, there has never been a chance. Lindsay answered very seriously, with a serious and innocent expression on his face. Su Ling swallowed quietly, then blinked unconsciously, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lindsay's learning ability really cannot be described by common sense. What's wrong? Lindsay saw her strange expression and asked curiously. Su Ling simply poured out all the doubts in her heart. I think the way you drive now doesn't seem like a novice at all. If it were me, I would have hesitated for a moment when I overtook you just now. I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. Also, this is your first time driving a turbocharged car, so why is the acceleration so smooth? If Lindsay hadn't tried hard to suppress his inner ecstasy, he would have almost laughed out loud on the spot. He thought for a moment, then gave Su Ling a reason that she could not refute. Maybe it's because I really like cars. He scratched his head, his tone somewhat matter-of-fact. Boys and girls may have different ideas about the same thing. Plus the love from the heart, so... He stopped talking halfway, but Su Ling next to him understood instantly. I see. Su Ling's eyes lit up. I can understand the feeling you are describing. The same thing, if you just treat it as a task to complete, or if you really like to study it. The final idea and result are completely different. Lindsay nodded, a smile that said you understand me on his face. Yes, that's the truth. The green light is on. Lindsay started smoothly again and merged into the traffic. Su Ling stopped talking and just looked ahead silently. The last bit of worry in her heart had long since disappeared. Chapter 75. The parking space is occupied. Now sitting in the passenger seat, she felt only an unprecedented sense of security. How does Lindsay's performance look like that of a novice? He is clearly a hidden driving expert. Which park? Lindsay's voice came again, interrupting her thoughts. Su Ling suddenly came to her senses, and for some reason, she suddenly changed her mind. Or, let's go back. She whispered, now, I don't want to go to the park anymore. Hearing her say this, Lindsay did not refute and nodded in agreement on the spot. After all, buying a car took up quite a bit of time, and it was getting a bit late to go to the park now. I'll listen to you. Wherever you say, we'll go. From today on, I'll be your full-time driver. Lindsay's voice was filled with a hint of relaxed smile. The steering wheel turned steadily in his hands, the new car merged into the traffic flow, and drove towards Kinggiwon. During this period, the roads are clear. The roads around Kinggiwon are even wider and flatter. Although Lindsay's driving skills have not been used for a long time, his feel for it soon returned and his speed naturally increased. Soon, the elegant gate of Kinggiwon came into view. When I rented this house, I got a parking space for free, and now it's finally coming in handy. Lindsay said this and skillfully turned towards the underground garage. However, when the car lights illuminated the empty seat that belonged to them, his voice stopped abruptly and the smile on his face froze instantly. Su Ling followed his gaze and frowned. A black Land Rover was parked in the parking space that should have been empty. That huge body, like a savage beast, domineeringly occupied their territory. Lindsay, why is there a car in this parking space? Are you sure this is our parking space? There was a hint of uncertainty in Su Ling's voice. Yes, it's here. Lindsay's tone was firm, but his eyes had turned cold. That is, someone else has taken our parking space? Su Ling also found it unbelievable. Kinggiwon is a high-end residential area. Those who live here are either rich or noble. How could someone do such a lack of public morality? It is truly despicable to occupy other people's parking spaces without permission. So what do we do now? Su Ling asked. Two options flashed through her mind. One was to call the property management and let them handle it. The second option is to drive the car outside first and then park it back after the car leaves. But either way, it means that the current problem cannot be solved immediately. Just as Su Ling was hesitating, a look of undisguised displeasure appeared on Lindsay's face. These people are too unconscious. Even if this parking space has always been vacant, it does not mean that anyone can occupy it at will. I'll call the towing company and have them tow the car away. Lindsay's tone was calm, yet revealed a determination that brooked no room for questioning. Su Ling was stunned. This method was too direct. But if you think about it, the fault lies with the other party, so it is completely reasonable to tow his car away. She couldn't help but look down at her still flat belly, a bitter smile forming in her heart. Is it because of the pregnancy? I have become so cautious that I have to weigh even the smallest things over and over again in my mind. I wasn't like this before. While her thoughts were racing, Lindsay had already dialed the number, explained the situation briefly, and explicitly requested that the other party send a car over immediately. The person on the other end of the phone quickly gave a positive answer. After hanging up the phone, Lindsay walked around the Land Rover and finally stopped next to Su Ling's passenger seat. He leaned over and asked, "Are you tired? Do you want to come down and take a walk?" "Good." Su Ling nodded. The towing company wouldn't arrive within 3 to 5 minutes, and she didn't want to be stuck in the car. Lindsay carefully helped her out of the car, and the two walked to a big tree with lush branches and leaves nearby. Su Ling looked at the dazzling Land Rover and couldn't help pouting. "If there really is an emergency, I understand stopping temporarily. But at the very least, there should be a phone number for moving the car." She complained softly, "Look, there's not even a single phone call. If there's something urgent, I won't be able to find anyone. It'll take a lot of time." Her voice was not loud, but Lindsay heard it clearly. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Actually, it's not difficult to find the owner of the car. I can just call the property management and check. But I don't want to do that." He looked at Su Ling with deep and serious eyes. "Since he doesn't choose to respect us in the most basic way, why should we be polite to him? Simply towing it away is the simplest and most effective solution. The right to use this parking space belongs to us and we have property rights over it. In other words, no one other than us has the right to occupy this place without our permission. This isn't a negotiation, it's a rule." Lindsay's words were like reading out a legal clause. They were simple, clear, logically sound, and impeccable. Su Ling stared at him blankly, and even a ridiculous thought popped up in her mind. Did he secretly take the property management qualification exam? Otherwise, how could it be so professional? The thought even made her feel a little funny. Recently, Lindsay has shocked her so much that she almost instinctively marvels at everything he says and does. A gust of evening breeze blew by, ruffling a strand of hair on Su Ling's forehead. Lindsay naturally stretched out his hand, his fingertips feeling warm, and carefully tucked the strand of hair behind her ear. This unintentional gentle gesture made Su Ling's heart skip a beat. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Lindsay's concern is always just right, and he is always thinking about the little life in her belly. Su Ling shook her head, a blush on her face. "I'm not hungry yet, I don't want to eat." "Okay, tell me when you want to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, a construction vehicle with tow truck service printed on it slowly drove over. Without waiting for the driver to call, Lindsay waved to him. "This way." The tow truck driver understood, stopped the car and walked over quickly. "Sir, you were the one who called just now to request a tow truck, right?" "Yes, this is it." Lindsay pointed at the Land Rover with a calm tone. "Okay, we're occupying your private parking space, right? We'll follow the rules." The driver nodded, took out his phone and pointed it at the front and back of the Land Rover, the license plate and the number of the parking space it occupied. He took several photos as evidence and then began to operate the towing equipment skillfully. Lindsay is very satisfied with this professional and efficient service. He pulled Su Ling aside, and the two of them watched the staff busy at work side by side with a comfortable look on their faces. It was a 90% new Land Rover, and it looked like it had been bought not long ago. Lindsay just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. He turned to look at Su Ling and suddenly asked softly, "The last time we went to the artificial lake, do you remember that little pavilion?" Chapter 76. The car owner is here. When Lindsay asked, Su Ling's thoughts seemed to be drawn away and drifted away. She thought carefully, and soon, an exquisite little pavilion emerged clearly in her mind. "Remember," she whispered, with a nostalgic smile on her lips. "That small pavilion is very cool and is especially suitable for resting in weather like this. I just don't know what it will be like when the weather gets cooler." Before she finished speaking, she fell into another imagination and added to herself, "But I think it must have been beautiful then. The yellow leaves falling in the wind and covering the ground are also a unique landscape." Lindsay followed her words and sketched out the peaceful and poetic picture in his mind, and a feeling of comfort and tenderness also spread in his heart. The two were immersed in this brief peace. Suddenly, a slightly awkward voice broke the harmony. "Sir, I have a question that I need to report to you." The service staff of the towing company came over. He had a serious expression on his face and his tone was full of solemnity, even with a hint of nervousness. Lindsay turned his head and looked at him calmly. "What's the matter?" "It's like this, sir," the staff member rubbed his hands, the embarrassment on his face becoming more and more intense. When we were towing the car just now, we were a little rough when securing it, the car seems to have some minor damage. Look. He stopped talking halfway, his eyes carefully observing Lindsay's expression. It's not like they haven't encountered this kind of situation before. The problem can be big or small, and the final outcome often does not depend on the extent of the damage, but on the attitude of the car owner. He deliberately left his words unfinished, just to give the other party some psychological buffer. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, ready to point out the damaged parts of the car to Lindsay. Lindsay simply shook his head, his tone as indifferent as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. No need to look. Sir, this matter we. The other party had only said half of his words when Lindsay raised his hand to interrupt him. It's okay, just keep doing your work. This matter has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with me either. As soon as these words were spoken, the tow truck worker's heart skipped a beat, and then everything became bright. Just a moment ago, he was still nervous and preparing for a claim. But I never expected that the answer given by the other party would be so calm and nonchalant. Since the car owner said so, then this matter is perfectly resolved. A few more minutes passed. The black Land Rover was firmly fixed on the trailer, and the parking space that was originally occupied was now empty. Lindsay took out his cell phone and paid the tow truck driver promptly. Okay, you can go now. Yes, sir. The tow truck driver nodded with satisfaction, said goodbye to Lindsay with a sense of relief, and then prepared to start the car. Lindsay turned around and sat back in the brand new Porsche. Looking at Lindsay's parking technique and speed, Suling's eyes once again flashed with undisguised admiration. I have to say, Lindsay is really amazing. It is true that he has a driver's license, but this is his first time driving such a high-end sports car. With a turn of the steering wheel and a step on the accelerator, the car body was parked precisely at a perfect angle. For a novice, this is an almost impossible task. What's more, Lindsay said that he used to practice driving with an old Santana, but now he drives a Porsche with a wider body and more complex performance. The two cars are vastly different in size and handling, requiring the driver to have an almost instinctive sense of distance and space. Faced with Lindsay's smooth operation, Suling really wanted to give him a thumbs up on the spot. Beside, the tow truck driver did not leave immediately. Because the weather was hot, he took a bottle of mineral water from the car and was drinking it in one gulp with his neck tilted back. Lindsay parked the car and just got out. A sharp and brutal voice exploded from not far away, like a sharp awl, piercing the afternoon tranquility of the community. What are you doing? You tow truck driver, do you have eyes? What are you doing? Who gave you permission to tow my car? Why are you towing my car away without my consent? Stop right there. If you dare to move this car today, you will bear the consequences. The tow truck driver was stunned, and the water he had just drunk came out with a puff. The mist drew a messy arc in the sunlight. At this time, a fat man was walking towards them aggressively. He had a beer belly and the fat on his body jiggled as he walked. As he walked, he stretched out his stubby fingers and pointed them straight at the tow truck driver. You dare to touch my car, are you tired of living? Don't you even ask who I am? You touched my things and you want to leave? Dream on. As he said this, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground in hatred. Hearing the shouting and cursing coming from far away, Lindsay also slowed down his pace, and finally, he parked leisurely in front of his parking space. The tow truck driver was speechless and hurriedly threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can next to him. It's over. He wailed inwardly. It seemed that today's matter would not be easy to resolve. The young man who had just spoken to him was very kind, but the owner of the car that was towed was a complete jerk. Putting aside other things, just look at his greasy fat body and the big gold chain around his neck that is thicker than his fingers, and you will know that he is an unreasonable nouveau riche. While the tow truck driver was secretly complaining, Lindsay also looked at the fat man. No wonder he is so domineering. It turns out that this is a complete rogue. There is really no coincidence in this world. He parked his car in someone else's parking space and didn't move for a long time. The towing company had just towed the car away, and before they had time to leave the community, the owner immediately showed up. What kind of confusing behavior is this? Could it be that the car owner has been hiding in some corner, observing their actions like a vulture? A meaningful sneer appeared at the corner of Lindsay's mouth. What are you laughing at? What are you doing standing here? The fat man took a deep puff of his cigarette, then threw the cigarette butt hard on the ground and crushed it with his feet, making a harsh friction sound. At first, the fat man thought that the handsome young man in front of him was just a spectator. But when he saw Lindsay standing motionless in front of a brand new Porsche, and then looked at this position. When he parked his car in the same parking space as before, he suddenly understood something. Snort! It's my own car, and there's a high probability that it was this pretty boy in front of me who ordered a tow truck to tow it away. I was worried about not being able to find someone, but I didn't expect him to show up at my doorstep. What happens next is not up to you. The fat man frowned and glared at Lindsay hatefully, then turned his gaze to the driver of the towing company. Let's solve these problems one by one. First, why did you tow my car? Let's just say, is there something wrong with your eyes? Can't you see that my car is a Land Rover? You dare to tow such an expensive car? What will you do if something breaks down? Can you afford the compensation? My car. The fat man only said half of his words when his voice suddenly stopped and his eyes instantly widened into the size of copper bells. Oh my God. That's so outrageous. He stared at his Land Rover that was fixed on the trailer, and saw a glaring scratch on the door that was particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. Open your eyes wide now. Explain to me why my car broke down. If we don't make things clear today, none of you will be able to leave. The fat man became angrier and angrier as he spoke. The veins on his neck bulged and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. He stretched out his short, thick carrot fingers, pointing at Lindsay and then at the tow truck driver, spitting everywhere. The tow truck driver was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only stand there with his mouth open like a fool. The corner of Lindsay's mouth curled up in an icy arc, and a barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his eyes. Even though I asked the towing company to tow the car away, I still felt angry. Now the car owner comes to us himself, that's perfect. Seeing the tow truck driver being scolded speechless, the fat man narrowed his eyes into a slit, and his cold gaze. Finally, like a poisonous snake, it locked tightly on Lindsay's body. Chapter 77 got slapped. If he doesn't say anything, just say, you called that person here, right? My car broke down, how are you going to compensate me? Also, why did you touch my car? Did you get my permission? Every time the fat man spoke a word, the fat on his face trembled and his brows twisted into a greasy pimple. A pair of small eyes were fixed on Lindsay, as if they wanted to burn 2 holes in him. Lindsay slowly raised his eyes, his deep eyes like an ancient well, and he just glanced at the fat man lightly. The parking space is mine. I park in my own space. Isn't that normal? This unremarkable answer was like a dull blow, leaving the fat man stunned for a moment. He blinked his eyes, which were squeezed into a slit by the fat, and looked at Lindsay in front of him again. He was wearing a light gray sportswear and the most ordinary sneakers. Dressed like this, you dare to talk to me in such a tone? Oh my God. The fat man gritted his teeth, and a nameless anger suddenly shot up to his head. Is this person in front of me stupid or blind? Even if you don't know how to judge people by their appearance, shouldn't you be more restrained when you see what I'm wearing? In order to allow Lindsay to see more clearly, the fat man deliberately made a gesture of rubbing his nose with his hand, and at the same time turned his wrist inadvertently. With a swish, the huge gold watch on his arm flashed a dazzling light under the light. After doing this, he was sure that the person in front of him not only saw his gold watch, but also caught a glimpse of the gold chain around his neck that was thicker than his finger. Seeing such a dazzling array of standard features of successful people, even if you are severely nearsighted, your eyes would be brightened, right? He made a fortune after trading in a number of coal mines some time ago. When the people around him saw him, who wouldn't bow and scrape, be respectful, and even wag their tails to beg for mercy? And this young man, who doesn't know how to live or die, actually dares to speak to me like this. He is so bold. The fat man puffed out his chest, fully expecting Lindsay to immediately put on a cautious, fawning face. But who knew that the person in front of me? She actually turned her head away and didn't even look at him. What is going on? Is he blind and can't he see my priceless golden armor? The fat man swallowed hard, and a gulp sound came out of his throat. He squeezed out a few words almost from between his teeth. Won't you give me an explanation? Hasn't that already been said? Lindsay's voice was still calm, but with a hint of impatience. Is there something wrong with your ears, or is your ability to understand insufficient? These words were like an ice-hardened knife, fast and fierce, instantly hitting the fat man's sore spot. His face turned from red to purple, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a word. Finally, he stretched out his fat finger with the gold ring on it and pointed at Lindsay tremblingly. Okay, you're awesome. If you're capable, just wait and see. I'll show you what I can do. Lindsay raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you going to call someone? Why, are you scared? The fat man thought Lin Su was intimidated by his aura, and he regained his position in an instant, and his words became arrogant and domineering. If you're scared, apologize to me right away and pay for my car repairs. Otherwise, we're not done with this. Seeing his funny look of shaking his head and being determined to win, Lindsay had to hold back his laughter. It had a fat head and big ears, and was shaking its head vigorously, just like a rat that had just crawled out of a rice jar. Lindsay took a step forward, and the calm aura instantly pressed down on him, and the smile on his lips deepened. I'm not leaving. I'll wait here for you to find someone to come over. Boy, you said it. You'll be responsible for the consequences later. The fat man gritted his teeth, his fat body trembling with anger, and his hands clenched into fists. Next to her, Su Ling heard Lindsay say this and instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him. It's obvious that this fat guy is not a good person. What if he really calls a bunch of thugs? Won't Lindsay suffer? But as soon as she opened her mouth, another image flashed through her mind. Before in the bar, Lindsay's figure was as fast as lightning, moving freely among the crowd, and he could easily deal with so many thugs alone. Right now, he's just a fat guy who looks strong on the outside but is weak on the inside. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Thinking of this, Su Ling stopped quietly again. Seeing that the two young men in front of him had no fear on their faces, the fat man felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped in public. Since he became rich, he has never been looked down upon like this. Since you don't want to accept my toast, don't blame yourself for being cruel. A vicious light flashed in the fat man's eyes. When he looked at Lindsay again, his big hand like a palm leaf fan had already swung round. His goal is very clear. This slap is meant to be delivered hard to this young and arrogant face. Aren't you afraid? Today I will let you know why the flowers are so red. I'll beat you so hard that you'll be left with a broken tooth, and then you'll know what regret is. The fat man roared in his heart and waved his hands with the sound of wind. However, before his palm touched Lindsay's cheek, his vision suddenly blurred. Bang! A sound 100 times louder than he expected exploded in the underground garage. Immediately afterwards, the fat man felt dizzy and his head was buzzing, as if countless bees were flying around. Before he could figure out what was happening, he was blown away by a huge force like a kite with a broken string. Bang! There was another dull thud, and the fat man's huge body fell heavily on the cold concrete floor. Instantly, severe pain came from all over his limbs, and he felt as if all the bones in his body were being torn apart and reassembled. Oh my, you kid, you are really tired of living. You attacked so cruelly. The fat man curled up on the ground like a shrimp with its tail stepped on, his face full of disbelief, and he stared at Lindsay. Recalling the lightning-fast moment just now, the fat man's eyes instantly widened. It was clearly me who started it first, so logically, the slap should have landed on that guy's face. But why was it that I was the one who got hit with such a solid slap? That's not all. What made him feel even more humiliated was that he was actually slapped to the ground. If the heart-wrenching pain in his body was not still reminding him, the fat man would never believe the absurd fact before his eyes. You little brat. Just wait for me. We've made a feud today. The fat man struggled and staggered to his feet. Tremblingly, he took out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number. Lianzi. Lao Lu. Hurry and bring some people over here. My buddy's been bullied in the Kingyuan garage. Alright. Hurry up. We can't let this guy get away. I know, hurry up. The fat man yelled at the top of his lungs, glared at Lindsay fiercely, and hung up the phone. Kid, if you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, wait for the people I find to come over. Seeing how angry he was, Lindsay was speechless. I won't leave. I'll just wait here. Feel free to look for me. Hearing Lindsay's calm answer, the fat man began to tremble all over. Is this kid crazy? From childhood to adulthood, he has never seen anyone so arrogant after beating someone up. If Lindsay wasn't watching right in front of him, the fat man really wanted to make another phone call to urge his death. He turned his head to look at his poor car, and his eyes instantly narrowed into snake-like slits. He just bought this car not long ago. Land Rover. The standard of a successful man. Before he could finish showing off on his circle of friends, it was damaged by the tow truck driver. Who can swallow this? Today, if this kid doesn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he can forget about leaving this door. That's right. And the slap I just received. When Liangzi and the others come, I will definitely get it back with interest. The fat man raised his wrist to look at his gold watch and estimated the time. Seeing that Lin Zhe was really standing there, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just wait. In less than 10 minutes, you will know how many eyes the Horse King has. A moment later. The increasingly shrill roar of a motorcycle, coming from far away and getting closer, broke the silence of the underground garage. Chapter 78, Signing a Life and Death Agreement. In the blink of an eye, the harsh roar of the engine came from far away. Several motorcycles with exaggerated shapes broke the silence, and with a beautiful drift, they stopped steadily around the fat man, forming an encirclement. The first person to get off the front motorcycle was a man as thin as a bamboo pole. He had shoulder-length hair that was a little messy due to the wind. He had a cigarette in his mouth and walked with a swaying gait, looking a bit ruffian-like. As soon as he stood firm, he couldn't wait to yell at the fat man. "Fat brother, who the hell bullied you? If you dare to mess with our fat brother, you are messing with all of us brothers. Today, brothers, we broke one of his legs. Do you think we did it to your satisfaction?" As soon as the man finished speaking, the fat man glared at Lin Zhe hatefully, and the hatred in his eyes almost turned into reality. The man who had just asked the question immediately understood what he meant. He followed the fat man's gaze and looked at Lin Zhe, with an exaggerated look of contempt on his face. "Fat brother, is this the guy? Who did I think he was? Isn't he just a young man who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? You really don't know a great man, you dare to challenge our fatty brother, are you tired of living?" After this man fanned the flames, the fat man became even more furious. He touched the side of his face that was swollen like a steamed bun. The pain and humiliation made him speak almost instinctively. "Yes, it's this man." Halfway through his words, the fat man suddenly shut his mouth. Lin Zhe's lightning-fast figure flashed through his mind uncontrollably, and his heart skipped a beat. This person is definitely a martial artist. Although the group of people he brought with him are numerous and powerful, when it comes to martial arts, they are all just show-offs. If I really confront the person in front of me head-on, I'm afraid I won't gain any advantage. A sinister thought quietly emerged in his mind like a poisonous snake. Seeing the fat man suddenly fall silent, the hooligans who had just arrived started shouting immediately. "What's wrong, fatty? We're all here now, we can't let this kid get away with it so easily." "That's right. We have to let him know how powerful we are." "Dare to bully fatty? Isn't that like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth? He must be made to pay the price." "Brother fatty, the brothers are just waiting for your words. When you say we'll start, we'll start. We're always ready." Everyone was talking at once, shouting one after another, and all pairs of provocative eyes were staring at the fat man. The fat man suddenly raised his hand to suppress the noise of the crowd. "Just be quiet for a moment, I'll go talk to him." Then he cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and strode towards Lin Zhe. "Boy," he squinted his eyes at Lin Zhe, his eyes full of undisguised provocation. "Didn't you say I could just find anyone? My people are already here. So, let's not compete in fistfights next time, that's too boring, let's compete in something else. What do you want to compare?" Lin Zhe's tone was calm. "Racing." The fat man stared at Lin Zhe and said word by word. "If you don't dare to be a wimp, let's race." Seeing that Lin Zhe did not object immediately, the fat man immediately pointed his chin in the northwest direction and added triumphantly. "There's a mountain nearby with a winding road and complex terrain. We'll race from there. If I win, you just stand there and let me give you a good beating, and then you give me your spot." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhe's cold voice floated over. "What if I win?" "Oh?" The fat man was stunned for a moment, then a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "If you win, then I'll give you 1 million. At first, when the fat man mentioned racing, Lin Zhe really wanted to refuse. But seeing the fat man's arrogant and domineering face, as if he had taken advantage of him, Lin Zhe suddenly changed his mind. To deal with such a person, fists alone are not enough. You must completely defeat him at his strongest point. "What? You keep quiet when I mention racing?" The fat man saw Lin Zhe was silent, and his face became even more proud. "Or do you simply not have the guts to race with me? In that case, then do as I said just now. The fat man had only said half of his words when Lindsay interrupted him. I agree. The pride on the fat man's face froze instantly, replaced by a flash of shock, but soon, the shock turned into ecstasy. Okay. That's what you said. How about we just follow the conditions we just agreed on? Sure. Lindsay's voice was not loud, but it was firm. The fat man's expression became completely excited. At this moment, Su Ling quickly walked to Lindsay's side and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. Lindsay turned around and saw her face full of worry. Su Ling spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lindsay, you don't have to agree to them. In fact, we can just call the police to handle this kind of thing. There's no need to take risks. Lindsay doesn't think so. He looked at Su Ling, his voice calm and gentle. If these little hooligans are not taught a lesson they will never forget, they will find ways to cause trouble again. Today, let us just get this over with once and for all. There was no trace of worry in his tone. Su Ling's brows furrowed even more tightly. If it were anything else, she had full faith in Lindsay's abilities, but racing, could Lindsay do it? That is an extremely dangerous sport. Racing is very dangerous. You'd better not take the risk. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. Don't worry, it's okay. Lindsay gave her a reassuring look. While the two were talking, the fat man was standing not far away. Seeing the unrelieved worry on Su Ling's face, the fat man curled up the corner of his mouth in a cold sneer. When it comes to boxing and kicking, I may not be able to beat this kid, but when it comes to racing, that is his absolute strong point. On weekdays, he often practiced driving on the road behind the mountain. When it comes to driving skills, looking across the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou city, if he says he is second to none, no one dares to claim to be first. This ignorant kid in front of me actually dares to race with me? This is simply courting death. His gaze swept across the prime parking space behind Lindsay again, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Wait until he loses the game, I will beat him up in front of this woman to vent my anger, and then let him drive away in his broken car. This parking space, 9 out of 10 times. No, it belongs to him 100%. Okay, stop wasting time here. Didn't you agree to race? Do you still want to play or not? Thinking of the impending victory, the fat man became impatient. He raised his head and urged loudly again. Lindsay finally smiled at Su Ling, a smile full of comfort. Then, he looked up at the fat man, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Let's go to the back mountain. Hearing Lindsay say this, the fat man became even more proud. The gang of hooligans behind him even blew loud whistles, and the booing was endless. The fat man sniffed and was about to turn around when the tall and thin young man named Liangzi suddenly walked over quickly. Liangzi, what's wrong? Fat brother, Liangzi raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice, with a shrewd look on his face. Racing is not something you can just do if you want to compete. There are so many things involved. We need to make some things clear in advance, don't you think? As he said this, he gave the fat man a knowing look. The fat man suddenly understood. That's right. Since we are going to race, we must put everything on the table and plug all the loopholes. Otherwise, if something really happens to this kid, I will not be able to escape responsibility. Okay, I get it, just wait. The fat man asked Liangzi to stand aside, thinking quickly in his mind, and then walked towards Lindsay again, with a serious expression of official business on his face. Boy, this race car is different from the usual ones. The road conditions and terrain over there in the back mountain are very complicated. When we race, accidents are inevitable. So, before the competition officially begins, there are some things we need to get out in the open. In order to explain things clearly in the future, we must sign a contract before the game. The fat man spoke the last sentence with extreme solemnity, as if he was considering the safety of both parties. What contract? Lindsay followed up on his words and asked. Seeing Lindsay step by step walking into the trap he set, the smile on the fat man's mouth became colder and colder. This contract is very simple, he said with a voice full of satisfaction. It's a life and death agreement. It means that during the competition, no matter what happens. For example, if the car crashes and people die, that is the consequences at your own risk, it has nothing to do with the other party. Chapter 79 Improve Your Driving Skills. Although the fat man didn't say the rest of the words, the threat flashing in his small eyes was obvious. The look seemed to say, you can only race if you sign this no-liability contract. If I don't compete, I'm admitting defeat. I'm throwing my face on the ground for me to step on in front of everyone. Sign. Lindsay's answer was just one word. Good. The fat man's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of triumph in his voice. He turned his head to look at Liang Zi beside him. Liang Zi, paper and pen. Okay, fatty. Liang Zi acted like a hound that had received an order. He took 2 steps at a time, took out a pen and paper from the motorcycle, and handed it over respectfully. Lindsay's eyes swept over the trap-filled clauses on the paper. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he picked up the pen and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Then, the fat man also picked up a pen and wrote and drew crookedly on the paper. After writing the contract, the fat man walked towards the tow truck driver arrogantly. What are you still standing there for? Get my car down here. Didn't you hear we're going to race? The tow truck driver looked embarrassed. He looked at the fat man, then at Lindsay, and his voice was filled with hesitation. This is against the rules, right? What the hell? The fat man frowned, his face full of frost. Just now, you heard everything we said clearly. We can handle this ourselves. The police didn't ask you to delay it, so you don't have to answer to anyone. Hurry up. Under the fat man's vicious gaze, the tow truck driver had no choice but to operate the tow truck and put the brand new Land Rover back on the ground steadily. The fat man waved his hand, like a general giving an order. Let's go to the back mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of hooligans behind him immediately burst into shrill whistles and laughter. Boom! A deafening roar of engines exploded, and before the others' motorcycles could start, Liangzi has taken the lead, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed to the front like an arrow from a bow, acting as a pioneer to clear the way. Lindsay turned his head and looked at Su Ling beside him, and the sharpness in his eyes instantly turned into tenderness. I'll go with you, Su Ling said. Good. Lindsay nodded. Su Ling sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before Lindsay started the car again and followed the motorcycle team steadily. It didn't take long before several cars arrived at the foot of the back mountain. When Su Ling saw the road conditions in the back mountain, her brows immediately furrowed. Just now, when the fat man said that the terrain of the back mountain was complicated, she had imagined some rugged mountain roads. But even though she was mentally prepared, the scene before her still made her heart tighten. Lindsay, this road is too rugged, and there are no guardrails on either side. It's too dangerous in this situation. Her voice was filled with worry. If anything were to happen, the consequences would be disastrous. There's no point in getting serious with someone like that. Let's just not compete. Su Ling believes in Lindsay's ability, but belief does not mean that she will not worry. Facing Su Ling's persuasion again, Lindsay smiled and said, It's okay, don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. He didn't deliberately lower his voice when he spoke. The fat man next to him heard it clearly and kicked a small stone on the side of the road. Hey, the race is about to start, and you two are being so affectionate here, what does that mean? He sneered sarcastically. Why, are you scared? Honestly, I'm not such a mean person. The fat man patted his chest in a magnanimous manner. If you're really scared, kneel down and apologize to me now, let me beat you up, and finally give up your parking space, and then let this matter go. The fat man wanted to say something else, but Lindsay gave him a sharp look, instantly interrupting him. Stop talking nonsense, stop dithering, and get started. The fat man raised his eyebrows and the smile on his face became even more proud. Okay, that's what you said. Let's get started. He pointed ahead. Do you see that road ahead? The rules of our competition are to drive up this road and reach the top of the mountain. There is a small path on the top of the mountain, and you must go down from that path when you come down. Whoever gets back to the starting point first wins, it's that simple. Lindsay looked up and glanced at the dirt road ahead that was almost swallowed by weeds, his expression still as calm as water. But Su Ling's gaze was fixed on the complicated road conditions, and her heart sank little by little. This side of the mountain behind is not a scenic spot, so this road is rarely taken care of. It was midsummer, and because there were no guardrails, the weeds on the roadside had grown so wildly that they were almost spreading into the middle of the road. This is as far as the eye can see, and it only gets worse the further up the mountain you go. As a student, Su Ling estimated that it was impossible for Lindsay to have ever been to such a place. Facing the upcoming life and death race, Su Ling felt a wave of panic in her heart. Just at this moment, the gang of hooligans nearby started to make a fuss unscrupulously again. Fat brother will definitely win this time. Of course. As for our fatty's driving skills, few can match them on this road. This road is known as the King of Hell's Road. Liangzi is considered the bravest among us, but he doesn't dare to compete with others here easily. Hey, stop praising me. I'm not fatty. I can't compare with fatty. Several people were talking at the same time, and their words were all blind praise for the fat man. Su Ling's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and her hands clenched into fists. But seeing that Lin Zhe had already gotten into the car, she didn't want to distract him, so she had to try hard to put on a forced smile. At the same time, Su Ling began to pray silently in her heart. Lin Zhe, you must come back safely. Winning or losing is not important at all, you must be safe. Seeing Lin Zhe get on the car, the fat man was so happy that his heart burst with joy. This kid actually agreed to race with me. The moment he agreed, he was doomed to fail. Few people are more familiar with this road than myself. Besides, he had innate advantages. This was a secret that the boy didn't know at all. His eyes fell on an inconspicuous button on the steering wheel, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider, full of malicious pleasure. Boy, you're definitely going to lose this time. Did you know my car has been modified? He roared ecstatically in his heart, if you compete with me on this road, it's a wonder you can beat me. If you're lucky, you can save your life. If you're unlucky, then you can't blame me. After mumbling to himself, the fat man gripped the steering wheel tightly with his fat hands, his palms sweating with excitement. He looked up again. Liangzi was already standing between the two cars, holding up the small red flag in his hand. Seeing that both cars were ready to go, Liangzi took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Start! At the same time, he waved the small red flag in his hand violently. Shoo! A sharp whistle sounded, and Lin Zhe's Porsche and the fat man's Land Rover rushed out at the same time, roaring like two released beasts. In just a few blinks of an eye, the fat man's Land Rover rushed to the front with its stronger torque and explosive power. He took full advantage of the road conditions. He knew every bend and every pothole very well, and the car was almost speeding along the edge of the limit. At first, he could still see the black Porsche in the rearview mirror, but as the speed increased and the curves became sharper, soon, there was only an empty cloud of dust in the rearview mirror. Ha ha ha. That feels so fucking good. The fat man laughed wildly in the car, with a cruel sneer on his face and his tone full of ruthless ridicule. You're so fast and you want to compete with me? What the hell are you competing with? Go eat dust. The more this happened, the more proud the fat man felt. He seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Lin Zhe's car being destroyed and people dying, so he stepped on the accelerator again. The other side. Lin Zhe sat in the driver's seat, but the car was slowly driving towards the top of the mountain at a steady speed that was incompatible with the wild atmosphere around it. He seemed to be feeling something, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Just then, a crisp system prompt sound came from his cold brain. Ding! Detected that the host is adapting to complex road conditions and mastering the rhythm of racing. Driving skills mastery point +1. After hearing this, Lin Zhe felt relieved instantly, and a genuine smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is what I've been waiting for. With the support of the system, why worry about not winning? This game has just begun. Chapter 80: The Nervous Fat Man. The system's prompt sounded in Lin Zhe's mind like the most accurate metronome. He clearly felt that an invisible connection had been established between him and this steel beast. The control of racing rhythm has been elevated to a whole new level. Suddenly, the road conditions ahead changed abruptly, and a series of S-shaped bends appeared without warning. Lin Zhe's eyes focused, and his hands twisted the steering wheel like lightning, and the car body smoothly cut into the center of the curve at an incredible angle. Ding! Stay absolutely calm during the race. Driving mastery point +1. Ding! Instant decision-making during the race, driving skill mastery point +1. Ding! Your risk assessment during the race is stable, driving skill mastery +1. 3 consecutive crisp prompt tones were like 3 streams of warm current flowing into every part of my body. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly, and he stepped on the accelerator deeper. As his mastery points soared wildly, his heartbeat also accelerated, not because of nervousness, but because of an unprecedented excitement. It wasn't long before a huge torrent of information rushed into his mind. Countless knowledge, skills and experiences about racing were instantly integrated as if they were innate. Driving skill level improvement, beginner intermediate. I'd been waiting for this moment. Lin Zhe whispered to himself, with a startling light flashing in his eyes. He no longer held back and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the engine instantly rose an octave, and the Porsche shot forward like a black arrow. The other side. The fat man skillfully controlled the vehicle and glanced at the rearview mirror with pride. The mirror was empty, the obtrusive Porsche was nowhere to be seen. The smile on his face grew wider, almost reaching his ears. "You still want to compete with me? Dream on," he snorted contemptuously. "If you haven't driven on this road before, you won't know where to speed up and where there are traps. This road condition is not what you imagine." Because he knew the road very well, the fat man was full of confidence. He even felt that with the kid's snail's pace, he wouldn't even need to activate the modification button to easily win the game and make him lose miserably. Life is full of challenges and opportunities. Thinking of the burning slap mark on his face, the fat man's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. It won't be long before he gets back the loss of face he just had, with interest, in front of everyone. Only the tow truck driver saw the slap at first, but next, he would beat the young man until he begged for mercy in front of everyone. Oh, and there's his parking space. Thinking of the scene that was about to happen, the fat man couldn't help laughing. Sudden. A violent roar of an engine came from behind, the sound coming from far away at an incredible speed. The smile on the fat man's face froze instantly, and his brows furrowed sharply. He hurriedly looked in the rearview mirror, and after just one glance, he gasped. "What's going on? How did that guy catch up with us? Impossible." His tone was filled with horror and disbelief, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. On this road, it is simply a fantasy to catch up with the person in front of you without knowing the road conditions. However, the outline of the Porsche in the rearview mirror was enlarging at a terrifying speed. The fat man's heart instantly rose to his throat. The further up the mountain we drove, the denser the trees became and the dimmer the light became. On the road we just passed, the dense treetops almost blocked out all the sunlight, and the road surface was pitch black, like the open mouth of a giant beast. Even though he couldn't see the road clearly, this guy was still speeding up? He is playing with his life. The fat man swallowed hard, feeling nervous. But when he looked at the road ahead, a hint of malicious joy rose in his heart. The next bend is no joke. He could drive this road with his eyes closed. To exaggerate a little, he could judge the road conditions ahead just by looking at the weathering degree of the stones and the growth of the trees nearby. The next turn is a hairpin bend of nearly 180 degrees, and there is a cliff just behind the turn. If you don't slow down, you will be dead. With this thought in mind, the fat man started to make preparations in advance. Lift your foot slightly on the accelerator and be ready to step on the brake at any time. At the same time, he glanced at the rearview mirror again. The Porsche was so close that the glare from its headlights hurt his eyes. Moreover, judging from the situation, the other party has no intention of slowing down at all. "Okay, great, you asked for it." The fat man growled with gritted teeth, his eyes narrowed into slits. "If you don't slow down, you will be smashed to pieces if you fall. Even if you react in time and slam on the brakes at full speed, you are very likely to lose control and crash into the mountain wall on the other side. At that speed, the only outcome is car crash and death." The fat man analyzed it carefully, with a cruel sneer on his lips. "Sprint at full speed? Just kidding, look at the price you paid." Imagining the bloody scene that would follow, the fat man suddenly became calm. Following a sharp roar, the fat man clearly saw that Lindsay's Porsche did not slow down at all, and rushed through the fatal curve like a black lightning. This is exactly as I expected. As for the consequences, the fat man felt that he must have rushed off the cliff. Next, the fat man began to slow down slowly and drove through the curve carefully. During this time, his eyes were wide open and he was nervously observing the surrounding situation while driving. As we drove slowly past, the expression on the fat man's face became more and more confused. He thought it wouldn't be long before he saw the wrecked Porsche or the broken trees around it. However, the tragic scene that I imagined did not happen at all. Not only did he not see Lindsay's car, he didn't even find any trace of an accident. What's going on? Did that guy jump off a cliff in his Porsche? If people can jump, could cars also jump? The fat man blinked hard and swallowed nervously several times. Just then, a more violent and closer roar of the engine came from right in front of him. The fat man perked up instantly and looked up suddenly. "Oh my God! What the hell is going on?" the fat man exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the front. The Porsche that had just passed him had now become a small black, almost disappearing at the end of his sight. He did this, without slowing down. He not only passed the curve, but also threw himself so far away. The fat man was stunned for a moment, his mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He muttered incoherently, I've practiced that curve for years, and I can only manage to get through it by slowing down. Wasn't he unfamiliar with the road? How could he be so bold? Most importantly, he actually drove through intact. Grass. The fat man was furious and panicked. He thought this was a sure win. I thought I would win easily, but I didn't expect such a sudden change to happen in the middle. But at the beginning, he was clearly driving very slowly. I am far ahead of him. The fat man slammed the steering wheel, and beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The road ahead is not far from the top of the mountain. Seeing that the Porsche was about to reach the top of the mountain, the fat man's brows were twisted into a knot. Damn it, even if I risk my life today, I won't let you win. After uttering a harsh remark, the fat man gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. At the same time, his heart was bleeding. As someone who often plays with cars, how could he not know the consequences of doing this? Doing so is not only extremely dangerous, but also causes great damage to the vehicle. But right now, victory or defeat depends on this one move. How can the fat man care about so many things? Chapter 81: A life-threatening game. From the beginning of the game until now, the images that flashed through the fat man's mind were all scenes of himself winning. The fat man's plan was to beat up the young man in front of everyone and then make him give up the parking space. As for what he said before, if he lost, he would pay the young man 1 million. The fat man never thought about it. Because the fat man feels that he can never lose. First, he was very familiar with the road conditions, and second, his vehicle had been modified. If I lose to that young man again under such circumstances, I would be a blind man and a fool. Therefore, the fat man never considered the issue of paying money. But now, the fat man is panicking. In order to reach the top of the mountain quickly, the fat man even stepped on the accelerator and sprinted straight up. From the moment the Porsche left him behind, the fat man had changed his mind. Win no matter what. Faster, faster. Looking at the trees rapidly retreating, the fat man still felt that the speed was very slow. The previously extremely leisurely state is gone. Even the fat man himself felt that his palms were sweating while holding the steering wheel. But even so, the result that the fat man imagined did not appear. The Porsche was never seen. Time passed little by little, and the fat man's heart was always in his throat. After finally reaching the top of the mountain, the fat man took a deep breath. When he saw the Porsche, a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. The scene before him made the fat man feel crazy. The fat man himself didn't know how to describe the feeling of being full of resentment but helpless. Porsche has seen it and the top of the mountain has been reached. But the scene in front of him made the fat man's face red all the way to his neck. The Porsche stopped steadily, and the young man was resting next to it. The fat man's face was full of anger and he bit his back teeth hard. But the young man was looking at him, and the mockery in his eyes could not be concealed at all. The fat man snorted coldly and spat on the ground. What are you doing? Don't we say that when we reach the top of the mountain we should just follow the path down? Why are you stopping here? To observe the scenery from the top of the mountain, right? The fat man was in a bad mood, so the tone of his words was naturally not much better. Lindsay snorted coldly and gave the fat man a disdainful look. Why are you taking so long to come up? What did you say? You actually said I was slow. Boy, this is the top of a mountain. Be careful of the strong wind and your tongue will be blown away. The fat man retorted angrily. Lindsay laughed. I've been resting here for a long time, and you're just catching up at a snail's pace. If this isn't slow, then what is? Are you asking me to say you're as fast as lightning? No, it should be snail lightning, right? Lindsay made no secret of his ridicule of the fat man and did not care about his emotions at all. The fat man's face turned red again all the way to his neck. After some gritting of teeth, the fat man looked down the mountain. The game isn't over yet. Anything you say now is superfluous. It's only halfway through. Why are you being so arrogant? Haven't you heard that going up a mountain is easy but going down is hard? If you're brave enough, let's see the second half. I told you straight up, I've been studying this road for the past few years. You definitely can't compare to me when it comes to familiarity with the road conditions. Speaking of this, the fat man's face showed confidence again. The anger and frustration just now also disappeared. Lindsay raised the corner of his mouth, stood up and stretched his wrist. That's right, there's still the second half. From now on, I won't wait for you. After saying this, Lindsay stood up. The moment he opened the car door, Lindsay turned around and looked at the fat man. Remember to pay if you lose. The fat man was stunned and gritted his teeth again. I have made my words so clearly, yet he still mocks me like this. What do you mean by losing and paying money? How could I possibly lose? It's a little early for you to be complacent now. Don't think. The fat man couldn't contain his anger and retorted immediately. But before he could finish his words, Lindsay had already gotten into the car. Before the fat man could react, the Porsche in front of him had already started. Then, rushed down the mountain path. The fat man was stunned again, looking at the scene in disbelief. Leaving now? We're going down the mountain, why are you in such a hurry? Are you trying to save your life? The fat man was furious and stomped his feet in anger, then opened the car door and rushed into the car. Damn it! Today, even if it means risking everything, I have to save my face. The fat man started the car while speaking. Thinking that he was already one step too late, the fat man was unwilling to give up, so he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The downhill speed is already fast, and since I stepped on the accelerator to the limit, it should be no problem to make up for the distance I lost. Based on his past racing experience, the fat man's expression became serious. It didn't take long before he gripped the steering wheel tightly again as before. But even so, there was always a distance between his Land Rover and the Porsche in front of him. Even though the fat man felt his feet were starting to cramp, he couldn't close the distance with the Porsche. What's going on? What the hell happened today? Damn it! The fat man bit his lips and his expression became ferocious. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't change the status quo. As if things weren't bad enough, the fat man was already far behind the Porsche in front of him, and suddenly started to slow down again. There is a bend ahead. On this downhill road, if you don't slow down in time, it is easy to get into danger. Although the fat man wanted to overtake the Porsche and regain his lost face, he only had one life. The fat man can still clearly distinguish this point. Just as he released the accelerator, the fat man's expression suddenly froze on his face. What the hell, how can it still be like this? The fat man exclaimed. His eyes were full of disbelief. The Porsche in front of me didn't slow down at all when turning. This is clearly a way of playing without regard for one's life. Under such road conditions, not slowing down is equivalent to death. But unfortunately, this is what happened. After the uphill race, the fat man no longer even expected anything to happen to the Porsche in front of him. It's not that I don't want to, it's simply impossible. The fat man narrowed his eyes and quickly analyzed the current situation. I was already far behind the Porsche, and now I had to slow down when turning. But Porsche doesn't have this feature at all. If this continues, Porsche will fall further and further behind. After realizing this, the fat man frowned again, and even the expression on his face became serious again. Chapter 82: Fatty's Secret Trick. After gritting his teeth several times, the fat man finally stopped his gaze on a button. It seems that I have to use my last trump card today. If we continue like this, we will definitely lose this game. In order to win the race, the fat man pressed the button in front of the car without hesitation. Soon, the fat man clearly felt that the car had undergone unprecedented changes. This is also the aspect that Fatty is most satisfied with after the modification. The speed exceeds the maximum limit. Holding the steering wheel, the fat man's eyes were always fixed on the Porsche in front of him. As the distance between the two cars got closer, the fat man finally smiled. See? This is destined. If you compete with me, you are destined to be the loser. Don't you even look at what I'm playing? The fat man uttered a few words with hatred, and felt even more secretly delighted in his heart. Fast and furious. It's all about the heartbeat. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before he left the Porsche behind. By then, you will be the ultimate winner. They haven't reached the finish line yet, but the fat man has already started imagining Liangzi and the others cheering. Sudden. The car body shook violently. Before the fat man could figure out what was happening, the car had already taken off. Moment. The fat man felt his heart was lifted up a lot, almost jumping out of his throat. The moment the car landed, the fat man broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, the car ran over a stone and this happened. If I meet others on the road later, wouldn't that be? The fat man's throat became dry and his eyes became wide open. I can no longer imagine what will happen next. Now. The fat man could only pray in his heart. God bless you, just hold on for a few more minutes, just let me spend a few minutes in peace. At this speed, we'll definitely be able to overtake that Porsche in a few minutes. Oh God, please don't let anything happen to me again. The fat man muttered softly, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Thinking about the road conditions ahead, the fat man took action again and pressed the button all the way down. The other side. Seeing the Land Rover chasing after him, Lindsay smiled again. Are you in a hurry? You dare to use such a life-threatening method? Shaking his head slightly, Lindsay's smile gradually turned cold. Just now, although he left the fat man so far behind, he did not use his full speed. Because Porsche's limits go far beyond that. Since the fat guy started to work so hard, it would be difficult for him to maintain this speed. Otherwise, it would be really boring. Lindsay looked straight ahead and then began to step on the accelerator. The Porsche started to rush forward. Oh my God, what's going on? What the hell is going on? The fat man widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Visible to the naked eye. That Porsche actually started moving forward at high speed. I finally caught up with the Porsche, but in the blink of an eye, the Porsche disappeared again. The fat man was panicking and wanted to get up from the driver's seat. In order to win this game, he even used special equipment. But the Porsche seemed to be destined to go against him, and he couldn't overtake it no matter what he did. The fat man was so angry that his teeth were itching, and suddenly he felt helpless. The fat man clenched his fists in hatred and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Hurry up, overtake the Porsche. 10 minutes later. At the foot of the mountain. The fat man's friends gathered together. Liangzi sat on the motorcycle, looking at the path down the mountain from time to time. The other few people kept looking around. Someone has already stuck his head out. Seeing how anxious they were, Liangzi reached out and rubbed his nose. Alright, why are you in such a hurry? We've waited for so long, a little more effort won't hurt. As he spoke, Liangzi looked at his phone. It's only been 40 minutes since we started. It's still a long time before we can get down the mountain. As soon as the words fell, a gangster turned his head. Brother Liang, you seem so calm and composed. We are all worried too. Fatty went to compete, and our hearts are in our throats. As soon as these words were spoken, the few thugs who were looking forward hurriedly nodded. That's right, we hope Fatty will win first place. Let's not talk about anything else for now. As long as Fatty wins, we'll definitely have a feast. There's no way around it. You only care about eating. That's not what I'm thinking about. I think when Fatty comes back soon, he will definitely teach us about racing. Several people were talking to each other, with expectant expressions on their faces. Hearing them say this, Liangzi stood up. He kicked the stone at his feet and then took out a pack of cigarettes. Okay, stop complaining here, it's useless. Time is running out, they can't come back so soon. After saying that, Liangzi took out cigarettes and distributed them to the other gangsters. Seeing that there were cigarettes to smoke, the gangsters immediately showed happy expressions on their faces and nodded and bowed to Liangzi. Thank you, Brother Liang. Let's have a cigarette to cheer up so we can cheer up Fatty later. That's right. Taking a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand, Liangzi's expression suddenly became serious. I'm telling you, you don't have to worry at all. Fatty knows the road conditions here best. He's quite the expert. What you said just now, Fatty was intentionally hiding his incompetence. To put it bluntly, this is clearly bullying that Porsche. Let me tell you, Fatty was sure he'd win, so he said that on purpose. He didn't expect the guy driving the Porsche to actually agree. Having said that, Liangzi started smacking his lips. Then, the sarcastic laughter was heard again. A few hooligans even started clapping, and some whistled. It seems that people have started celebrating the fat man's victory in advance. Not far away. Su Ling frowned. Ever since Lindsay drove away, Su Ling's heart has been hanging. During this period of time, Su Ling's eyes almost never moved away. Su Ling knew that Lindsay was extremely capable. But today is the first day to pick up the car. Before I was fully familiar with the car's conditions, I had to race with someone who raced regularly. How could she not be nervous? Now hearing what that group of people said again, Su Ling clenched her hands into fists in anxiety. Su Ling didn't even notice that her nails were embedded in her palms. Lindsay, you must be careful. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose the game. I just want you to be safe. As this thought flashed through her mind, Su Ling suddenly began to regret it. I shouldn't have listened to Lindsay just now. I should have stopped him. If anything happens to Lindsay, I will really regret it. Chapter 83 Fat Brother is first? A trace of uneasiness flashed through Su Ling's heart, and she became more and more anxious. Slowly squatting on the ground, Su Ling just wanted to calm herself down. At this time, Liangzi suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, the headlights are coming. As soon as these words were spoken, others followed suit. Fat Brother is here, Fat Brother wins. Fat Brother won first place. Cheer up, brothers. Fatty is going to treat us." Excited voices came one after another, and Su Ling also raised her head. There was indeed light coming from not far away. Seeing this situation, Su Ling became more and more nervous and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Seeing Su Ling coming over, Liang Zi and others added a hint of sarcasm to their words. "This car must belong to Fatty. And you, a little girl, don't come near me. It can't be your Porsche." That's right, Fatty is very familiar with the road conditions here. Besides, Fatty often races cars, so beating you is a sure thing. If you ask me, you shouldn't have agreed to this in the first place. Now you've been completely crushed by our Fatty brother. You'll never be able to save face again. Those who drive Porsches just wait to lose. Based on the speed our Fatty drives, that's definitely. The last person was only halfway through his words when he suddenly felt something was wrong. The fat guy's speed is too fast. They had also observed the fat man when he was racing on this road before. Before, a round trip would take at least an hour. Now, from the beginning until the lights come on, isn't at only 40 minutes? The time was reduced by 20 minutes, squeezing out nearly 1/3 of the time. How was the speed increased? Brother Liang, has Fatty started the car again recently? Why is he so fast? Someone asked quietly, blinking their eyes. Liangzi picked up the phone and looked at it, with some confusion in his eyes. But Liangzi didn't care. Isn't it a good thing that the time is shorter? This fully proves that our Fatty's speed has improved again. But this improvement is too fast. How did you do it? This is none of your business. Just wait and cheer for Fatty, and don't worry about anything else. Liangzi's voice became sharp. The few hooligans nearby also started nodding after hearing this. Su Ling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stared straight at the exit of the path. As the light got closer, Su Ling's eyes became more and more expectant. A few hooligans started whistling, and some of them had already stretched their heads straight out. At this time, a car is coming speeding. Then, stop quickly. When the car stopped, everyone realized that the car that came was a Porsche. It's not a fat man's Land Rover at all. The door of the Porsche slowly opened and Lin Zhe walked out of the car. Seeing this scene, the gangsters who had just cheered were stunned. I was so surprised that I couldn't even speak. Especially Liangzi, his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. What's the situation? Why isn't the fat guy coming here? This is impossible. Fatty is so familiar with this road condition. Why did you come back first? Where is Fatty? After recovering from his shock, Liangzi asked with wide eyes. Sudden. He jumped up again. Before anyone could speak, Yoshiko threw the cigarette butt aside. Oh my god, it's scalding me. Liangzi quickly shook his hands and tilted his neck to look at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe is very leisurely. Although Liangzi was staring at him intently, Lin Zhe didn't even look at him. He looked directly towards Su Ling. Su Ling's eyes were wet with worry. When she saw Lin Zhe, she couldn't help but trot over and hug Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, you're back. You scared me to death. Su Ling's voice was filled with tears, and she held Lin Zhe with both arms and refused to let go. Lin Zhe reached out and patted Su Ling on the shoulder. Don't worry, didn't I tell you? I'm fine. But you're not familiar with this road at all, and you've never raced before. Thinking of what those gangsters said just now, Su Ling frowned again. It's fine. Lin Zhe claimed again that he was fine, and Su Ling finally put her heart at ease. Beside, a group of hooligans have become a mess. Everyone turned their eyes to Liangzi. Liangzi was furious. He spat on the ground and stomped his feet like the fat man. What are you doing? Why are you guys always staring at me? I'm not racing, how would I know what's going on here? Although no one asked anything, Liangzi knew what everyone was thinking by looking at the situation. Now the fat man didn't come back, but the Porsche came back. This means that the fat man has already lost. But no one knows what exactly happened. Liangzi was upset and kept looking in the direction of the path. It was pitch black over there, with no light coming from it at all. Brother Liang, what's going on? Should we go pick up Fatty on a motorcycle? He won't be on the road. The gangster didn't dare to continue speaking halfway through. Liangzi raised his foot and kicked him on the butt. Can you please keep your mouth clean and not say such unlucky words, okay? Didn't you just say that it would take Fatty at least an hour to drive back and forth on this road? It's only been over 40 minutes now, so it's still a long way from an hour. What are you afraid of? Just sit here and wait. We have to have faith in the fat man. Liangzi's words were cadenced. But I felt unsure. Now, Liangzi didn't dare to have any other extravagant hopes, he just hoped that the fat man was okay. If you lose, but don't risk your life. The crowd who were chattering just now lost their courage to make noise in an instant after seeing Lin Zhe's car coming back. This way. Lin Zhe took off his coat and put it on Su Ling. The wind is a bit cold, don't catch a cold. Feeling Lin Zhe's body temperature inside the coat, Su Ling's heart gradually became at ease. A few minutes later. There was light coming from the other side of the path again. Liangzi stood up immediately. It should be the fatty this time, guys, get alert. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked in the direction of the path. The lights were getting closer and closer, and finally, the fat man's car drove over. The moment he saw the Porsche, the fat man knew he had lost. But what worries the fat man most is not winning or losing, but the current situation. There is no way to slow down this car. Even though the fat man kept stepping on the brakes, his hand kept pressing the modification button. But no matter what he did, the car still couldn't slow down. The fat man was anxious and sweat started to drip from his forehead. Damn, this modified one is bullshit. How could he fail at the critical moment? Chapter 84 Lin Zhe Victory. Brake quickly, brake. The fat man was so anxious that he shouted in the car, but it was of no use. While panicking, the fat man also realized a problem, the brakes were failing. Because of the modification, the car exceeded its original speed limit. His horsepower was too great just now, which directly caused the brakes to break. What should I do? How the hell can I stop this? The fat man was so anxious that his legs began to tremble. When he looked up, the fat man almost felt despair. I can't brake and the car is about to go out of control. Final. The fat man just took the risk and aimed directly at a tree not far away. The other side. A group of thugs were still waiting for the fat man to stop the car. However, after seeing the situation in front of them, the gangsters all showed surprise on their faces. What's going on? Why isn't Fatty slowing down? Haven't we reached the finish line? What is he planning to do? I don't know, maybe he's just angry? Impossible. Fatty isn't that stingy. The key problem is that if I don't brake, I'll crash. Fat brother, what are you doing? The gangsters were talking among themselves, and they felt more and more that something was not right. Just then. Sudden. With a bang sound. The fat man's Land Rover crashed directly into the tree. Then there was the sound of a tree being broken. The Land Rover finally stopped moving. But. Start smoking. Hurry up, everyone, something's happened to Fatty. Liangzi was the first to recover and rushed to the front. After the other gangsters recovered, they quickly followed Liangzi and ran forward. What should I do? Damn it! The door is stuck. The fat guy is in great danger. Fat brother, can you still hear us? Smash the door? It won't open. What's going on the other side? Let's take a look. Everyone was talking at once, and when they saw the fat man remain silent, their ominous premonition grew stronger. The fat man slowly stretched out his hand and wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a tightness in his chest. Then. I couldn't even make a sound. The moment the car hit the tree, the fat man felt a sudden shock and then began to see stars. Countless golden stars were spinning in front of him, and the fat man began to have a headache. A huge fear came. The fat man realized that he must have been seriously injured this time. It seemed like I saw Liangzi and the others, but unfortunately, at this time, I couldn't speak. Liangzi was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He then directed several people to smash the car door together. After a series of crackling sounds, the car door was finally smashed open. Liangzi went in first. "Fat brother, how are you feeling? Please don't get into trouble. The brothers are all here. How are you doing now?" The fat man opened his eyes with difficulty and let out two ah sounds. Liangzi hurriedly reached out to unbuckle the fat man's seatbelt. "You guys, be careful. Fatty is injured now, so try to be gentle." "Okay, brother Liang." Under Liangzi's command, several people finally pulled the fat man out of the car. Seeing that the fat man was still breathing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "The situation is not good. Send him to the hospital immediately. We'll talk about the situation here later. Li Zi, you guys carry Fatty on your back first. I'll make a phone call." Liangzi didn't say the rest. Fatty has always liked racing and has been racing for several years. He didn't expect that he would capsize in the ditch this time. Everyone was in a panic again. Someone had just carried the fat man on his back and had not yet taken a step forward when a sharp voice suddenly came from the other side. "Stop, are you just leaving like this?" Everyone was shocked. At the same time, look in the direction of the sound. When Liangzi saw that it was the owner of the Porsche, his brows instantly furrowed. "What's going on? You won't let me go. Can't you see how badly I'm injured? If I don't go to the hospital, I'll die. You can leave, but you have to pay first." Lin Zhe's expression was calm, but his tone was full of unquestionableness. Opposite. Liangzi raised his head immediately when he saw Lin Zhe reaching out to him. "No, who's paying me? I didn't compete with you. What does winning or losing have to do with me? Even if I lost, you shouldn't ask me for money, right?" Lin Zhe nodded. "You want to cheat, huh? Well, every wrong has its perpetrator. I was racing with this fat guy, and now he's lost. I want the money. Please put him down." "No, he's injured like this now. We can't delay any longer. Let's talk about your matter later." Liangzi objected on the spot and then added another sentence. "Let's get this straight. Even if you raced against Fatty, if you lost, you lost. He's already in this state, so why are you asking him for money?" The smile on Lin Zhe's lips became colder. He took out the contract they had signed at that time and casually waved it in front of a few gangsters. Finally, Lin Zhe's gaze fell on Liangzi. "We signed a contract, written in black and white, with our fingerprints on it. If he loses now, he has to pay me 1 million, otherwise, he can't leave." Seeing this situation, Liangzi frowned again. "The person in front of me. He is not someone you can easily mess with. If he didn't give the money, he might not let the fat man leave, and then the fat man would be dead." Liangzi swallowed his saliva with heartache and shook his head. "Alright, you're so cruel, can't I just pay for it? Account number." Lin Zhe took out his cell phone. He then reported the account number to Liangzi. In full view of everyone, Liangzi really transferred 1 million to Lin Zhe. Received transfer notification. Lin Zhe turned sideways. Liangzi didn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran towards the motorcycle. After a while, several people put the fat man on a motorcycle and went to treat him. When Lin Zhe saw the bank card arrival notification, a hint of excitement flashed through his heart. "I didn't expect that I could make money by driving. This 1 million came so easily. Does this count as killing two birds with one stone? It's hard not to be happy when you can earn money while increasing your mastery points." The scene soon returned to silence. Except for the fat man's Land Rover, which was still smoking, everything else was back to normal. Lin Zhe came to Su Ling's side, his face full of smiles again. "It's getting late, shall we go back?" Su Ling nodded quickly. "Good." Like before, Lin Zhe personally opened the car door for Su Ling, and only sat in the driver's seat after making sure Su Ling was seated. Lin Zhe was already quite skilled in starting the car and driving again. Su Ling sat steadily in the passenger seat with a smile on her face. "Lin Zhe, I feel like you don't drive like a novice at all now, but more like a veteran who has been driving for more than 10 years. "Really? Why don't I feel anything?" After being praised by Su Ling, Lindsay felt a little embarrassed. Su Ling replied affirmatively, "I have felt it. The car is running smoothly and you are very calm." Chapter 85, Teach him a lesson. Lindsay smiled. "This car must be destined for us. It gets easier and easier to drive." There was a hint of light-hearted teasing in his voice. "Looking back, I'll probably feel the same way when I leave." She turned her head and looked at the man's profile as he concentrated on driving. The sense of security of being taken under his wing warmed her heart. However, reason quickly brought her back to her senses. After all, she could not fully agree with Lindsay's almost metaphysical statement. Fate? No matter how good your fate is, it can only make the car easier to drive. But how could such incredible driving skills be improved to this level in just a few days? This simply doesn't make sense. Lindsay, you are simply a genius. There was a mixture of surprise and approval in Su Ling's eyes. Lindsay felt a little embarrassed by her gaze, but he couldn't help laughing. Genius? Only he himself knows that this is the credit of the system. Along the way, melodious music was playing, and the two of them were chatting casually. The atmosphere in the car was relaxed and comfortable, as if isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. When we returned to the villa, it was already late at night. Lindsay told Su Ling to go to bed early, and he habitually glanced at the data flashing on the computer screen before turning around and going back to his room. Overall, today was an extremely pleasant day. The next morning, Su family villa. After breakfast, Jinyao drove out and the huge villa became quiet in an instant. Su Tianji sat alone on the sofa, holding a set of purple clay tea sets in his hands, brewing and rinsing tea mechanically, but his mind was not at all on the lingering tea fragrance. His gaze drifted to the calendar on the wall from time to time, his brows were twisted into a shape of a character, and his eyes were filled with lingering irritation and doubt. Several days have passed since he cut off Su Ling's financial support. How come that spoiled and willful daughter is silent? This is so abnormal. Wang Bo stood quietly not far from the sofa, like a silent statue. With a bang, Su Tianji placed the teacup heavily on the coffee table, breaking the silence in the room. He raised his head and looked directly at Uncle Wang with sharp eyes. "Uncle Wang, did Su Ling call? Has she contacted us since last time?" As a rule, Su Ling would ask for money through Uncle Wang. Family affairs have been busy recently, and Su Tianji was afraid of missing any news. Uncle Wang took a step forward, bowed slightly, and looked as respectful as ever. "Sir, since that incident, Miss hasn't called once." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tianji froze completely, the irritation in his eyes instantly solidified and turned into a blank look of astonishment. "Never?" he asked back almost subconsciously, his voice changing a little. "How is this possible? It's been several days. She doesn't have a single source of income, and everything she eats and wears outside costs money. How does she survive?" Su Tianji's voice suddenly rose, full of disbelief. He didn't say the rest of the words, but the anger and worry were about to overflow from his chest. He knows his daughter too well. The Su family's financial situation made Su Ling never worry about money since she was a child. In other people's words, she grew up in a honeypot. Except for not being able to make money, she had everything she needed. She has no savings at all, and she doesn't need to have any. Under such circumstances, it is simply unbelievable that she did not ask her family for help for several days. Facing Su Tianji's questioning, Wang Bo's expression became more serious, and he confirmed word by word. In reply to the gentleman, the lady really didn't make a phone call. How did that happen? Su Tianji suddenly stood up from the sofa and paced around. I believe that others can persevere even without money, but my Su Ling, she absolutely cannot. His tone was firm and full of unquestionable paranoia. Sir, Uncle Wang lowered his voice even lower, and seemed to be a little confused. According to our investigation, the young lady is now living in a luxurious residential complex. And, just yesterday, Wang Bo paused, observing Su Tianji's expression, and continued cautiously, the young lady also bought a white Porsche. As soon as the words fell, Su Tianji's steps came to an abrupt halt. The anger on his face instantly faded, replaced by a look of extreme shock and absurdity. Porsche? Luxury residential complex? He seemed to have heard a huge joke, and his voice was trembling. No, didn't I already tell you to cut off all of Su Ling's financial resources? Where did she get the money to buy a Porsche? The word impossible was written all over Su Tianji's face, and his expression was as if his entire worldview had collapsed. It seems. Uncle Wang looked embarrassed, hesitating when he spoke. His eyes were wandering, and he didn't dare to look his master in the eye. Su Tianji's brows were instantly twisted into a knot, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. What do you mean by seemingly? If you have something to say, just say it. It's unbecoming to be so hesitant. Sir, Uncle Wang gritted his teeth and finally said, it seems that the young lady has a male friend. That Portia was paid for by that man. What? Su Tianji instantly became extremely angry, and a surge of evil fire rushed straight to the top of his head. He slammed the table so hard that the tea set clanked. Male friends? What male friends? Who is Su Ling? She is the eldest daughter of the Su family and the apple of Su Tianji's eye. How can you hang out with a man of unknown origin? Thinking of Su Ling's unprecedented tough attitude before, Su Tianji felt more and more uneasy. Could it be that Su Ling resolutely refused the family's marriage arrangement and would rather cut off her financial support and stay out, just because of this man? As soon as this thought came to mind, he ruthlessly suppressed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. From childhood to adulthood, he knows Su Ling's personality better than anyone else. She has a very arrogant personality. Apart from a few close friends, she hardly has any contact with any men. There are rarely any male creatures around her. How could a male friend who can buy her a Porsche appear out of nowhere? Uncle Wang. Su Tianji's voice was as cold as ice. This matter must be seriously investigated. The sooner the better. If you have any news, notify me immediately. Su Tianji didn't say the rest of the words, but the gloomy expression on his face already showed the seriousness of the situation. Their original plan was to have Su Ling marry the young master of the Chu family. If the Su and Chu families join forces, how powerful they will be. Now, my daughter was actually bribed by a man of unknown origin with a Porsche? This is absolutely not acceptable. This is shaking the foundation of the Su family. Seeing Su Tianji so furious, Uncle Wang did not dare to be negligent and nodded quickly. Okay sir, I'll investigate right away. After saying that, Uncle Wang immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number in front of Su Tianji. His voice was extremely low, yet it contained an undeniable fierceness. Go check out that guy from last time, the young man who paid for the lady's white Porsche. Within 10 minutes, I want all his information, from birth to present day, not a single hair can be missed. After saying these two sentences, Uncle Wang immediately hung up the phone. Su Tianji took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, trying hard to suppress the depression and anger that almost made him explode. At this moment, he was in no mood to drink tea. He glared in the direction of the study with annoyance, strode in, pushed the door open, and closed it with a bang. 10 minutes later. There was a gentle knock on the study door. Sir, there are results. Come in. Uncle Wang pushed the door open, walked quickly to the desk, and respectfully handed over a piece of freshly printed document. The young lady's male friend is a student at the same university as her. We have already found out all the family information about that person. Uncle Wang's voice was emotionless. That male friend's name is Lin Zhe. His family conditions are very poor, practically destitute. His mother is blind, and his father is serving a prison sentence. His grades were excellent, and he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination that year. As Uncle Wang reported, Su Tianji's face became increasingly ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye, from ashen blue to purple, and finally turned into a cold ice. Top scorer in the college entrance examination? In the eyes of an adult like Su Tianji who has been immersed in the business world for many years, these 4 words are simply a joke. What's the point of having good grades? Can they earn you a living? Can they buy you connections and resources? The key is to look at family background. Look at the background. For a poor boy whose mother is blind, whose father is a prisoner, and whose family is extremely poor, what good does it matter even if he becomes the top scorer in the imperial examination? What can he have to match his daughter? It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. An unprecedented anger burned in Su Tianji's chest. Uncle Wang. He slammed the table and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. His voice was icy cold. Find an opportunity, take a few people over, and warn that kid named Lin Zhe. Tell him to stay away from the young lady. There was a glint of cruelty in his eyes. Also, if necessary, you can use force. A fellow like that must have other motives for approaching the young lady. Give him a good lesson and let him know that the young lady of the Su family is not someone a lowly person like him can covet. Su Tianji's attitude was extremely tough, and his tone was full of unquestionable determination to kill. Uncle Wang nodded repeatedly as he listened, with a cold glint in his eyes. Su Tianji on the opposite side seemed to be still unsatisfied. After thinking for a while, he warned in an even gloomier tone. Remember, don't make too much noise, but make sure the lesson is profound. I want him to never dare to appear in front of the young lady again in his life. Chapter 86. You don't deserve it. Also, there is one thing you should pay special attention to. Su Tianji's voice was very low. Be careful when you do things, don't reveal anything, and don't let the lady know. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle as he swept over Uncle Wang. After hearing this, Uncle Wang subconsciously straightened his back, lowered his head respectfully, and spoke in a steady and resolute voice. Yes, sir, I'll do it right away. He turned and left. Watching Uncle Wang disappear outside the door, Su Tianji's tightly furrowed brows not only did not relax, but instead twisted into a shape. The air in the study seemed to freeze, leaving only his heavy breathing. Su Ling's temper is like her deceased mother's, stubborn and fierce. If she knew what I did behind my back, her hot temper would cause a huge uproar. After all, he was afraid that the family conflicts would become out of control. He slowly lowered himself into the mahogany chair, which groaned slightly. He closed his eyes, but Uncle Wang's report just now kept echoing in his mind uncontrollably. Those words were like poisonous thorns, pricking him and making him uneasy. The mother is blind and the father is in prison? What kind of family is this? Uncle Wang's voice seemed to still ring in my ears. Even if he has excellent grades, who knows what his character is like? He has bad behavior and bad intentions. This kind of person is the best at disguising himself. Su Ling is such a jerk. When making friends, doesn't she even ask about the other person's family situation? How can she hang out with someone like that? Let's not even talk about Lin Zai's character. Just the fact that his father is in prison is already an indelible stain. Who would go to jail if they were good? Who knows what kind of dirty things are involved behind this? Su Tianji talked to himself, his voice gradually changing from a low mumble to an excited one, and finally almost to the point of gritting his teeth. The expression on his face changed from initial worry to disgust, and finally to a livid anger. He slammed the armrest and paced around the study in annoyance. At the same time, in the apartment on the other side, there was a completely different warmth and brightness. When Su Ling walked to the dining table and saw the sumptuous breakfast, her eyes lit up instantly, as if stars were twinkling. The smile on her face was pure and brilliant, enough to melt the coldest frost in the morning. The bread and milk exude the aroma of wheat and milk, and the vegetable rolls are brightly colored and neatly arranged. Next to these Western breakfasts, there is a basket of steaming dumplings and a few golden and crispy fried dough sticks. This thoughtful combination of Chinese and Western elements warmed her heart. When Lin Zai sat opposite her, Su Ling's smile deepened, with a hint of happiness in her voice. Lin Zai, you're so thoughtful. I just said it casually yesterday, and you remembered it? She was so moved that she almost burst into tears. She carefully picked up a steamed dumpling with chopsticks and placed it on the plate in front of her. On the way back last night, the two were chatting, and she accidentally mentioned the dumplings that she loved to eat as a child. I just mentioned it casually, but unexpectedly, it actually appeared on the dining table this morning. The skin of the dumplings just out of the pot is as thin as a cicada's wing, and you can vaguely see the rich soup shaking inside. Su Ling took a light bite, and the delicious soup instantly burst in her mouth. A warm current slid down her throat, instantly soothing all her fatigue and emptiness. It's so delicious. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Oh my god, the dumplings you make are better than any store-bought. A gentle smile also appeared on Lin Zai's face, and the doting in his eyes almost turned into reality. I don't know if it tastes like what you described. As long as you like it, it's fine. Su Ling nodded vigorously while eating, her mouth full, and she said incoherently, I like it. She felt her heart filled with a soft and warm emotion. Every day she can eat different food made by Lin Zai for her, and her mood every day is like being bathed in sunshine, always fresh and full of expectations. She will never get tired of this kind of life. The bread and vegetable rolls next to it made her understand Lin Zai's meticulous thoughts. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to get used to the Xiaolong Bao, so he prepared a backup. Who can not be moved by this feeling of being carefully cherished and meticulously cared for? Seeing Su Ling eating so happily, Lin Zai's appetite also improved a lot. Even the most ordinary milk seemed to become sweet. After finishing 2 steamed dumplings, Su Ling looked up contentedly at Lindsay and said, "By the way, are you going to class today?" Lindsay thought for a moment and replied, "No need to go. I've basically finished all my courses and will graduate soon. Unless there are necessary courses, I don't need to go." Su Ling nodded, "Okay, then you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to school. I still have some graduation materials to sort out. Do you want me to take you there?" Lindsay suggested. "No need," Su Ling winked playfully. "Didn't you say last night that our new car was meant for us? I also want to get closer to it, so I can just drive there myself today." "Okay, be careful on the road," Lindsay warned, his tone full of concern. The two of them chatted with each other, and there was a tacit understanding and warmth flowing between their words, just like the sweetest couple in love. After Su Ling's figure disappeared at the door, Lindsay packed up his things and went downstairs. "I don't have anything to do today, so I might as well exercise. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. Only with a strong body can we have the energy to protect this hard-earned peaceful life. The community is quiet and shady with green trees, and the morning air has a hint of sweetness." Lindsay came to the open space downstairs, but did not rush to start. Instead, he opened his mobile phone and searched for some teaching videos. The ferocity and swiftness of Wing Chun, the fluidity of Tai Chi, and some modern fitness and strengthening movements are also displayed one by one. Lindsay selected a few and started practicing according to the instructions in the video. First, put your feet together, stand upright naturally, and keep your head and neck straight. The explanation in the video was extremely detailed. Lindsay was focused and his body performed standard movements according to the instructions. From the start to the parting of the wild horse's mane to the left and right, every move was imitated vividly. After practicing a complete set of Tai Chi, he felt that the breath in his body seemed to be much smoother. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sound came from his mind. Ding! Learn Tai Chi moves, martial arts mastery +1. Lindsay's heart moved, but he remained expressionless, and then he clicked on the Wing Chun video. The sun-shaped punch, the slap, the arm punch, every movement strives for precision. The system prompt sound came again as expected. As his proficiency continued to improve, Lindsay's movements became more and more standard. From the initial imitation, he gradually acquired a unique charm and sense of power. Next to him, an energetic old man was also doing morning exercises. After he finished a set of punches, he turned around to rest. His eyes inadvertently swept across Lindsay, and he was stunned for a moment. What did he see? Every move of that young man, whether it was his posture, footwork, or strength, was as standard as a textbook. "I have practiced Tai Chi for more than 10 years and I think I have made some achievements, but compared with the young man in front of me, the difference is like the difference between a child's graffiti and a famous masterpiece." The old man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if his eyesight was blurry. But the longer he watched, the more deeply he was shocked. The young man seemed to have an invisible aura, calm and restrained, and every movement was full of power and beauty. He wanted to walk over and start a conversation, ask for advice, but seeing the other person's concentrated expression, immersed in it, oblivious to everything else, he suppressed his inner impulse and just stood there silently, his eyes full of wonder and admiration. As time passed, Lindsay was completely immersed in the joy of practicing boxing and the growth of the system. It was not until several hours later that he slowly stopped and let out a long breath. At this moment, he felt that all his muscles and bones were relaxed, his limbs were filled with an unprecedented sense of strength, and his movements became unusually agile and nimble. He put away his phone and was about to turn around and go home. Sudden! A sharp brake sound broke the tranquility of the community. A black luxury business car came like a beast, bringing with it an irresistible sense of oppression. It braked suddenly in front of him, blocking his way. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a face that was not friendly. The car door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of men in suits and sunglasses swarmed out, their movements in unison and with a solemn and murderous aura. The leading steward, Wang Fei, had shiny leather shoes and a cold expression. He walked in front of Lindsay, and his followers spread out in a fan shape, vaguely surrounding Lindsay. Seeing this, Lindsay paused and his eyes instantly became sharp. Wang Fei came to Lindsay, stood still, and introduced himself coldly with a condescending attitude, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Hello, I'm the Su family's housekeeper, my name is Wang Fei. I came to see you today because I have something to tell you." Lindsay raised his eyes, his gaze like lightning, and met the other person's eyes full of scrutiny and contempt, and asked calmly, "What do you want? Are you often with Miss Su Ling?" There was a hint of questioning in Wang Fei's tone. Lin Zhe did not deny it and nodded directly. Seeing his calm demeanor, Wang Fei's eyes flashed with displeasure, and he immediately uttered the words he had prepared long ago, which carried the meaning of an ultimatum. Our master's intention is to keep you away from Miss Su Ling. After all, the Su family will be on good terms with the Chu family in the future, and you are not worthy. When he spoke, he didn't even look at Lin Zhe, and the contempt and arrogance in his words were not concealed at all. He seemed to have foreseen that after he said this, the young man of ordinary background in front of him would panic and then nod and agree. However, the reality was quite different from what he had imagined. Chapter 87 Master of Defense. Lin Zhe took a step forward, facing the butler's condescending words. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he sneered. Your so-called marriage doesn't even ask Su Ling's opinion, and you don't even have the most basic respect for her. Su Ling is a living person, not a pawn used by the Su family to consolidate their interests. And what I value most is Su Ling's inner feelings. As soon as the words fell, the butler's sharp voice came like a knife. Should you pay attention to Miss Su Ling's opinion? This is our Su family's family affair. It's not your turn as an outsider to comment. The butler's voice suddenly rose, and his originally respectful face instantly became gloomy and ugly. Seeing this, the burly bodyguards behind him immediately understood and took a step forward tacitly. Moment. Lin Zhe was surrounded in the center, and several oppressive gazes pierced him like sharp swords. However, Lin Zhe still stood there, his body straight as a pine tree, without a trace of panic on his face, and he didn't even blink. Instead of taking a single step back, he exuded an invisible aura that emanated from him. It was a calmness and confidence that came from deep within him, causing everyone present to feel inexplicably shaken. Seeing this situation, a hint of surprise flashed in the butler's eyes. You can treat me as an outsider, and I have no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of the Su family, but this matter involves Su Ling, and I can't ignore it. As a bystander, I think the Su family's actions are ridiculous. Don't you realize how wrong this is when you're involved? What era is it now? You still cling to the old idea of relying on marriage to maintain family status. Isn't it ridiculous and pathetic? If the Su family had sufficient capabilities, they would naturally consolidate their position. Why would they sacrifice a girl's happiness for that? Lin Zhe's voice was silent, but every word he said was heart-piercing and resounding, with an unquestionable sharpness. At the same time, in my mind, the system prompt sound rang at the right time. Ding! Reasonable and well-founded analysis, master of argumentation +1. Ding! Your defense hits the nail on the head. +1 mastery point for master defense. As the master's proficiency in argumentation continued to improve, Lin Zhe's thinking became clearer, and his words were filled with irrefutable confidence. Next, Lin Zhe analyzed the issues in detail and step by step, from the survival rules of modern families to the realization of personal values and then to the importance of women's independence, and emphasized the legitimacy and necessity of Su Ling respecting her own ideas. Finally, he spoke in a serious tone, looking directly at the butler with a sharp gaze, and said word by word. Besides, I have confidence in myself. In the future, I am not afraid of any challenges from my family. At first, the housekeeper did not take Lin Zhe's words seriously, thinking that he was just a poor boy being stubborn. But as Lin Zhe's words of defense came out one by one, the sarcasm on his face gradually solidified, and he was stunned. He subconsciously followed Lin Zhe's thoughts and suddenly found that what Lin Zhe said seemed not wrong. The Su family is wealthy, has a deep foundation, and has extensive connections. They can continue to delve deeper into business and use other means to consolidate the family's glory. Why? Why did he have to sacrifice Su Ling like a sacrifice? Using a woman's lifelong happiness in exchange for the stability of the family is a despicable practice in itself. To put it bluntly, what is the difference between this and the undignified marriage alliance in ancient times? Of course, it is not impossible that the young master of the Chu family will treat Su Ling well in the future. But the most crucial question is, if Su Ling doesn't like young Master Chu at all, then wouldn't her life be completely ruined? They only saw the glory of the family, but ignored Miss Su Ling's feelings. This in itself was the biggest mistake. After listening to Lin Zhe's words, the housekeeper's brows were tightly wrinkled into a knot, and the expression on his face was extremely complicated. A few minutes later, the butler and his group left in silence. Along the way, the car was dead silent. The butler leaned back in the back seat with his eyes closed, his mind echoing over and over again with every word Lin Zhe said. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that every word Lin Zhe said made sense. Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianji, as parents, to put it bluntly, how could they feel comfortable sacrificing the happiness of their own daughter for the benefit of the family? How can this be something normal parents would do? This is so unfair to Su Ling, it is a huge injustice. Why should an unarmed girl shoulder the responsibility of the family? From another perspective, by doing this, aren't they admitting their incompetence to the whole world? Admit that the Su family will not be able to survive without the marriage. For a while, the housekeeper actually began to feel deep sympathy for Su Ling, feeling that she was extremely wronged. As for Su Tianji, the housekeeper felt more and more that they had gone too far. Using such despicable means as cutting off economic resources to force Su Ling to surrender is clearly naked coercive sanctions. The car was speeding, and the butler's mood changed as quickly as the scenery outside the window. Finally, the car braked smoothly and stopped in front of the gate of the Su family manor. The moment the butler pushed open the car door, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. What's going on? Why, are you back? Seeing the familiar carved iron gate and fountain in front of him, the butler suddenly woke up from his dream. Oh my God! What have I done? The mission of the previous trip was to persuade Lin Zhe to stay away from Miss Su Ling. If necessary, he could even let the people he brought with him take action and teach that kid a lesson. But what is the result? As a result, I was actually persuaded by that kid Lin Zhe with just a few words. Oh my God, how am I going to explain this to the patriarch? The housekeeper wanted to ask the driver to turn around immediately and go back. But when he glanced, he saw Su Tianji practicing Tai Chi leisurely on the lawn not far away. With Su Tianji's alertness, he must have seen it when the car stopped just now. If I turn back at this time, there will be no explanation at all, and it will only make me look more incompetent. In desperation, the housekeeper had to bite the bullet and walk towards the lawn with heavy steps. Gentlemen. The butler stood straight, but his voice trembled slightly. You're back so soon, how's it going? Su Tianji asked as he slowly retracted his fist, with a smile of confidence on his lips. Just now, the butler went out with a group of capable bodyguards in a threatening manner, and now he is back in such a short time. Things must have been done well. Putting aside other things, just looking at the attitude of the Su family, it is estimated that Lin Zhe, the poor boy who has never seen the world, would have been scared to death and compromised. Before the housekeeper could speak, Su Tianji had already started to fantasize proudly. I guess that guy is scared, right? This kind of person is not worthy of being on the stage. We don't need to spend much effort, he will just leave Su Ling obediently. To be honest, a guy like him can't possibly bring Su Ling true happiness. Let's just let this matter pass. Remember, don't let the young lady know that it was us who did it. Su Tianji already had a plan for the follow-up arrangements in mind. As long as everyone keeps their mouths shut, Su Ling might be sad for a while, but with her financial support cut off, she will eventually return home obediently and accept the family's arrangements. With every word Su Tianji spoke, the housekeeper's heart sank deeper into the abyss. The housekeeper waited until Su Tianji finished speaking proudly, then he spoke with difficulty and a look of shame on his face. Sir, that kid Lin Zhe is too good at talking. I originally wanted to reason with him and get him to leave Miss Su Ling on his own initiative, but what? Su Tianji's voice was instantly mixed with a hint of cold seriousness, and the action of wiping the sweat towel on his hand also stopped. The butler swallowed helplessly, feeling his throat was very dry. But it didn't work out. Not only that, with so many of us standing in front of him, Lin Zhe, he wasn't afraid at all. What? This result was completely different from what he had imagined. Su Tianji was stunned and the smile on his face froze instantly. Are you kidding me? Su Tianji's voice was filled with disbelief and confusion. How could someone who grew up in such a poor family not be frightened by the Su family's aura? The housekeeper's face once again showed an embarrassment that was uglier than crying. Thinking of Lin Zhe's calm and composed appearance just now, he still felt a little scared. Sir, Lin Zhe not only speaks coherently and logically, but also speaks with confidence. That's a kind of confidence that no one in our Su family can match. Chapter 88 Su Tianji's Method. What do you mean by confident? Explain yourself more clearly. There was a hint of offended anger in Su Tianji's voice. He couldn't understand why a housekeeper would use such mysterious words to describe a poor boy. Facing Su Tianji's questioning, housekeeper Wang Fei not only did not retreat, but straightened his back and described his feelings in an almost pious tone. Sir, he spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, and his expression remained calm from beginning to end, as if we, the so-called big families, were just ordinary scenery in his eyes. And, the butler paused, as if looking for a more accurate word. He doesn't take so-called power seriously at all. His composure isn't a facade, it's a confidence rooted in his bones. As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, Su Tianji snorted in disdain. Are you kidding me? You don't take the big family seriously? A poor boy who crawled out of the mire is worthy of talking about confidence? That's too arrogant. He cast a sharp glance at the butler. You're exaggerating this, Lindsay. Sir, I'm telling you the truth. The butler swore solemnly, even bowing slightly. I have followed you for so many years, and have seen at least 800 young talents, but I have never seen anyone like Lindsay. His aura is truly powerful, so powerful that people dare not look directly at him. Hearing the housekeeper's decisive words, Su Tianji's resentment grew even stronger. What kind of aura can a poor boy who comes from a poor family have? If we really want to talk about aura, it should be the aura of their Su family, a family that has weathered storms and stood firm. He slowly narrowed his eyes, a sinister light shone through them, and squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat. In that case, I would like to see with my own eyes who this Lindsay is. As soon as the words fell, the air in the study seemed to freeze. After a moment, Su Tianji's tightly furrowed brows strangely relaxed, and an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. He turned his gaze to the housekeeper again, and his tone returned to its usual calmness. Go down and do your work first. I'll call you if there's anything else. Yes, sir. After hearing this, the butler retreated in fear. He had already prepared himself to be reprimanded or even punished for what he had just said, but he did not expect that Su Tianji would not get angry, but instead. This made him feel an inexplicable chill. After the housekeeper left, Su Tianji sat on the recliner next to him, and his temperament instantly changed from rage to deep thought. He then dialed Su Ling's phone number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered impatiently. What's up? Su Ling's attitude was a little cold. On the contrary, Su Tianji, upon hearing his daughter's voice that was so repulsive, laughed softly, with a hint of temptation in his laughter. Still angry? I thought you'd calm down after 2 days, but I didn't expect you to still be so angry. Su Ling remained silent, protesting silently. Then, Su Tianji changed his tone to a serious one, his voice slow and clear. We did this after careful consideration. We want you to date the young master of the Chu family for your future and for the sake of our entire Su family. After all, you are also aware of the Chu family's situation. They are a wealthy family with a deep foundation. Furthermore, their young master has just returned from studying at a top foreign business school. He is extremely outstanding in terms of knowledge, vision, and ability. The two of you standing together are truly a match made in heaven. The young master of the Chu family will inherit the family business in the future. This will be the most beneficial guarantee for you and the entire family. Su Tianji spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, and in a clear and logical manner, as if he were conducting a business negotiation. He obviously wanted to give Su Ling enough time to think and let her understand the interests involved. However, the answer given by Su Ling was still as firm as a rock. My thoughts will not change. I will only be with the person I like. As soon as the words fell, Lindsay's calm and warm face flashed uncontrollably in Su Ling's mind. The more she got to know Lindsay during the time she spent with him, the more attracted she became to him. Although his family conditions were not good, she was deeply fascinated by his calm demeanor and his endless and amazing abilities. Her father had just said how outstanding the son of the Chu family was. But in Su Ling's heart, that man pales in comparison to Lindsay and is not worth mentioning. Su Ling was immersed in her own thoughts when Su Tianji's voice came again from the other end of the phone, with a hint of a sneer that seemed to know everything. Are you talking about Lindsay? As soon as these words came out, Su Ling felt like she was struck by lightning, and her heart suddenly shrank. Even the tone of his voice was subconsciously mixed with a hint of panic that could not be concealed. How did you know? Su Tianji's sneer came through the receiver. According to my power in Suzhou and Hangzhou, is there anything I don't know? Even if I didn't know it at the time, I could find out everything later. Don't forget, our Su family has connections in the political, business, and military circles. After saying this, he deliberately paused for a moment, enjoying his daughter's shock at the moment. Before Su Ling could speak, he immediately asked again, his tone full of confusion and contempt. It's just that I can't understand why you like Lindsay? Because Lindsay is the best person in the world, of course I like him. Su Ling almost blurted out this sentence. It was a cry from her heart and her truest thoughts. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianji's meaningful laughter came from the other end of the phone. "You're exaggerating a lot about him," Su Ling immediately retorted, with an unprecedented firmness in her voice. "What I said is based on facts, not exaggerated at all. I am not bragging, I am telling the truth." "Yeah?" Su Tianji's tone became playful. "Hearing you say that, I'm actually becoming more and more curious about this Lin Zhe. In that case, why don't you bring him to the Su family banquet this weekend? Let me see for myself just how excellent he really is." After Su Tianji finished speaking, the other end of the phone suddenly fell into deathly silence. Su Ling stood there in a daze, her hand holding the phone frozen in mid-air, her mind blank. What's going on? Why would my father take the initiative to let me take Lin Zhe to the banquet? This is totally unlike his usual style of being decisive and in control of everything. Recalling her father's previous harsh teachings and interference in her life, Su Ling felt that things were getting weirder. In the past, let alone talking about a boy so seriously, even if she occasionally mentioned the name of a male friend inadvertently, her father would treat it as a serious enemy and question her strictly. But just now, they actually talked about Lin Zhe on the phone for so long, and the father finally made such a decision. This is so abnormal. At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Su Tianji's heart began to lift when he couldn't hear Su Ling speak. This was his carefully planned plan to lure the snake out of its hole, and there must not be any mistakes along the way. Why are you silent? Wasn't he fine just now? Don't you think highly of Lin Zhe? Then bring him back to me. He slowed down his tone and said, if this Lin Zhe is really as outstanding as you say, and if he is worthy of my attention, then we will accept him. As long as he can gain the approval of our family, you don't have to worry about your mother. I will definitely not object. When he spoke again, Su Tianji tried his best to control his voice, making it sound steady and sincere, so as not to let Su Ling notice anything unusual. At this moment, Su Ling also began to seriously weigh her father's words. This sudden compromise gave her a glimmer of hope. Well, I'm not sure if Lin Zhe will go with me. She said honestly, I can only discuss it with him when I get back, but I can't guarantee whether he will agree. Although she knew that Lin Zhe was very caring and accommodating to her, she didn't want to make her own decisions regarding the current situation. If Lin Zhe doesn't want to, she will never force him. This is her respect for Lin Zhe and her respect for her own feelings. Okay. You take care of this matter, and I won't give you any additional opinions, okay? Su Tianji said in a generous tone. Hearing that her father had finally compromised, Su Ling felt a little happy. In any case, they didn't force themselves to leave Lin Zhe immediately. But then, a thought flashed through her mind, and Su Ling's expression became serious again, and her voice also carried a warning tone. Oh right. As for Lin Zhe, you can't send anyone to cause trouble for him, otherwise I'll never let you go.